What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. Hokage Most Terrifying Rebel 1 Mount Chapter 1 Permission to Chase Miracles, 1/5. Konoha 53 years. Uchiha Itachi was promoted to Chūnin, ready to enter Anbu. Tangu knew that he couldn't wait any longer, and if he dragged on, he might not even be able to leave the village. I am responsible for the infiltration of the middle area. Advertisement, Tangu is in charge of the back post, and the player is in charge of the outpost. You two will meet with me in the middle area after the solution is resolved. Is there a problem? Said Okikeda, who is the captain. No, Aburame played. No, Uchiha Tangu's response was slow. Aburame and Omukeda glanced at each other, and they noticed early that Tangu's mind in the mission did not belong to them. But without saying anything, the two of them disappeared with the body flicker technique. After a few breaths, Tangu stood up from the ground blankly, patted the dust on his body, his eyes flashed with thoughtful light. Traveling to the world of Hokage for 3 years, from Chūnin to Special Jōnin, from 1 Go Jade to 3 Go Jade. From the perspective of the indigenous people, the progress is gratifying. But from the perspective of the traverser, it was still too slow. Since it has been decided, there is nothing to hesitate. Tangu let out a long sigh, and the thoughts in his eyes became firm. Boom. He nodded his hands and separated a shadow clone. Shadow clone nodded at him, and finally asked, "Have you decided?" Certainly. Tangu's gaze suddenly became sharp, and he said in a deep voice. The voice said before crossing, "Give me the right to chase miracles." 3 years have passed. I am sure that it refers to the genetic lock of the human race, and miracles are nothing more than almost the greatest miracle in the multiverse, the light of the soul. Shadow Clone has the memory of the body, and naturally knows that a strange sound caused Tangu to cross 3 years ago. If that's the case, then I'm going. Shadow Clone nodded, he was single and his figure disappeared suddenly. A few seconds later, the others had already arrived at the back post and broke in with a knife in an open manner. Kang. The clear sound of sheathing disturbed the silent night. Tangu's body also turned around at the same time and left without looking back. On the other side, Aburame and Kadaoki noticed the movement for the first time. They converged in the central area and found the disturbed Nangren, looking at each other with ugly faces. Advertisement. Where is Uchiha Tangwu? Not found, he didn't come to meet. Oops. Okikeda frowned. Uchiha Tangwu has a problem. He may take a certain task of Uchiha and do something by leaving the village. Second generation master has made it very clear that the Uchiha clan is unreliable. Aburame played indifferently in his eyes, and recalled the worms that had dispersed. What do you want to do? Okikeda stared at Aburame. The mission is not over yet. The Aburame player also stared at Kadaoki and said, Uchiha's people have priority over the task. This is the order of Lord Danzo. Aburame plays, I am the captain. This is an order from Lord Danzo. Aburame said with a blank face. On this matter, Lord 3rd Hokage and Lord Danzo have the same attitude, and Naniwa was alarmed and the mission has failed. Oki-Ching glanced at him too deeply, and after a few seconds of silence, he said, the mission has been changed to capture Uchiha Tangwu. It doesn't matter whether it's life or death, Aburame added faintly. Omu Chingta didn't speak, and his body flicker technique disappeared. Aburame played close behind. The two saw Yuza approaching Tangu's shadow clone at the backpost. Uchiha Tangwu. Clatter. Tangu's body shook suddenly, and his feet stopped on the tree trunk. Has shadow clone been solved? He narrowed his eyes, waiting for the pain of feedback to ease. In memory, Shadow Clone was easily killed. This is not surprising. Although all 3 of them belong to the special Jōnin level, Aburame is a ninja at the root, and Okikeda is an elite of Anbu, and there is a difference in strength. And Shadow Clone doesn't mean to fight, it just expresses a hostile attitude without maneuvering. Let the two seriously hunt down the body. Tangu started back on the road, slowing down a lot. After a while, there was a slight movement behind him. Tangu opened his eyes and his scarlet pupils showed through. Without looking back, he drew the shinobi sword behind him and cut it horizontally into the branch on the right. Okikeda got out of the branch, lowered his eyes, and raised his hand to resist the knife with kunai. Boom. Blade and Kouji smashed bright sparks. Advertisement. Oki-Ching unloaded his strength too lightly, opened his mouth to inhale, and exhaled the surgery he had prepared. Fire-style great fireball technique. The blazing flame instantly illuminates the night, and the high temperature facing it makes Tangu's hair curl. Fire-style. Tangu also opened his mouth to inhale, and spit out suddenly, without fear of fighting head-on with the same ninjutsu, great fireball technique. Okikeda immediately closed his eyes and quickly disturbed chakra in his body. He didn't see Tangu Jian, he had seen Tangu's Sharingan before, so this is illusion. Boom. In the next moment, Omukeda's great fireball technique hit the tree with nothing, causing an explosion. Amid the explosion, there was a sound of Kuwu Ping ninja sword at the same time. Aburame appeared behind Okikeda, and used Kuwu to stop Tangu from slashing at Okikeda's knife. Surrender, Uchiha Tangwu. Aburame said in a cold voice, that the worm that had already ambushed Tangu was already attached to him when he swung the knife. In an instant, the flesh was drilled away, and chakra was eaten away. Okikeda also unlocked the illusion technique at this time, throwing Kuwu in his hand towards Tangu, and at the same time, he made a seal with both hands and slapped the ground, Earth-style Tulong gun. Tangu didn't have time to deal with the worms, and flew kunai with a ninja knife, while avoiding the mud guns raised on the ground. But another Aburame player appeared in his hiding position, raising his hand to send a large number of bad insects to fly out. Fire style. Tangu was about to make a seal, but the pitch-black Guyu in his eyes was turning quickly. It's useless. Illusion doesn't work on bugs. The Aburame player turned directly into a bunch of bugs. Secret technique insect clone. Tangu used the body flicker technique to evade, but Okikata was already waiting for him. Earth-style rock stealer. 5 sharp stone ridges formed under Omu Chingte's feet, and flew towards Tangu, where the body flicker technique was stiff. Ninja fighting is like this. As soon as the number of people increased, and a little cooperation, it was immediately an overwhelming situation. Open black lens bracket, you are dead. Close black lens bracket. Omu Kata's eyes showed this meaning, and the 5 stone ridges aimed at Tangu's head, neck, abdomen and other vital areas. Suddenly, Tangu's sharp eyes became blank. Chapter 2 The First Order of Genlock, 2/5. The stiffness after the body flicker technique was over, the pain of worms piercing through the flesh, the weakness of chakra being eaten away, and the sharp stone edges flying towards him. All situations clearly point to one ending death. At this moment, a strong sense of fear came to Tangu's heart. This was the most primitive fear of creatures originating from the genetic level. Fear of death. But I feel it. Advertisements. Such a thought flashed in Tangu's mind. His thoughts seemed to accelerate hundreds or thousands of times, and the world around him suddenly became slow motion in his eyes. Boom boom, boom boom. The painful heartbeat seemed to shake a certain level deep in the body. About a few microseconds later, countless fighting skills came to Tangu's mind. Tangu's body suddenly recovered its ability to move. His right foot suddenly stepped out, and the muscles rushed open to the brain to limit 100% force. The 3 Guyu Jade and Sharingan turned crazily, and the 5 stone ridges were instantly judged to make their trajectory clear. Tangu's arm joints holding the knife spontaneously dislocated. 3 stone edges cut sideways. At the same time, at the slight price of being scratched by a stone ridge on the left side of his waist, he rushed in front of Okikata, who had just finished the operation. How can it be? Okikata couldn't even react, and his astonished expression had just risen halfway, and the sharp blade had already cut off his neck. With a pop, blood shot, and the head fell to the ground. Why did he suddenly explode with such a speed? Isn't he in a rigid state? Okikata's eyes were deeply puzzled. All this only happened in the breath. Tangu could even use Ishin 2 times, thinking about other things while swinging the knife. Sure enough, my guess is correct. Authority is genetic lock, and miracles are undoubtedly the light of the soul. In the past 3 years, I have actually made a lot of mental preparations, meditation, exercise, and excitement. I just got a kick. The 2 teammates who monitored me just provided the last straw that overwhelmed the camel. The First Order gene lock is opened. Advertisement. Faced with this result, Tangu has no sadness or joy on his face. In the genetically locked state, he became extremely calm. The fears and excess emotions in the heart were all suppressed, leaving only an indifferent calm. These bugs need to be eliminated. Tangu's blank eyes looked at Aburame, who was not far away, and while aligning the dislocated joint, he used the tip of a knife to pick out the dead bug on his body. It was accurate to a millimeter, without hurting any extra skin or flesh, and there was no tremor in the arm. There is no need to look at it with eyes at all, and the location of the bug can be determined only by perception. Even after the root training, Aburame player can hardly conceal the horror in his heart at this moment, looking at Tangu in disbelief. He didn't react at all just now. He saw a flower in front of him, and Tangu, who was supposed to be dying, suddenly broke out at an astonishing speed. He chopped off Omu Kata's head in the blink of an eye, and didn't see what happened in the middle. Even the information in that instant, it took a few seconds for Aburame's brain to process the picture and be recognized by him. It's up to you now. Tangu's figure pulled closer to his eyes in an instant, and the voice of a word passed into Aburame's ears, showing a strange sense of distance. The dull ninja sword had been cut out, and the sharp wind made Aburame's skin sting. This knife was also too fast to reflect, and only reacted to the face. Damn it. Aburame's eyes widened, and his raised arms struggled to block the knife. Thump. The head fell to the ground, and there was a look of horror on Aburame's face. When he raised his arm, Tangu's long knife had already cut through his neck. All this is too fast for people to react. The conversion of ordinary people's thinking into action always requires a buffer of time. But Tangu doesn't need it. In the gene-locked state, as soon as a thought moves, the body will automatically move in response to the information. Advertisement. The pace of the battle was terrifyingly fast, and there was almost no pause. Both Okikata and Aburame couldn't keep up with this rhythm, and they didn't have the slightest resistance. Almost over, Tangu murmured, according to the original plan, and separated a shadow clone. Boom. A cloud of smoke rose nearby, and after dispersing, another Uchiha Tangwu appeared. This Tangu's expression was the same as indifferent, but his eyes were sharp and bright, and there was no place to be at a loss. Only the body owns the authority, not the clone. It's a pity. Shadow clone sighed. It's normal. After all, shadow clone is essentially chakra that puts its will. I haven't heard that chakra can open a gene lock, Tangu said calmly. That's true. Shadow clone smiled and began to clean up the traces of the scene, but it is really powerful in the genetic lock state, as if all the battles are in the master. Obviously, the brain has not turned around. The moment he sees the enemy, the body spontaneously make the best attack method. The two special Jōnin are just like ants, they are not a threat at all, and they are easily pinched to death. It's just two specials, it's nothing, Tangu said casually. Especially Jōnin is also Jōnin. They have rich killing skills and combat experience. This is the upper level of each ninja village. Shadow Clone said, sealing the two corpses with scrolls, especially the two heads, does not give people the opportunity to explore memory by art. After doing all this, Shadow Clone suddenly felt a little quiet. He turned his head questioningly, and saw that Tangu's body didn't know why he looked at the empty space and stood motionless. What's the matter? Shadow Clone asked strangely. Tangu paused, then slowly turned around. The three Guyu in Sharingan turned at high speed, and the scarlet pupils overflowed like blood. Shadow Clone was taken aback, and immediately reacted, and said in surprise, could it be that? Yes, I drove Mangekyo. Tangu nodded lightly, as if it were just a trivial matter. The three Go-eyes changed strangely in his eyes, and the shape slowly elongated, turning into a slender shape like three wheat valleys, enclosing the black pupil in the middle of the eye in equal 120 degrees. Kang. There seemed to be fine friction of iron in the air. A more evil and strange atmosphere than three Tomo Sharingan radiated from Tangu's eyes. Chapter 3 Overcome Backlash, 3/5. Tangu stroked his eyes lightly, and the surging pupil power gushed out of them. Ah, even in the genetic lock state, Tangu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. With Mangekyo Sharingan, I finally have some self-protection power. At least in Konoha's 64th year, before Shippuden, there will not be many threats to him in the shinobi world. Great, the next step is to seek Hashirama cells to prevent Sharingan from going blind, Shadow Clone said happily from the side. Tangu shook his head. Is there any problem? Shadow Clone asked. Nothing. Let's talk about it then. Tangu narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Open the first order gene lock, the body will instinctively respond to the information it senses, forming a keen intuition. Tangu now has an intuition that he does not need Hashirama cells to solve Mangekyo's blindness problem. You don't even need to change your eyes. Shadow Clone understands his own character and doesn't ask questions, just say, well, you come to perform the surgery. Tangu nodded, his hands quickly forming seals. The speed has been increased from 4 times per second to 6 times per second. He breathed in sharply, and opened his mouth to exhale fiery flames, fire-style great fireball technique. The fireball with a diameter of 3 meters hit the ground and caused a violent explosion. With a bang, flames spread on the surrounding trees immediately. Let's go. Seeing the flames destroying most of the traces on the scene, Tangu walked towards Shadow Clone, stuffed cotton cloth in his mouth, and the blankness in his eyes disappeared. The next moment, Tangu's skin turned red. The muscles all over his body trembled frantically, as if he was enduring some kind of intense pain, and there were obvious spasms in his limbs. The backlash to open the gene lock has begun. Shadow Clone quickly caught the fallen body, carried Tangu on his shoulders, and walked away quickly. Only a piece of burning flame and thick smoke remained at the scene. Because it is in the land of fire, there are not a few Konoha shinobi nearby. More than an hour later, a 4-person team came back to the village after completing the task. What they saw was a sea of flames involving hundreds of miles. Advertisement, oops, the forest is going to be a big fire. There has been a battle nearby, and that team is on the mission here. I don't know, but the ending may not be very good. Even the fire at the scene has not been dealt with. The team members expressed their opinions. The leader of the team coughed and said, don't talk about it, put out the fire first. The water-style ninja puts out the fire, and the earth-style ninja intercepts it. Yes. Learn. Clear. The players have performed their own ninjutsu. After a while, a second team of Konoha shinobi rushed to join the fire. After half an hour, 2 groups of ninjas wearing animal masks and uniform Ichigo armor arrived. What happened and why did the fire start? Anbu and the people at the root asked. A group of ninjas exchanged information. After getting a general understanding, Anbu and the ninja at the root separated several people and went back to the village to report the situation. The ninja in the intelligence center analyzed the clues overnight. The next morning, 2 identical pieces of intelligence were placed at the tables of Konoha 3rd Hokage and Shimura Danzo. All 3 are missing. 3rd generation Gon Sarutobi took a pipe on the day, flipped through the report and showed thoughtfulness. Near the fire is the execution site of an A-level mission. The ninja who took over the mission left the village yesterday morning. The time and place were all right. The problem is that the goal of the mission, the Langman organization, has not been annihilated, and the 3 people who performed the mission have also disappeared. One possibility is analyzed in the report. The 3 people on the mission Uchiha Tangwu, Aburame, and Okikata may have encountered an unexpected enemy, and they are the spies lurking in the country of fire. To be honest, this is impossible. It has only been a few years since the last Ninja World War ended, and Ninja Village is unlikely to fight. The powerful ninjas with names and surnames in each Ninja Village are also being watched for their whereabouts. The 3 persons performing the task are all special Jōnin, not characters who will be easily solved. Therefore, this report was deliberately presented to the desk, and there is another possibility that they have tacitly stated. Uchiha Tangwu, the eventful autumn. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed with a sigh of smoke. Advertisement. On the other side, Shadow Clone took Tangwu and ran all night. Take the main body to a certain remote town, sneak into the unused room of the hotel to breathe. Shadow Clone put Tangwu on the bed and looked at the painful body and said in a low voice, come here for a while, and wait for the body to wake up. He moistened the towel with cold water and covered the body's hot forehead. Nothing extra is done. Tangu is very confident about whether he can survive the first order gene lock backlash. Gene lock backphagy is the phenomenon of organ dysfunction and cell failure caused by disturbing the gene sequence and squeezing the life potential. Ordinary people can only rely on their physical fitness to survive, but Tangu is different. He has an extraordinary energy, chakra. As long as there is an energy buffer, the risk of gene lock backlash will be infinitely suppressed. The probability of death is similar to that of modern people in a car accident. If this is still dead, then die. Shadow Clone stared at the painful body, and along with the memory of the body, what Tangu inherited was the cruelty hidden deep in his character. Not only cruel to others, but also cruel to yourself. If I can't even endure the side effects of the first lock, what qualifications do I have to pursue longer-term goals? That voice will not choose a waste to grant authority, and I don't believe that I will be defeated by the backlash of the first lock. With such a firm will, Tangu made a plan to use his teammates as a sharpening stone. Now the biggest difficulty of unlocking has been overcome, and the unreasonable side effects cannot survive. Cough, cough. Tangu unconsciously spit out the cotton cloth in his mouth and coughed up red blood. Adrenal hormones are secreted violently, causing high-intensity erosion of internal organs. But the injury is slowing down. Shadow Clone noticed that the chakra of the body was losing rapidly. The cells of Tangu's body seemed to have come alive. With his big hungry mouth open, he swallowed a certain component of chakra in the meridians hard to supply himself. The overall amount of chakra has not changed, but the breath has declined. Has the vitality aspect of Yang escape been absorbed? It seems that there is no problem. On the bed, a smile appeared on Shadow Clone's mouth. Chapter 4 The Biggest Suspect. 4/5. In the early morning, the first ray of sunshine was thrown in. Uchiha Tangwu opened his eyes abruptly and sat up on the bed panting. The severe pain receded like a tide, leaving only the palpitations that were undecided. The pain of gene lock backlash has surpassed the limit of human endurance. If it weren't for chakra, the shock of the heart alone might have killed him. Huh. Tangwu took a deep breath and adjusted his state, his expression gradually returning to the calm of the past. This kind of peace is not a disguise, but a calm soul that is precipitated by the journey of the soul and the experience of two lives. How is it? Tangu looked at Shadow Clone and asked. Shadow Clone knew what the body asked, and smiled. Nothing happened all night. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the first backlash side effect, and there will be almost no danger in the future. It is indeed worth celebrating. Tangu also smiled on his face. Not only did the gene lock be opened smoothly, but the high degree of spiritual cohesion between life and death also made my three-hook jade break into Mangekyo. Tangu stretched out his hand and gently touched his eyes, and could feel the pupil power that was countless times stronger than Sangu jade. There are two new pupil techniques conceived in it. How do you feel? Shadow Clone asked. The eyes are adapting to the new pupil power. Tangu found a clean cotton cloth in the room and tied it to his eyes. I don't need eyes for this period of time. What about the backlash of gene lock? Shadow Clone asked again. Probably. It will take about 3 days. Tangu felt the physical condition and said, there is a lot of chakra buffer, and the body's recovery speed is very impressive. Shadow Clone nodded, much better than expected, but still said, although this is the case, we still have to evacuate as soon as possible. It is best to evacuate from the territory of the country of fire before Konoha can react. This is Tangu's original plan. In Konoha's 53 years, although the village lost 4th Hokage, its strength still cannot be underestimated. There are Jiraiya and Tsunade on the outside, and many ninjas on the inside. Among them, the Uchiha clan also has a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan who are loyal to the Hokage line Uchiha Shisui. I think the plan is going to change, Tangu said, touching his eyes. The newly born pupil power gave birth to a new pupil technique, and he could feel the power lodged in both eyes. Advertisement: the left eye is named Shensong. The right eye is named Mi Luo. There was no way to deal with Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods before, but now the situation is different. Despite the handling of the scene, it is still not ensured. Shadow Clone insisted on his opinion, earnestly said. Ontology, this is not a question of whether evidence is not evidence, or whether it is reasonable or unreasonable. This is a question of popular inclination. Even if all traces on the scene are destroyed, the village will still suspect you. You know the identity of Danzo. He doesn't need any evidence. Just Uchiha's last name is enough to make him stare at you. What Shadow Clone said is not wrong at all. The Konoha executives headed by Danzo are full of dislike for Uchiha, and they will not let go of any targeted opportunities. I'm afraid that now my own files are already at the table of Konoha's high-level staff. No, just do what I said. Tangu shook his head lightly. Shadow Clone was split last night, and the starting point for considering the problem is based on the situation last night. But the ontology has experienced extremely calm thoughts in the gene-locked state, and the mentality and perspective of looking at problems are different. Gene lock is a metamorphosis. Remember? Turning on the gene lock consumes airlock, so it is very normal for Konoha to chase soldiers and be dangerous in the next period of time. This is a normal fluctuation of airlock. We are not prepared for this. There was no fear in Tangu's heart, and his faint tone revealed firmness. It's just right to use war to support war. Shadow Clone thought for a while, and immediately looked at the body in surprise, and said in surprise, the body, you want to. In Konoha village, Danzo met Sarutobi Hiruzen alone, and the two had a conversation about the forest fire last night. The 3 people who performed the mission of the Qing Suppression Ninja Organization have disappeared. Neither yours nor mine left any contact information. The situation is already obvious, Hiruzen. Danzo said in a low, hoarse voice. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent and looked down at the information about Tangu on the table. In fact, he also had doubts in his heart, so he sorted out Uchiha Tangu's information and submitted it, but... Advertisement. There is no substantive evidence that Uchiha Tangwu made the move. Danzo, don't take suspicion as fact. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and said. He looked at Uchiha Tangwu's information and found that Uchiha was very interesting. He pays great attention to real estate, management and reputation, and is also keen on interpersonal communication. There are many ninjas in the village who have an impression of him, and the impression is not bad. From the data point of view, Uchiha Tangwu should be a person similar to Shisui, a Konoha shinobi who possesses the will of fire. But his old friend Danzo thought it was suspicious. Uchiha Tangwu's actions exposed more of his ambition. Where can there be serious ninjas who are not obsessed with practicing, but diversify their energy to other things? Obviously, it is starting to Konoha's industry. Danzo said blankly, this Uchiha has a major suspicion. I know, but the scene was destroyed. We have no clues and no evidence. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Danzo frowned, dissatisfied with the hesitation of his old friend. Madara, the evil deeds of the Uchiha clan. Now there are signs of rebellion. They should be cleared out by tough methods. What are you still considering? But thinking that Sarutobi Hiruzen always holds the core power of Hokage, Danzo thought for a while and used a roundabout way to convince his old friend. But Hiruzen, don't forget that we originally had doubts about this Uchiha, so we put a hand by his side. Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said in a deep voice, since we are suspicious, why not follow our original thinking? Anyway, there is no other clue now. Uchiha Tangwu is the only direction. This, Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated, feeling that this was the only way for now, and nodded in agreement. Okay Danzo, I'll leave this to you. You won't be disappointed, Hiruzen. Danzo smiled faintly at the corner of his mouth and left Hokage's office. Do you want to support the war by fighting, and use the pressure of tracking the troops to completely unlock the gene lock ability of the master to achieve free unlocking? Shadow Clone looked at the body and asked in surprise. Chapter 5 What? 5/5? Yes, that's right. Tangu nodded lightly. This, Shadow Clone looked at the body in surprise, unable to conceal the shock in his heart. He didn't understand why the body had to make such a risky decision because he obviously had the same memory. Over the past 3 years, I have been cautiously, walking on thin ice, secretly building networks, purchasing industries, and power in the Master Clan. Isn't it a good job? I have accumulated a lot of luck, then just follow this step to continue walking. Tangu shook his head, and there was no need to explain, and the Shadow Clone technique was lifted. Suddenly, the fatigue accumulated for the night was fed back to the body. Call, Tangu rubbed his head and let out a sulky breath. Kian can be understood as influence in essence, and it is a manifestation of an individual's ability to interfere with reality from another perspective. Strength, power, interpersonal relationship, assets, status, etc., all of which can be used as resources to strengthen the rest of the fortune. I used to be cautious in order to accumulate luck, but now I have escaped from the village and I can't have this kind of mentality. Opening the gene lock is very difficult, Tangu muttered to himself. This is not a second breath, or third breath, that breaks the physiological limit or forces the internal organs to work hard. Gene lock is not to release potential, but to hit the limit. The real limit, it is to extract power from depleted cells and to extract nutrients from disordered organs. Exploit the possibility of gene level with deep obsession. How can this kind of thing have been cautiously? Opening the gene lock is hailed as an explosive species. It must be brave and diligent, pursue it hard, and never retreat. Any hesitation will lead to failure. This is a tragic road. If you don't advance, you will retreat. Tangu took a deep breath, and then printed out Shadow Clone again. A pop of smoke popped, and a new Shadow Clone appeared. Now he has torn muscles and damaged internal organs, which is not suitable for hands-on. Many things need Shadow Clone to take care of. Understood, ontology. Shadow Clone said. Tangu nodded, in the state of opening the gene lock in a dazed and slow motion, he already grasped that feeling. Advertisement. The best thing to do is to take advantage of the victory and chase, and the master unlocks the lock completely in one go. Clean up this room, let's leave. Tangu stood up, startled, as if he walked around the things in the room like an ordinary person. The Shadow Clone on the side couldn't help being surprised, and immediately laughed. You know that Tangu is now blindfolded with cotton cloth and can't see anything. Can avoid obstacles on the road without vision. This is the enhanced result of perception and intuition after turning on the gene lock. Super intuitive. Tangu thoughtfully, dexterously flipped out the window, completely unlike blindfolded. Behind him, Shadow Clone restored the layout of the room and left. There is a mission. The 3rd and 5th teams will start. In the root base, 7 masked ninjas led the way. 2 of them, Jōnin, acted as captains, each leading 3 Chūnin level players. On the way, the 2 teams dispersed. The captain told the team about the task. This time the target is a member of the Uchiha clan named Uchiha Tangwu. His team disappeared during the mission yesterday. It is suspected that Uchiha Tangwu colluded with outsiders. Please write down his information. The team members received the information one after another and remembered it. According to the information, he was a calm young man. His eyes were calm, without the slightest arrogance of the Uchiha clan. Name: Uchiha Tangwu. owner of 3 Tomo Sharingan. Age: 20 level. Special Jōnin, Konoha 51 promotion. Attributes: Fire, Thunder good at, Ninjutsu, Illusion. Mission record: D level 6 times, C level 24 times, B level 15 times, A level 4 times. After reading it, burn all the materials. The root players did not ask any questions, they memorized the data like a robot, and then destroyed it. Seeing this, the captain began to arrange tasks. Centering on the location where the target performed yesterday's mission, our team is responsible for the north and west, and the other team is responsible for the south and east to trace Uchiha Tangwu. Attention, the information shows that the target Uchiha Tangwu's physical skills are weak, so this time the main attack is given to the mountain ghost, and the rest are assisted. Yes, said one of the strong root players, advertisement. Okay, let's act, said the leader of the team. The root members leave Konoha the next day, within the land of fire. A young man blindfolded with a cloth walks leisurely in the mountains and forests. In front of him were lush grass and trees, and under his feet was uneven muddy ground, but the magical thing was that the youth accurately avoided obstacles on the road every time. It seems that he can know the outside world without having to look at it. Here, the young man who was walking suddenly stopped. There was a sudden movement from the ground, and a palm broke open and the soil came out. Earth-style hard decapitation technique. The corners of the young man's mouth are curved. Boom. The palm of the hand under the soil suddenly turned into smoke and dissipated. This was a hard decapitation technique used by Shadow Clone. At the same time, there was a rush of breaking through the air directly above the youth. Hundreds of kunai were thrown in all directions, and they fell like a rush. The young people in the center were inevitable and could only find a way to resist. Uchiha Tangwu. However, the commander of the root unit who was hiding was slightly frowned. The battle plan failed in the first step, and it was not known why it failed. Why does the underground Shadow Clone disappear? Could it be that the target made an ambush in advance? Impossible. The goal cannot be our rival. They originally intended to use Earth-style ninjutsu to force Uchiha Tangwu to escape, and then attacked with kunai. Uchiha Tangwu in midair could hardly escape. Everyone at the root watched, observing what method Tangwu intends to use to intercept kunai. But something they never expected, another Uchiha Tangwu jumped out of the ground, throwing out a few kunai with both hands. Then quickly get printed. Ninfa Shuriken clone technique. Several Kuu splits exponentially, turning into an overwhelming shuriken attack in an instant. Not only was the kuna at the roots knocked into flight, even more kunai hurriedly shot towards the root members in the dark. What? Chief Gen's eyes widened, and he didn't even want to turn over and hide behind the tree, and a thought came to his mind. Why was the A-level ninjutsu collected by Hokage being targeted by the master? Chapter 6 Intelligence Error. 1/5. Shuriken clone technique has been carried forward in the hands of 3rd Hokage, and has always been regarded as one of the hallmarks of ninjutsu in the Hokage series. Its power cannot be said to be very strong, but it is extremely useful in small battlefields. Although 3 Tomo Sharingan can replicate ninjutsu, it is not easy to replicate ninjutsu at any level. The commander's eyes became cautious. The A-level ninjutsu cherished by the target master seems to hide a lot of things at ordinary times. Thump thump thump. The back of the leaning tree trunk was hit with high frequency from Kuu. Commander Root was thinking about the next battle plan. Suddenly his expression was shocked, and his eyelids jumped sharply. I saw a white mist appearing around him, and the breathing room enveloped the nearby area. The visibility of the line of sight dropped sharply, and after a few seconds, even teammates 3 meters away could not be seen. Mist Shinobi technique. AIM has a helper. No, it's impossible. We followed and observed for a period of time before conducting operations. The thought flickered in the head of the Gen Force commander. He suddenly thought of the scene where the second Uchiha Tangwu drilled out of the ground just now, and immediately felt wrong. The intelligence is wrong. The goal is not only good at fire style and lightning style. Windworm. He shouted loudly. Understand. A team member responded immediately. Wind style great breakthrough. A gust of wind rushed out not far away, blowing away the fog frantically, clearing a 10-meter long passage in the thick fog. But the next moment the fog closed quickly as if there was life. Chief General hurriedly glanced. He didn't care at first, but suddenly his pupils shrank in horror. I saw 2 Uchiha Tangwu figures, still staying motionless. This guy didn't take the opportunity to change positions? The moment his eyes fell, one of them, Uchiha Tangwu, who was not blindfolded, looked at him, smiled lightly on his face, and disappeared in an instant. Commander Root didn't have time to think about it. He followed the dangerous instinct in his heart and kept Kuu in front of him. Boom! Almost instantaneously, a heavy slash shot down on Kumaru, slashing the Root army commander into the air. It's so heavy, it feels like resisting a ninja. Sure enough, there was an error in the intelligence. Advertisement, but General Force Commander frowned slightly, feeling the soreness of his wrist. The copyright of the novel resources belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support the subscription of genuine novels and refuse to piracy. This novel was first published by Dragon, Filu Novel Inner Group. More exciting Filu novels are in the hands of the owner. Welcome to the group Bang Bang Bang. The dazzling sparks splashed in the mist, and Shinobu slashed several blows very skillfully while breathing. The commander of the army immediately felt pressure. His strength, skill, and speed fell under the wind, and his face was suppressed. Flop. The blade took a string of blood beads from his left shoulder. The commander of Unit Root took the knife and backed away. At this time, the team members who heard the movement also felt it. But the heaviness in his heart didn't decrease much, because his eyes noticed that Tangu's free hand began to seal. One-handed seal. Gen Troop grew up and was taken aback. Not long after this battle started, he was given too many surprises. He didn't dare to look at Tangu's face, so he had to pay attention to Tangu's seal. Wei, Wu. 2 seals. Gen Chief's eyes changed, and a mouthful of blood came out from his throat, and the pain came from his waist with afterthought. Out of his eyes, he saw a stone pillar protruding from the ground, with a sharp front end penetrating his waist. Earth-style Tulong gun. Use an abandoned child to make a movement to attract me to attack. I'm very familiar with the methods of your roots. Tangu, who was Jin with one hand, smiled slightly. This is also the last word that the commander of Gen Force heard in his life. Don't move, Uchiha Tangwu. A burly team member put Kuwu on Tangu's neck, and said coldly, you have been arrested. The other 2 players were on alert without any fluctuations, and they didn't even look at the dead captain. They don't think this Tangu is the ontology. What if I want to move? Tangu turned around without fear, letting the sharp kunai cut the flesh of his neck, and the ninja sword in his hand swung out the afterimage. With a puff, the root team member who was holding kunai even took the lead and chopped off. Advertisement at the same time, blood flowed from his neck. This is the body. Die. The other 2 players jumped over in surprise. Tangu in the same place smiled slightly, and a fiery flame lit up in his body. Boom. The 6 paths detonating talisman exploded in the shadow clone, swept the 2 root players, and instantly took their lives. Well, Tangu, blindfolded in the center of the fog, had a blank expression on his face and made a new shadow clone. The pain of the detonation talisman exploding is far worse than the backlash of the gene lock. Tangu was able to bear it without a different color. It's all solved, ontology, the new shadow clone said from the side. Tangu nodded, moved on, and said as he walked, how do you feel? It's okay. Both C-level and B-level ninjutsu can be grandmaster, and the previously troublesome A-level ninjutsu can also be successfully displayed, and it can achieve reduced seals and one-handed seals, and it seems to be genetically locked. The physical potential is opened, and all 5 attributes of chakra are revealed. Shadow Clone said. The 2 moved forward slowly in tandem. Talking question and answer on the road. Well, after all, before Tier 4, Gene Lock's positioning is to increase, help control its own energy system, and release the potential of the system. Tangu Ontology replied. Having said that, Tangu paused and asked Shadow Clone, what are the effects of genetic locks you can't inherit? Many, such as your super intuition, muscle power to break through the limits of the brain, combat instinct, stamina 12-point squeeze, suppression of illusions, etc. The mental tempering between life and death makes you resistant to illusions, but I can't, my essence it's just a chakra. Shadow Clone thought for a while. Keep trying, after all, as a Shadow Clone, you can withstand some damage and have bleeding, which was only discovered later, Tangu said. Shadow Clone smiled upon hearing this, and said, chakra is derived from the combination of human spirit and physical energy, which can carry the will of a ninja. Your spirit is tempered and your body's potential is released, and the refined chakra is naturally solidified, just like the clones mixed with other escape techniques, such as those wood clones, thunder clones, earth clones. Well, I'm no longer weak in physical skills. Tangu squeezed his wrist and smiled. In the genetic lock state, my strength, agility, physique, and spirit can be improved by 30%, and the actual combat power has more than doubled. But you are already 20 years old, are you slowing down? You don't have the protagonist's life on your body. So I want to defect and become a villain. Blacken is 3 times stronger. Chapter 7 The Root Squad is wiped out. 2/5. 2 hours later, another root team arrived at the scene. The summoning technique for regular contact was not activated. They followed the prepared tracking method and came to the last place where the team stayed. Liu Yue, Mountain Ghost, Windworm, Chasing Cloud, all members died in action. The team members inspected the explosion site and found the charred body. There are traces of Earth-style ninjutsu and detonation talisman at the scene, and one of the techniques of the Tulong Spear killed Captain Liu Yue. The team members who surveyed the scene reported 151. After listening to the report, the captain couldn't help thinking. He narrowed his eyes while looking at the Liu Yue that was pierced from the waist by the Tulong Spear in front of him. The 2 captains probably knew the details of this mission. Master Danzo took it seriously and sent 2 Jōnin-level ninjas to lead the team. To be honest, ordinary Jōnin, even Kakashi's elite Jōnin, who has made a name for himself, are likely to fall into their hands. Who killed such an elite ninja team? The captain looked at the corpse of Liu Yue darkly. He believed that he was no better than Liu Yue. The enemy can kill Liu Yue's squad, and naturally they can also kill their squad. After a long while, the captain said, although Lord Danzo thinks that Uchiha Tangwu attacked his teammates and thought that the target was hiding his strength from the scene. Earth-style ninjutsu. He pointed to the Tulong Spear that pierced through the moon, and the decapitation hole that broke through the ground not far away. Physical skill match. He pointed to Kuwu, who was cracked by the match on the ground. These combat abilities are not owned by the target, so the possibility of foreign ninjas is not ruled out. The captain thought for a while and ordered one of the team members. In short, report the situation to the headquarters first, and we will continue to pursue. Understood. The team member who was ordered nodded. After a few minutes, the rectified route team continued to set off. The team led by Liu Yue was completely destroyed? Danzo looked at the newly submitted information, and his heart sank. What's the matter? He looked at the ninja who was kneeling on one knee, his eyes cold. For any village, a Jōnin is a valuable first-class combat power. What's more, this kind of cooperative Jōnin combat team is even more precious to the restricted routes. There is no updated information. Kaido, the ninja kneeling on one knee. Boom. Boom. Danzo's crutches in his hand hit the ground hard, and he said coldly, Check it out for the old man. My people can't be unexplainably damaged in the land of fire. Advertisement, yes. The ninja nodded and left the office. Danzo frowned and looked at the information, and compared to Uchiha Tangwu's information, he looked suspicious and said to himself, what's the matter? The elite team trained by the old man, even at the level of Kakashi, is likely to be damaged. Who is the enemy? Could it be a squad that other shinobu village sneaked into? But in this case, the movement will be too big, it is impossible not to be discovered. Oh, here again and again. Tangu walked out of the forest. Shadow Clone moved his expression and pulled out the shinobi on his back. Sure enough, it's you, Uchiha Tangwu. Behind him, another route team stood on the branch, looking at Tangu in the distance. Why blindfold? Also, why separate Shadow Clone? The team leader was a little confused, but Tangu's Shadow Clone didn't give him more time to think. Illusory Sharingan. In Shadow Clone's eyes, 3 Guyu Jade turned, and scarlet pupils showed through. Kang. As soon as the sound of drawing a knife sounded, the figure had disappeared in place. The terrifying body flicker technique made the captain of the root squad's eyes wide open, and could only resist with experience and instinct. Boom. Puff. A bright blue thunder shone in the sky. No, not thunder, but lightning-style chakra on the knife. The leader of the root squad was horrified, and his hand was so miserable that he could withstand the first knife of Shadow Clone. When the sword collided with Kuwu, he flew out all over. Ho. Ho. The root unit fell to the ground and was paralyzed by the current on the Shadow Clone knife. The opponent's speed completely exceeded his reaction and could only be resisted by the most awkward method. Has your lightning style been developed to this level? The Gen Chief kneeled on the ground and glanced over his team members. He suffered 2 injuries and 1 death, basically losing his combat effectiveness. He tried to use words to delay time, let the paralysis pass, and looked at Shadow Clone. The combination of knife, lightning style, and lightning flashes, these 3 abilities, you have never shown in Konoha, as expected, as Master Danzo said, hide yourself ambitiously. Advertisement. That's right. Shadow Clone nodded. His figure disappeared again, and appeared behind the root unit leader in the next second. A masked head flew high, and the wound was scorched by the overheating of the electric current, without the slightest splash of blood. Team leader, careful, the 2 injured players shouted afterwards. They looked at Shadow Clone nervously, with deep jealousy in their eyes. Lei Shun, what is your relationship with Uchiha Shisui? The members of the roots were still testing at the end. Puff. Shadow Clone slashed his head with the shimmering electric Chūnin sword, without intending to talk nonsense. Almost instantly, another knife cut the neck of the last surviving root. Because the speed of Lei Shun's body is too fast, exceeding the reaction limit of the human eye, Shadow Clone's figure seems to be divided into 2, existing in 2 positions at the same time. Thunder, the last root member died, his eyes enlarged, and he remembered the last thunder light seen in his life. This will be the deepest memory in his mind. Shadow Clone collected the materials on their bodies, made 2 seals with one hand, and suddenly inhaled. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. The fiery ball of fire smashed down and blasted the scene to a scorched black, leaving no traces to be seen. The heads of the 4 roots were also solved. There's no need. I wanted Konoha to know that I was the one who did it, Tangu said, shaking his head. But it is necessary to hide our moves, Shadow Clone said. In the evening, the remains of the root members were returned to Konoha. Danzo hurriedly summoned the Yamanaka clan to explore the brain. From the only remaining heads of Liu Yue and Mountain Ghost, extract the memories of this afternoon. A young figure was drawn and placed in front of Danzo. Uchiha Tangwu. Danzo's face sank, and angrily said, I said, the Uchiha clan is not credible, and now the first defector has appeared. Chapter 8 Kage-level, 3/5. Danzo finds his veteran player, Sarutobi Hiruzen, furiously. He is not a fool. The information obtained by the Yamanaka clan showed that Uchiha Tangwu's specific strength and information appeared to be inconsistent. Mist Shinobi technique, Earth-style technique, one-handed knot printing. The weird Shadow Clone. The Uchiha clan is really ambitious. Danzo came to Sarutobi Hiruzen's house that night, thinking about how to speak later. The 2 elite teams at the root were destroyed, and he must re-examine the strength of Uchiha Tangwu. Look at it, Hiruzen. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen came in, a piece of information was stuffed angrily in his hand. He was a little surprised at the anger of his old teammates, lowered his head and turned over, his eyes changed suddenly, and he asked carefully, what is this information? It was all found in the minds of my damaged root members, Danzo said solemnly. Could it be a mistake? Sarutobi Hiruzen groaned. To be honest, a special Jōnin suddenly improved so much, I can hardly believe it. Danzo sneered and said, it's better to say that Uchiha is hidden deeply than that the strength has risen sharply. This is the intelligence combined with the fragments of the 2 teams. Do you know what he is doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. He is provoking. Danzo snorted coldly. Uchiha Tangwu can't help but know the methods of the Yamanaka clan, but he deliberately left his head to let us know that the murderer is him. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at his old friend and shook his head. He didn't think it was a provocation. As long as Uchiha Tangwu is not mad, he will not do the stupid thing of betraying Shinobu and challenging her former ninja village. This will make Konoha go all out to hunt him down. I said from the beginning that the fire must have something to do with Uchiha Tangwu. His whereabouts have been abnormal in the past 6 months, and my men have reported to me. Danzo stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said in a low voice, "Trust me Hiruzen, Uchiha has never been trusted, nor can they trust us. The disaster of 9 Tails 5 years ago is a tragic example. Okay, go and hunt this Uchiha." Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and said. Although he thinks Danzo is too extreme, he does not intend to stop Danzo. The defectors cannot be forgiven, especially those of the Uchiha clan who are now abnormally active. Just in case, this one will not be notified in advance. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a while and said. Danzo naturally knows who the purpose of not reporting is. Don't worry, I won't let Uchiha know. He nodded, got up and left. Advertisement: the goal has been achieved, overnight. 4 root teams were dispatched. This time it was a 3-person team. 2 were led by the official Jōnin, and 2 were led by the special Jōnin. The team members are experienced elite Chūnin with all aspects of exploration, combat, and defense. This time, the old man used a lot of manpower. Danzo watched the team set off, his eyes flickering. Uchiha Tangwu is a mere Uchiha Tangwu, he naturally doesn't look at it. Although he hides his strength, it is only Kakashi's level in the final analysis, not to the point where it can't be solved. The key is, with this opportunity, he can send people out of the village in a fair manner. All 4 teams have other secret missions. Attention, solve the target Uchiha Tangwu as soon as possible, and then perform the mission of Lord Danzo. Carpet detection, focusing on nearby towns and villages. It is impossible for him to be in the wild all the time. The target needs supplies. The Jufeng team follows me in one direction, and the Orochi team follows you. The captains of the 4 teams exchanged attitudes and set a battle plan. Like their leader, Elder Danzo, they didn't care much about goals. Uchiha Tangwu's life information is kept in their minds. In a sense, they know the target better than the target himself. Although the target is hidden, but you must know that as long as anything exists, there will be traces. Uchiha Tangwu's resume is there, implying the upper limit of the goal. Even the prestigious 7-blade swordsmen will be left behind by their 4 teams in the form of caching. This is the confidence of root members. Puff. Puff puff. Thump. Blindfolded Tangwu frowned. To be honest, he was a little tired of the sound of beheading. But I don't know why, Shadow Clone is keen to do this kind of thing. Advertisement, it's done. The 3rd root squad. Shadow Clone walked up with a half-shoulder knife and stuck it on the ground casually. The strong smell of blood pours into Tangwu's nose, and you don't need to look at it to know that there is a fragment of limbs behind. Tangwu stood there in silence, thinking for a while. Okay, let's go, he said. Shadow Clone took out a new ninja sword of trophy and inserted it in the back. The broken pieces of information are passed back to Konoha through various channels. Although leaving the village with a large number of hands at its roots is secret, it has never been a secret in the eyes and ears of the higher-ups. We need to know the truth. In the office, Udon Ekaharu said to the gloomy Danzo and the silent Sarutobi Hiruzen. Pieces of broken information stirred the nerves of their elders again and again. This is not in the war years. The age of peace has only just arrived for a few years. How can there be such a mission loss rate? Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent. Udon Ekaharu and Mitokado Homura looked at Danzo and asked together, explained Danzo. You and Hiruzen, what are you hiding from us? What task did the root staff who left the village perform yesterday? Confidential. Danzo Kaido coldly. Of course he knew that the loss was heavy. It was not just the hands of the roots who died, but also the Konoha shinobi who performed tasks nearby. Those ninjas who were attracted by the battle also died under the hands of Uchiha Tangwu. Each root squad only sent back information once, and that was when another squad was found dead. Then, the situation of their squad appeared in the death information of other squads. Udon Ekaharu and Mitokado Homura kept asking. This is their right to know as elders, and it is also the basis for safeguarding the status of Sarutobi Hokage and restricting Danzo's power. Okay, it's up to me. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Danzo and I discovered that there was a problem with the forest fire 4 days ago. We sent people to investigate and found that the village ninja, Uchiha Tangwu. It was nothing, but Uchiha's last name came out of 3rd Hokage's mouth. The office immediately became quiet. We confirmed Uchiha Tangwu's defect from the memory of the fallen ninja, but Sarutobi Hiruzen dangling his pipe with shentong and guilt in his eyes, and said solemnly, we misestimated his strength. A total of 6 root teams, 3 Konoha execution ninja teams, and 6 Jōnin, all lost in the hands of Uchiha Tangwu. His strength is not special Jōnin, nor Jōnin, but Kage-level. Chapter 9 The Prudence of Konoha's High Level, 4/5. When Kage-level words came out of 3rd Hokage's mouth, there was a dead silence in the office, and it became audible. Kage-level. Everyone present knows what this word means. That is a terrifying ninja who is powerful enough to destroy a small country by a single opponent. The 4 elders present were also young ninjas with excellent talents and were carefully taught by the powerful second Hokage. Nevertheless, it is true that Sarutobi Hiruzen is the only one who can be called Kage-level. Even Danzo, who inherited the swordsmanship of second-generation Megno Ryu, can't say that he has reached Kage-level, but just touches the threshold of that level. Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura looked at each other, and both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Hiruzen, are you sure? Udatane Kaharu took a deep breath and asked. Yes, and it is similar to the Kage-level of White Fang. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slowly. This, Mitokado Homura and Udatane Kaharu, who heard the news for the first time, took a breath of air in unison. White Fang. The silver hair with a long knife came to their minds again. Even though the age can be said to be long ago, the sharp and swift knife light at the beginning still feels sharp and compelling in retrospect. I hope you told me you were joking, Hiruzen. Udatane Kaharu looked at third Hokage seriously. We don't have to lie to you, Kaharu. Danzo shook his head and replied in place of Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's a ninja who has reached the pinnacle of ninjutsu and physical skills like White Fang. Excellent knife skills. Hearing this, Mitokado Homura and Udatane Kaharu could no longer control the vibrations in their hearts, showing a surprised expression. There are 3 ways for ninjas to improve their strength, namely, physique, ninjutsu, and illusion. Any road to the summit can open the door of Kage-level. But Kage-level is also divided into strengths and weaknesses. One path is practice to the top, and multiple paths are practice to the top. There is a huge difference in strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen himself has delved into a very high field on the road of ninjutsu. At the same time, he is excellent in physical skills and not weak in illusion. He won the title of the strongest Hokage in the Second Ninjutsu War. But that is war. Advertisement in true small scale and one-on-one combat, Konoha's strongest is always White Fang. That flash of thunder and lightning surpassed the limit of human reaction. Most people died without even seeing the light. Sarutobi Hiruzen can't, nor Sannin, that is, 4th Hokage, who has gone, is sure to avoid White Fang's knife. White Fang is also the first to become a taboo, forcing the 4 great ninja villages to declare that they encounter a terrifying ninja who can give up their mission without responsibility. This, Udatane Kaharu was unbelievable, and Mitokado Homura was also stunned. It took a long time for the two to react. Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen quietly digested the shocking news. When they obtained first-hand information, they performed no better than the 2 elders. Kage-level powerhouses are difficult to emerge in the peaceful era. What's more, it is a terrifying ninjutsu Kage-level. When did Uchiha hide this character? Danzo and Sarutobi never figured it out. Why are there no traces left? So, the purpose of pressing the news is to keep Uchiha from knowing. Udatane Kaharu sighed, and suddenly guessed the intentions of Sarutobi and Danzo. If Uchiha had this level of power, they would have set off a coup long ago, so you are skeptical. Mitokado Homura clicked on the picture after hearing this, and he also guessed it. Yes. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed tiredly, rubbing his eyebrows and said, to be honest, Kaharu, and Homura, Danzo and I don't think Uchiha Tangwu is connected with Uchiha's internal forces, but we don't understand why he defected. Benefits, hatred, injustice, or something, no clue at all. His information is unremarkable, neither outstanding nor bizarre, just like an ordinary Uchiha. Danzo and I have overturned 3 guesses about his character in the past 2 days, and we have no idea what he is thinking. Uchiha Tangwu defected very decisively. Danzo interfaced. The teammates who performed the mission, the people we sent, the fighting attracted people and civilians to Konoha Shinobi, all were wiped out, just like a monster that only kills. Mitokado Homura and Udatane Kaharu looked at each other. They approve of Sarutobi and Danzo's approach. Uchiha Tangwu is very likely to be a person outside of Uchiha who is independent and dissident within Uchiha. In this case, Uchiha should not be allowed to learn about Tangwu. A Kage-level who resembles White Fang. When Uchiha heard the news, the strange heart inside would swell. Then what are you going to do? Mitokado Homura asked. Advertisement Sarutobi Hiruzen took a pipe and slowly said, although Uchiha Tangwu has grown to Kage-level when we are aware of it, things are not irreversible. He has not yet reached the level of White Fang. We plan to send targeted people to hunt him down. Who? Udatane Kaharu asked. Danzo replied, ordinary people can't keep up with the speed of Lei Shun's body. They can't even see it. Only special eyes can keep up. Udatane Kaharu immediately knew it, and it was already obvious here. Hitaki Kakashi, Hyuga Yoda, who else? Mitokado Homura guessed who was pursuing the team. There are also Might Guy and Yurihong, and Danzo has suffered too much manpower. This time only 2 teams were sent to support the team. The main force is the Kakashi team. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Reasonable, I have no problem. Udatane Kaharu nodded. Second. Mitokado Homura also agreed. As a result, the hunting team for Uchiha Tangwu was officially established. Captain. Hitaki Kakashi. Team members, Hyuga Yoda, Yurihong, Might Guy. On the other side, Konoha village is hundreds of kilometers east. Tangu, who had left a small village and town for supplies, walked into the hill and sat on the rocks on the edge of the stream flowing down the mountain. His eyes were closed tightly, and there were 5 dead bodies lying under his feet. The blood on the soil gradually turned black, and the ground was scattered with kunai and forbearance. The cloth on the eyes and shadow clone are long gone. The 7th batch, Tangu murmured, sitting in the battlefield at the end, not knowing why he didn't stay away. The dark clouds in the sky drifted away slowly, revealing the moment of sunlight. Suddenly, a sharp blade leapt out of the ground, piercing Tangu's chest and abdomen with a fierce aura. At this moment, Tangu's eyes opened suddenly. Not Sharingan, but a pair of blank eyes. Chapter 10 Free Unlocking, 5/5. Sorry, the previous team member made a mistake. It is not Shisui, but Hyuga Yanka. It has been modified. Tangu picked up the shinobi on his side and cut it down without looking at it. The blade smashed and fell, and while it was attacking underground, the tip of the blade also pierced into the soil, demonstrating the subtle power transfer skills. A scorching electric current gleamed and poured into the foot along the blade. With just one touch, it will immediately disperse the shadow clone underground. Illusory technique, golden binding technique. Tangu got up and stood, tilted his head to look at the lawn in front of the left, and his blank eyes had turned into a patch of scarlet and guyu. Quick, disturb Chakra, Konoha shinobi shouted nervously from his side. But it was too late. Half a second before this shout, Tangu's figure had disappeared, and a blue electric light flashed across the lawn in the distance. The next moment, the smell of burnt flesh and blood drifted away. Ryosuke. The members of the Dead Souls under the sword called the ninja whose head was beheaded in grief. Unexpectedly, a teammate was killed first when he met. It's not that they didn't warn Uchiha Tangwu's Sharingan, but they never expected Tangu to look strangely to the other side while avoiding underground attacks, using Sharingan to perform illusions on the hidden ninja. How can anyone not look at attacks against themselves? But this kind of contradictory performance was even more vivid in the next battle. Don't worry, it's up to you. Tangu's voice instantly appeared behind the yelling person, the blade ran across his neck, and the figure disappeared into an electric light. Earth style. Puff. A ninja sword with residual electric current penetrated his neck, but Tangu's people were not there. Instead, he held kunai in his hand, and a shining electric current poured into the back of a ninja wearing a green vest at the moment of contact, instantly paralyzing the internal organs and releasing high temperature. Don't be near him. A ninja wearing a mask just uttered a reminder, and a drop of blood flew from his throat. A shuriken crossed his throat and nailed it to the tree nearby. Tangu didn't even look at it himself. No, he doesn't need to look at it at all. A pair of Sharingan is not as fierce and evil as the usual Uchiha, but it reveals a loss of consciousness. Using long-range ninjutsu, advertisement puff. Retreat, puff. Go, ding. A ninja with an animal mask carried a knife in front of him, and the blade cut off his mask, revealing a shallow blood mark on his forehead. This is a not-so-young ninja, about 30 years old. The ninja clenched his teeth, his muscles trembled, and looked at Tangu in pain. The friction of the blade has already touched sparks, and the other party still lightly presses the knife with one hand, as if not using much strength, but he has to do his best to resist it. You are the first person to block me in these days. What's your name? Tangu glanced at the ninja, a little surprised. Although it was a casual stab, but in the genetic lock state, any move instinctively played to perfection. The opponent resisted with consciousness and instinct, which was already extremely good. Ezuki Yosaki, Konoha was a special Jōnin in 42 years, and Konoha was promoted to Jōnin in 43 years. Ezuki Yosho's face flushed red, and his voice almost squeezed from his teeth. Although he had tried his best, the shinobi in front of him was still pressing down on his neck inch by inch. The muscles that have been ravaged by the current are no longer strong enough to support them. Could you tell me the reason for your defect? Ezuki Yongshang gritted his teeth and said, Why? What so cruelly killed Konoha's ninja? Not from a village companion? There is no reason, it's just a different position. Tangu sighed, added gravity, and slashed Zhang Qi Yongshang's head. I just don't want to be bound by the so-called wolf fire and family, and I don't want to be interfered by the third generation in Konoha. So he defected. Since he has defected, Konoha's ninja is the enemy. That's it. What about you? Lightning flashed. Tangu came to the ninja whose throat was cut by the shuriken. He knows some medical ninjutsu, and he can barely heal the wound with his life. The ninja also knew that it was impossible to survive, so he was silent, and asked him and his team's constant doubts. Your eyes are clearly okay. Why do you use a cloth? I like to be blindfolded, Tangu said casually, swiping his sword and taking away his struggling life. After doing this, Tangu looked around the remains of the corpse and let out a long breath. Finally reached, the state of free unlocking. Advertisement. He has grasped the feeling. After all, Tangu formed a seal and separated a shadow clone. Then his eyes faded blankly, the illusion that everything was in the master disappeared, and Tangu twitched all over and fell into Shadow Clone's arms. This is the third unlocking. Shadow Clone looked at the main body and found that there was no need to put cotton cloth in his mouth, so he picked up the main body and hit the road. Sure enough, with an energy buffer, the side effects of gene lock will be greatly weakened. The faint voice remained in place, and the figure had disappeared with a flash of thunder. After doing nothing to do in the afternoon, Kakashi suddenly put down Intimate Paradise and looked at the window of the room. Boom boom boom. After a polite knock, the window was opened and a ninja wearing an animal mask came in. Urgent task, gather at Hokage's office immediately. Learn. Regrettably, he put down the book. Kakashi straightened his forehead protector and followed Embu to Hokage's office. He was the last to arrive. There were familiar people waiting there, including a certain elder with a gloomy face. Yo, Kakashi, what a youthful meeting. Guy's voice is full of vitality. Kakashi-senpai. Captain Kakashi, The others also greeted him. Kakashi's eyes swept across, and the names of Yuhihong, Hyuga Yoda, and Guy flashed through his mind in turn, nodding his head as a response. There is a task for you, Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen behind the desk said, I want you to be the leader and hunt down someone. Then, a copy of the information was handed over to Kakashi. Betrayal. When Kakashi saw the first page, his eyes couldn't help but pick. Konoha appeared rebellious at this time, which was very strange and weird. He then looked down, his face gradually dignified, and some bad memories inevitably came to mind. Knife technique, Lei Shushin. Father, Chapter 11 United Team, 1/5. But that has been a very long time. Father, this word now feels strange when I think of it. The turmoil in Kakashi's heart quickly calmed down, and he pulled the forehead protector that was worn diagonally, and continued to look down at the information. Rebellion. Uchiha Tangwu, the Uchiha clan, age, 20. Strength. Suspected Kage-level, suspected. Attributes. Wind, earth, thunder, water, and fire. 5 attributes are available. Amazing talent. It seems that only the 3rd generation and Jiraiya have developed all the 5 attributes. Record. Kill 8 Jōnin, Special Jōnin 4, Chūnin 20, Genin 6. Guess. Uchiha Tangwu is good at high-speed and high-explosive combat methods. Once in the state, it is almost difficult for ninjas of the same level to make effective resistance, but correspondingly may lack battery life. Cruel and cruel. So, it's no wonder that I need to be the captain. It took Kakashi 3 minutes to read all the materials and remember them one by one. Understood, Lord 3rd Generation. He returned the information to 3rd Generation and said, because of confidentiality, this information can only be viewed by the captain. There are a lot of information that has nothing to do with combat and cannot be seen by too many people. 3rd Generation Project Sarutobi retrieved the information, hesitantly hesitated, and asked, really understand? It seems that the mission is very dangerous. Kakashi was a little surprised. He rarely saw the experienced Hokage hesitate. Yes, Master Hokage. Kakashi replied solemnly. He really understood why 3rd Generation called him. Gol Uchiha Tangwu has high mobility and high lethality. In short and medium distances, it can suppress any enemy that is inferior to him in physical skills and ninjutsu. The combination of Lei Shushin and swordsmanship results in a subtle slash that is difficult for ordinary ninjas to respond. This way of fighting is exactly like his father, White Fang. But the era of White Fang has been more than 2 decades older than Sanin's era. Today Konoha's young ninjas rarely understand White Fang, and naturally, not many people understand the Gol Uchiha Tangwu's combat method horrible. From this perspective, he, who has powerful dynamic vision, the son of Sharingan plus White Fang, is undoubtedly the best candidate. Advertisement. When are we leaving, Master Hokage? Kakashi showed his attitude with practical actions. Well, later. 3rd Generation Sarutobi didn't know why, but still hesitated. He glanced at his old friend Danzo and said carefully, Kakashi, this time there will be 2 root teams working together. At the same time, I will send another team to cooperate with you. 4 teams combined mission? Kakashi asked in surprise. Yes. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slowly, looking at Kakashi solemnly. The level of this mission is S. Be careful, Kakashi. Yes. Kakashi replied with a straight face. Well, go ahead. 3rd Generation Sarutobi waved his hand, and Kakashi left Hokage's office with his 3 teammates. After the office door closed, the footsteps went away. Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked a pipe, leaned back in the chair tiredly and said, sorry, old man, suddenly changed my plan, and I want to add another team in. You are Hokage, you don't need to explain this to me. Danzo glanced at the latest information on Sarutobi's desk and understood. The latest intelligence shows that the 4th batch of personnel was damaged in the hands of Uchiha Tangwu. Fortunately, this time the manpower reached a rare communication with Uchiha Tangwu, although it was only a short question and answer. Regarding the problem of the target being blindfolded earlier. Get an answer that is not an answer, but 3rd Generation Sarutobi has speculation. I understand your scruples, Sarutobi, because I think so too, Danzo said lightly. Apart from Kakashi, Shisui is the best performer, but at this time, we can't rest assured that another Uchiha leaves the village, especially that as a pair of Mangekyo. I'm more worried about Kakashi and the others, Sarutobi sighed. Don't worry, any ninja has his weaknesses, and Uchiha Tangwu is no exception. Danzo looked calm and said, and the guy who mastered the 8 Inner Gates secret technique is the last insurance for the team. I hope so, 3rd Generation Gon Sarutobi said. Uchiha Ethnic Land. Uchiha Fugaku sat in the heavy room, looking at the young ninja with his head lowered in front of him, sipping tea in silence. Advertisement, Shisui, what has happened in the village recently? Fugaku asked. I don't know, it seems that Lord 3rd Generation and Elder Danzo are planning something separately, the boy with his head down replied. Is that right? The partner of the famous Light and Shadow. Fugaku was a little disappointed when he heard the words. Although the ninja moves in the village recently are secret, it is not a secret in the eyes of those who care. A large number of damage reports, a large number of root ninja mobilization. It is roughly estimated that more than 20 ninjas have died in 3 days. This is not a time of war. How can there be such a high ninja loss rate? Pay attention to the roots, let me know if there is any news. Fugaku thought for a while and wanted to order. Yes, Lord Patriarch. Shisui replied. Outside Konoha village, a man wearing a black robe with red clouds and a Uzumaki mask looked in the direction of Hokage Rock. Strange, some enemy ran into the land of fire that caused Anbu and Root to mobilize their hands so frequently, Obito muttered suspiciously. Finding the tragic battle scene, those Konoha ninjas have been chopped out of shape. A strange and rough voice rang from the side. Obito turned his head to look and saw a humanoid object half divided into black and white emerging from the tree trunk. Let's keep track of it, absolutely, Obito said. Learn. Uchiha Tangwu defected for the 7th day. The 3rd day after free unlocking, opened the gene lock for the 5th time. Tangu let out a sigh of relief, the blankness in his eyes receded, and his whole body fell weakly in the cave. The shadow clone on the side gave a few congratulatory applause, and the voice briskly said, Congratulations, congratulations, this time the gene lock backlash will not make you coma, the progress is gratifying. Tangwu also showed joy on his face, squeezed his sore and painful muscles, closed his eyes and started to regain his energy. Chapter 12 Unfavorable Assignment, 2/5. A large amount of chakra buffer effectively reduces the side effects of gene lock and increases the frequency of my unlocking. And the more I open the lock, the more I break the shackles of genes and release the potential of life. My physique is getting better and better, and my spirit is getting more and more condensed. The chakra refined from this is getting higher and higher quality. In turn, the high-quality chakra has greatly promoted the recovery of the gene lock backlash injury. The combination of the two, a virtuous circle. Yeah, now I am evenly divided into chakra. I am already twice as large as the body you used to be. Shadow Clone raised his hand, stretched out 2 fingers, and said, in other words, the body of your chakra is just short within a week, it has increased to 4 times the previous rate. The initial improvement is very significant. Tangwu was very calm about this, closing his eyes and saying, there won't be so many in the future. It's just that the potential of the first order gene lock has been drained, and there will be second, third, and even the 4th order that can be called the real strong, Shadow Clone grinned. Let's talk about it. Tangwu remained calm, his mind is very clear. The opening of the gene lock is not simple and requires extreme concentration of energy. That kind of concentration is not as simple as concentrating, but all the spirit, will, memory, and even the instincts of the cells are compressed and condensed into one point, and all are put into the same goal. Only in this way can we break the lock that goes deep into the body. Let's go, keep going. After taking a break, Tangwu got up and moved on. After the gene lock was opened, his physical fitness was far superior to that of ordinary people. If the general physique of non-blood ninjas in the Hokage world is 1, then Tangwu's physique is probably at the level of 1.3 and 1.4. The vitality is not comparable to the Uzumaki clan, but the average value is almost the same. The pain of muscle tearing eased quickly, and the disordered visceral function quickly returned to normal. Go and kill everyone who comes. Tangwu waved his hand to Shadow Clone and walked alone. Behind him, Shadow Clone made a horizontal mark on the forehead protector, holding the hilt of the knife on his back, turning his head back into lightning. Lightning-style thunder flash. The frantic electric current concentrated on the blade, shining Shinobu sword brightly. From a distance, it looked like a blue and white blade of light. When you get close, the frantic electric current sizzles like a bird chirping, and at the ultimate speed, it is like a flying thunderstorm bird that dexterously shuttles between the branches. Furious and dexterous. The two contradictory temperaments are cleverly integrated in the hands of the young man wearing the forehead protector. Advertisement, he is stronger again. For a few seconds while his head was suspended, this thought came to the mind of the root ninja. The knife of Shadow Clone was too fast, reaching life itself, without realizing that he had gone with that electric light. Hey, there was a small electric current in the air. The horror of the 3 root ninjas condensed in their eyes. They only felt a cold on their necks, and their thinking began to freeze. So fast, there was no reaction time at all. When I heard the sound, the knife was already cut off. When a ninja's head was suspended in the air, he fortunately deflected some arcs, and when he saw the thunderstorm flaming bird behind him, his eyes suddenly became clear and enlightened. So, the knife fell before the sound came. It's rude, Master Hokage sent your team to cooperate with the task. At the meeting place, Kakashi was surprised to see the people coming. Yurihong and Hyuga Yoda were also surprised at how dangerous Anrin's mission was. Senior Luyu. Appearing in front of Kakashi and his party are 3 people in iconic costumes. Pineapple Head, Fat Man, Pale Blonde, Ino Shikacho team. Nara Luyu smiled and said hello one by one. Although he is not the main line of the Nara clan, he is also the Ino Shikacho squad with outstanding contemporary ability, ranking in the top 3 of the 3 clans in comprehensive evaluation. 3rd generation Sarutobi sent this team, you can imagine his importance. Kakashi also understands that the focus of this battle is to limit the speed of the target. Then, let's go. Seeing their respective players finish greeting, Kakashi helped the forehead protector on his head and said, all people can do nothing, this mission is led by Kakashi, so all follow Kakashi's instructions. There are root teams waiting for us outside the village. We go out to meet them first, Kakashi said as he walked. A group of ninjas came to the outside of the village. Advertisement according to the information obtained, Kakashi led the team to the meeting point. How is it going? Originally it was just a casual question, after all, a root team set out first to hand over information to the ninja stationed outside Konoha to confirm the location of the target. But what Kakashi didn't expect was that the response to him was a heavy news. All annihilated. What are you talking about? Kakashi's right eye suddenly sharpened. Naraluyu raised her eyebrows, her expression a little dignified. All annihilation. The root ninja repeated in a deep voice, looking at Kakashi and said, the target is moving very slowly, and the root squad that set out in the morning was completely wiped out. Elder Danzo and Lord Hokage have received the news, and the two adults reiterate the difficulty of the mission to you. Target Uchiha Tangwu, suspected of having a strong sense of perception, please proceed with caution. It's a bad sign. Kakashi thought to himself, nodded slowly, and said, I understand. Then, my team will continue to set off to track the whereabouts of the target. The root ninja finished speaking and disappeared with a bang. This is a shadow clone. Kakashi looked back at his serious teammate and said solemnly, everyone, this mission is extremely dangerous, please proceed with caution. Clear. Learn. Yes. The players answered solemnly. Might Guy is no exception, his beast instinct gives a slight warning. This was the first time that the danger warning came before the target was personally touched. Might Guy knew the danger of the target. Body flicker technique and Konoha Ryu sword technique. The main force in this battle is only me and Guy. Kakashi touched Sharingan's right eye under the forehead protector, feeling heavy. Go, he said. The voice fell, and several air currents sounded on the spot. All ninjas disappeared from their places. Chapter 13 found him, 3/5. The 10th day of defecting. Tangu walked slowly in the mountains and forests. There are many mountains, forests, hills and lakes in the land of fire, and the natural environment is very superior. He squinted slightly, feeling the message in the dark. It is not that smell, sound, taste, these shallow external information, his body instinctively analyzes and reacts. What Tangu felt was the luck in an indescribable angle. Human beings do not have high-dimensional organs, and many conceptual things cannot be perceived. But Tangu can. After his soul passed through, it seemed that there was a certain change. Gene log makes this change obvious. An empty scale picture was constructed in Tangu's mind, with him and his luck on the left and right. Balance. Tangu thought in his heart. With the increase in his personal strength, the luck consumed by unlocking is accumulating bit by bit and building a new balance. It's almost the last point. Tangu was observing the balance, and felt a kind of fluctuation. His attention returned to reality, and the remaining instinct of turning on the gene lock was faintly aware of something. After a pause, the chakra inside Tangu's body flowed into his eyes, and his black and white eyes gradually stained scarlet. Kakashi would rather slow down the process than approach the goal too quickly. He and Nara Shikasuke's team were slightly separated. Found a clear trace, Yoda, increase the frequency of opening Baikugan, Kakashi whispered. Hyuga Yang nodded when he heard the words, the blue veins in his eyes raised, and he no longer saved chakra. Yurihong and Might Guy also subconsciously became alert. Especially Guy. Unexpectedly, he didn't show much youthful hot water, and the condensed prudence between his eyebrows was never untied all the way. Kakashi noticed this, and was a little more cautious. Does Guy's beast instinct feel threatened? Just thinking about it, Hyuga Yoda suddenly paused. Kakashi and others immediately noticed his abnormality, and stopped to guard the surroundings. Advertisement, what's wrong, Yoda? Kakashi asked, did you find it? Yes, 900 meters ahead. Hyuga Yang said in a low voice, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. In his Baikugan's black and white vision, he saw the figure walking slowly in the distance. It is the goal Uchiha Tangwu. But when his sight touched the figure, the target suddenly turned around as if he was aware of it. The sharp kuyu revolved in his eyes, and the scarlet pupil penetrated the layers of tree trunks and fell into Hyuga Yoda's eyes. In an instant, the evil and cold breath permeated my heart. That kind of pupil power. Hyuga Yang was too brightly illuminated by the pupil, and only felt cold all over, as if he had been blown by a layer of cold wind or wind. The target seems to have spotted me. No, he didn't notice it, but he noticed it. Hyuga Yoda suppressed his coldness and slightly shifted his gaze to stare at the young man in the distance. After looking at it for a while, he was sure that the target was just turning around and looking around. The sight just passed him, and he was immediately relieved. But correspondingly, Hyuga Yoda's heart was even more surprised. This perception is too keen. The target is aware. He seems to feel my peeping, but he is not sure, Hyuga Yoda thought. Kakashi was also shocked. He could still detect other people's eyes from such a distance. This keen perception is simply incredible. Kakashi thought for a while before making a decision, saying, Red, tell Kasuke Senpai them, I will inform the root team, we will approach carefully. Yangtai, don't look at his figure directly, clear. The Kakashi team continued to set off. Corresponding information was passed to two teams. Because too many people gathered together, there is a lot of movement, so the three teams spread out in a fan shape. 100 meters, this is the limit. After moving forward for a while, Hyuga Yoda said aloud. Sweat oozes from his forehead, and Tangu's glances back and forth from time to time put him under great pressure. The distance of 200 meters, even with the peripheral light, made the other party aware of it. Kakashi waved his hand to stop the team, looked at Hyuga Yoda, and asked, have you confirmed that the opponent hasn't left your sight? No, the target is walking slowly. He doesn't seem to be afraid of someone chasing him. Hyuga Yoda shook his head. Kakashi nodded slightly and pulled up the forehead protector that was covering his right eye. A Sharingan with a vertical scar and rotating 3 black gouged jade is revealed. Agai, we're on it, he said softly, advertisement. Might Guy nodded, clenching his fists. Be careful, Red whispered. Kakashi and Guy proceeded silently, and Hyuga Yoda and Hong followed a little bit behind. It's going on, Guy. Close black lens bracket. The signal from Kakashi's eyes was accurately received by Guy. Their distance is close to 50 meters. Tangu didn't leave at all, he felt the peeping in secret, waiting for the attack to come. Buzzing. Suddenly there was a violent breaking air behind him, as if a heavy iron tool was cutting the air, forming a rough and dull rubbing sound. A huge shuriken flew out from the dense forest and approached Tangu spirally. And when it got closer, it suddenly split into 3. No, it's 4. This is the shadow shuriken technique. Tangu glanced plainly, saw the 4th shuriken hidden in the shadow of the shuriken, and raised one hand. This is one-handed not printing. Kakashi dared to stare at Tangu at this time, relying on the gestures of his teammate Hyuga Yoda to determine Tangu's position. Buzzing. The sound at the distance pierced people's ears, and Kakashi suddenly felt strange. Tangu drove Chakra with a flat expression, and the ground under his feet quickly raised rocks, forming a rock pillar and hitting the shuriken. Earth-style Tulong gun. Several stone pillars bulged fiercely, hitting the curved surfaces of the 4 huge shurikens, slamming the huge shurikens heavy enough to cut into steel and deflecting them, revealing a small gap in them. When the gap appeared, Tangu suddenly turned into a thunderlight to pass through. That's it. The rhythm of the attack is contradictory in the common sense of the range ninja. Kakashi stared at the gap with Sharingan as expected. He saw the figure carrying the blue electric current start to sprint, and the sharp ninja sword was pulled out from his back. The enemy, it's me, Guy's attack was accompanied by a vigorous shout. The figure wearing a green tights fell from the sky and intercepted precisely in front of the blue electric light. It was also at this moment that Kakashi's eyes suddenly showed a little panic. He realized what went wrong. Chapter 14 Suppressed Situation, 4/5. The question about cell anti-absorption chakra has been revised, and it was omitted at the time. Then about the problem that the body loses consciousness and the shadow clone will dissipate, it seems to be the case, but I refer to the example of 4th generation keeping chakra in Naruto's body, that is, shadow clone is essentially a group of chakra carrying the spiritual of the body. As long as chakra, if it doesn't dissipate, the spirit will be supported and won't dissipate, so please accept it. Boom. The ninja sword in Tangu's hand violently collided with the load in Guy's hand. The blade is like a high-speed oscillating saw chain, pressing and dragging it, cutting through the clothes and heavy belt in Guy's hand at the cost of the blade's cracking, and instantly cuts into the gap of the load. This technique was unintentional. When the shinobi touched the target, Tangu's arm spontaneously used the appropriate technique. It's really scary, this kind of seamless linking technique. Guy's heart shuddered, his muscles swelled slightly and his aura became more vigorous. Second gate, open. At this moment, Kakashi did not attack together as planned. There was a huge wave in his dead eyes, and the sizzling electric sound condensed from his right hand, and instantly spread to his whole body. The sound of the giant shuriken is too loud. He tried his best to tilt his head to look, and the 3 Goias in Sharingan turned to the limit. A dozen meters away from Guy's left, a giant shuriken that looked like a mosquito flying around, drew an arc in the low grass, while avoiding obstructions, flew towards the teammates Hong and Hyuga yanked behind. Red. Kakashi yelled, and the blue electric current stimulated the muscles of the whole body and activated the body's cells. In the next second, he rushed out, carrying the violent current in his hand, and hitting the giant shuriken with a punch. Ding ding ding. The giant shuriken cut the guard on the back of Kakashi's hand at high speed, and his rakery also smashed the shuriken. Swish. Several kawuwu were thrown from the red hands. At some point, Tangu's figure appeared in front of them, and the shattered ninja sword in his hand was sent out. Hyuga Yoda resolutely rushed out, and Chakra rushed into his hands. Yang Tai. Hong wanted to understand things in an instant, and she couldn't bear to purse her mouth. Hyuga Yoda's figure passed by Tangu, and the 8 trigrams gentle fist accurately landed on Kakashi's back against the giant shuriken, penetrating through his body and hitting his fragile lungs. Zizi. Kakashi vomited blood, and in response, the electric current on his body paralyzed Hyuga Yoda's body. He is dead. Tangu said lightly. Without looking at Yuri Hong, he took a step under his feet, and while avoiding the shuriken, the broken blade passed over Hyuga Yoda's head. Advertisement, Tangu. Behind him, Guy with crimson skin and green energy all over his body roared heavily. Third gate, open. Konoha Big Cyclone. Guy with a light green light kicked in midair, and his heavy backswing legs carried a violent air current, kicking towards Tangu's head violently. Tangu let go of the shinobi in his hand expressionlessly, tightened his right hand muscle, pushed it back, and blocked his head with his arm. Crackling. As soon as Guy's kick fell, the spilled force immediately shattered the clothes of both parties. The soil under Tangu's feet also cracked inch by inch, sinking down to a depth of 20 to 30 centimeters, forming a spiderweb-like crack. But Tangu didn't move at all. Although the force of the spill burst the clothes on his entire arm, the strong wind blew his hair. The scarlet Sharingan penetrated the frantic airflow and stared at Kakashi, who was vomiting blood on the ground. Suddenly the sound of iron rubbing sounded. In Sharingan, the 3 Guyu Jade turned crazily, and suddenly there was a change in form, turning into 3 sharp and long-pitched black Widons. Mangekyo Sharingan illusory. Kakashi's Sharingan bulged, his pupils scurrying in his eye sockets. He felt a deep Uzumaki appear in his mind, dragging his consciousness in little by little, unable to resist. At the last moment, Kakashi only felt Sharingan in severe pain. What? A hint of surprise appeared on Tangu's face. He felt a slight change in his luck. Although his own luck is still not filled, there is a kind of involvement. It was Kakashi who fell to the ground in a daze. The moment he closed his eyes, Tangu saw Guyu turned into a sharp sickle. Early. Mangekyo awakened earlier than the time scheduled in the plot. Although it started as early as the Third World War, the real awareness and use of it will still be after the spread of the wind. For my sake, Tangu was distracted while resisting Guy's attack. The fluttering arm lifted up and suddenly turned into a flurry of whip in the air. Obviously looking at Kakashi's side, his feet moved precisely, so that the cut-hand knife accurately intercepted Guy's kick. Kakashi is burdened by Sharingan's body. To tell the truth, if it weren't for Sharingan, his own resistance to illusion is relatively weak. Advertisement Tangu resumed 3 Tomo Sharingan, and threw out a swift kunai that interrupted the red illusion. I just wanted to use Mangekyo illusion to make him lose his combat power. But it turned out to be his sharpening stone now? Tangu frowned slightly, stepping on his body, from feet to waist to shoulders, layer by layer. Konoha Whirlwind. Guy who opened the third gate ignores fatigue and uses unlimited physical skills with high physical exertion. Tangu slammed into Guy's arms against the kick and flicked his arm, exploding in a tiny amount of force, like a bomb exploded. Snapped. Guy's arm muscles broke open directly, and bright red blood flowed out. What a fighting skill this is. Obviously, without using the Lei Shun body, which he is best at, it is already comparable to the one who opened the third gate. Guy once punched and was kicked, and his casual attitude made him feel heavy. No, it's not a match, it's a complete suppression. His technique completely predicted my attack. Guy's momentum increased again, and gradually he opened the fourth gate posture. But Tangu didn't want to pester him anymore. Don't you think about rescuing your teammate Kakashi? Tangu casually pressed Guy's elbow, and looked at Kakashi, whose eyes fell to the ground. Guy's expression changed. He didn't speak, but the offensive was more fierce. Tangu frowned, suddenly paused, and took the lead to leave the battlefield, and then jumped onto the branch. Are you going to run? Guy asked. Tangu didn't look at him, just looked at the ground, and saw a black ink line crawling over like a living thing. Several footsteps came from a distance. Butterfly's secret technique. The huge red butterfly rampaged and swooped towards Tangu. Ino Shikacho. Tangu drew 2 Kawuwu from the ninja bag and threw them away. The Kawuwu with the lightning-style chakra flew more quickly, interrupting the movements of Hong and Guy. Just when he wanted to avoid the fat butterfly in the sky, a will suddenly appeared in his heart. A weak and unfamiliar will. As if the absolute realm of self was invaded, Tangu felt his spirit suddenly boil. There was surprise in Tangu's eyes. Chapter 15 The Dawn of the Second Gene Lock, 5/5. Tangu is not afraid of the heart-turn technique of the Yamanaka clan. Not to mention his will after turning on the genetic lock, and the spirit of the 2 lives alone is enough to produce resistance to any mental technique. Now Konoha, only 4 people are jealous by Tangu. One is Kakashi, one is Shisui, one is Might Guy, and the other is Uchiha Fugaku. The reasons are Obito, distinguished heavenly gods, 8-Gate and Mangekyo. Tangu didn't want to kill Kakashi, because the subsequent trouble was very difficult, so he just made Kakashi lose his fighting power. But the Yamanaka clan. Tangu realized the change in spirit, squinted his eyes, and made a seal with one hand. Boom. The flying butterfly smashed its head, crushing all the branches and stems of the trees, smashing them all the way to the ground, causing a violent vibration. I attacked him. The ninja of the Akamichi clan dismissed the secret technique, and just showed joy when he saw Nara Shikasuke frowning. It's foggy. Nara Shikasuke pointed to the white fog that was rising around him, with a slightly worried expression. How long has it been since I received the message from the Kakashi team? In less than a minute, Kakashi was seen falling down when he arrived, and the person from the Hyuga branch house was chopped off. Buzzing. The sound of high-frequency vibration of a certain object resounded in the fog. The dazzling blue electric light jumped wantonly. Naraluyu shed cold sweat, and just a moment ago, he noticed that 2 more chakras disappeared. That is the ninja at the root. Time is just a moment of thought in your mind. The ninja of the Yamanaka clan, teammate, recovered in horror and gave Narakasuke a failed look. Go. Naraluyu trembled. The descriptions on the materials are all pale. Only when facing Uchiha Tangwu can one deeply feel the powerlessness in facing the goal. The shinobi that carried the lightning jump, the moment you saw him, the life was taken away. You cannot resist. You can't even detect it. Secret technique butterfly transformation. The ninja of the Akamichi clan squeezed himself, swallowed the secret medicine and turned into a giant butterfly again. Advertisement The huge chakra physical atmosphere disturbed the atmosphere on the scene, and Akamichi ninja butterfly became the person with the strongest presence on the scene. Nara Shikasuke gathered Hyuga Yoda's body. Guy also understands that things can't be done, so he picked up Kakashi on his back. Shi Rihong followed them in frustration, rumbling. Huge butterflies flew around in the mountains and forests, knocking the branches of trees to pieces. The huge movement directly concealed all the footsteps. Da. Including Tangu's footsteps. A ninja shining with electric current was gently placed on the neck of the ninja of the Yamanaka clan. Yamanaka Dato looked at the figure of his companion leaving, looking desperately trying to commit suicide. Tangu knocked him out with a slap, took off his limbs, and did not even look at the butterflies rushing in the sky. He carried Yamanaka Dato and left in the other direction. The will that broke into his spirit was this Yamanaka ninja. The feeling of spirit boiling at that moment made Tangu seem to be back when he unlocked the first order genetic lock. If you use a metaphor to describe it, it is probably a catfish mixed in with a group of sardines, and the sardines rioted. The boiling spirit seemed to have turned into hot magma, releasing intense light and heat. This kind of strong spirit is needed to open the gene lock. And the obsession of oneself guides this spirit to play its due role to open the gene lock. Tangu rushed all the way and walked for a day. In the bear cave a few kilometers away, a comatose Yamanaka ninja was awakened. Click, click, click. Accompanied by Yamanaka Dadu's pale face, his joints in both hands were roughly connected by Tangu. Look at me. Tangu opened his eyes hard, the scarlet pupils shining into his eyes. To be on the safe side, Sharingan's 3 Guyu Jade turned into sharp Weed-ons. 2 lines slowly fell blood and tears. Tangu wiped his stinging eyes, returned the 3 Go Jade from Mangekyo, and looked at the Yamanaka ninja with dementia in his eyes. What's your name? Yamanaka fights. What do you think of me? Advertisement. The enemy. It's time to kill. Use your ninjutsu to kill me? Yes, with my ninjutsu. Yamanaka Dato murmured, and began to seal with a blank expression, and Chakra's meridians in his body were mobilized. Ninfa hard-turning technique. In an instant, a bewildered will invaded Tangu's spirit again. This volition is merely the existence itself, which caused a fierce reaction in Tangu's spirit, as if it touched the deep-seated stress mechanism of life. The result is the same as the blazing spirit when the gene lock was turned on. It's just that opening the gene lock requires external stimuli of great terror and great pressure, and often the edge of life and death can bring strong stimulation to life that causes all mental shocks. But the mind-turning technique transcends external mechanisms. Transcending the physical body, transcending the ego, the id, and the superego, directly acting on the spiritual level. The opening condition of the gene lock is not the stimulation of life and death, but a high degree of mental concentration. It is just that the stimulation of life and death makes the mind more concentrated, so that the gene lock is often opened at the moment of life and death. Tangu muttered to himself, recalling past memories. He doesn't think this is a trick. The will of others invades the spirit, like a drop of a different color into the soul. One carelessness will lead to a disintegration of personality. This is also a threat of death. This gives me some ideas. Tangu touched his left eye. It seems that I haven't caught up, but Naruto tried to keep herself from thinking about the safety of Yamanaka's big fight, and kept walking, running to the village where he was stationed overnight. Through the ninja stationed there, the news was sent back to Konoha village. What a terrible enemy. Naruto bitterly recalled the light of the knife in the mist, but his hands were still trembling. The ninja's keen intuition gave him an insight into the horror of the leaping sword light. Just looking at it, he felt the hairs all over his body stand up, and the skin on his face was pained like a needle. The root team is completely destroyed, Kakashi is stunned by the illusion, Hyuga Yoda is dead, and Yamanaka Dato is suspected of being captured. The news goes through the secret channel summoning Will Konoha. In Hokage's office, 3rd generation Sarutobi's expression was icy. He knocked on the pipe, looked at Danzo and said, "This result is already the limit we can bear. Let's announce it." Danzo nodded gloomily. Chapter 16 Rebellion. Uchiha Tangwu. Remind for more votes and more. The situation has reversed. The so-called one time, another time. In the past, the Uchiha clan must not be allowed to know the existence of Uchiha Tangwu, for fear of stimulating their ambitions, and repeating the fact that Uchiha ancestor Madara led the clan to leave Konoha with personal prestige. When Konoha was first built and peace just came, Uchiha Madara didn't have much appeal. Not necessarily now. Therefore, we must announce Uchiha Tangwu's defection in a big way and force the Uchiha clan to make a stand. In this way, perhaps it is a good opportunity to improve the atmosphere of the village. Unfortunately, we still don't know why Uchiha Tangwu defected, and what his stance was. Danzo sighed, shook his head and left Hokage's office. 3rd generation Sarutobi's face is cold, and his thoughts are clear. He also had some speculations about the reason why Uchiha Tangwu defected. Jiraiya once sent back information about a secret rebel organization, whose name is Akatsuki. Among the ninjas sent to stop Uchiha Tangwu, the root ninjas were wiped out. 1 or 2 Anbu ninjas survived. This time, half of the Kakashi team survived. What does this mean? Of course, Sarutobi hears and knows that everything still has to wait for Kakashi and the others to elaborate on the battle process. The same person who has guessed is Nara Shikasuke. Their Nara clan is born with a natural yin and reveals, their mental power is higher than that of ordinary people, and the corresponding brain development is also better. Nara Shikasuke recalled the ninja damage report who hunted Uchiha Tangwu, and the number of people on it had a clear sign. The death rate of people at the root is 100%, and Uchiha Tangwu has almost no desire to communicate with people at the root. I want to come, the patriarch also knows about this. Naruto touched his chin and sighed. The patriarch in his mouth is Nara Shikuhisa, now the Master Konoha high-level authority, a member of the Jōnin class. Advertisement about Uchiha Tangwu's defect. Naruto learned of the news early in the morning and secretly angered him. It may involve the struggle between the village and the Uchiha clan. Be careful during the mission. The patriarch's instructions passed through Naruto's mind. He shook his head, opened the tent and looked at Kakashi who was unconscious, and Guy who was watching over him, with deep doubts in his heart. According to the data, Uchiha Tangwu is good at illusion. Yurihong exists to guard against illusion. Why is Hyuga Yoda still an illusion? Nara Shikasuke saw Hyuga Yoda's gentle fist hitting Kakashi from a distance. Aren't you awake? Naraluyu looked at Guy, and it was already day and night. There is no sign of waking up. Guy shook his head lowly. Nara Shikasuke hesitated, and said, in the afternoon we set off to the village and let the medical ninja in the village treat Kakashi. Huh? Guy opened his eyes in surprise. The sacrifice of a ninja is inevitable. Nara Shikasuke left this sentence and hobbled out of the tent. His figure seemed to be much older all of a sudden. Yamanaka's big fight was abandoned. Root and Anbu's reasons for mobilizing manpower were explained, and the loss rate was also explained. All because of the emergence of a ninja from the Uchiha clan. The wanted order signed by 3rd Hokage and the elders was formally posted on Konoha's bulletin board and sent out of the village quickly. For a while, the sentiment in Konoha village was agitated. The ninjas and civilians in the middle and lower classes vented their emotions violently. I said, the Uchiha clan is not worthy of trust. Why didn't Master Hokage expel them? Advertisement. Damn the Uchiha clan. After all, Tenten is clamoring to gain more power. He claims to be a noble family. How can this group of people understand the will of fire? This time Danzo didn't even push for speech. It is the person who has the most contact with the Uchiha clan and bears the most arrogance of Uchiha, talking spontaneously. Compared with the noisy Konoha, the Uchiha clan is quiet. Uchiha Fugaku sat upright, looking at the silent Uchiha people on the left and right, the pressure in his heart doubled. Totally, not understand. There was a long silence, and finally someone spoke. Yeah, why did he defect? Hey, Heya, Tangu is in your line, right? If you really want to say it's your grandchildren, don't you have anything to say? Someone asked. One of the elderly Uchiha frowned and shook his head and said, Tangu has experienced a war in the ninja world. He showed excellent potential 3 years ago, and his eyes were opened with 3 hooks. We are also very optimistic about him. We never let him. The wrong place. Really? It's weird. Uchiha Fugaku sighed secretly as he watched the people talk in the first place. The silence of the Uchiha clan is not because of the outside world. After the arrest warrant was issued, the rumors in the village merely caused the people to disdain, but had no real impact. The reason for their silence is doubt. Fugaku's gaze moved, and it fell slightly on a teenager near the end. This boy named Uchiha Shisui has a refreshing face and a gentle smile. Unlike Uchiha, he is more like a man who shined with golden light back then. This kind of temperament makes Fugaku admire greatly, and it is also very in the eyes of the Hokage family. More importantly, this 14-year-old boy has the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan from the Uchiha clan. And in that pair of Mangekyo, the strongest illusion that makes everyone afraid, Chapter 17 The Conjecture of the Light of the Soul, Reward plus more. Shisui's Mangekyo heralded the prosperity of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku himself believes this, because this boy is the offspring of Uchiha Kagami, the disciple of the 2nd generation, and an excellent ninja with the strongest power and will of fire in the Uchiha clan. Such people become Hokage, undoubtedly very promising to solve the problems of the village and Uchiha. So they can't figure out why Uchiha Tangwu defected. It was when the wanted order was issued. Tangwu, who was sheltering from the rain in the cave, had a shock in his mind, and the empty balance appeared in front of him. With a soft reverberation, the invisible thing fell on the right side, and the last trace of unevenness was filled. Tangwu slowly opened his eyes, and first glanced at the Yamanaka who cross-legged in the corner to refine chakra. This Yamanaka ninja was so thin that it could be described as skinny. Chakra is like a bug, eating away his spirit and vitality day and night. Hurry up! Tangwu threw a ration pill over. Yamanaka opened his eyes to catch it, and took it down blankly, without a trace of expression in his eyes. After a while, with the rupture of the blood vessels under the skin, blood from the internal organs overflowed from his mouth, and the chakra breath of Yamanaka once again emerged on his body. Mangekyo's pupil power is indeed great. Tangu thought of walking out of the cave. His 2 Mangekyo pupil techniques are not of the type of illusion, but only the illusion cast by pupil power can complete hypnosis alone. Mangekyo of Obito can even hypnosis Jinchuriki 4th Mizukage. Tangu's nature is not bad either. You go find some food and come back. Tangu separated a shadow clone. After the order, he returned to the cave and continued to receive the stimulation of the heart-turning technique. Advertisement. He said kindly to Yamanaka Dado, Dado, go ahead. Yes. Yamanaka Dado opened his eyes, sealed with a gesture of hatred, and his aggressive will suddenly intruded into Tangu's mind. Riot. Boiling. Hot. The spiritual level set off a storm again. The Mangekyo in Tangu's eyes was revealed spontaneously, and the 3 Go Jade spontaneously spun into sharp long pitch black Wheat-ons. He felt it. In the confrontation between pure spirit and spirit, in the will implementation of the whole spirit, the clear invasion of foreign will. Tangu felt that the world had slowed down. The length of 1 second seems to stretch to 10 minutes or tens of minutes. Time seemed to be stolen by Tangu. During that long second, Tangu's thinking was active. His spirit extends a little bit, gradually bringing the 5 senses into control, and continues to deepen, beyond the part of nerve manipulation, into the texture-lacking fascia control. Suddenly, Tangu's ears moved. He opened his eyes uncontrollably, Mangekyo's pupil power rioted, and the 3 maidens turned frantically. It seems to be stimulated to show a certain new posture. At this time, Yamanaka spit out a big fight, spit out a mouthful of sweet blood, and his pale eyes showed the stiffness of the dead. Is it the limit? Tangu glanced at him, restrained Mangekyo's pupil power, and calmed everything down. He slapped it casually, and the flesh and blood palm sent out a steel-like effect, and the head of Yamanaka Dato was slapped to pieces with one blow, and it exploded like a watermelon. Then walked out of the cave thoughtfully. On the 21st day of the defect, the threshold of the second-order genetic lock had been touched, and only a little new stimulation was needed. The first-order genetic lock is just to unlock the limitations of the brain and release the life instinct. At the second level, it is the liberation of the physical potential, which greatly strengthens the muscles, blood, nerves and five senses. Advertisement. Mangekyo reacted to this. I probably guessed it. Tangu touched his eyes and muttered to himself. After a pause, he remembered the spontaneous scale picture in his mind, and he also had an intuition about it. The light of the soul. A strong person who awakens the light of the mind, naturally the master rewrites one of the abilities of material, energy, space, time. This is the manifestation of individual roots, or the root cause. Individuals who have not awakened the light of the mind may use some of the power of the light of the mind in advance due to talent or other reasons. Tangu thought about it. This emptiness balance was the weakening of the interference power of the light of his mind. Or maybe it is a manifestation of a certain aspect. However, it's too far to say it now. Tangu shook his head, looked at the gloomy sky, pondered for a moment, and then set off. His original goal was Sunagaku, the country of wind. Go and take a look at the dragon veins over there. The awakening ability of Mangekyo was called by the name of an ancient god, and the image of Susanoo was also the body of a certain god. Tangu felt that this hint was already obvious. After walking for a while, Shadow Clone came up with a package. Inside are new kunai, shinobi and food. Are you going to the country of water? Shadow Clone looked around and said casually, the Konoha people are no longer coming, only a few taels are left. I changed my mind a bit. Tangu stroked his chin. How to say, I make a name and leave the country of fire. This will increase my luck, and my second-order genetic lock has also been touched. Tangu pondered for a moment, and said, the purpose of betraying the village is just to make a difference. More space becomes stronger. Are you going to do something with Konoha who has a name and a surname? Shadow Clone glanced at the body. Aren't you afraid to attract the attention of an old undead fairy who has been dead for thousands of years and still has a will? Shadow Clone pointed his finger at the sky, as if there was a pair of huge Rinnegan watching them all the time. It's not that way, don't worry. Tangu waved his hand, not worried. Chapter 18 Only Mangekyo can fight Mangekyo, 1/5. Peas. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation. If Konoha's people come again, who do you think will be? Shadow Clone asked. Kakashi. Tangu casually said a name. He was stimulated by my illusion. Kamui Mangekyo has regained consciousness and will definitely come again. Yes. Shadow Clone nodded in agreement. Only Mangekyo can Mangekyo. The same words appeared in Hokage's office. Kakashi woke up briefly on the third day of a coma and only said 3 words. Mangekyo. The people in the ward were silent, and the atmosphere became depressed. Let Shisui go, I will give him an order. Danzo seemed very plain when he heard the news. He and Sarutobi had already guessed. They scanned the elders in the ward and said, only Mangekyo can fight Mangekyo, and the ability to live in Shisui Mangekyo, with good words. At this point Danzo paused, with a certain incitement in his tone, maybe he can bring back a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan for Konoha. As soon as this word came out, the hearts of the elders present became hot. Not only took the opportunity to plunge Shisui's eyes into a 10-year recovery period, but also exchanged for a new pair of Mangekyo, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Third generation Sarutobi groaned a little hesitantly. 2 days later, Kakashi woke up. An eye with a black sickle was opened. My pupil technique is called Kamui, which can distort a small area. Kakashi reported. The coma this time not only caused no load on the body, but felt more relaxed. As if the pressure accumulated for many years was suddenly released, Obito's relic also bloomed with a new light. As the time-space pupil technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and finally made a decision, saying, you will continue to be the captain of the new ninja team, and Shisui will be your team member. That Uchiha's strongest instant ninja. Kakashi was startled. Yes. Third Hokage patted Kakashi on the shoulder. I see. Advertisement. On the other side, Shisui who received the order routinely reported to the Patriarch Fugaku. An S-level mission. Is it to hunt down Uchiha Tangwu? Fugaku interrupted him with a wave. Shisui's face was surprised. Third generation asked me to talk about it. Shisui, you are what I recommended to go up. Fugaku said there was a little silence here, unbearably lowered his eyes, and said, I don't want to see 2 pairs of Mangekyo fighting, but Konoha is even more unwilling to see 2 pairs of Mangekyo in harmony, so you must go. The Patriarch. Shisui looked at Fugaku with a complex expression. The third generation gave me conditions that are hard to refuse. Fugaku shook his head and waved his hand. Go ahead. Shisui saw that the Patriarch had no chatting, so he stopped staying. That's why I hid these Mangekyo. Fugaku looked at the empty courtyard, with 3 go jade hollowed out and rotated in his eyes, tightly fitting on the black hollowed pupil in the middle. So that's it, Uchiha Tangwu, Mangekyo Sharingan. After hearing Ju's report, the man wearing the Uzumaki mask smiled a little in deep thought. What a brilliant junior, this generation of Uchiha seems to be prosperous. Black-White Zetsu glanced at Obito a little weirdly, feeling that this guy really thinks of himself as Madara. This is his wanted order. Black-white Zetsu handed over an official document. Obito took a look and laughed under the mask. Very good, a good candidate to recruit into Akatsuki. An extra piece would be nice. Black Zetsu let out a deep laugh. Uchiha Tangwu's wanted warrants were also sent to other major countries. The S-class rebels are a terrifying threat everywhere. For example, the Cold Kun Orochimaru, one person controls a small country, and one person controls a small ninja village. Konoha's Uchiha is really talented. In Sunagaku, two elderly ninjas laughed mockingly. Advertisement. S-class rebel. In Cloud Shinobi Village, 4th Raikage's gaze stayed on the words, Mangekyo, and his expression became serious. There are two pairs of eyes in the legend again in the same era. The last time it was in the troubled world established in Ninja Village, is the struggle within Konoha so cruel? In the office, I murmured suspiciously. Ha 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 ha, Konoha's people will rule out dissidents. This is not the first time they have done it. Oyemu was so happy that he flew up to the sky and drank a few sips of wine. Sanin, White Fang, Senju, Uzumaki, Hyuga's Byakugan, Konoha lost so much help during the short period of a movie's administration. I really don't know if the monkey will go down and the two will establish Shinobu Village. Senju Hokage was torn. Onoki laughed loudly, with a gloating expression, but fear flashed through his eyes from time to time. Mangekyo again. The wanted order sent to Mist Shinobi seemed like a sinking ocean, without any response. Kakashi touched the forehead protector and walked out of the Konoha gate. Compared to before, his temperament is much calmer. Go. Kakashi exhaled. Behind him, Shiraihong, Might Guy, and Uchiha Shisui followed one after another. The light of the knife flashed like a cold frost, and it only felt cold when it swept across the neck. Konoha's ninja has become aggressive. Tangu shook the ninja, shaking the bloodline off the knife. At the feet are two corpses, with their heads chopped off. The skin of the wound was scorched by the electric current, and there was no blood flowing out. At first glance, people know that it is Uchiha Tangwu's technique. Chapter 19 Useless. 2/5. After a month of defecting, the name Uchiha Tangwu spread throughout the ninja world. All the hidden villages knew that Konoha had a pair of defected Mangekyo, and they all expressed their congratulations and encouragement. So, since I keep your eyeliner, I just don't want to have another dispute. Why do you think I am going slowly? Tangwu said differently, with a look of helplessness. Isn't it to make you feel relieved to watch me leave the country of fire? What's the use of chasing me? It is stated on the wanted order that I am Kage-level, and Chūnin, U district, came up to die. When Jōnin is here, I still cut melons and vegetables, so why bother? The ninja who was stepped on by Tangwu spat disdainfully, looked at Tangwu slantingly, and said, you kind of person, you won't understand. Tangwu sighed and chopped off his head with a single knife. Why don't you understand, doozy? All of them rushed forward to test my intelligence. Tangwu's heart was bright. 1 week after he defected, most of the people behind him became middle-aged ninjas, veterans who survived the last Ninja World War. The true pillar young ninja rarely appears. Annoying will to fire. Tangwu shook his head. The old sacrifice paved the way for the young, and the belief that life was exchanged for hope had brainwashed many people in Konoha. When the hard work cannot be repaid, the hope in exchange does not shine on his descendants. Blindly insisting on sacrifice is just to deceive people to die. Hey, you are also very annoying to the body. Shadow Clone next to it made an unsuitable complaint, can you not always behead the head, the blade chopping the bones is very worn out, I will find a new one every 2 days the knife is very tired. Tangu glanced at Shadow Clone, and didn't bother to care about him. Wipe the bloodline off the knife and move on. Shadow Clone shrugged, sealed the rations found in the reel, followed the footsteps, and moved forward side by side with the body. The two walked to a plain. Looking around, there are only sparse bushes, and the field of vision is almost unobstructed. Advertisement. It is almost impossible to hide people in this kind of scene, but Tangu and Shadow Clone are aware of it. The two blazing eyes projected on them like substance. They are guessing who is the ontology. Tangu said. They can't guess it. Kagefin looked at the sky and suddenly said loudly, hey, Konoha's ninja, I won't keep my hands anymore. After yelling, Shadow Clone showed an interesting expression on his face, curled up his mouth and said, I guess this time, Uchiha Shisui. The voice fell, and a strong wind blew towards the ground. A figure overflowing with light green life leapt out, and instantly came to Shadow Clone from the end of the field of vision. Konoha Diamond Force Whirlwind. Guy with all white eyes kicked a heavy blow, and the right foot attached to Chakra swept towards him with frantic air. After Might Guy failed last time, he learned a heavy lesson and opened the third gate directly. Faced with this terrifying blow, Shadow Clone did not evade, but drew out the kunai, and the two colors of white and blue flashed past the kunai. Then he suffered the kick head on, and the entire Shadow Clone was kicked and exploded. Guessed wrong. Single quote. Guy landed on the ground and opened the fourth gate directly, and the momentum that was about to fall back instantly rose to a new peak, Leaf Hurricane. Tangu glanced at him blankly, and Might Guy suddenly fell to the ground by himself. At the same time, in a bush of grass a little further away, Shiraihong's expression changed slightly, Senior Guy has an illusion. Before departure, Kakashi said solemnly that Uchiha Tangwu has the ability to perform illusions beyond distance. Konoha's intelligence department searched Hyuga Yoda's brain and found his last memory. A distance of 900 meters away, scarlet pupils appeared in the black and white Byakugan's perspective. Hyuga Yoda, who paused at the time, had already been hit by an illusion, but he hadn't realized it yet. Even the Yamanaka ninja, who was responsible for searching for memories, was slightly affected by the remnants. No, it's not. Sharingan on Kakashi's right squinted. Guy's foot is injured. Advertisement. What? Yurihong was startled, lowered his gaze, and saw the blood splattered from Might Guy's ankle, and said in surprise, when? When Guy kicked his shadow clone. Kakashi said with serious eyes. As the two talked, the smoke exploded by Tangu's shadow clone hadn't dissipated before his knife had fallen. Tangu's right hand shook, his footsteps pushed the shinobi just right, and the movement of his body perfectly blended into the force of his arm. While avoiding Kakashi's outstretched hand underground, he cut out a cold blade of light. Konoha Byanshan. Might Guy's muscles were tense and he swung out his right elbow. The thick iron body under his clothes faced the blade, and was slammed by the heavy force of the blade, causing his arm to fall. Shinobi and his arm stalemate in the air for a moment. Tangu stepped forward, pressing the strength of his body on the knife, and suddenly slashed Guy out. Might Guy, why do you think a similar attack can still be effective the second time? Tangu tilted his head slightly, with eyes long behind his back, avoiding Kakashi and Hong throwing kunai. At the same time, he threw a shuriken down with his left hand without looking, exploding the shadow clone underground. Dodging and attacking are done at the same time, as if Tangu could use Ishin 2 times. That's my forbearance. Might Guy stood steady on one foot, his expression tough, only a few drops of sweat slipped from his forehead. The hamstring was severed. The foot that was hanging in the air gradually stopped bleeding, but it also became numb. Might Guy temporarily retreated to the second gate, staring at Tangu closely, feeling the tremendous pressure. When I got out of the leg, I didn't think about it, and I made a counterattack completely instinctively. Single quote. What a terrible fighting consciousness this is, my physique has been completely seen through. Single quote. Tangu naturally didn't know Might Guy's mental activity at this time, but he could guess it somewhat. Looking at the cold sweat on Guy's forehead, Tangu's knife glowed blue, and he shook his head and said, have you ever told you about Sharingan's ability? Similar moves are useless in front of these eyes. Chapter 20. Just the first round of confrontation, 3/5. While talking, Tangu's Chūnin knife became completely bright, and the blue current was concentrated on the blade's surface, cutting out a bright arc of light in the air. Might Guy's eyes paled again, and the turbulent pale green energy overflowed. He slammed his fists again and again, hitting the position in front of him. There was clearly Tangu's figure remaining in his field of vision, but his instinct told him that Tangu's knife was already close to his throat. Might Guy threw out his fists with his combat intuition, and hit a dazzling spark in the empty location. Ding ding ding. It's that kind of weird cutting technique again. As soon as Might Guy thought about it, the weight on his wrist fell without warning, and a coolness swept across the back of his hand. He squatted down without thinking about it, and carrying a scorching electric shining sword across his forehead, his flesh and hair instantly scorched and cracked, and even the light green energy opened by the third gate was also cut off by this knife. A lot. The blue electric current remains in the retina. Might Guy didn't dare to relax at all, took out the nunchaku from his waist with both hands, and threw it crosswise to the instinctive warning position. Two blue lights flashed. The two nunchakus were still in the air, and the connecting iron ring was cut off. Tangu suddenly turned around and took a knife. There was obviously no one behind him, but when his sword was cut out, another ninja sword burning with flame suddenly appeared under the blade. The two knives of azure blue and orange fought in the air, making a sharp collision sound that trembles to the tinnitus. The next moment, Shisui's silhouette flew out backwards, his eyes were extremely shocked. Tangu's sword came first, and it happened to be stuck at the time when his instantaneous body ended and the weak point of the sword's force. The force carried on the sword was even more heavy and abnormal, and the impact brought by his body flicker technique was chopped back. He doesn't seem to have to think, fighting has become his instinct. Single quote. Shisui's heart flashed before departure, Might Guy's evaluation of Uchiha Tangwu. Without any expression on Tangu's face, his right hand slashed away the attacking Shisui, his left arm muscles tightened, and he threw an elbow forcefully. Konoha Bad Yansheng. A huge impact came from his left elbow and hit Might Guy's resisting arm fiercely, and the surging force slapped the joints of his hands. The impact of the elbow hasn't completely fallen yet, and Tangu's figure disappeared again. The azure blue knife light shuttled through the air like a Madara parallel to the horizon. Advertisement. Tangu's figure came behind Kakashi, who appeared at the back left, and slowly retracted the knife. With a bang, this Kakashi turned into smoke and dissipated. A rudiment of a quagmire appeared on the ground. With a bang, the two nunchakus cut by Might Guy fell to the ground. This series of battles may sound long, but in fact it took place in a very short period of time. From Might Guy's first wave of offensive kicking Tangu's shadow clone to Tangu's counterattack, while repelling the sneak attack Shisui, the duration was only 4 or 5 seconds, which was about 2 or 3 breaths. The ordinary ninja probably spent so much time observing and thinking, but for a ninja with strong physical skills. The first round of confrontation is over. Earth-style Wonkwon Marsh. Tangu glanced at the ground, looked strangely at the bush where Kakashi's body was hiding, and asked, "You don't want to restrict me in this way? My speed is faster than yours." "Well, it's okay to try." Kakashi pressed his left eye to come out, and walked out in a relaxed tone. Shi Raihong also walked out of the grass hiding nearby. I feel the change in your pupil power. Tangwu glanced at Kakashi. Surprising emotions flashed across everyone present at the same time. Kakashi raised his eyebrows, a little surprised by Tangwu's keenness, slowly lowering his hands, revealing a three-side-style Mangekyo, and said casually, I also benefited from your help. Tangwu didn't speak, he just felt fluctuations from the balance in his mind. The fluctuation carried a message in a way he couldn't understand. The Hitaki Kakashi in front of him, the accumulated luck was triggered by him in advance, and the traces of destiny showed a major shift. There is a great possibility that he can't resist the height that he could have resisted. Interesting. Single quote. Tangu chuckled lightly, and three Tomo Sharingan looked at Uchiha Shisui on the other side. The other party supported his right arm with his left hand, and the knife that had just cut out the sword Yuian technique was still trembling, making a low buzzing sound. Why? Can't even hold the sword. Shisui's eyes were condensed, and Tangu turned into an electric light just as he wanted to speak. Advertisement. His three-go jade quickly became Mangekyo, and two hollowed-out giant shuriken symbols appeared in his eyes. The azure blue electric light was stopped in front of Shi Raihong, and what stopped him was also a dazzling electric light. Kakashi held kunai with his hands, and the chidori in his hands made a high-frequency, high-pitched sound. The current and the current collide and cancel each other. I can't relax for a moment. Kakashi pretended to say lightly, but in fact his hands trembled crazily, and the supreme blade was getting closer and closer to him. Kakashi-senpai. Shisui quickly displayed the body flicker technique. Uchiha Flow Sword Yuian. The fiery flame envelops the blade and slashes out of Shisui's hand. Tangwu gave a chuckle, twisted his wrist, tilted down like mercury, and lightly pressed Kakashi back, while stabbing it back. The blade entwined with the electric light twisted like a silver snake, and it lifted up along Jian Yuian and swept across Shisui's wrist. But the knife was swept away. Shisui's figure disappeared like a phantom. What? Tangwu showed an expression of interest, and his left hand casually threw out a few kunai, which helped the burning detonation talisman. Earth-style wall. Kakashi seized the time to complete the seal, and a stone wall rose from the ground, blocking the detonating talisman kunai. Boom and explode. Sorry, Shi Raihong's eyes were lost and ashamed. Kakashi waved his hand to interrupt him, and walked out from the side of the earth wall. He glanced at the knife that resisted Tangwu just now, and most of Kuwu was broken, and his face became ugly. This guy is stronger again. Single quote. Is it still his period of rapid ascent? Single quote. The last time we met, Guy was able to go back and forth with Tangwu even when he opened fourth gate, although the other party was still not serious. But this time, Chapter 21 Reason for Defecting. 4/5. Guy opened the door for a sneak attack, and his hamstrings were severed when he faced him. Although the injury was not serious, it was equivalent to an instant abolishment of Guy's mobility. This guy has become stronger. Single quote. Kakashi's spirit was tense, staring at Tangwu who was standing leisurely on the side, not daring to relax his concentration at all. Even if you have Mangekyo, you can't keep up with him. What should I do? Kakashi tried hard to think. He judged that Uchiha Tangwu was still in a state of carelessness, which was a good opportunity. But how to seize this opportunity? Tangwu on the other side glanced at Kakashi, not paying attention to his thinking. The 2 rounds of confrontation just now were just a warm-up for him. Tangwu expects Kakashi to get serious, and it is best to bring him pressure and stimulate his spirit. Otherwise, we can only follow Plan B. Tangwu thought for a while, and felt he still needs to stimulate them with words. He discarded the shattered ninja sword in his hand, took out a new one from the seal scroll, and said. Normally, your last pursuit failed. In fact, you can unilaterally declare that the pursuit of me failed. No ninja village will let go and hunt down a cage-level enemy, because many ninjas will die and they cannot be damaged. Quote. For example, Zheng Jin's Orochimaru, now it's just Jiraiya tracking it, in fact. Tangwu took out a new ninja sword, slightly raised his eyebrows to look at the obvious team center Kakashi, and smiled. Everyone knows that Jiraiya travels around the ninja world to inquire about Konoha. The extra time is still used to collect materials and write novels. I am afraid it will be a lot. Haven't seen his so-called best friend Orochimaru in 2016. What do you want to say? Kakashi relaxed slightly. The chat was to his liking, and he had more time to consider the battle plan. So, I know the reason for your endless pursuit. Tangwu pointed to Shisui, his heart bright as a mirror, and said, Uchiha should show his position and force the 2 pairs of Mangekyo to break. Advertisement. Kakashi didn't change his face, and then he paid attention to Shisui. Shisui's expression was a little strange, as if being said to be the central thing. Only Mangekyo can fight Mangekyo. Kakashi stared at Tangwu and asked with a serious expression, if you don't defect, Mangekyo doesn't need to break. Konoha and Uchiha will have 2 pairs of Mangekyo. This will undoubtedly increase the power of our village extremely strongly. Don't you want our village to be strong? Quote. Yes, Senior Tangwu, why are you defecting? Shisui interjected. Tangwu looked at them, and saw a natural expression, and couldn't help rubbing his forehead. This expression is like a country in a previous life. There is no doubt that people want their country to be strong. Because the people can profit from it. But Konoha's words. You asked me why I defected. Tangwu suddenly laughed. What's so funny? Shisui frowned. As the village sorry for you, or the clan treats you unfairly? Well, since you said that, I'll just say it straight. Tangu quickly interrupted him, and said coldly, it's Konoha who is unfair to Uchiha. It started with second Hokage. The entire Hokage family is unfair to Uchiha. Is the reason enough? Shisui was unmoved by these words, just staring at Tangu, saying word by word, Senior Tangu, you weren't like this before. I didn't have the strength to defect before. Tangu said flatly. In the past 3 years, Tangu, as a potential tribe of Sango Jade, naturally had contact with other potential tribesmen. Shisui once talked broadly about his ideal of pursuing peace. At that time, Tangu replied casually, saying that to solve Uchiha's problem, he should not be anxious. You can't worry about 10, 20 years, or a certain generation of people. Because this is not a short-term contradiction, it is a problem left over from the beginning of the village. You can't try to use the efforts of one generation to solve the problems accumulated by several generations. This is not realistic. Shisui had heard it at the time, but the two did not have a close friendship. Advertisement. I haven't talked about a considerable topic in the future. So Senpai, did you want to escape from the beginning? Senpai, what about your responsibility as a ninja? What about your Shindo? Shisui asked. Ask this question. Kakashi immediately raised his spirits, he wanted to know Tangu's answer very much. For a Konoha who had suddenly defected and stayed away from his birth without turning his head, he mercilessly killed the same village ninja. Such Uchiha Tangwu, including Kakashi, many people want to know what Tangu is thinking. Might Guy and Shi Raihong also moved their eyes slightly, looking at Tangu's neck. You are wrong. Tangu seemed to hear something funny, chuckled, and said, I am not escaping, but I understand that there is no way to save it. The Fugaku clan will see the decline of the Uchiha clan before his death. Senior, why do you say that? Shisui's eyes were slightly cold. Because of you. Hearing this answer, Kakashi was stunned for a moment, and his expression suddenly pondered. What? Shisui frowned. Tangu looked at Shisui with a faint smile, reached out his hand to Kakashi next to him, and said word by word, just like Kakashi said, only Mangekyo can fight Mangekyo. The betrayal of one pair of Mangekyo means that the other pair of Mangekyo loses meaning. Shisui, the biggest reason for my defection is you have betrayed the Uchiha clan. Tangu stared at Shisui and said in a cold voice. Because Shisui's eyes widened, and his conviction was shaken for a moment, but he immediately recovered and said with a serious face, I have not betrayed Uchiha. I am all for peace. So in the root, Tangu laughed low. The clansmen live in the corners of the village. They are mostly arrogant. They have formed a gap with Konoha. Shisui said seriously, I want to break this gap and lead Uchiha to re-enter the people of Konoha village. The clan leader also understands this. Why can't you understand you, the predecessor who said you had to patiently solve Uchiha's problem? Because I think you are unreasonable. Tangu looked at him equally seriously. Chapter 22 Cowardly Mangekyo, 5/5. What? Shisui suspected that he had heard it wrong. Who asked you to join the roots? Tangu suddenly speeded up his speech. Varied. I'm asking you, who asked you to join the roots? Tangu asked with a stronger tone. Myself. Shisui replied subconsciously. Who is the leader of the roots? Elder Danzo. Do you know him? Yes. Shisui took a deep breath. He is the shadow of Konoha, the heir of second Hokage Konoha sword art, and the trusted confidant of third Hokage. Hearing this, Kakashi already understood Tangu's attitude. That's it. Tangu looked up and down the Uchiha Shisui in surprise and amusement, and looked at the well-known young genius, and said disdainfully, do you know that Danzo is the most active suppression of Uchiha? Shisui nodded, and said, I know this. It is because of this that someone must take the initiative to establish contact and let everyone put down their guard and eliminate their differences. When he said this, Shisui's eyes were transparent and clear, as if there was a vigorous faith in his eyes. This is the will of fire that I understand, he said firmly. But what greeted him was not the expected approval or understanding, but Tangu's disappointed eyes. Senior, since you have a peaceful idea, why don't you realize it yourself? Tangu asked with a sigh. Am I just realizing? Shisui wondered. I mean, you clearly have the reputation of a clan, and you clearly have the understanding of the Fugaku patriarch. You clearly have the trust of the old man third Hokage. Why don't you personally lead Uchiha to the right path? Tangu was disappointed. This was also impossible in his previous life. Place of understanding. Shisui's expression was stunned. Advertisement. The family clearly believes that you are the hope of prosperity. Why, you, who is regarded as the leader of the future, want to join the dark roots and obey the people who have been hostile to us. You do this, have you ever thought about supporting you? How do you feel? Shisui hurriedly said, however, I joined the roots just to eliminate the hostility of Elder Danzo. Then did he promise you and did he make changes? Tangu said earnestly. In addition to performing his tasks at the root, did you do something meaningful? Have you noticed Danzo's changes? No. Shisui was startled. Don't you think there is something wrong with your idea? Tangu looked at him pitifully, and sighed. A person who claims to have the will of fire will not make a sound to pursue Hokage, and will not lead the tribe to win the whole village in a fair manner. However, they are pursuing the recognition of the shadow behind the light. To be honest, I am disappointed in you, Shisui. The owner of Mangekyo Sharingan actually pinned the hope of change on others, which is undoubtedly a kind of weakness. Any child in the clan who is a little bit more confident is more confident than you. Mangekyo is enough for you to gain the support of the whole clan, even Patriarch Fugaku is no exception. You can unite the power of the clan to fight for Konoha's fair treatment, and then lead the clan to the path of peace. But you don't. Tangu looked at the stunned boy and scolded his eyes harshly. You don't believe in your own desperation and ability, so look for outside power and trust a secret elder to help you solve the problem. Shisui's face suddenly turned pale. The other people who listened, including Guy, became silent. This is a silent approval. Who escaped? Shisui. Tangu looked at him seriously and asked, I always wanted to ask, how did you open Mangekyo? How can a weak person like you drive Mangekyo? Shisui stepped back abruptly, as if being hit by an invisible attack. His face was red and white, anxious, self-blaming, panicked, and stunned, and all kinds of emotions were tumbling in his heart. It's me, I'm running away. Shisui murmured. Tangu's words seemed like a heavy hammer, hitting his heart again and again. He shattered the belief that he used to be indestructible. Advertisement. I'm very curious that at this time, Kakashi, whose roots are red, didn't interrupt you. Tangu looked at Kakashi, who was aside. Kakashi was silent for a while, and said, the third generation project is trustworthy. Do you believe it yourself when you say this? Tangu sneered. Don't talk about your father White Fang, just talk about the current Nine Tails Jinchuriki. How is his life like? How do you, the apprentice of the fourth generation, treat Uzumaki Naruto? Your sense of justice is much stronger than I thought. Kakashi changed the subject. Tangu smiled and thought of the scene in the Chūnin exam plot where third generation Sarutobi faced Orochimaru alone, a suicide battle. He shook his head and said calmly, isn't it just determined to die with all the darkness? Kakashi's eyes shrank sharply. You know, when third generation died, it was when fifth generation appeared. Whether it is Jiraiya or Tsunade, everything has already been arranged. It is the determination of the third generation Sarutobi to completely resolve the Uchiha clan's affairs and deliver a peaceful and bright Konoha into the hands of fifth Hokage. It is also their silent understanding of Hokage. I said, I can see clearly. Tangu pointed his fingers at his two eyes, and then looked at Shisui, who was a little stunned, secretly asking if it was too exciting. Some of the conversation between him and Kakashi just now was for Shisui. For example, the tacit understanding of third generation's death. Just break through the narrow vision of the past and break free from the binary opposition between the simple village and Uchiha. Shisui will see a wider world and brighter hope. I can stimulate one Kakashi to wake up Mangekyo early, and I can stimulate the second Shisui to explode. Single quote. Tangu thought, but seeing Shisui never recovered, he couldn't help frowning in his heart. After thinking for a few seconds, Tangu sighed. Finally, give him some hope and pull it back a little. Single quote. Chapter 23 Lend you my strength. Tangu thought for a while, and said to Shisui, of course, I don't completely deny what you think of breaking the barrier. Shisui moved his eyes and looked up. If you think what I just said makes sense and are willing to make certain changes, then I can lend you my strength. As Tangu said, the jade in his eyes turned into three sharp and long pitch black wheat-ons, and he pointed to his Mangekyo and said, I don't want to see two pairs of Mangekyo being beaten to death. Shisui's face was filled with joy, and Tangu interrupted him as soon as he was about to speak. The premise is, you must have the power to keep me, otherwise everyone should not meet each other and go their own way. Tangu glanced at Kakashi and Guy, and smiled coldly at the corner of his mouth, I don't mind you using them. To put it simply, the power of yours is that you go together. Good. Shisui immediately agreed, and he felt his heart beating with excitement. The sound of dong 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 was loud enough to pierce the eardrums. Two pairs of Mangekyo. The power of Senior Tangu. Even if I use distinguished heavenly gods, I will bring him back to Konoha. Kakashi talked on the sidelines and stopped, seeming to want to say something, but in the end he didn't say it. Then, go up. Tangu saw determination in Shisui's eyes, smiled, and gradually became dazed in his drooping eyes. First order gene lock, open. Almost at the end of the speech, Tangu disappeared. At the speed that ordinary people's visual nerves can't react at all, and the high-speed information that can't be processed, it cuts out an extremely fast knife in an instant. Kakashi and Shisui focused their attention on Ultimate, staring at Tangu's figure. Advertisement. I saw the dumb ninja sword slashed down towards the evening red, and the blade quickly cut through the air, turning into wisps of white smoke flowing backwards along the blade. In this rapid state, Tangu felt that the world had slowed down. He saw the weeds splashing slowly on the ground, the motionless figure of Yuri Hong, and the slowly trembling air around Might Guy. Cut. Tangu slashed to the red neck of the knight without mercy, and under the instinctive fighting skills, the blade drew the most ergonomic arc. A handful of kunai accompanied by sharp thunder appeared at the last minute, and it was able to stand in front of Shirai Hong's neck. But all this was expected by Tangu. Shinobi brushed past Kuwu at a distance of a subtle millimeter, and the seemingly swift force became extremely light and agile at this moment. Tangu turned and slapped, the ninja sword deflected like a snake, and it bounced towards the other ninja sword behind him. Bang bang. Two ninja swords, one red and one blue, fought several times in the air, and the fierce collision caused cracks in the blade. Shisui's Mangekyo opened to the ultimate, so hard that bloodshot appeared, still struggling with Tangu's speed. Especially in terms of strength, after a few hits, the joints on the inner side of his hand began to burn and sore. Tangu twisted his wrist blankly, and at such a speed that the naked eye could not respond, he could still make subtle changes in sword technique. Konoha flow, Uchiha flow, magic sword flow, water moon flow. The sword skills of various genres are readily available, and the one-of-a-kind cannibal moves are randomly combined and turned into suitable attacks. Obviously white smoke tearing the air had appeared on his body, but the terrifying speed and inertia did not show a trace of fangs in his hands, and he was as gentle as a small domestic animal rubbing at will. Bullet, cut, collapse, thorn, pick, shake. Tangu's heart was extremely calm, and he was not affected by the conversation just now. Any blow seemed to be predictive. Every time Shisui made a move or changed his move, he shed his defense and interrupted his offensive, constantly suppressing it. Those words were just to stimulate Uchiha Shisui's thoughts, he didn't feel a bit of it himself. Advertisement. The only thing Tangu cares about is whether Shisui can exert the power that threatens him. At present, it seems that the effect is good, and I have been able to fight against me several times in this state. Single quote. Yurihong only reacted at this moment. Or to put it bluntly, at this time her eyes receive the information, and her brain processes the information into images. Kakashi. She looked at Kakashi with a painful expression in front of her in surprise, who held kunai in front of her, and understood what had just happened without thinking about it. Shirihong can no longer see Shisui and Tangu at all. Just hear the sound of B************G in the air endlessly. The sparks of Shinobi's collision had not extinguished yet another rose, accumulating more and more in the air. Call. The air was violently knocked away and turned into a frenzied wind. Guy made a serious punch, his fist flickering in front of him, hitting in the squally wind. A azure lightning flashed over his shoulder, and the ding and ding sound followed, and 3 heavy iron bodies were chopped out to the ground. While facing Shisui, Tangu still has energy to threaten Guy. No way. Shisui slowly oozes cold sweat on his back and forehead. In the high-speed world that only Mangekyo can see clearly, even the blink of an eye feels slow, Tangu is still as dexterous as a swift bird. Wind-style wind instant technique. This is the third time Shisui has continued Jōnin. His speed is improved by ninjutsu, not by his own physique. In the body flicker technique state, he could not make subtle changes in his moves, he could only rely on his muscle memory to swing Uchiha's sword moves. But all were easily broken by Tangu. Chapter 24 Green no Susa. The azure blue light of the knife increased another brightness, and the smooth slash cut across Shisui's neck. Tangu's control over Chakra shocked Kakashi. Even in high-speed motion, he can always enhance Chakra's lightning-style nature transformation in the next moment of slashing to increase the power of slashing. Doing so made Shisui's own weak sword Yuyan retreat steadily. Shinobi shattered Shisui's afterimage, and the azure current weakened slightly. Shisui changed his shadow for the 7th time, and he was close to the limit. Single quote. Kakashi's face was solemn, and he barely suppressed the shock in his heart, and escorted Yurihong, who was obviously not strong enough to fight, to Guy. Guy, protect the red. Oh, leave it to me, Guy said loudly. As he spoke, Guy suddenly threw an elbow, punching through the air with surging strength, hitting a circle of white air waves. But it was hit again. Yurihong hurriedly put her hands in front of her, shielding her from the high temperature caused by the friction of the airflow. Bang da! The 5th piece fell to the ground with a weight. A Guy's eyes flashed helplessly. Tangu could always change his moves subtly at high speeds, and his strength was virtual and real. He was too disadvantaged by his conscious instinct to fight against. However, I have one final trick. Single quote. Guy cheered himself up in his heart. It was to protect his companions, and he could only open his whole cards at the most critical moment. 3rd generation Sarutobi also instructed that if it is not necessary, it is best not to open the 8th gate. The result of the 8 inner gates formation being fully opened is death that exhausts life. Going back to the earlier topic, if you chase it, you will hunt it down. Why? Tangu threw the shattered ninja knife, and shot it like lightning at Shirihong behind Guy, with a puzzled expression. Why let someone who is obviously useless? While looking at Shisui panting, he took out a new ninja sword from the seal scroll, and wondered, is Konoha's factional struggle already fierce to such an extent? Advertisement. Feel sorry. Yurihong lowered her head apologetically, feeling that she was useless. The air Chūnin's thumping of swords is as frequent as dense raindrops, and I haven't heard it for a moment. In less than half a minute, there were already a few shattered ninja swords and a lot of broken kunai on the ground, and Guy's weight on his hands was also picked up by half. And she tried her best to look, only to see occasional gray afterimages flashing by, and she couldn't see anything else. It's okay, Hong is not in this area of combat that you are good at. Kakashi waved his hand and said, rubbing his chest for a short breath. He is not good at instantaneous at high speed, barely keeping up with Tangu's speed, and the side effects are also obvious. The internal organs churned violently, as if they wanted to break apart. Senior, go ahead. Shisui's face was sweaty, but his fighting spirit was very strong. His eyes fixed on him, his expression determined. Oh, Tangu glanced at him with interest and smiled. Come on. Shisui discarded the broken special ninja sword in his hand, half squinting his eyes, the wind attribute chakra lingered outside his body. Boom. His eyes trembled like a heartbeat, and he made a dull pulse. The strong cold atmosphere churns and rises, and finally overflows at a certain peak. A huge green fist appeared in the air without warning, holding high to obscure the sun's rays, and crashing down towards Tangu. Susanoo. Boom. The huge skeletal fist slammed into the ground, making a deafening impact. The ground cracked directly in a large area, and the thick cracks spread out from the center of the boxing instantly. A large amount of gravel and sand was counter-shocked in the air by the force of this fist, forming smoke and dust 4 to 5 meters high. That's. Shiraihong's mouth grew wide in surprise, and she forgot to breathe. Guy also opened his eyes wide, and said in a low voice, "The green giant." Advertisement. That's Susanoo. Kakashi on the side said the green giant's name. Suzuo, can you care? Guy and Hong looked at Kakashi at the same time, and saw Kakashi staring at the green giant that appeared outside Shisui, and said in a serious tone. Yes, this is the ultimate pupil technique hosted in Mangekyo Sharingan. It is an entity giant constructed from pupil power and chakra. It has absolute defense and strong offensive power. It is the ultimate ninjutsu that combines offense and defense in the legend. This is only the first stage, Kakashi said while looking at Shisui's Susuke. The strong pupil power vented out, constructing a half-length giant with only bones outside the body. The first stage, Hong Wei asked. Yes, the first stage of Susuke only has the form of bones. Kakashi nodded his head vigorously. And it is said that the second stage of Susuke will grow muscles and fascia, and the strength will increase again. If the pupil power is enough, it is possible to construct the third stage of the complete body Suzuo, which is a giant Suzuo who is dressed in armor and equipped with weapons, known as Aegod. Gods. Shiraihong showed horrified eyes, looked at the green giant 10 meters high in front, and swallowed with difficulty. Just looking at it, I feel a repressive power, and the huge body also makes people feel as if facing a tail beast, feeling weak and insignificant. Single quote. Such power is only the first stage. It's hard to imagine how terrifying the subsequent giants will be. Single quote. In fact, there is another initial form, Susanoo with only arms and ribs, but. Kakashi looked at Shisui Susaka worriedly ahead, skipped the initial form and used the first stage directly. Sure enough, Uchiha Tangwu puts you under too much pressure. Single quote. Then now, Yuhihong heard Kakashi's description of Susanoo, and she felt hopeful in her heart. But Kakashi shook his head and didn't relax at all. It's hard to say. Red, look, Guy motioned for Hong to look at Shisui. I saw Shisui among the green giants, his expression didn't relax at all, staring tightly at the place where the green giant's fist fell. The shaken mud fell, and the dust slowly dispersed, revealing a hollow area with a diameter of more than 5 meters and a cobweb crack. In the center of that area, a figure stood upright there. The shining sword shattered to the point that only the hilt was left, but it was the last hilt. An arm with a broken sleeve was pressed under the fist of the green giant, and the fist of the giant was pressed a few centimeters away from his forehead. The position remains motionless. Chapter 25 The Throbbing of the Second Order Gene Lock 1/5. The scene was strangely silent. The scene of the resistance between the green giant and Tangu seemed to freeze the surrounding time and space, and everyone was speechless. A drop of cold sweat slipped on Kakashi's forehead, and he looked at Guy in a blink of an eye. Quote. No. Guy fell silent for a while, shook his head. If I don't use continuous attacks to slow down the counter shock, I can resist it with a single force, but most of my bones will also be broken, and before that, I died of ruptured internal organs. Listening to Guy's description, Shiraihong looked at Uchiha Tangwu in front of him seriously, her pupils shrinking slightly. Uchiha Tangwu could not see any injuries on the surface, standing straight. The only thing wrong was that the clothes on his body were torn apart by the shock. That guy, is it a monster? Shiraihong's doubts were not answered. Yes, it's a bit worth seeing. Tangwu, who was sore in bones and muscles, grinned under Suzuji's fist. Ha ha ha, it finally made me feel a little stressed, Shisui. He pressed down the smelly sweetness in his throat, looked at the huge fist in his eyes, and his eyes flashed with excitement. Numerous fighting skills came to my heart time and time again, and sank again and again. But in the face of this pure, unfancy power, no instinct, skill, or consciousness will work. To be able to fight against it, there is only the same pure power. Slightly. The arms were supported with all their strength, and the joints of the whole body made painful and crisp noises because of the overload. There was a flash of lightning on Tangu's body, and several azure flashes of lightning burst open. His figure also disappeared, and the huge Suzuo's fist plunged into the ground. Zzz. The electric current in the air is frequent and sharp, a bit like Kakashi's Chidori, but it is more deep and introverted. Shisui snapped his eyes and turned to look behind him. Tangu's figure appeared behind him, and the kunai in his hand was concentrated with a strong electric light, which pierced Shisui fiercely. Advertisement. Reikiri. In the distance, Yurihong's eyes widened and she looked at Kakashi. Ah, he learned it. Kakashi nodded. This guy has gone a long way in the lightning-style chakra. Huwu plunged into Susao's back, and the dense electric light tilted out, as if turning into a high-frequency chainsaw, tearing the giant Suzu's bones. It's useless, Shisui thought, and Susanoo's fist continued to fall. Tangwu, who only cut a dozen centimeters into it, disappeared, leaving a cracked depression in place. My Suzuo has a full 4-meter-long pupil skeleton. Your Reikiri can't penetrate this distance and attack me, Shisui said. Mangekyo Sharingan glanced left and right at high speed, constantly capturing the gleaming blue in the sky. Color light. Yes, Tangu said casually. Lei Shun's body was almost never interrupted. Every time his figure stays for a short time, it leaves a scar where Suzuo's shell has been cut. The pupil power gushes from Shisui's eyes, constantly repairing Suzuo's wound, but the speed of repair is far less than the speed of Tangu's attack. Back, waist, back, arms, chest, abdomen. Giant Susanoo's body kept showing azure blue electric wounds, and his fists were chasing Tangu's figure again and again, but they were all empty. Tangu felt it, an unfamiliar feeling that is not part of the first-order genetic lock. A strange flow of heat began to appear in the muscles. Boom, boom. The surrounding lawn and ground of 100 meters seemed to be plowed all over by the detonating talisman. The violent vibration came from Susanoo's fist, and a large amount of dust and grass scraps were thrown into the air, among which there was a dazzling blue electric light that flickered and shuttled. Kakashi, Hong and Guy had to push the distance of 100 meters. That area has become the battlefield of Shisui and Tangu, and the giant Susanoo shook his fist with great momentum. As if it was really like a legendary mythological scene, the tall gods fought hard against the enemies on the ground. What is your pupil power? Tangu could still speak in the blinking, and laughed. Know that Mangekyo will be blind. Shisui's expression was not flustered, his hand held his eye socket, and the speed of Susanoo's fist was getting faster and faster. Advertisement. He is adapting to Tangu's speed. What? Single quote. Tangu felt the balance in his mind fluctuate, and the tray on one side suddenly sank, as if he had been pressed with some bargaining chip. In reality, Susanoo's fist gradually approached his figure, and an invisible wind began to blow. Shisui squinted his eyes calmly, Mangekyo's pupil power soared, and was used to the second peak. On Susanoo, muscle fibers grow out, covering the bones of the body, and a surging chakra coat is attached to the surface of Susanoo. Susanoo's second form. As Tangu felt the pressure build up, a surprise flashed in his eyes. Potential. Has it been stimulated? Single quote. Tangu squinted at Shisui's Susanoo, and the three wheat-ons in Mangekyo slowly turned like three hooked jade. He noticed that Susanoo's outer chakra coat was a layer of chakra wind that kept blowing. No, it should be said that that coat turned out to be a technique. A wind attribute chakra nature transformation technique. Single quote. Very good. Single quote. This was originally something that Susanoo could do. Without a stable pupil power output, Susanoo couldn't use the surgeon's own technique at all. Single quote. Tangu's attack did not slow down, but was stimulated by pressure and accelerated again. The bang 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 collision rang endlessly on the surface of Susanoo. Within a few seconds, Tangu had replaced 7 kunai, and sharp wounds appeared on his body. That was the invisible wind of Susanoo's coat. When Tangu approached, it would flush away his thunder attribute chakra, causing fine wounds cut by a knife. But to be honest, this little pain made Tangu even more excited, and the heat flow in the muscles became more and more obvious. Why not use your Susanoo? Shisui asked loudly. Tangu didn't answer, he didn't use it intentionally. Only when the body fights in person can the pressure brought by the threat be fully felt and the spirit can be stimulated efficiently. Is there any hidden danger in Mangekyo of the predecessors? What Shisui was thinking about was the information he had received earlier. Tangu had walked blindfolded for a while, thinking to himself, no matter what, we still have to be alert to the possible cards of the seniors. Single quote. There is also the Mangekyo ability of the predecessors. Single quote. Chapter 26 Fighting 2/5. Seeking flowers, seeking evaluation votes. The green giant has muscle fascia, and his fists are more flexible and powerful, and can even deflect as forcefully as a human hand. Boom. Tangu's Lei Shun was intercepted for the first time, and the sharp Reikiri Kumi cut into a layer of toughness, and was blocked by Susanoo's muscles 7 or 8 centimeters away. Finally, I've followed you once, senior. Shisui looked at Tangu and said, the shuriken Mangekyo in his eyes was strangely dark, just a manifestation of the highly developed and used pupil power. Tangu laughed silently, he didn't know how Shisui reacted. The copyright of the novel resources belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support the subscription of genuine novels and refuse to piracy. This novel was first published by Dragon. Phyloo Novel Inner Group. More exciting Phyloo novels are in the hands of the owner. Welcome to the group. But it doesn't matter. With one hand and stepping on, a thick rock pillar bulged on the cracked ground, and Susao's arm was raised from below. Earth-style Tulong gun. Shisui snorted, and Suzuo's right hand was turned up by the top of the rock pillar, and the tip of the rock pillar penetrated the muscles, piercing through ordinary bones. It's not over yet. Tangu quickly formed the seal, and the shadows of his hands continued for a second, and then he slapped the ground. Earth-style Yellow Spring Marsh. Earth-style Earth Dragon Bomb. Earth-style Rock Pillar Prison. Shisui's face changed slightly. The shortcomings of Susanoo's inconvenience in the second stage are extremely magnified. The sticky marsh seeps under Susanoo, dragging Shisui into the ground. The thick rock pillars rise from all angles and penetrate into the gaps of his neck, waist, arm joints, etc., which is equivalent to putting on a layer of shackles, instantly locking Suzuo's various movements. I'm still saying that, how much pupil power do you have? Tangu smiled and waved his hand. The ferocious clay dragon opened his mouth and bit on Suzuo's face. Advertisement. What? Susanoo and Shisui were knocked backwards, the huge rock pillar was firmly sealed, and the reaction force deflected Susanoo's body. If it were an ordinary person, the joint would have been broken and abolished by this time. But Shisui took the opportunity to break free, and once again spent his pupil power to repair Susanoo. Blood spilled from his mouth and began to overdraw his body. Oops, if seniors use ninjutsu, my chakra coat will be useless. Shisui reluctantly removed the invisible wind from the outer layer, and sighed inwardly. To find the opportunity, use distinguished heavenly gods on the seniors. My Mangekyo ability is only known to a few people, and those who know it will not be exposed. Mind versus Wuxin, as long as you seize the opportunity, I will surely be able to take the predecessor back. On the other side, Tangu's hands were stamped, and a thick white mist appeared all around. Mist Shinobi technique. Shisui is still fighting against Goldman Sachs. You don't need to think about it. He uses distinguished heavenly gods as his whole card. Tangu muttered and said in a voice that only he could hear, touching the right eye of Mangekyo, and thinking, that's right. Senior, use your Susanoo. Shisui took a deep breath, the pupil power unexpectedly surged again, and Susanoo's right hand condensed a spiral spear. With a wave of the spear in Susao's hand, a strong wind was set off, and the mist brought by Mist Shinobi technique was swept out of a gap. In this vacancy, Tangu calmly avoided Shisui's sight, opened his mouth and took a deep breath. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. A fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters spit out from Tangu's mouth, carrying the high temperature, and tumbling towards Shisui. Useless senior. Shisui shouted, controlling Susanoo to stab the spiral spear, and the tip pierced into the center of the great fireball, which immediately destroyed the structure and stability of the technique and triggered an explosion in advance. At the same time, Suzuo's other hand pressed the great fireball that exploded, and a large amount of gushing flames fell back to Tangu's side. Earth-style wall. Tangu patted the ground with his hands, and the ultra-standard earth flow wall rises, both in thickness and height, far beyond the definition of this sea-level ninjutsu. Rumble. The flame of the explosion hit the wall of the earth flow, the high temperature roasted the soil to black, and the shock wave shattered the crunchy soil. Advertisement. The spiral gun of green Suzu also passed like lightning, piercing the earth flow wall. In the pierced hole, a blue electric glow flickered, and something was thrown out. Zzz. The sound of the electric current exploded, and Shisui suddenly felt slammed. A small ball appeared on Susanoo's abdomen without warning, spiraling and sharpening Susa's muscles and bones. In the blink of an eye, he had penetrated half of Susao's body, a distance of 1 meter deep. This is Rasengan. Shisui was surprised. He knew this ball very well. Isn't that 4th Hokage's iconic ninjutsu Rasengan? Yes, I added lightning style's nature transformation. Tangu's voice appeared along with the figure, suddenly rushing in front of Susanoo. A bright chakra ball in his hand was printed on the hole drilled by a small ball. Outside the battlefield, Kakashi's Mangekyo captured this scene with powerful dynamic vision. He opened his mouth and let out a sigh of relief, already too surprised to speak. Rasengan. The shape of the ultimate changed Chuck turbulence for a long time, compressed into a sphere by its super-controlling force, bringing a terrifying attrition ability. Just by touching it, it immediately expands the void of the previous, lightning-style Rasengan, without any barriers, and quickly wears away Susanoo's muscles and bones. And in the process of gradual deepening, white wind began to converge from the center of Rasengan. This time I joined nature transformation with the wind attribute, and the name is wind-style spiral shuriken. Tangu stared at Shisui's chin, and Rasengan in his hand began to tremble violently, making a high-frequency trembling buzzing sound. A white shuriken phantom appeared in Rasengan, releasing a sharp aura, and countless translucent needle-shaped wind styles sprayed out and pierced sharply into Susanoo. Shisui just glanced at it, and there was a slight pain of the eye being cut open. Illusory Mangekyo. Shisui's eyes were bleeding and tears, still staring at Tangu, the illusion cast by his pupils poured out. Tangu made a hard top, and the spiral shuriken in his hand kept on for a while. He lowered his eyelids, and the illusion effect brought by Chakra, in the instinctive state where the first-order gene lock was turned on, was equivalent to a bewitching whisper in someone's mind. But Tangu, who was determined, was completely unaffected. Chapter 27 Distinguished Heavenly Gods Light. 3/5. Tangu and Shadow Clone tested this problem earlier when walking slowly in the Land of Fire. Let Shadow Clone cast illusions on yourself and test your resistance to illusions. It turned out to be a surprise. Illusion only works on Chakra, which disturbs the body's 5 senses. However, when Tangu is in the first-order genetic lock state, the combination of 5 senses produces a super-intuitive sense like the 6th sense. This super-intuitiveness has actually taken the 5 senses away from Chakra's influence, and has become an independent perception system. Chakra was thrown away by the genetically locked instinct. At this moment, Tangu was advancing with his hand against the spiral shuriken, and the sharp needles pierced his arm. He felt the nerves and muscle fibers of his hands being penetrated little by little. The heat flow in the body became hot, but it could not repair the damage of the shuriken, nor had any effect, as if it were illusory. To be honest, the battle is here. Tangu has used Lei Shushin 20 times, slashed 5 ninja knives, broke 11 kunai, and gradually became tired. On the other side, facing Suzu who was pierced 3/4, Shisui closed his sore eyes. His face was still pale, but his voice was calm. Susanoo 99. Master Tangu's ninjutsu exceeded his and Kakashi's expectations. Not only did the master 4th Hokage's Muji Rasengan, but also successfully added chakra nature transformation to it, accomplishing what 4th Hokage did not. Shisui's bloodshot Mangekyo once again opened up with severe pain. Susanoo's chest opened directly, and an orange go jade with a light red background appeared inside, and a large number of green arrows were shot from the go jade. Tangu's eyes widened slightly, and he had no choice to let the wind-style spiral shuriken explode. Instead, they continued to stand, holding on to the past. A picture of the balance in my mind was sketched out, the original heavy pallet, I don't know who it is, and I added weights. Tangu stood on the other side, being lifted high by the opposite weight, his own weight became light. Boom boom boom. Dozens of green arrows pierced through the spiral shuriken, and Chakra's structure was extremely solidified, like solid steel, and shot at Tangu fiercely. Advertisement. At the last juncture, Tangu's instincts reached the ultimate. Get away, get away, get away. His Mangekyo stared closely at the arrow, with a high concentration of energy, and everything in his vision seemed to be slowing down. Shisui's move did not kill, leaving enough gaps. Get away, get away. Tangu's brain was almost blank at this moment. At the cost of tearing his muscles, he let a few arrows rub the flesh of his arms and waist through. Layers of flesh and blood were taken away, and intense pain surged to consciousness. Don't open Susanoo yet. Doubt appeared on Shisui's pale face. At this time, the arrow and wind-style spiral shuriken exploded. A large number of needle-ons sputtered in all directions wantonly. Tangu blocked his hands in front of him, his hands were instantly paralyzed, the chakra in his body was squeezed to the limit, and the cast of Lei Shu went backwards. Buzzing. The sound of the explosion is not strong, but rather like a humming machine with thousands of high frequencies. The tens of thousands of needle beams erupted for 3 seconds before stopping. Tangu was hit by the aftermath and fell to the ground. He lost consciousness in his hands and couldn't help relieve his strength at all. He was lifted and hit on the broken rock pillar, and a mouthful of muddy blood came out, as if mixed with internal organs. But there was a happy smile on his face. Shisui on the opposite side knelt on one knee and covered his eyes, and Susanoo directly degenerated to the initial stage. Ha 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 ha. Tangu said loudly and loudly, only feeling a kind of hearty. The whole body solutions are displayed, and both chakra and physical strength are all squeezed out. At this moment, the balance in my mind shifted for the third time. The tray representing Uchiha Tangwu was raised high, and the opposite tray dropped a weight again, revealing the phantom of a silver-haired man. The blankness in Tangu's eyes faded away, the first-order genetic lock state was used to the limit, and the strong breath slipped. But a feeling of blessing to the soul came to my heart. Advertisement. Outside the battlefield, Kakashi, who had been motionless, suddenly moved. Lightning flashed on his body, and the first door of the 8 inner gates formation opened, and he sprinted out with thunder in his right hand. The Guyu of Yusaka, the opposite Shisui actually stood up, and Susanoo entered the second form again, and was about to throw an energy attack in the form of a Go Jade. Tangu followed the feeling in his heart and walked towards Shisui, Mangekyo's pupil power flowed out, and a giant figure appeared faintly behind him. Flop. Suddenly a palm pierced Tangu's right chest from behind, and the pain nerve seemed to be working 1000%. Tangu only felt that his eyes were dark, and his whole body's strength was emptied. It won't give you a chance to use Susanoo. Kakashi panted behind him, Reikiri in his hand slowly piercing Tangu's chest. Shisui also came into contact with Suzu in an instant, and came to Tangu in front of Tangu with the wind, as if Mangekyo who was about to shatter was looking at Tangu. Offended, senior. As he said, he squeezed his pupil power from his exhausted eyes again. In the front is the most terrifying illusion that can change the mind, and behind it is a little bit of Reikiri. It was enough to make ordinary people unconscious and painful. At this moment, Tangu's consciousness was not submerged. His will is like a stubborn rock, still rolling by the waves, just motionless. And this reef firmly suppressed its scattered spirit, compressing and condensing them. Don't die and don't be controlled thinking. Single quote. Suddenly, this thought flashed in Tangu's mind, like a terrifying thunderbolt, extending from his consciousness to the body. In an instant, the illusory heat flow became real. Shisui's eyes released a golden light, and Tangu stared at him without fear. He raised his abandoned right hand with a grinning smile, releasing the pupil technique he had prepared for a long time. Distinguished heavenly god's light, Mangekyo Mira. At the moment of looking at each other, one of the pitch-black weed-ons in Tangu's right eye instantly turned gray and lost all its luster. Tangu stood still in place. Chapter 28 Not quite right, 4/5. Lost manuscript plus catch a cold, sleep first, and make up the missing chapter tomorrow. In fact, I have coded the code since chapter 16, flustered, and coded badly. The author is also ashamed, and I will improve it later. Still cheeky and ask for flowers and a recommendation ticket, please, this is really important to me. ZZZ. The air seemed to become quiet, and only Reikiri, who was screaming in Kakashi's hand, remained. Tangu's eyes degenerate into 3 hook jade, and the expression in his eyes becomes blank. Upon seeing this, Kakashi nodded to Shisui. Shisui took a deep breath and ordered Tangu, Uchiha Tangwu, you will always be loyal to Konoha and loyal to peace. While talking, the golden distinguished heavenly god's light slowly dissipated. But Shisui still did not relax his vigilance. Captain, just now, Senior Tangu used his Mangekyo pupil technique. Shisui said to Kakashi, stepping back a few steps, and lowering his head to check his body. No abnormalities were found. Kakashi frowned, watching Tangu's situation. He knew that Mangekyo, as a special blood-line boundary, had the ability to reflect the soul. In other words, when each pair of Mangekyo is awakened, it is because of the different psychological appeals and states of the person who opened the eyes, which gave birth to different pupil skills. These, different pupil techniques, are completely unpredictable. Kakashi is not worried about Tangu's lethal pupil technique, he is afraid of special types like Shisui. Shisui's unscathed appearance now worries him even more. I'm afraid, Uchiha Tangwu's pupil technique is also very special, Kakashi said, taking his bloody right hand out of Tangwu's right chest. With a crash, the blood and internal organs of the lungs were pulled out and fell to the ground. Tangwu's eyes conveyed a daze from the deepest pupil. Be careful, Shisui, Kakashi said to Shisui. Shisui nodded, wanting to remain vigilant, but his physical condition did not allow him, and his eyes returned from Mangekyo with a sullen grunt, and the one on the left became bleak and dull, as if it were broken. It seems true that it takes 10 years to cool down once you use it. Single quote. Kakashi noticed this situation and thought in his heart, but each of Shisui's eyes can cast distinguished heavenly gods once, so he still retains the ability to rewrite his thinking. Single quote. While they were thinking, Tangu entered a strange state. His whole body seemed to be immersed in hot water, and in this hot water, his muscles seemed to be awakened step by step, showing amazing activity. Advertisement. Obviously it has been squeezed to the limit, but it is very magical. There are new powers, flowing from the depths of the exhausted body. In Tangu's mind, the balance reappeared. Tangu stood on the pallet on the side. First, the weight was pulled away for unknown reasons and was lifted high. Then with a click, a heavy shackle peeled off his body. When the shackle was released from him, it turned from virtual to real, and fell heavily into the tray at Tangu's feet. In an instant, the balance reversed and returned to a balanced state. But the changes don't stop there. Along with the shackles peeling off, Tangu's whole body muscles seemed to break free from the shackles, and secondary growth appeared against common sense. These secondary growth muscles increased the mass, and even pressed the tray to sink. At both ends of the balance, Tangu lifted the opposite tray for the first time. At the moment of imbalance, a wave of illusion fell, leaning down from the opposite tray, and poured onto Tangu. In this wave, Tangu unexpectedly saw many Uchiha people. The battle, is it over? Kilometers away from Shisui's fight with Tangu, a group of Konoha ninjas swallowed silently. Whether it was the flashing electric lights or the continuous sound of iron slamming like a curtain of rain, the ninjas' onlookers were shocked. The enemy, there is only one person. In that short minute, the sound of fighting fully explained the intensity of the battle. That kind of high-intensity combat made many ninjas of the older generation trance back to the time of the Ninja World War 7 or 8 years ago. But that kind of terrifying momentum was caused by a target. The terrifying extent of Uchiha Tangwu, the rebel Uchiha Tangwu, is self-evident in the minds of many Konoha shinobi who don't know him well. Not to mention the half-length giant standing tall afterwards, waving a green blaze-like fist, hitting the ground and causing a strong vibration, which can be felt even within a kilometer. Just one blow can smash a small hill. That scene, that kind of momentum, made all the ninjas who assisted the Kakashi team's hunting mission to stand in place. That is really as powerful as human power can achieve. Someone asked startledly. Advertisement. It's really hard to imagine, it's like the legendary giant god Tier Ming. Yeah, who on earth is to perform such a giant's technique? Some ninjas, or ninjas with long heritage, glance at each other in unison, and silently do not speak. There are materials from Sengoku troubled times in their family that have been handed down, so they naturally know what that giant is. That is Susanoo, the ultimate ninjutsu that only the owner of Mangekyo Sharingan can perform. In previous records, the giant Susanoo did have the title of War God. Sure enough, it's an S-rank rebel, who has persisted under the Green Giant for so long. I don't know what happened to the Kakashi team. Some Konoha shinobi were talking, and their knowledge told them that no ninja can resist the Green Giant. Only a few people who knew the concept of Mangekyo were secretly anxious. Susanoo of Uchiha Tangwu has not appeared yet. This worry continued until the battle ended. The Green Giant disappeared. Rebel Uchiha Tangwu lost. Kakashi's Reikiri penetrated his chest. The ninjas with Byakugan branch house reported the battle loudly. They saw the weakening of Tangu Chakra's breath and Hitaki Kakashi's iconic Reikiri appeared. We won. Part of the worried ninja heard this, secretly relieved. In the next moment, Anbu, the Roots, and the ninjas in normal deployment set off at the same time, hurried towards the battle site. But there are still some ninjas who hesitate in their eyes. Not quite right. Single quote. Nara Lusuke is one of them. The body of his teammate Yamanaka Dato was found. The tragic situation when he was sent back made him full of hatred and vowed to avenge Yamanaka Dato. He is the one who has gone through the hunt for Tangu once, and has seen that terrifying speed. The huge Suzu giant lacks speed, and the highly maneuverable Tangu can run away even if it cannot defeat Susanoo. Careful. Teammate Akamaiki nodded at him. The same to you. Single quote. Nara Luyu followed the brigade forward. Byakugan ninjas can't tell lies, Uchiha Tangwu is indeed defeated. But Nara Luyu always feels something is wrong. His instinct has been warning, but logically, he found no abnormalities. Chapter 29 Knife light turned back 5/5. It seems that the pair of Mangekyo who defected has lost. Ju said half of his body in the tree. Next to him is a man wearing a Uzumaki mask, revealing a scarlet right eye, and 3 go jade rotating into a sharp sickle shape. What to do? It seems that your solicitation plan is going to fail. Black Zetsu looked at Obito. The expression under Obito's mask frowned slightly, and he said to himself with some doubts, strange. What's weird? Ju asked. I always have a feeling that Uchiha Tangwu will lose just like this. Obito looked at the battlefield hundreds of meters away, was silent for a moment, and shook his head. Maybe he didn't use Susanoo, so I felt like he was still hiding. Have a whole card. Forget it, if it fails, there is no value. Konoha will take his Mangekyo. Having said that, Obito looked at Z aside, and ordered. Z, look for information. Uchiha Tangwu's Mangekyo cannot fall into Konoha's hands, I'm going to recover it. Understand. Ju said. When Anbu, the Roots, and the ninjas with normal weave approached, Guy and Hong slowly leaned over. I won. Hong Chong sighed, and the pressure in his heart eased slightly. In this battle, she failed to provide the slightest effect. In front of Tangwu, who had cultivated to the terrifying realm of ninjutsu, she hardly had any ability to fight back. It's like an animal waiting to be slaughtered, waiting frequently and uncomfortably for the azure blue knife to fall. But now it's finally over. A relaxed smile appeared on Hong's face. She and Guy slowly approached, seeing that Kakashi had also lost Reikiri's technique, and asked Shisui to make the final inquiry. Uchiha Tangwu, you will always be loyal to Konoha, will you? Tangwu's expression was a bit sluggish, and his eyes were blank, standing still and didn't answer. Shisui looked at Kakashi, and the other side looked at the bloodline on the ground. My attack pierced his right lung lobe. Although the amount of bleeding is scary, it will not be fatal to the ninja in a short time. Single quote. Furthermore, there are experienced medical ninjas in the threatening team sent by the third generation. They should hear the movement, and they are coming here. Thinking of this, Kakashi gave Shisui a look. Shisui nodded and continued to look at Tangwu and asked, Uchiha Tangwu, you will always be loyal to Konoha, right? Dong dong. Advertisement. There was still no answer, but Guy's expression suddenly became suspicious. He seemed to hear something strange. Dong dong. You will always be loyal to peace, right? Shisui continued to ask. Heartbeat. That's the sound of heartbeat. Guy suddenly understood something, his eyes widened suddenly, showing a frightened expression. Along with this strong heartbeat, Guy felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. His instinct went beyond his thinking and reacted in the first place. The first door, open. Second gate, open. Third gate, open. Fourth gate, open. Dong dong. Just as Guy's expression changed, Tangwu's muscles suddenly swelled slightly. Well, Kakashi and Shisui noticed it at the same time, and their expressions were shocked. Tangwu's body was obviously sluggish and depressed, and suddenly climbed up again. His aura became deep and terrifying, with a certain primitive and brutal cruel smell, from his blank eyes. The wounds on his body began to heal spontaneously, as if nerves were growing from the skin and flesh, they moved closer to each other and pressed tightly together. At the same time, the pre-set surgery was launched. Whether it's a pinhole bruise pierced by a spiral shuriken on an arm, a wound cut by Shisui's chakra coat, or a bloodstain from the last impact overturned and rolled on the ground, it's all breathing. The bleeding stopped and disappeared, as if being wiped away by an eraser one by one. Finally, in Kakashi and Shisui's horrified eyes, the blood on the ground, the broken lung lobes, and the fragments of the stomach that had been vomited out in the distance, flew up and returned to Tangwu's body little by little. In the sun, the fair skin is smooth and flat, and pieces of strong muscles are piled up, as solid as iron stones. Probably less than a blink of an eye, Tangwu seemed to be back in time, returning to the way he was when he was injured. Ontology, what is your Mangekyo ability? Shadow Clone asked casually. Advertisement. Walking in the dense forest, blindfolded Tangwu said lightly, very good ability. The left eye is called Shensong, which can directly damage my soul, while the right eye is called Mi Luo, providing 3 times to rewrite myself. Opportunity for status. Reset. Yes. Tangwu nodded, similar to Izanagi's resurrection illusion. At this moment, my state is not in line with my intentions, I'll rewrite. Can the mental state be reset? Shadow Clone asked. Yes. Tangwu said. In the balance of the mind, the wave of illusion watered the will, flushing Tangwu's spirit back to reality. I am back. Tangwu lowered his eyes, said to Kakashi and Shisui, and then looked at Guy aside. 5th gate, open. 6th gate, open. Might Guy instantly opened the 6th gate, and Chakra's rising aura knocked back the red on his side, but instead protected her. You are always the sharpest, Might Guy Jōnin. Tangwu said lightly. While talking, Kakashi and Shisui suddenly felt that their eyes went dark, as if they had lost their sight. In the last light before the darkness fell, the two saw a gleam of silver light like lightning, as if it turned into a shocking sword light. Puff 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 pound. Daoguang turned back in the air 4 times. For the first time, Shisui's eyes were dug out, without hurting his eyelids. Kakashi's left eye was dug out for the second time, and the blade was precise and unbiased, ensuring that the eyeball was intact and cutting off all the connecting nerves. Then, on both Kakashi and Shisui, an incision was left from the left shoulder to the right abdomen, with deep bones and even a beating heart. What? Guy growled and shook off all the weight, his hands turned into a shadow, and he slapped his fists at super high speed. Toward the peacock. Chapter 30 Slow World, 1/4. The ultra-high-speed boxing penetrates the air and rubs against the air to create a hot flame. The moment the flame rose, it was immediately engulfed by the strength of the fist, forming a burning shock wave. Might Guy punches frantically, and the terrifying speed brings terrifying power. As soon as the hot flame ignited on his fist, he was hit at Tangwu. At a glance, hundreds of powerful shock waves carrying flames, centered on Might Guy, burst forth. It is as dazzling as a peacock on the screen. Beautiful moves. Single quote. Tangu glanced, and gave a fair evaluation. A roll of seal scroll slowly dropped from his waist, the blade in his hand stretched out, the 3 eyes suspended in the air were caught with the blade, and they were recovered into a bottle of nutrient solution sealed bottle. These sealed bottles were found on the rude Aburame ninja who came to hunt down. Tangu himself also knows some medical knowledge. After thinking about it, the idea of taking Mangekyo came into being. After sealing his 3 eyes, Tangu turned and looked at the shock waves and flames that filled the entire field of vision, escaping from the sky. Zizi. The electric light began to flash on her body. Tangu's speed is even higher. He walks leisurely, and walks in front of Guy. The ninja's shoes were cracked every inch, and the ground was sunken, showing obvious walking footprints. The second order of gene lock, the development of the potential of the body. Tangu's strength and speed are stronger than the first order genetic lock stage. With a high level of energy, he easily enters the slow world that can only be entered when the first order genetic lock is turned on to ultimate. The shape of the shock wave, the floating dust, the burning flame, the overflowing chakra flow. As the whole world is slowing down, everything becomes slow in Tangu's eyes. And different from the first order gene lock, in the second order gene lock state, Tangu can walk in this slow moving world at will, not just the first order gene lock. Open black lens bracket Uchiha stream thunder strike close black lens bracket. The ninja sword in Tangu's hand suddenly became bright, shining with a blue electric light. He waved his hand and slashed, using his own lightning style Uchiha swordsmanship. Chop, cut, cleave, cut, sweep. Under the guidance of instinctive skills, each move presents the most suitable angle and the most suitable strength, and understates the Chao Peacock in front of him. Bow, 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 bow. Advertisement. The shocking flame waves of Chao Peacock burst like bubbles, but the rate of bursting is extremely slow. Those rapidly surging flames were slow as if they were frozen in the air. Only Tangu's speed is normal. In the eyes of the outside world, Tangu's speed is incredibly fast. Obito, who was about to turn around and leave, felt Might Guy's sudden eruption, and stopped in doubt. The sickle in his Mangekyo turned quickly, and in the field of vision using ultimate with his dynamic vision, he saw a blade of lightning that was as fast as lightning, and the swift figure that couldn't see clearly. Obito's eyes became stunned and blank, and then he was filled with disbelief. Everything is in 1 second. This is a very short time when there is no time to react to facial expressions, and only thoughts can move easily. Tangu's knife was close to Guy's neck. Kakashi and Shisui stood still behind him. The wounds on their bodies hadn't even spilled blood. Kakashi and Shisui, 2 people with potential, have both been stimulated by me, and it was a waste of luck. Single quote. Only Guy, the bright figure who almost kicked Uchiha Madara to death, has not been stimulated by me to explode. Tangu's speed itself is incredible, and the speed of thinking is even higher. Would you like a sling? Single quote. When slashing, he even had time to consider whether to use his Mangekyo ability to abolish Guy. In this way, the opponent's natural luck was forced to flow out in advance, so that the abolished Guy stood up again, and later he would not come to the height of the original book. It's not that Shaoli was reborn from the flames of Gaara's abolition and standing up again. This is an external catastrophe, this is an extra catastrophe imposed by Tangu from outside of fate. Forget it, let's try my new abilities. Single quote. Tangu thought, the knife in his hand slowed down a bit. Of course these points are from his own point of view, in fact it is still ridiculously fast. Tangu thought, and there was an empty balance in his mind. One tray stood with him, and the other tray stood with Might's phantom. He relaxed his feet slightly, and the tray he was on suddenly became lighter, lifting it up a bit. Vast and magnificent fluctuations resounded in the whole nihility. Advertisement. In reality, Guy's eyes fluctuated in microseconds, and his thoughts swiftly moved, capturing the crisis that stimulated the opening of the 6th gate, hiding a deeper threat. He couldn't see anything, he didn't even think about it. It was just that Chakra reappeared in an instant, opening the last limit before the dead gate. Within a second, the 7th gate opened. The sweat of the whole body began to evaporate, and the light green energy turned into blue steam. In an instant, Guy's ultra-high-speed boxing stopped. It was extremely quiet, as if ignoring physical inertia. Although the reaction caused muscle bruising and bleeding, in the 7th gate state, Guy had already ignored the pain. These actions are completed in 1 second. Kakashi and Shisui behind him, and Red in the distance, only then could the problem be detected. But in Tangu's eyes, it was still too slow. He seems to be a person from another time and space, and everything is slow and stagnant. Guy sees the same in Tangu's eyes, except that it is faster than the others, which is probably the difference between 16 times slower and 8 times slower. Wait a minute, absolutely. Obito on the other side also had time to speak, his Mangekyo condensed to ultimate. I saw the scorching flames burst out like a peacock, and a new white light appeared in the middle. This white light is stronger, faster and more powerful than the flame shock wave. 7th gate Day Tiger. Guy's hands are close to his chest, and he pushes out a punch together. At this moment, he also felt the slow world, and the muscles all over his body were stiff and painful. Obviously thinking gave the order to punch, but the body moved very slowly. And this is very slow in the eyes of ordinary people, it is already unattainable speed. At least in the eyes of the Hyuga ninja who has been watching the battlefield, he only had time to react to the sky full of Chao Peacock. Regarding the light of 7th gate and Day Tiger, their brains did not react at all. Stop. Chapter 31 Lightning Style Kanglong, 2 quarters. At least in the eyes of the Hyuga ninja who has been watching the battlefield, he only had time to react to the sky full of Chow Peacock. Regarding the light of 7th Gate and Day Tiger, their brains did not react at all. Stop. The Hyuga ninja's face turned horrified, and the moment he issued a warning. Hundreds of meters away, everyone saw it, and there was a blazing white light like sunlight in full bloom. Boom boom boom. This white light erupted toward the center of the peacock, disturbing all the air, and the turbulent airflow was swept by the super high-speed fighting force launched by the man in the center of the light, like a violent tornado that stirred the sea. The air around Might Guy is boiling. The ultra-high-speed boxing with both hands sucked in all the nearby air with a spiral force, forming a violent air pressure. Under the high-speed friction of air pressure, violent high temperature is generated, but they are all blocked by force and cannot escape. So that all the airflow was ignited by the high temperature, forming a translucent pale white. With Might Guy's hands fully launched, the terrifying power and the violent high-temperature air flow quickly condensed, and under Chakra's control, it gradually became a fiery white tiger emitting a bright white shimmer. Tangu watched all this quietly, taking all the details of Might Guy's Day Tiger into his eyes. In my mind, the balance of nothingness feedback the fluctuation of inquiry. Do you perform robbery? If the choice is yes, then the ability of Might Guy's 7th Gate Day Tiger will be poured on Tangu through unspeakable channels. Might Guy itself will not lose anything, nor will it become unusable 7th Gate Day Tiger. However, Guy's room for improvement of this trick will be intercepted by Tangu. He will become rusty and unfamiliar, unable to simply use it, and will lose the ability to refine and optimize. At the same time, Tangu will be the master 7th Gate Day Tiger in a short time without a teacher. No. Advertisement. Tangu responded like this in his heart, raising the knife and cutting it down. In the second order gene lock state, the muscles all over the body grow out like fascial nerves, which cooperate with the force. Even the internal organs, the metabolism of which is involved in coordination. 90% of muscle strength is under control. The whole body of chakra was mobilized and converted into thunder attribute chakra. The momentum climbed to ultimate. 7th Gate Hidora's price performance ratio is still a bit low. Thinking about this, Tangu showed a weird sense of contradiction. He slashed a knife lightly, without much strength, but carrying the blade that thunder fell, he cut the air violently, and made a buzzing sound. Ninfeng landed head-on Shiuhu's forehead, and the blade disintegrated at the moment of contact, but the strength directly penetrated through it. The Day Tiger, which was essentially a shock wave, burst open instantly, like a bursting balloon. The high-temperature air pressure inside expanded and exploded, using Tangu's attack as a breach to release a huge amount of light and heat. The last shining white light has not yet dissipated, and a more terrifying blazing light appeared. For a moment, all the sounds and colors were lost, and only a giant explosion that looked like the sun in front of him. In the center of the light, facing the glowing Tangu frontally, he lightly waved the shinobi with only the hilt. The electric manon on the knife suddenly jumped out of the knife and turned into an electric dragon with open horns with only front claws. Lightning-style Kanglong. Under the horrific control of the second-order gene lock, the nature transformation and form of the thunder attribute chakra changed to ultimate. I saw the electric dragon open his mouth and roar silently, without fear of the light and heat in front of him. His body continued to grow bigger and thicker, and finally it became more than 10 meters long. The interior was full of thick high-voltage lightning, interlacing birth and death in it, as if it contains a sea of thunder. Then the thunder dragon opened its mouth and vomited, and the thunder clusters of birth and death in the body condensed, and a cascade of terrifying electric current was ejected from its mouth. The world's clock time is all quiet. The terrifying sound of the collision between the Day Tiger and the Blue Dragon made the surrounding area of thousands of meters into a silent state. All the voices were suppressed by the sound of two terrifying moves. The ground was crushed and collapsed, the dust was scorched to pieces, the trees and lawns were all uprooted, and the water vapor evaporated instantly. Advertisement. All the approaching ninjas were lifted off, and no sound was heard and no picture was seen. Several Byakugan ninjas ruptured blood vessels in their eyes and went blind. Obito is the person with the quickest response. He threw the Ju next to him into the Kamui space for the first time, and then hit his body in it. This Super S-rank ninjutsu can't even describe the power. Suffocating the pain of hurting his eyes, Obito glanced at it. At the last glance, I only saw a vast expanse of light, as if the world had become a sea of light, but there was nothing else. This is just the aftermath of a ninjutsu hedge. It's hard to imagine what a terrifying scene the two people in the center are facing. The cold sweat on Obito's back swooped down, and there was a long period of fear in his heart. If it weren't for the special nature of time and space ninjutsu, there would be no possibility of surviving from the distance he watched the battle. Whether it was the Might Guy of 8 inner gates, or the sudden appearance of Mangekyo owner Tangu, Obito felt a panic of fear. Sure enough, Konoha is the head of the 5 major villages, and the depth of the background is completely unpredictable. Obito, who was proud of having solved 4th Hokage, felt like a basin of cold water poured down, and there was no more pride at all. Normally, when Black Zetsu sees Obito discouraged, he will certainly speak out for comfort. But this time it was also frightened, and a look of fright flashed in his eyes. If Obito moves slowly, if Obito's Mangekyo is not a time-space ninjutsu, it might be dead at this time. In the face of pure power, wood-style regeneration, hidden breath, earth-style, and robe are useless. The aftermath of ninjutsu outside destroyed everything around him to pieces. Even if its body is a chakra spirit, it is difficult to say that it can survive in that kind of high temperature. Even if he survives by chance, I am afraid he will be seriously injured to ultimate. As the plan to try to recruit Uchiha Tangwu somewhat inappropriate. Single quote. Black Zetsu suddenly flashed this thought. It looked at Obito, who was still in shock, and thought to himself, Obito is scared. The difference in strength between the two is too great. Even the unblind Mangekyo ninjutsu is not safe. Obito may not be able to react to the opponent's horrible body flicker technique similar to White Fang. Chapter 32 Trophy, 3/4. Black Zetsu was lost in thought. Nagato can still control it, after all, Rinnegan is not his own. The more pupil power is used, the more vitality is consumed. Sooner or later, Rinnegan can be recovered, and even worry about whether such a suitable piece will die too soon. Outside of Kamui space, the terrifying light and heat directly permeated the range of more than 500 meters, and the momentum spread to kilometers away. When the aftermath dissipated, there was a bare piece in the range of more than 300 meters. There was only scorched black dust left on the ground covered with vegetation, and smoke was exuding wisps of smoke, and the high temperature distorted the air above it faintly. A large amount of dust was lifted and thrown away, as the hot air flow rose to the sky, and dispersed into a gray cloud. The ground is sunken for more than 10 meters, forming a hemispherical cavity. 300 meters away from the explosion center, the fragmented residue was piled up in layers, and it was vaguely seen to be broken tree trunks and human hands and feet torsos. Gudong. The ninja who was lucky enough to survive swallowed his saliva and looked at all this with trembling eyes. Looking around, only a few of the ninja team, which was originally numerous, survived. The team led by Nara Shikasuke was not among them. He deployed Anbu, and the fastest routes and Anbu ninjas were almost wiped out. It's not that no one reacted, and many ninjas used ninjutsu to resist them for the first time. But in that horrible aftermath, the strongest Earth-style ninjutsu is crushed and crushed like paper. Why? Why does this happen? Didn't it mean that the battle is over? The living teammates were there for 1 second, and the next second they became scorched remains on the ground. Some young ninjas couldn't accept it, and their emotions collapsed. Where is Hyuga? Where are Hyuga's people? Didn't you say that Kakashi-senpai won? Yeah, get out. But no one answered, because all Hyuga ninjas were dead. Nice trick. Advertisement. Tangu retreated blankly and nodded in praise. In front of him, Guy's eyes were white and he collapsed on the ground. Most of his body was charred and he barely saw a trace of ups and downs on his chest. Tangu himself was not much better. Although Kanglong's current beam had back-pressured part of the Tianyu air pressure, many of them were still endured. At this time, his clothes all over shattered into black residue. The front of the body was severely burned. There were even charred bones on both sides of the cheeks, and the palms of the eyes that were covered were also devoid of muscles. But these injuries are recovering strangely and quickly. The new pink muscles regrowth and cover the bones, and the bones themselves give up the burnt parts and grow white new bones. Tangu's injury that was enough to die 3 or 4 times, he recovered most of it in his breath. To survive the collision just now, you are very good, I let you go. Tangu said. In the blink of an eye, the whole body's injuries were fully recovered. In his mind, the tray of the balance slowly fell, and the phantom might guy on the opposite side seemed to be taken away from life, and the whole figure became weak and transparent. Along with the tilt of the balance, Might Guy's innate air luck, aptitude, and some fundamental and essential things fell half like a stream and flowed into Tangu's body. There was no feeling in this process, only the intuition in the dark showed that Tangu's own weight was heavier. I feel that the light of my heart should be of the destiny type, but there is no such thing as destiny. There are only 4 kinds of time, space, matter, and energy. Tangu's thoughts flashed, and he didn't think too much. After all, this was not something to be considered at this stage. The scale of nothingness. At this time he gave his ability a name. Both sides of the selected target bet, and the winning side gets the other side's chips. These chips can be anything, whether it is a substance or an illusory concept, it can be obtained. Moreover, Tangu can also take the initiative to place bets, that is, withdrawing his own luck chips, increasing the weight of the opposite pallet, and raising the odds. For example, after winning Shisui, that wave of information is a high return. Tangu stimulated him several times, and instinctively used his own chips to raise Shisui, which involved the popularity of Shisui, the luck of the clan, and the possibility of the future, all of which were involved in the game. Because if Shisui wins, use distinguished heavenly gods to control Tangu back to the village. Advertisement. Then Uchiha has 2 pairs of Mangekyo on the bright side. Coupled with Tangu's change of Shisui's thoughts, Uchiha really has a good chance of moving towards a bright future, and Shisui himself is very expected to become Hokage. But now, with the loss of distinguished heavenly gods Mangekyo, that bright future has fallen into Tangu's hands. Boom. Shake the seal scroll hidden behind him, protected by his body. Tangu took out a new set of clothes and put them on for himself, and the severe pain began to spread all over his body. The backlash of the second order gene lock began. Stand. Stop. I. Still. Can. Guy on the ground made a weak voice. Don't be brave. Tangu shook his head and interrupted him. I know you still have the 8th gate, but with your current state, how much power you can exert, you should have no consciousness in your lower body. Tangu sneered, looking at his body turned into coke. Even if I die, I have to. Tangu didn't want to entangle him, and those who lost in the gambling game of Tianping had no possibility of threatening him. Losing once means losing forever. Might Guy is useless, he will be left far behind by Tangu. Your teammates Kakashi and Shisui, but because of the shelter behind me, luckily survived. Tangu glanced behind him. When Tangu was swinging his knife, he passed the two of them neatly and came to Might Guy. In the subsequent day, Tiger and Blue Dragon hedge against the aftermath, fortunately received Tangu's asylum, and was not directly washed into residue by the shock wave. The high temperature is also very fortunate to scorch their wounds to stop the bleeding. Do you still want to do it with me? Tangu asked. If you do, I will send them on the road first. Might Guy fell silent, and the will that he finally gathered was completely dispelled by Tangu's words. Well, I should collect my trophy. Tangu saw that Might Guy had no fighting spirit, smiled, and looked at the red lying beside Kakashi and Shisui. Chapter 33 Captive 4 Quarters. Make up for the ones that forgot to update last night, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. When Yuhihong was fighting Might Guy, he was very determined to take Kakashi and Shisui away from the battlefield. It was a pity that the explosion happened so quickly that she had only time to take the two out more than 20 meters away. But fortunately, she was still able to move, and actively resisted the aftermath. Although he was lying on the ground unconscious, his injuries were not too serious to be honest. Might Guy realizes something, but the will to slip once, can no longer climb to the peak it once was. He could only listen to Tangu's steps away, his emotions gradually choked, and finally his movable hand was firmly grasping the dirt on the ground. It's okay. Tangu checked the condition of Saffronin. Although most of the clothes were scorched and broken by the high temperature, they did not cause many burns, and the white and delicate skin underneath was vaguely visible. It is Konoha's 53rd year, and Yuhihong is only in his early 20s at this time. At this time, she had just escaped from youthfulness, and was moving towards the period of a mature woman, with excellent conditions in all aspects. When Tangu hugged her in the way of a princess, she was full of fragrance. Slender legs rested on Tangu's arms unsuspectingly, and his head rested on the arm of Tangu's other hand. His white face was sleeping quietly, letting out a shallow breath. Although Yuhihong's fighting ability is very weak, in his battles with Kakashi, Shisui, and Might Guy, what is useless is like a vase. But they are all super standard combat power. You don't need to look at it from a fighting eye, but just look at it with an aesthetic eye. Yuhihong itself has a beautiful face and a beautiful figure, coupled with the experience of Jōnin's career, so that Hong does not have those weak temperaments, but a bit more sassy and heroic. After a hard battle, the victor reaps the spoils, which is a natural power. Well, as if he had noticed something, his red eyelids moved, and he snorted, but he couldn't wake up his consciousness. Shadow clone. Tangu made a seal with one hand and separated two shadow clones. Put red on the back of one of the shadow clones, and put the other shadow clone on the back. Advertisement. After leaving a note, Tangu left the scene. I took Shiraihong, I want to change her back, let me change something. The paper fell lightly on Might Guy's face, covering his tearful eyes, as if taunting this man who could not be guarded by his companions. What? In the same place, Might Guy let out a beastly painful growl, terribly harsh. ... The two Shadow Clone walked away from the battlefield with people behind their backs. Shadow Clone doesn't care about Tangu's condition on his body, even if he is sweating on his head, his muscles are constantly twitching and convulsing. Because only the back phagocytosis of the first order gene lock is the most dangerous, the subsequent side effects will be reduced a lot. Mangekyo Miro. Tangu just used this pupil technique to rewrite his own state, restore his health to full value, and also restore his chakra amount. At this time, with the emergence of backphagy, cells instinctively seek to survive when the gene lock sequence is damaged. Their survival instinct was stimulated to ultimate, and they began to reversely absorb the chakra produced by themselves. But not all chakra smoked, but only a portion. That is the energetic and vibrant part of chakra, which is sucked back by the cells. If you go into Tangu's body and look closely at this time, you will find the light green light symbolizing vitality, extracted from chakra, and then merged into the cell body. This process continues until night, when the moon is high. The white moonlight spilled from the window, quiet and silent. A hotel room. When Tangu opened his eyes, he saw an unfamiliar ceiling. He opened the quilt and sat up, and found that his clothes had been changed into a loose sleep. The bathroom in the room was lighted, and the skin was matte, as if Shiraihong, who had just taken a bath, was carried out by a young woman with her arm, and she moved gently on the bed next to Tangu. Then massaged the muscles, wiped the hair, and carefully put the close-fitting kimono on the comatose Yuhihong to cover the bumpy figure. Advertisement. During this period, the young woman's eyes were absent, apparently she was illusionary. Tangu touched the red and semi-wet hair, curled his fingers gently for a few seconds, raised his head, and calmly said to the woman, "Go to those who eat." Yes. The woman went out in response and left the room. Tangu knows exactly what to do when. After gene lock backlash, it is most in need of self-cultivation and recovery. At this time, thinking about other things is harmful and unhelpful. When the state is restored, naturally there is a lot of time to relax. Wake up, ontology, said the two shadow clones. Tangu nodded. Shadow clone guarded the corner of the room, and guarded the other outside the door. Amazingly, Tangu knew where they were without even looking. This, knowing, does not mean that they are aware of their existence. When the first order genetic lock, Tangu can rely on super intuition to determine the breadth of nearby life, and has surprisingly keen eyes on the gaze of others. But now it's different. Tangu didn't use his eyes to see at all. When he was awake, the layout of the entire room was automatically incorporated into his mind. The furnishings, size, height and width, and the presence of life breath are all sensed. These are all information that the body receives in normal days, but it is too small for the brain to read clearly. In the first order gene lock state, he can instinctively react to these subtle information, forming amazing intuition. The second order gene lock has been able to slowly read and digest this information. And the physical fitness has risen to an exaggerated level. The vitality, resilience, and immunity, which represent vital aspects, have exceeded the limits of ordinary people. All wounds can rely on manipulating nearby muscles to temporarily coagulate, and blood loss will stop within a few seconds. Even if the artery ruptures, it will not cause death. It can also control the body's vigorous metabolism and promote the rapid healing of wounds. Usually you may not see much, but once injured or sick, it will show amazing resilience. An ordinary person may have to lie down for a few months of injury. If Tangu has a lot of nutritional supplements, he can get up in about half a day. Chapter 34 Changes in Physical Fitness 1/4. Tangu's charred skin and flesh were replaced in a short time. It was in the second order genetic lock state that artificially accelerated cell metabolism, consuming most of the body's stored nutrients to recover from the injury. At that moment, Tangu opened a substantial gap with the ninja in the Hokage world. Although it is still a humanoid being born, old, sick and dying, the level of life is different. Hey. The door of the hotel room was gently opened, and the woman just walked in with a food tray. Stacks of side dishes are placed on the food plate, including dried plum rice balls, boiled beans, scallop soup, beef, chicken, etc. The variety is abundant but the quantity is small. Guest, please use it slowly. The woman said the words of hospitality, completely unaware of the abnormality of her behavior. It was a guest who did not pay to register, but stayed in the room, but the woman didn't feel anything was wrong. Even if she washes the body of an unfamiliar woman, warms the food and waits for the male guest to wake up, it doesn't feel strange. Well, go down. Tangu waved his hand. These foods were prepared in advance by Shadow Clone, instructed the woman. Shadow Clone expects that the body will wake up in the middle of the night. Due to the size of the hotel, Shadow Clone does not require too expensive food. Tangu covered Hong with the quilt, picked up the chopsticks and ate quickly. The strong masseter muscles tear and bite the food effortlessly, turning it into an easily digestible erosion shape, swallowing it into the abdomen, and replenishing the body's consumption. At the same time, he digested the memory that came after the first Shadow Clone was lifted. This Shadow Clone found a stable resting place according to his own ideas at the time, and then tested the changes after turning on the second order genetic lock. Although Shadow Clone cannot open the second order genetic lock, some abilities will still be inherited. For example, advertisement. Muhitsu. Tangu raised his eyebrows, and with a thought, the air began to flow quickly, and a small whirlwind appeared in the room. Wind-style great breakthrough. As soon as the cyclone appeared, Tangu interrupted the supply of chakra, disappeared and collapsed without causing any movement. The speed of the operation is the same as that of the normal seal, but it does not require a handprint, and the concealment and suddenness are greatly enhanced. Tangu's expression was thoughtful. My ability to control chakra has been upgraded to another level. Only driven by my mind, I can achieve the effect of the operation. Nature transformation and morphological changes are just low-end energy manipulation techniques, which are not difficult for me now. I can learn A-level ninjutsu at a glance and immediately use it in actual combat. Part of the ninjutsu that requires perception or physique, I can easily get started. Yin Dun and Yang Dun can be taught without a teacher, as if the potential is released, and it is like a complement. When the first order gene lock was turned on, I completed the 3 attributes of wind, soil, and water, and reached the 5 attributes chakra manifestation. Now that the second order gene lock is turned on, it manifests yin and yang. I have a hunch that there is still potential to be tapped in this area. Tangu thought, ate the food quickly, and was immediately digested. He slowed down, walked into the bathroom to take a bath, felt the soreness in his muscles gradually eased, and continued to comb. What I just sorted out was the change in chakra, but now it is the change in physical fitness. The second order gene lock can freely control 90% of one's body parts, and fully exert potential strength. Whether it is muscles, blood, nerves and 5 senses, it has been greatly strengthened, and even the energy flow in the body is greatly enhanced. Can control. It may be a little hollow to say that, let me give some simple examples. 1. Tons of power. Under normal conditions, pure physical strength can reach ton level, muscle density and bone toughness reach a terrifying level, and can easily catch Might Guy's fist in the 6th gate state without injury. Chao Peacock, the flames of his fists can easily explode. 2. Sonic attack. The terrifying physical quality brings a terrifying explosive power, the attack can reach the speed of sound, and the full use of it may also break the sound barrier and reach supersonic speed. Shadow Clone only tests the speed of sound. Advertisement. 3. Bullet time. The second order gene lock controls the nerves. If you take it seriously, you will feel the world slowing down. If you concentrate, the sense of time suddenly stretches, and 1 second of the outside world is as long as 20 seconds in your senses. If Sharingan is turned on again at this time, the world will be almost stagnant. 4. Chakra volume. On the basis of the first order gene lock, it is quadrupled, which is 12 times the amount when the gene lock is not turned on. Now Tangu's chakra breath is huge, like a mountain lake. 5. Exuberant vitality. You will not die if you lose most of the blood in your body, and you will be able to fight for a long time even with serious injuries from broken internal organs. Immune to most biological protein toxins, and heavy metals will simply be excreted from the body. Shadow Clone guessed that he already had the vitality of the Uzumaki clan. Even if he became a Jinchuriki, the beast with its tail might not die. The above 5 examples are the results of the Shadow Clone test. There are also some subtle changes that only Tangu can feel. That is about some changes in the nature of chakra. At that time, Otsutsuki Kagaya ate the fruit of the sacred tree to obtain chakra, and passed it to his 2 sons, Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Otsutsuki Rain Village, through fertility. Later, with Otsutsuki Hagoromo, he founded Ninzong and distributed chakra to people in the world. In essence, chakra is a foreign product to the people on this planet. The so-called combination of mental energy and physical energy to create chakra is only a representation. The truth is that ninjas refine their own mental energy and physical energy and convert them into chakra energy through the power seeds distributed by Sage of 6 Paths Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Tangu felt very clearly at this moment that a foreign thing that did not belong to his normal growth was stored in his body. It resembles the shape of a plant, with countless roots and whiskers involved, all over Tangu's body. Reproduction. Tangu thought of the word instantly. Chapter 35 Konoha makes a storm 2 quarters. Seeking flowers, seeking evaluation votes. Chakra is not integrated into the genetic sequence of humans in the Hokage world. It is not like the mitochondria on the earth in the previous life, which is completely part of the cell. Chakra still maintains its independence. It looks like a parasitic, but also like a symbiosis. Tangu's expression gradually became more cautious, because he could feel the existence of a weak will. Chakra is alive. The news of the defeat of the 2 Mangekyo Sharingan owners was immediately transmitted back to Konoha by the surviving ninjas. Although the battle location is very far away from Konoha, the level of intelligence is very high. In just one afternoon, it was delivered to Konoha in the evening. Boom. There was a chill in the office at the root. Several elite ninjas wearing masks knelt on one knee and looked at the ground without saying a word. On the desk in front of them, the old man known as Konoha's shadow slammed his cane heavily on the ground. For the first time, his face that had been overwhelmed with joy and anger showed panic and anger. Mission failed. Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Shisui, and Might Guy were seriously injured and unconscious. Kamui Mangekyo and distinguished heavenly gods Mangekyo were captured, and Shi Raihong was captured. Leave a note in exchange for chips in place. Danzo's eyes were cold, and there was a chill in his heart that made him creepy. What happened? 2 kinds of Mangekyo's pupil skills were lost to a pair of Mangekyo. Let's not talk about Kamui Mangekyo, but what about distinguished heavenly gods Mangekyo? Could that idiot Shisui not even find the opportunity to perform the ultimate illusion? And Might Guy actually opened the 7th gate. It's all to this point, why not just open the 8th gate? Why not sacrifice on the battlefield like your father did? The old man did not believe in the power of the 8th gate, and he couldn't keep that Uchiha Tangwu. One thought after another flashed in Danzo's mind, complaining, disappointment, unwillingness, hatred, and all kinds of negative emotions. His heart has been messed up. The description of the battle scene panicked Danzo's heart, and the terrain within a kilometer radius turned into a piece of scorched earth. Advertisement. Just the aftermath of ninjutsu killed 68 ninjas on the spot, and it is impossible to imagine how Uchiha Tangwu, who was at the center of the battle, survived. It is even more unimaginable that Uchiha Tangwu, who can perform this kind of power ninjutsu, is in that kind of strength. What kind of level is Jiraiya? What kind of level is 3rd Raikage? What kind of White Fang? Or the level of Sarutobi when he was young? Damn. The more Danzo thought about it, the more cold sweat he got. The cane in his hand knocked heavily on the ground, and there were cracks in the tail of the cane, but it still kept going, as if to vent the fear and worry in his heart. Uchiha Tangwu clearly showed his indifference and determination in his previous pursuit. If this kind of ninja is under his command, it will be a perfect subordinate. But if you are in a hostile state, it is a very daunting thing. He and Sarutobi Hiruzen analyzed previous hunting operations, and Uchiha Tangwu clearly expressed his disgust towards the roots and his Shimura Danzo. This person was able to hide himself deliberately. After turning on Mangekyo, he did not make any publicity. He defected without hesitation while leaving the village, showing his determination. Such a determined person is decisive and unscrupulous compared to revenge. Danzo thinks he is quite active in suppressing the Uchiha clan, persecuting and making things difficult for all kinds of things. As the persecuted party, Uchiha Tangwu cannot guarantee that he would sneak back to Konoha and retaliate against him. Anyway, Uchiha is hostile to him Shimura Danzo. Quote. Danzo became fidgety, and the words, distinguished heavenly gods Mangekyo were taken, repeatedly appeared in front of him. If there is an opportunity to rewrite people's thinking, he believes that he will definitely maximize his benefits. Comparing heart to heart, he really didn't dare to think about what Uchiha Tangwu would do. No, I have to see Sarutobi. Danzo couldn't sit still, and hurriedly left the root base. He knew that at this time, only his old friend 3rd generation Sarutobi Hiruzen could help him. But to Danzo's surprise, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not see him. At night, the Hokage building was brightly lit. Advertisement. Danzo stood in the Hokage building, staring silently at the top floor office with a gloomy expression. After a while, it seemed to understand something. Danzo's hands trembled and left without a word. Oops, this time not only is it difficult for me, Hiruzen is also in a dangerous situation. The next day, the information about the mission failure was known to most ninjas. The antecedents and consequences can be inquired by any ninja with some status and power. First, the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan caused a shock in this world, and the ninjas of the middle and lower classes speculated that the elder Danzo had brought Uchiha Ninja Shisui into the roots uncharacteristically. They wanted to covet the legendary eyes. Then, the defector also the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. After studying, the senior Konoha sent 2 Mangekyo owners to hunt down, and it turned out that 2 Mangekyo pupil techniques were taken away. This is undoubtedly a painful loss. But surprisingly, Konoha's ninjas did not become bitter and angry at Uchiha Tangwu. Instead, as if not receiving the news, the atmosphere became strangely depressed. As if a gray cloud floating above Konoha, it shrouded the people underground in a deep depression. Peace. Sarutobi Hiruzen is in the office, looking at the bright weather outside the window, but there is no glimmer of light. It seemed that a certain kind of hope was lost along with the failure of the highly regarded Kakashi. Master 3rd Generation, Jōnin class is already waiting for you in the meeting room. Anbu's ninja said. Sarutobi glanced at him, listening to this Anbu's calm tone without any fluctuations. Somehow, a wave of irritation appeared in his heart. Anbu ninja control emotions is a must. No matter what the situation, you must maintain a calm and cautious attitude. But at this time Sarutobi felt that this calmness was particularly dazzling. What are you cautious about? Worried about my old man, confused and doing stupid things. Still centrifugal with me, thinking that I shouldn't occupy this position anymore. Let's go. Sarutobi glanced at him lightly, and years of precipitation allowed him to control the emotions on his face well. After speaking, he walked towards the office. Chapter 36 Give up and let the wise. 3/4. Seeking flowers, seeking evaluation votes. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked into the meeting room, and the 2 rows of Jōnin, who were full on the left and right, cast their sights at once. For the first time, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt the pressure to be scrutinized and investigated. Even if Minato died 5 years ago, when he returned to his post against the crowd, his heart was not so heavy. In less than a second, Jōnin stood up one after another, greeted respectfully like him. But in less than a second, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a long suffering. Master Hokage. 3rd Generation items. Master 3rd Generation. There are different titles. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, showing the usual cheerful expression, waved his hand and walked in. Sit all. Sorry, my old man is late. A group of Jōnin declined repeatedly, saying, where is the 3rd generation? The affairs of the 3rd generation are heavy. It doesn't matter if we wait a while. After several polite remarks, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the first seat, squinting and shouting like a kind old man. The 2 elders, Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura, both showed worried eyes. Elder Danzo was rarely absent from today's meeting. He knew that if he showed up today, he would undoubtedly endure a fierce attack from this group of people. Master 3rd Generation, the casualty rate of this mission is a bit high. It was the head of Hyuga Hiyashi who took the lead, and the other party said casually. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him, and took a pipe. Fugaku, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan who has always been a thorn, closes his eyes to rest his mind, and has always supported him. It's really interesting, how come my supporters and opponents have transposed each other? Single quote. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed inwardly. He knew what Hiyashi was talking about. Advertisement. There is an unwritten rule in the 5 great ninja villages that Kage-level Renin will not take the initiative to hunt down, because it can't afford to damage the manpower. This time he and Danzo suppressed the information and sent out men to hunt down. I thought I could win the victory, but the casualties were so heavy. If he succeeds in getting Uchiha Tangwu to catch Konoha for trial, then the situation will naturally not be the case. Instead, these Jōnin will praise him for his resoluteness and determination. But failed, then there is nothing left to say. I understand, Chief Hiyashi. Sarutobi put down his pipe and said to him, the Hyuga clan lost 12 branch houses in this mission. This was caused by my mistake in decision making. I will compensate for it. Quote. Hyuga Hiyashi bowed slightly, expressing his satisfaction with the result. When the 2 elders behind heard this, a trace of sadness flashed in their eyes. It seems that Hiruzen is determined to abdicate. Single quote. But the problem is not solved by abdication. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the rest of Jōnin coldly, the pipe in his hand knocked heavily on the table, his sharp eyes as if Shino was resurrected in this old body when he was young. The amount of meat you can bite from me depends on the abilities of you guys. Single quote. The Konoha meeting ended in strange silence on the first day. The participants seemed calm, but everyone could feel the deep undercurrents rolling in Konoha. Naturally, Tangu, who was far outside, would not know the power struggle that took place in Konoha. If he knew it, I'm afraid he would appreciate it. The next step is the tradition of Donggying culture. It's worth keeping. Of course, Tangu also guessed a little bit. He killed 99% of the ninja who was sent to hunt him down. With a nearly 100% loss rate, it was not necessarily so terrifying during the white-hot stage of previous wars. Moreover, under the high loss rate, the surviving elite ninja has not been transformed. This has undoubtedly increased the risk that Konoha's families will lose their lives in the peaceful age when they have just begun to recuperate. The 3rd generation returned to Hokage and needed a trusted helper who gave Danzo great power. These powers are used by Danzo to actively squeeze the vitality of the ninja clan and launch various invasion missions. Advertisement. The ninjas have long been uncomfortable with the hawkish Danzo. 6 or 7 years have passed since the war, and we are still engaged in this kind of high-pressure policy. Are we afraid that we are taking the opportunity to reduce our strength? No one is a fool, but the sudden disaster of 9 Tails gave Sarutobi and Danzo an excuse. But now the ninjas also have excuses, the times are reversed. If it weren't for you, Danzo had been suspicious of Uchiha and persecuting them, how could anyone prefer to defect rather than stay in Konoha who gave birth to him? Obviously, I can't stay in Konoha anymore. The meaning of a pair of Mangekyo to Konoha is understood by all fools, let alone lost 3 more Mangekyo now. It is conceivable that Danzo has been pursuing a high-pressure and combat readiness policy, which is wrong. We need to let everyone in Konoha know that peace has begun. The existence of the route itself is very anachronistic. Haha, I can guess what they said. Tangu stroked his palm and laughed. The guy Danzo sent the talented juniors to the roots to cultivate and become his own subordinates. Some of the civilian ninjas with no background but excellent talents were directly brainwashed. Under the sorrow of the rabbit and the fox, the hearts of the people are scattered. It seems that I accidentally started to resist Danzo. Ha 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 ha, it depends on whether Konoha's people can catch it. After Tangu turned on the second-order genetic lock, the mental will initially penetrated the body and was able to control the nerves. He found that his thinking became more and more flexible, and his logical thinking ability, memory, comprehension, and reaction ability were more than before. Dinner is ready. A slightly magnetic female voice came from behind. Tangu smiled and looked back, only to see a beautiful woman in a cheongsam walking out of the courtyard in the evening glow. She has a beautiful face, her black hair is scattered, and a well-cut cheongsam outlines a graceful figure, slit to the left side of her waist, accompanied by the breeze of the evening breeze, revealing flawless slender thighs. Shi Raihong leaned against the door with a frosty face, and her white face was as cold as a piece of ice that could not be melted away. It's just that in the cold expression on the red face, those pale red eyes were filled with deep affection and hunger, and the lips were pursed and red. There was a flame burning in his eyes, but his expression and actions were extremely dignified, maintaining a cold expression. Chapter 37 Father, what happened, 4 quarters. The time spent writing this chapter is beyond imagination. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Really, what kind of dishes did you make? Tangu chuckled and walked over, like a husband welcoming his wife, hugging her waist very naturally. Hong didn't resist, and even leaned in Tangu's arms as a matter of course. A faint fragrance exudes from the slender neck, there is a scent of roses, which seems to have just finished the shower. At this time, Hong is in a dream state, it can also be said to be in hypnosis. She plays a wife who is waiting at home. After many days of testing, Tangu found that although the effect of hypnosis can be achieved with illusion, it is simply unrealistic to say to modify thinking, implant thoughts, and change personality. Hypnosis is just an induction, a hint. It uses words, atmosphere, and environment to create, so that the subject of hypnosis can let go of their guards and speak their ideas naturally. To a certain extent, it can mislead those affected by hypnosis, making them think that a certain idea is their own. But there is a bottom line here, that is, they cannot violate their sober logic. The fact that the first-rate beautiful girl is liked by hypnosis in the Fat Mansion only exists in some strange novels or comics, and there is no realistic basis at all. Don't like the clothes I bought for you? Tangu asked. No. Hong shook his head lightly, it's just that this silk cheongsam is very close to the body, like a kimono, it will draw marks when wearing things inside. She is in a hazy dreaming state. In the dream, Tangu was induced to imply that he was a wife, and Uchiha Tangwu in front of him was his lover. It is normal for the husband to do something that caters to each other's preferences. I will wear it after the shower. Hong made a judgment based on his own logical thinking. This is how Tangu found a way to get around the bottom line. Preset certain scenarios and conditions, and give certain conditions hints to those affected by hypnosis. Then the subject of hypnosis will think and act autonomously based on this condition, even if it is an action that violates their daily logic, they will not feel that there is anything wrong. Because it should be done. Advertisement. Yuri Hong decided to do that by herself. I like the way you walk now. Tangu smiled. At this time, Hong didn't walk in a ninja-like straight and resolute posture. Instead, he folded his legs and twisted his waist to walk out of a catwalk-like movement. The tall and slender figure was vividly shown in Tangu's hands. Hong lifted his chin slightly, showing a faintly proud expression. Let's practice what I taught you together later, Tangu said, observing Hong's expression. The other party's beautiful face was slightly startled, his cheeks quickly turned red, but his mouth refused, no. Why not? Hong snorted softly, I think you need to cool down with cold water. It's best to wash away all the dirty delusions in your mind. It's a rare vacation. I want to spend more time with you. After all, I'm usually too busy. Hong was a little moved, and her expression eased slightly. After hesitating for a while, a touch of autumn water fluctuated slightly in her crystal-clear eyes. After a long time, he nodded softly. Life is a physical and psychological impulse triggered by hormones spontaneously secreted by the body after maturity. It's just that ninjas often suppress this impulse for various reasons. Tangu will now induce all the impulses and desires accumulated in the red heart. In this dream, Tangu is a loving and caring husband, but he is usually busy at work and does not have much affection at night. Although Hong wanted it, her own morality and reality kept her suppressed. Had to wear a cold mask. Of course, the above-mentioned rich and reasonable persona cannot be achieved overnight. It was Tangu who repeatedly used the illusion technique hypnosis for more than 10 days and gradually established it gradually. Hong breathed out slowly, took Tangu's hand out of the slit, and said lightly, "It's time to eat." While they were talking, they had already walked to the dining room. Tangu smiled and sat down. Red wiped the water stains splashing on the hem of the cheongsam with a paper towel, then put the dish up one end. When passing by, the thin white fingers flicked over Tangu's body intentionally or unintentionally. Advertisement. After all the bowls and chopsticks were placed, Hong put aside the intrusive slits, and his white legs walked lightly, straddling Tangu's arms, and a pair of soft jade hands hugged Tangu's neck. Tangu stroked her red cheek, fingers whirling her smooth cheeks. But Hong was unmoved. It was obvious that the two of them had been sitting almost face to face. Her pretty face still had a hint of coldness and arrogance. It was just a glimpse of the light red eyes that made Tangu unable to bear it. Live to tear this pretentious disguise. ... So why should I do such a troublesome thing? Tangu sighed in his heart and looked at the red evening sun in front of him. If someone familiar is here, you will be surprised to see a glamorous and charming woman. Hong's face is not as lively and generous as usual, and the flames of desire are mixed in the cold eyes, as if she is a burning flame. Actually, you can take off your high heels. Sitting anyway, otherwise you will always be stabbed by the bottom when you squeeze my waist. Tangu said affectionately, touching her bright face. Okay. Hong trembled, and the flame in his eyes finally melted the cold ice on his face. The change of atmosphere in Konoha can be felt by everyone. Whether it is a dignified ninja, deliberately low-voiced conversation, alert and worried sight, people feel a sense of depression that comes from wind and rain. Although Nara Shikamaru is only 5 years old, he is keenly aware of all this. Although he didn't think that the war that had just ended would start again, as the father of the patriarch, his heavy expression clearly indicated that something big had happened. What's the matter? Nara Shikamaru looked at the shogi game record in the room, but didn't think about it at all. It must be related to the task of hunting down Uchiha Tangwu. He thought. Suddenly, it seemed that it had been prepared for a long time, and a wanted order for traitors was issued to the whole country on the same day. The mobilization of a large number of people left the village. And, nearly 10% of the terror loss rate. Nara Shikamaru showed a mind completely different from that of a 5-year-old, keenly aware of the connection. Father, what happened? Finally one night, Nara Shikamaru couldn't restrain his curiosity and knocked on Nara Shikamaru's study. Chapter 38 Hokage's deal with Uchiha, 1/4. On the 5th day of negotiations between 3rd Hokage and the Jōnin class, the conditions were basically fixed. But Nara Lujo's expression didn't relax much. In the past, the master-disciple ninjas of the ninja and the common people united because they shared common goals and aspirations. But after the basic wish was fulfilled, new contradictions surfaced again. On the contrary, 3rd Hokage could not immediately abdicate at this time, and had to sit firmly and become a buffer zone for the vested interests of the ninja and civilians. Master Sarutobi is still great. Nara Shikajiju gave a wry smile. This is not the ability to be able to judge with agility or a keen mind, but the experience of perennial power that has allowed 3rd Hokage to foresee this scene early. No matter how the following ninjas are united, they are useless, and in the end they have to rely on his old man. There are irreconcilable contradictions between the family and the mentor and apprentice. Fortunately, Nara Luji was comforted by the fact that Sarutobi Hiruzen is indeed going to step down, and the message to summon Tsunade and Jiraiya back has been sent out. Basically 5th Hokage is Senju Tsunade not running. Now they are only waiting, including their ninjas and civilian ninjas, and they are all waiting for the Kakashi team that was sent back to Konoha yesterday to wake up. Wait for a witness to report in detail what happened. Then the 3rd generation project Sarutobi set a general rule of how to deal with it, taking the right and wrong of hunting the traitor Uchiha Tangwu on him, leaving the 5th generation project a good start. At least engage in such things as 5th generation is in danger. Nara Luju knew about it, and when he was thinking about it, the door of his study was suddenly knocked open. Shikamaru. He froze for a moment, and said in surprise, "Come in, you have never found me in the study." The study is a serious symbol in Confucian culture, and the conversations in the study are usually solemn and important topics. Father. Nara Shikamaru opened the door, walked into the study and closed the door, with a solemn expression on his little face, and said, "I want to know what happened to Konoha now." Advertisement. Nara Luju glanced at her son curiously, and laughed. "Are you actually curious about this?" Shikamaru nodded. Luju knew about his precocious son. He could think about most of the things and get the answers on his own. It was rare that he was stumped by anything. But at this time, he came to the study to ask. Luju, as a father, did not shy away. Immediately, he told Shikamaru the ins and outs of the matter. Including the beginning of the matter, the judgment of 3rd Hokage and Danzo to suppress the news, the hunting manpower sent, the battle damage close to full, the existence of Mangekyo, and the final defeat 5 days ago. Even the tacit understanding between the ninjas of their ninjas and their masters and apprentices, the euphemistic persuasion of the Hyuga clan, and the betrayal of the 3 clan of their own, have all been said one by one. After telling the whole story, Luju completed the subtle details. including the relationship between the ninjas, the conflict of interest with the master and disciples of the ninja, the embarrassing position of the Uchiha clan and its origin, and their speculation about the reason for Uchiha Tangwu's defect. They also told Shikamaru. Ordinary 5-year-olds don't understand, and don't even have the patience to finish listening. But even though Shikamaru was young, his immature face frowned, and he followed Luju's thoughts all the way, thinking seriously. After speaking, most of the time has passed and disappeared. Luju drank the cold tea, waited a while, and heard Shikamaru's first question. Father, at the Jōnin meeting at the time, the Uchiha clan chief who had been dissatisfied with Konoha's handling of the Uchiha clan, why didn't he take the opportunity to fall into trouble? Shikamaru asked. Third Hokage and the elders gave a heavy bargaining chip. Luju said. What kind of bargaining chip? The man behind the disaster of 9 taels is fixed on Uchiha Tangwu. Shikamaru's eyes widened slightly, and the news had a great impact on him, making his young mind a little overwhelmed. The truth can be arranged and determined at will. Does Patriarch Uchiha agree with this? Shikamaru asked. Advertisement. Patriarch Fugaku did not agree with the disapproval, but if he did so, the subsequent impact would be in line with the wishes of the Patriarch Fugaku. Luju said lightly. After all, that was a rare wise patriarch who wanted to integrate Uchiha into Konoha. Shikamaru was silent for a moment, and understood this bargaining chip, undoubtedly removing the biggest obstacle that Uchiha's contemporary patriarch ZZ wanted to think. But he was still a little puzzled. Father, isn't the Uchiha clan having a bad relationship with everyone in the village? Shikamaru scratched his head, some of them didn't know how to express words. The reason for the rejection of the Uchiha clan is not the fault of 9 taels. The root cause is that their blood inheritance limits make the ninjas radical. This extreme character is like an unstable detonation charm, which may accidentally hurt a friend at any time. And are you not afraid that they will show up another pair of Mangekyo? Knowing the son Moruo father, Luju understands what Shikamaru wants to express, and said, not all Mangekyo are the Uchiha Madara. Like Kage-level, Mangekyo is strong and weak, and Uchiha has lost a pair of important ones. Mangekyo. Next, Luku explained to Shikamaru the meaning of Uchiha Shisui's existence. A young man who gathered the popularity of the Uchiha clan, even the Fugaku patriarch had to pave the way for him. He is like a bright banner, and when the banner is cut off, many people's hearts will die with it. Shikamaru is still very young and can't really understand the power of the human heart. But he thought of one thing, and asked Luju, Father, Lord Third Hokage still has a deal with the Uchiha clan, right? After all, the qualitative bargaining chip for 9 taels is Shisui. The Uchiha patriarch has already paid for it. Luju showed a relieved expression when he heard the words, and nodded. Yes, the danger of the Uchiha clan has greatly decreased. The Fugaku patriarch who has the peace concept has regained his popularity and power. Third Hokage-sama no longer wants to fight. Then what did they trade? I don't know what Third Hokage paid, but the Fugaku patriarch generally asked them to support the Senju clan Tsunade Heim as the 5th Hokage. Shikamaru said. Shikamaru slowly said. If the Uchiha clan does not support the Senju clan to appear as the 3rd Hokage, then Konoha is likely to fall apart. Chapter 39 We are just picking up people's teeth 2 quarters. Seeking flowers, seeking evaluation votes. Shikamaru listened to the explanation of his father Narashikaju, and felt that he understood a little bit, but more doubts emerged. Luju noticed his son's frowning brows, smiled and touched his head, and said, Don't worry, you have not experienced many things. You can't understand it by me alone, and my opinion may not be completely correct. Shikamaru nodded and said, One last question, father. You ask. Luju said, I want to know the real reason for 3rd Hokage-sama's resignation. Shikamaru's expression was a bit distressed. I have thought about many reasons, but none of them are decisive. Luju was startled when he heard the words, looked at his son for a long time, and showed an expression of distress. It seems that I told you too much too early. Luju smiled bitterly. Father, silence means betrayal. I really don't understand why our tribes betrayed the Sarutobi clan in this matter. The earrings are still on your ears. Shikamaru pointed to the token on Luku's ears and said. That earring is a token of witness to the alliance of the Inoshika-cho tribe from the Sarutobi clan in the troubled times of Sengoku. Since then, the two sides have maintained an extremely close relationship. Inoshika-cho has always been a loyal fan of the Sarutobi family. It's not that we betrayed Sarutobi. Luji rubbed Shikamaru's head and sighed. The truth is that Sarutobi betrayed us. Why do you say that? Shikamaru's eyes widened. Tell me your opinion first. Luju said. Shikamaru nodded and began to state his thoughts these days. Father, what you said just now convinced me that Lord Third Hokage's failure in decision-making was not the reason for his stepping down, because Mangekyo left the village, Orochimaru defected, Lord Tsunade left without saying goodbye, and even Asuma-sama left Konoha. No stain can shake the power of the 3rd generation, let alone this time. Advertisement. If judged by merits and demerits, the 3rd generation was called ninja when he was young. How dazzling are his achievements on the battlefield. Why don't you comment on the original achievements now? But just now, father, you said that the wrong judgment of 3rd generation's defect in Uchiha Tangwu was a big failure in ZZ's career, which made his wise image shaken. People no longer believed in the correctness of his orders, no longer I think he can lead the village well. Why now, With this failure, let you judge that the third generation project is no longer suitable for leading the village, father. Lu Ju listened to Shikamaru's whole words with a surprised expression, and was silent for a long time. Oh, since I'm talking about this, I won't keep it from you, but you can't tell you what you remember. Lu Ju sighed. Yes, Shikamaru nodded seriously. Actually, I said that some prerequisites are missing. Shikamaru, you also think too much. Remember the words of Will of Fire. It's not that you can be recognized by everyone when you become Hokage, but you can be recognized by everyone before you can become Hokage. The third generation is already at odds with the ninjas in the village. Why centrifugal? Shikamaru was puzzled. Because, people always get old, and new people always appear. If the old branches do not want to fall, but still absorb the nutrients of the big tree, how should the new paper come out? Lu Jui finished the passage in a heavy tone. Shikamaru's eyes were tight, and his mouth opened wide, as if a string of electric current was flowing through his body. His spirit suddenly became aroused, and he felt a deep awe and heart palpitations. This feeling is as if something beautiful has torn away its disguise, revealing the bloody dirt underneath. At the beginning, Konoha, a big tree, experienced the throes of wind and rain. The new branches have not yet been able to bear the heavy responsibility. The old dead branches stick to the tree head, thinking that they have to shelter the latecomers from the wind and rain, but how can the shade of the tree appear? The second lesson. Big tree. Deer said with great pain for a long time. At that time, we already felt that it was wrong, but the situation at that time and the personal prestige of the third generation made us reluctant to accept it. Shikamaru listened silently. He had read history and knew that the reinstatement of third generation was definitely not as simple as Lu Ju said. The issue of Cloud Shinobi Village has not yet been resolved. The third generation made a decision and rushed to the capital with cronies all night, and asked the daimyo for permission to reinstate, leaving everyone in Konoha with helplessness and understanding. It's not just the Uchiha clan that is embarrassed, in fact, many of us are embarrassed. Lu Ju sipped his tea and sighed. The third generation, which is old and loses its appeal, uses cronies to help stabilize its power. The result is a monopoly by the elders. Konoha's industry and the right to speak, and the elders have guaranteed the third generation destination. The people above will not get down, and the people below will not get up. Shikamaru looked at his father in disbelief, shaking his heart. Advertisement. This is already Zushin's words. Put it outside, even when facing the patriarch of Yamanaka and Akamichi. Nara Shikahisa would not say this. But for his son, the future patriarch of Nara, Lu Ju expressed his opinions frankly. But in general, this turmoil within Konoha is about to end. Shikamaru Lu said to Shikamaru. We, the Jōnin class ninja, and the ninjas passed down by our masters and apprentices, have reached the initial goal of joint persecution at the meeting. Now I'm waiting to welcome the new fifth generation. Lujia's big hand patted Shikamaru's shoulder and said gently. Shikamaru lowered his head, with a sad expression on his small face, and sighed rather heavily. Father, I didn't think that because of Uchiha's rebellion, Konoha caused such a big disturbance. Lu Ju heard this but shook his head and said, Shikamaru, he is not a simple character that can be described by Uchiha, a traitor. Father, what do you mean? I'm not afraid to tell you directly, the abdication of third generation is just a current problem, and a really serious problem has not surfaced yet. Lu Ju said, shaking his head. For example, the issue of redemption of the captive Shihong ninja, the attitude of the Uchiha clan in the future, and the attitude of Uchiha Tangwu to Konoha. The whole turmoil was caused by Uchiha Tangwu, or he is the eye of the eye. The power changes within Konoha are just the aftermath of his own influence. If he had not defected, how could we achieve the goal of the Jōnin class meeting now? Lu Ju said with a slightly self-deprecating tone. After all, we people are just picking up things that people don't like and we are complacent, just like vultures snatching carrion left by lions. Father, Shikamaru stared at Lu Ji in a daze. For the first time he saw his calm and confident father, showing such a sullen expression. Chapter 40 Peaceful Daily Life of Husband and Wife, 3/4. Ahem. Shi Rihong was choked, and quickly got up and ran into the kitchen to drink a few glasses of cold water before returning to make tea. Tangu was all right, lying lazily on the recliner to enjoy the cool. In front of me is a lush bamboo forest, the breeze is blowing, the rustle is quiet and soothing. Hong, wearing a black and red kimono, walked out of the room, her smooth feet on the wooden boards, her face flushed. A pair of pale red eyes Yi Shi angrily rolled Tangu. You don't like it? Tangu smiled faintly. Hong let out a sigh of relief, put down his tied hair, and put it on his left shoulder, then sat next to Tangu, hesitated and said, I can't talk about liking, nor dislike, but if you like it, then once in a while I'm fine. As she spoke, she gently sorted Tangu's messed up clothes. After finishing, Hong continued to kneel and sit on the soft cushion to make tea, and Haobai's wrists were dexterous and gentle, full of grace. For her husband, Hong is very helpless. Every day on vacation, I keep entangled, sticking to her so much. Is it a newly married man? Really, how long have they been married? I don't know how much money was spent on clothes. Drink tea, Hong said grimly with a cold and clear face. She knew her husband's unobstructed sight, which proved her charm. Hong is also willing to show her charm to her husband, but, can't you just think about those things all day? Anyway, you will never let you touch me at this time. Hong made up his mind, like a coquettish cold beauty, sitting still at Tangu's table, and didn't do anything before gently holding a cup to serve. Tangu smiled indifferently, picked up the freshly brewed tea and drank it in one sip. The boiling water did not affect his taste of the fragrance of the tea, rather, the temperature was just right. Advertisement Shi Rihong turned a blind eye to Tangu's unusual performance, and even said that she didn't realize how many days she hadn't relieved others. She just kept her face cold and continued to refill Tangu. It wasn't until Tangu sat down next to her again that he dropped the teapot in shame. "Don't move," Tangu said. Seeing that Tangu had no extra moves, Homsai gave up and was still held by Tangu. Almost. Tangu sipped the Kingming tea, thinking about other things in his heart. This husband's wife's dream should also end. Tangu thought to himself that as a scumbag who betrayed the village and family, it would be too unreasonable to raise a captive beauty. Let Konoha help raise it. The affair between men and women has too much influence on him to walk in the ninja world. When the time comes to see other women, there will be another woman behind him. Isn't it too mean? Tangu has tested enough things from Shi Rihong. Shi Rihong is no longer useful. Illusion affects chakra, and chakra affects the spirit, indirectly achieving various effects of changing thinking and character. But compared to Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods, it is still far behind. If Tangu forcibly changes a person's thinking, it will only erase that person's personality, but will not be able to retain his will. Konoha's reaction time should be enough. Tangu took out a piece of paper from his pocket, which recorded some Konoha's secrets. It was not the secrets learned from the Red Mouth. Those entrance and exit orders, Jōnin authority, and Busile technique, etc., were of little significance to Tangu. This letter paper was indeed sent by Tangu some unexpected people. Uchiha Fugaku. Sent from the ninja clan through the Uchiha clan era contract. The beginning of the article shows his attitude. Mangekyo Sharingan is better in the hands of the Uchiha clan than in the hands of others. Then came the change of Konoha after Kakashi team was seriously injured by him. After Yuihong Jōnin was captured by him, Konoha changed. Advertisement. Although these things Tangu can obtain through Yuihong's intelligence and the ninja station of the illusion brainwashing Konoha. However, he accepted Fugaku's sincerity. At the same time, the other party also said that he had a bad head, and the clan dug the ground 3 feet to investigate the information he left behind, and there were many people who faintly sought Tangu. Tangu set a terrible precedent defecting. Those tribes who are tired of Uchiha's struggle with Konoha, who have failed in the struggle, and believe that the rotten Konoha is not worth fighting for, also have the idea of defecting. Konoha won't do anything anyway, so it's better to leave. Fugaku said in the letter that he had a headache, but there was no meaning in his words to persuade Tangu to come back. Want to split a branch of Uchiha away from Konoha to save the blood? Tangu smiled and understood his thoughts. It seems that the disappearance of Senju, the extermination of Uzumaki, and the suppression of Konoha after the disaster of 9 Taels made Fugaku very uneasy. When I said this, I suddenly felt the red pinch lightly on his arm. Turning his head, he met with red warning eyes. Ha ha ha, I can't help it, I can't help it. Tangu smiled and helped Hong tidy up the loose kimono collar. Last night, the snow-white jade figure came to mind uncontrollably. But she slapped her hands away. I'm going back. Shi Rihong snorted and snatched Tangu's shoes. The delicate toes stepped on Tangu's residual temperature, and Shi Rihong's face turned red and left Yangtai. Tangu accidentally put his legs on the tea table, rubbing his fingers, and the Fugaku clan chief's letter burned to ashes and dissipated with the wind. This is a quiet half-hill house. Tangu specially purchased it from a wealthy businessman, along with 2 lovely maids, but they stayed for a few days before being sent back by Tangu. Now he and Hong are the only 2 in the house. While Tangu enjoys life, he is also practicing the assimilation of chakra seeds. To say that it is the seed of chakra is actually just a description. I didn't expect that the thing is actually a plant-like thing in nature. 2 Mount Chapter 41 Assimilation of the seed of chakra, 4 quarters. Seeking flowers, seeking evaluation votes, reproduction. Sure enough, it is most appropriate to describe it as a reproductive outfit. Tangu narrowed his eyes and thought. The chakra seed is like a biological weapon, released outside to take root and grow in the living body, and finally return with rich fruits. Chakra, made with biological spiritual energy and physical energy, is the fruit. It's just that the mother body was sealed by Sage of 6 Paths. For thousands of years, the most essential role of the chakra seed has been buried, and as a gift, it has been spread to various places by the ninja school. So now the truth is clear. The 7 attributes are possessed by the chakra seed itself, but the seeds in some human bodies develop well, and all the various shapes are expressed. Some people are born with bad seeds, and no matter how much the acquired nutrition is, it is difficult for them to fully develop. This is the essence of the difference in talent between ninjas. Tangu knew that if he said this, he would definitely be scorned. Chakra is the fusion of spiritual energy and physical energy, which is a truth that has been firmly believed in since the era of ninja sect. No one doubts the truth that is experienced every day. But if people who hear this are more special people with less boring thinking, then they will be greatly shocked, and then question the entire chakra system, and gradually discover the results of Tangu's thinking today. Tangu knows where that special person is. But he glanced at the sky, shook his head slightly, and didn't intend to make a big fanfare until he was sure to fight the dead but not stiff Sage of 6 Paths. Anyway, let's assimilate the chakra seed in the body first. Tangu shook his head and closed his eyes. The appearance seems to be sleeping, but the will has been immersed in the body. Having said that, I have to mention a concept. In essence, the gene lock system seeks the light of the soul through the unity of body and soul. Starting from the first order gene lock, it pays attention to a high degree of mental cohesion and stimulates physical potential. This process of interaction between the spirit and the body is actually a process of mutual integration. Advertisement at the second level of gene lock, which is Tangu's current level. The body structure has not changed, and there have not been too many nerves and fascia. However, some places that cannot be manipulated, such as ears, internal organs, and back muscles, can control movement against common sense. This is a place where nerves and fascia cannot grow, and Tangu's mental will is manipulating it. And if you reach the fourth level of gene lock, it will be the complete union of spirit and flesh, God and consciousness, and become a complete person, which can also be called a real person. Even if a tier 4 powerhouse dies, it is difficult to produce a soul. Night fell. Tangu woke up leisurely, feeling very comfortable in the natural scenery in this villa isolated from the village and town. Of course, a beautiful wife in the room has a pure hand spoon, and the room also asks for it, which is even more colorful. 80% more. Tangu stretched his waist, his whole body joints crackled, and he exhaled for a long time. Assimilate this kind of thing. The faster you get to the back, the will of the chakra seed is only the last point. Tomorrow morning, I will be able to fully incorporate the chakra seed into my genetic sequence. Turn it into an energy-providing tool organ similar to the mitochondria of the previous life. With that said, Tangu stepped barefoot on the board and returned to the house to eat. Coming. Red embraced her hands, and her expression became colder and colder under Tangu's training these days. As if that was her original character, the typical act is too deep. What are you expecting? I don't expect anything, Han said grimly. Tangu raised his eyebrows and looked up and down, and said with interest, but you have already put on the home clothes I bought for you. The sleeveless style, I really like it. That's because it is inconvenient to cook in a kimono. Han stared at Tangu and said. But you dressed up to my liking inside and out. Tangu stared at the whiteness. Nonsense, do you have to be forced to wear it again? That way, you don't need to eat anymore. That night was full of spring. Tangu ignored Han's objection and fed her to her fill. Advertisement after the second order gene lock was opened, Tangu's physical fitness was far superior to ordinary people, and his recovery was remarkable. This little red has a say, she even suspects that her husband is the reincarnation of a demon. Now at night, Han will find all kinds of excuses to avoid Tangu in a panic. It was like an innocent snow hare who had strayed into the territory of a beast, with two pink eyes trembling because of fear. But always caught, unable to escape. I can feel that chakra is like blood, becoming a part of my metabolism and energy cycle. No ordinary method can seize my chakra. My will is fully implemented in chakra, and all illusions cannot affect me through chakra, and will even be counter-influenced. Furthermore, my ninjutsu is faster, and the shape changes more casually, without restraint and a certain shape. My ninjutsu is more powerful and lasts longer. Ordinary people use 3 units to launch a ninjutsu, and I only need 1 unit. Of course, this has the subtle manipulation brought by the activation of my 2-tier genetic lock. More importantly, my chakra is of higher quality. Tangu knew that from this moment on, he had already taken a solid step in the direction of non-human beings. The species of chakra is completely incorporated into the genetic sequence. From the point of view of DNA, Tangu is no longer human. But Tangu didn't care about this, and he laughed to himself. The gene lock system is my core. Other energy systems, regardless of internal energy, supernatural powers, fighting energy, magical powers, spiritual powers, etc., are just before the light of the soul. The protect the way means. In fact, when you reach the 4th level, you will see that all energy systems can be highly unified. There is only one more troublesome thing. Tangu still needs to self-inactivate. After all, Otsutsuki Kagaya and Sage of 6 Paths prove that chakra seeds do not cause reproductive isolation. On the morning of the 3rd day, a refreshing Tangu appeared in a tongchi in a village. Bathing in the hot spring pool during the day is inherently rare. It is rarer for 2 men to take a bath together side by side. It's just that the boss didn't seem to feel that there was anything wrong, and he didn't even look at it. Aren't you paying? Chapter 42 Flag of Uchiha, 1/4. Aren't you paying? At about 30 years old, the calm and handsome black-haired man stood in front of the counter and said helplessly. To conceal the surprise in my eyes. Haha, forgot to bring the money, the patriarch, you can help me pay. Tangu put his hands in the sleeves of the kimono kabuto, without looking back, laughed and walked into the pond. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Tangu's back with an uncertain expression, his brows frowned slowly. Obviously disguised in words, deeds, behavior and expressions, but Tangu still saw through his transformation technique at the first glance. Give Fugaku a strange feeling that Tangu recognizes people not by eyes but by another strange way. 2 people, 500 taels in total. The boss at the counter said, his seemingly normal eyes stretched out, in a daze. Fugaku put the money down silently, a flash of surprise in his eyes. In addition to that strange feeling, Tangu's chakra made him feel like a tail beast. This is not to say that Tangu's chakra is as big as a tail beast, but a strong sense of existence. When Tangu's figure appeared, his presence filled all his senses and instantly became the center of Fugaku's vision. The strands of chakra have a strong personal style, all interpreting the existence of Tangu. The same goes for the tail beast. Their chakra has a strong body aura. Anyone who touches a little will immediately understand that it is the chakra that belongs to the tail beast. If the ninja is in deep contact, he will be imprinted with the will and assimilate into a human-shaped tail beast. Tangu, what terrible thing did the master have? Or is this his Mangekyo pupil technique? Fugaku walked into the male bath in silence, thinking about the results, so he temporarily suppressed it. When he walked into the bathhouse, his expression had returned to calm. Advertisement, it's been a long time, patriarch. Tangu was already soaking in the pool, squinting and smiling. Behind him, a young girl in a pink kimono smiled and prepared for the bath tool. Her eyes were bright, and there was no trace of illusion manipulation. There is another girl in the same kimono, standing on the other side waiting for Fugaku. Do you like women with kimono and long black hair? The requirements for the figure seem to be slim, tall, sexy or not cute. Fugaku observed it silently, jotted down Tangu's preferences in his heart, and looked at the eyes of the two girls repeatedly at the same time. After a moment, he looked back in disappointment, and he could not see the slightest trace of illusion. But these two girls are definitely caught in illusion. Fugaku affirmed this. He had seen which family the two girls belonged to on the way, and they were definitely not the ones who came to serve after receiving money. And their meeting today is not allowed to be known to outsiders. It's been a long time indeed. Fugaku sat on the other side of the bath and sighed. Since you defected, I couldn't sleep for the whole night. I've been thinking if I found out your thoughts earlier. Behind her, the girl's soft delicate hands pressed against her shoulders skillfully and deftly, letting Fugaku relax for a while. That's impossible. Tangu shook his head. Fugaku said, as long as people survive in this world, they will always leave traces. Since the news of your defect spread, the clan will frantically search for the traces you left in the past. Having said this, Fugaku paused for a moment, smiled helplessly, and said, guess what the result is? How about it? They recovered your thoughts from your words. Konoha is good, but Konoha under the rule of the third generation Sarutobi and Danzo is not a suitable place for Uchiha. There is no need for Uchiha to cater to a group of hypocrites. The ruler of. This is consistent with the attitude you conveyed to me. Tangu laughed, feeling very interesting, and asked. Then are they cursing me, saying that I escaped alone, and even extinguished their hope of rejuvenating Uchiha? That's not the same. Fugaku's expression was slightly complicated. There are many people who admire you very much, thinking that Uchiha and Senju can calm the troubled times back then, and now they can completely break away from Konoha, converge to the separated little ninja, and rebuild. A Shinobu village. Advertisement. Tangu shook his head. Moreover, a few people inherited your view that Hokage is cowardly and evasive of responsibility, and even said, if third Hokage is responsible, then why doesn't he die? Sanin's departure from the village is an excuse to shirk. Is he going to die with the darkness? Will Sanin too come back? This is a violent argument. This is not something Uchiha should consider. Tangu laughed blankly. Fugaku nodded deeply. After a moment of silence, Tangu waved back the two girls. The two entered the topic of meeting today. The man behind the disaster of 9 taels. I haven't found out all these years. This is Uchiha's heartache. Yes, Shisui entered the roots. One purpose is to get shelter from the Hokage family. Third Hokage trades with me, and the evil of 9 taels will be set on your head. I guess you don't care. The little girl Hong is still alive. You are right, she is not the point at all in this matter. The only trouble is Sarutobi Asuma. The mist was steaming in the bathhouse, and two strong men wanted to sit opposite each other and talk like friends for many years. The attitude is relaxed and cozy, and full of sincerity. But I have defected, and I don't need to think about Konoha and Uchiha so much, Tangu said. Fugaku gritted his teeth and said, actually, you are going back to the village now, and the position of the patriarch is yours. Tangu looked at Fugaku a little surprised, because you are also the owner of Mangekyo Sharingan, and Mangekyo is the banner of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku looked at Tangu seriously and said, the battle between the flag and the other flag is just a struggle between two different roads, and now the result has been decided, and that is you, Uchiha Tangwu. The strongest is naturally qualified to determine the future of the clan. Shisui is defeated. Then his philosophy is the persistence of the loser, which is meaningless. Tangwu, now you are the only banner of Uchiha. Chapter 43 Indra's Reincarnation, 2 quarters. Seeking flowers, seeking evaluation votes. Fugaku looked at Tangwu with expectant eyes. Tangwu closed his eyes and said nothing. He knew that what Fugaku said was true, and Mangekyo was very important to the Uchiha clan. Although the people in this world are not clear, Tangwu understands it. When Mangekyo is turned on, he immediately takes over 1/5 of the luck of the Uchiha clan. When Tangwu used the first order genetic lock to open Mangekyo, the Uchiha clan finally had 3 pairs of Mangekyo. 1/5 of the clan luck is on him, 2/5 of the clan luck is on Shisui, who is highly regarded by the master, 1/5 of the clan luck is on the clan leader Fugaku, and the remaining 1/5 goes to the rest of the clan. Prestige, popularity, status, power, strength. These can be the basis of luck. When Tangwu bet on the emptiness of the balance, the clan movement began to lean towards Tangwu. Shisui lost even the Mangekyo who maintained his personality, and was unable to prevent the loss of the clan fortune. Nowadays, the Uchiha clan is divided into Tangwu and Fugaku. The clan movement presents a situation of 3-1, but why should I take over the mess of Uchiha? Tangwu sneered. Fugaku's face changed, and he hadn't expected Tangwu to be so indifferent. Is the ill feeling that the clan gave you so heavy? Fugaku sat up straight, staring at Tangwu and asked. Tangwu glanced at Fugaku indifferently, and said faintly, I know what you are thinking, Chief Fugaku, you have seen a way out for me to transfer blood, and you want to build a Uchiha branch house outside Konoha. Fugaku was startled, his eyes flashed with surprise. You want to display your ambitions, you want to re-enter the path of merging Uchiha and Konoha, but you are not sure about the future results. You want me to give you Kabuto, so that even if it fails, Uchiha still has a way to retreat. Go. But what good is it for me? You don't think that words like a sip of a banner can make me cooperate with you? Children know that there is a reward for giving, and I haven't seen your giving. Tangu asked coldly. Road, and did you forget that I defected because I was disappointed with Uchiha and Konoha? It's rare for me to be free, why should I put on the chains again? Advertisement. The cold sweat slipped off Fugaku's face, feeling that his heart was penetrated by a pair of cold and sharp eyes, and all the secrets were revealed. Patriarch Fugaku, think about it. Tangu got up and said. After speaking, he left the bathhouse. Fugaku's face changed several times, and his mouth opened, but in the end he didn't say anything. A day later, the two met again, still in that bathhouse. Fugaku bowed sincerely in front of Tangu, with his forehead pressed against the ground, and said solemnly, I'm really sorry, please forgive me for my offense the day before. I hope you don't care about my personal words. Uchiha is willing to keep in good contact with you all the time. Supply or not. You are the patriarch of a clan, you don't have to lower your body like this, Tangu said to him. No, the Uchiha clan believes in the strong, and only the strongest is the true patriarch. Fugaku did not get up, and still knelt down solemnly, saying, Mangekyo Master Susanoo's ultimate pupil technique is the powerhouse at the level of 5 shadows, and you who can defeat Susanoo and defeat the 2 Mangekyo owners are undoubtedly Uchiha's best, the strong. In Dongyin culture, kneeling down to worship is not an insult, but a solemn apology. Tangu has traveled through the world for many years, and is naturally accustomed to these cultures, and will not look at these behaviors with insults. Get up, Chief Fugaku. I didn't give up the summoning contract with the ninja clan, just didn't cut off the connection with the Uchiha clan. Tangu gently supported him to his feet, and said in a slow tone, it's just a different personal choice, I don't want to control it. For the future of the clan, I also hope that the clan will not interfere, nothing more. Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief and stood up obediently. Besides, doesn't Patriarch Fugaku own Mangekyo himself? The words that suddenly came to Fugaku's ears made Fugaku startled, and his eyes shrank suddenly. His neck seemed to be rusty, and he raised his head slowly and hard, and saw a pair of scarlet, dark weed with a sharp aura. Stimulated by Mangekyo's pupil power, Fugaku's Mangekyo was unstoppably revealed. Buzzing. The pitch-black Go Jade rotates at high speed, gradually approaching the pitch-black pupil in the center, and finally turns into a hollow 3 Go Jade shape. The scene became quiet. The two men with Mangekyo looked at each other, and the evil and cold pupil power filled the entire bathhouse. Advertisement, excuse me. Fugaku couldn't hold it up at first, lowered his eyes with a wry smile, expressing acceptance, and said, unexpectedly, I was discovered. In vain, I thought it was well hidden. Only I found out, Tangu said. Fugaku nodded, and didn't ask how Tangu discovered it. The hollowed-out Go Jade in his eyes filled in the missing and restored 3 Tomo Sharingan. That's why I said that Chief Fugaku doesn't have to be like this. You and I are people of the same level, Tangu said. Mangekyo alone is not enough. There is a gap between the 5 shadows, and there is a gap between the owners of Mangekyo. I am far from your opponent. Fugaku sighed and said, I read the information on the battle situation on the spot, it's kind of horrible. I can't resist the power, let alone display it. Tangu smiled and stopped talking. After Fugaku lowered his head, the relationship between the two was determined, and the atmosphere became harmonious again. I won't go back to Konoha, but if Hokage is not Sarutobi, then contact can still be made. Tangu looked at Fugaku and said, you can convey this at the right time. Can you win something with this? It depends on your ability. Fugaku's expression hesitated. Don't worry, I didn't flop off, nor did I leave without hiding a trace. I just captured a ninja with little effect and demanded a ransom. This is a signal for conversation. Someone will understand this. Tangu relieved. Fugaku nodded and said, understood. After the bath, Fugaku settled on the spot and disbanded Shadow Clone. He didn't come out himself, but used Shadow Clone with the help of summoning, the cat mother-in-law of the ninja clan. Tangu soaked in the hot water, and groaningly tapped his fingers on the wall of the bath. What he said to Fugaku was true and false. Tangu really doesn't want to care about the Uchiha clan, but the reason is not that the clan is in the way, or Fugaku's ZZ ambition. It's that Indra's Chakra reincarnation has been born. The personality of the ancestor will return the luck of the family to the reincarnation of Indra. As a result, there are only two. One is that the clan has become stronger and the cake is made bigger. The other is that the clan dies, and all the luck is concentrated on the reincarnation body to support his growth. The same goes for Ashura's reincarnation. Chapter 44 Changes in Mangekyo, 3/4. After a period of running in, Shi Rihong's body and mind have completely adapted to Tangu's existence. Looking at the moonlight, twisting like a mermaid going ashore, breathing deeply, Tangu felt a strange agitation in his heart. It turned out to be a little reluctant, but soon, this restlessness was extinguished by Tangu. He will not be held back by a woman. However, after a month of careful recuperation, Hong's body was not only cleaned up, her skin was rosy and white, revealing a healthy glow. Moreover, the muscle fibers that were over-squeezed have also been restored, and the figure has become a lot more plump. It is a pity to see a beautifully crafted food out of my palm. Touching Hong Zhao's cold face, looking at her angry and warning eyes, Tangu smiled, stretched out her tired eyebrows, and left the room. You have a good rest. Tangu walked to the balcony and smoked tobacco in the cool breeze in the middle of the night. In his eyes, Mangekyo jumped out impatiently, and the sharp weed-on pierced the world in the night. A steady stream of vitality is produced from Tangu's body and is absorbed into Mangekyo. The weed-on, which had become gray due to the use of Mira, faded away little by little and regained the depth of pitch black. The 2 chances of rewriting have been restored to 3 chances. Wood-style cells can nourish Mangekyo and restore vision, as can Tangu's cells. A tingling sensation appeared in the 2 pairs of Mangekyo, where the pupil power did not rise but fell, but the quality had improved a lot, as if it were being tempered. Blood succession is actually the chakra species that receives repeated stimulation from ninjas, just like fruits grown in outer space and fruits grown on the ground, which are upgraded during the development process, and then inherited from generation to generation as they propagate. The ones that do not inherit the blood inheritance boundary are obviously this kind of upgraded instability, such as the pommel horse family. It is also possible that the mother's genes cannot respond to this kind of upgraded, and cannot be inherited to the next generation, such as first Hokage's wood style. To be honest, with the cell strength of first Hokage, it is difficult for the mother to give birth to offspring. The innate aptitude is too high, and the energy required for gestation will drag the mother's body down. Tangu muttered to himself while smoking a cigarette, sorting his thoughts. Advertisement. Similarly, if the chakra's upgraded shape qualification is too high and requires more nutritional supply, it may also drag down the heirs of this bloodline and cause hemorrhagic disease. This is a self-eating phenomenon. The same goes for Mangekyo's blindness. After repeated stimulation the day after tomorrow, the ancestral organs from pervert are too advanced, but the body's supply can't keep up. Just like an omnivorous animal who only eats vegetarian food, it can maintain its physical strength in a short time, and its body will be damaged and collapsed later. Mangekyo's blindness means organ damage and collapse, and the body after the second-order genetic lock has been able to provide enough nutrients. I am the equivalent of sage body. Constrained on why changing eyes can achieve never blindness, I still need to study. Tangu touched his eyes, and Mangekyo's restlessness gradually subsided. The pupil power dropped by 1/3, but gradually recovered as the body nourished, and the cold and evil aura was also fading. When Tangu assimilated the seeds of chakra and branded his will into chakra, Mangekyo's pupil technique changed again. The Shensong in the left eye is not only hurting the soul, but interfering with the soul, and can make modifications, cuts, parasites, etc. The Mira in the right eye is still 3 times, but he can record things other than himself, rewrite the size of a piece of clothing, the location of a handful of kunai, and the blooming of a flower. By the way, why don't the people of Shao look for me? Tangu murmured. When dealing with Konoha's pursuit troops before, Tangu intuitively sensed the peeping gaze. Uchiha appeared again with a pair of Mangekyo. These are the best chess pieces. Obito has no reason not to touch him. Your pupil technique Kamui is time and space ninjutsu again. Are you afraid of me doing it? Tangu couldn't figure it out. In fact, Obito had been thinking about soliciting Tangu very early. Before Mangekyo's information was exposed, when someone defected, Obito felt that an opportunity had come. But seeing Tangu and Might Guy fighting that day, Obito suddenly felt a little uneasy. As long as it doesn't affect our plan, then don't worry about him. Ju persuaded that if it wasn't for Indra's reincarnation, he would suspect that Tangu was the reincarnation of Indra's chakra. Advertisement. The attitude of indifferent ridicule, indifferent to the ninja in the same village, brandishing a knife, like that kind of cold and arrogant temperament. Do you think Rinnegan can suppress him? Obito asked suddenly. It depends on the specific situation. Ju said euphemistically. He glanced at Obito and asked, are you still insisting on recruiting him to the Dawn? This is the safest way. I need to keep an eye on him. Obito spit out, feeling extremely upset. Having endured so much suffering, seeing his approved friend kill the one he loved, this kind of pain drove him crazy. After staying up day and night for so long, it was hard to see the light. But because of the sudden appearance of a person, it is like a basin of cold water poured down, which makes people feel slack. He didn't even make any moves, just showed up there, and we people were so anxious because of his presence, Obito said mockingly. And this person has no weaknesses, there are no relatives or friends in Uchiha, nothing to care about. Damn, a Shisui is enough, why should a more terrifying person appear? Damn, Uchiha Tangwu, why do you guys exist? It would be nice not to show up from the beginning. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu did not speak at the same time, silently watching Obito vent their emotions in the Kamui space. Obito, so poor, so painful. It's really a fragile mind. Sure enough, there are still too many guys created by illusion. 2 thoughts, one from White Zetsu and one from Black Zetsu. The wanted order traveled day and night, and soon came to the 4 major countries outside the Fire Country, and even some other effects of Shinobu's intelligence. The appearance of a betrayal is itself embarrassing. Konoha not only did not hide it, but also swaggered out, Fourth Hokage snorted heavily and threw the intelligence to the ground. The guard Darui picked up the intelligence, put it back on the desk, and asked softly, then, what does Konoha mean? It's very simple, Konoha can't handle this person anymore. I sneered. Chapter 45 Red's Life as a Captive. 1, 4 quarters. Please ask for flowers, ask for a recommendation ticket. Other hidden villages also reacted. Among them, 4th Kage Rosa was very happy. The 3rd Ninja War Sanagakure was defeated, and military expenditure was drastically reduced. The construction of Sunagakure was slow and sluggish, and Luo Sha felt deeply disturbed by Konoha of One Paper Alliance. He didn't want to see a powerful enemy beside him. Leave it to the two elders. After reading it, Luo Sha instructed to go down. A few minutes later, Shio and Ebizo saw the intelligence. After reading it calmly, he calmly continued to study their puppet manipulation. Mangekyo Sharingan is too far away, and it's not their turn to worry about Sunagakure. This place is a desert, without any resources. No trader would be interested. In Iwagakure, Onoki laughed at Konoha while leaving the office after get off work drinking alcohol. The smile on his face continued on the road, but the information was tightly held in his arms. It was not until he got home that he took out the information with a solemn expression and read it carefully. These include information and wanted orders issued by Konoha officials, as well as information collected by their Iwagakure. The first thing to look at is the wanted order that has been updated once. Name: Uchiha Tangwu. Age: 20. Record: 1. Kill 2 Jōnin teammates during the mission. 2. Snatch the Uchiha clan Mangekyo of Uchiha Shisui, 3 Tomo Sharingan of Kakashi's left eye. 3. Killed 18 Konoha Jōnin, Chūnin 32, and Genin 7 people. 4. Steal Konoha's secret information. 5. The disaster of 9 taels was set off 5 years ago. Danger level: S. Konoha reward, 250 million taels, plus A level ninjutsu 2. Onoki looked at the 5th point of the record, and then at Konoha's reward amount. His gaze became heavy. Advertisement: it's hard to say whether the disaster of 9 taels was made by Uchiha Tangwu, but... Oyemu grabbed his all-white beard, his expression pondering. After thinking for a few seconds, he nodded, but Konoha gave such a condition, indicating that Uchiha Tangwu has that kind of qualification. Next, Onoki carefully read the information gathered by Iwagakure. The focus is on the traces of the last battle. In that battle, Konoha sent another pair of Mangekyo owners, as well as a ninja who had practiced 8 inner gates. 8 gate. Onoki raised his brows, feeling a little familiar. He thought for a while, then stood up abruptly from his chair, grabbed the intelligence information in front of his eyes, staring at his eyes and squinting word by word. Damn, it turned out to be 8 inner gate formation. Might guy, might. Inomu frowned, and took a deep breath. Is the guy who repelled the Ninja 7 with his own power, his son. But this is not the source of that sense of familiarity. After reading the information several times, Oyemu leaned back in his chair, and finally fell on a portrait of Uchiha Tangwu. It was an ordinary young man, and he couldn't see anything outstanding from all over his body. Ordinary, just like an ordinary ninja in any ninja village. Only those eyes, calm eyes, revealed a kind of indifference and arrogance that ignored everything. At this moment, the familiar feeling in Onoki's heart emerged to ultimate. Combined with the description on the intelligence, he seemed to have seen the figure of a terrifying man many years ago. Uchiha. Madara. Hong came out of the bathroom, half dangling her eyes, wiping her mouth and chin with her handkerchief gracefully. It's bitter. She frowned slightly. Is there too much tea? Tangu said solemnly. Hong turned the byakugan over, returned to the table, and poured the freshly boiled water on the tea leaves. Tangu watched Red gently brewing tea, and he was a little confused as to whether this was her original temperament or a complete act that she really entered into the play. Along the way, Tangu has tested many people. However, Hong alone is very receptive, which is closest to Tangu's expectations. The setting of thoughts is restricted by logic, so you can't let go of your hands and feet. It's better to split your mind. Separate a Lee personality from the master personality. Tangu had nothing to do, flipping through the information that Fugaku had sent through the channels of the Ninmao clan. Advertisement: they are all old books, such as the history of the Uchiha clan, the record of Sharingan, the record of Mangekyo, the record of the secret technique of Sharingan. Izanagi and Izanami are also among them. Tangu also learned everything, better than nothing. After reading all of them, Tangu looked across his eyes again, with a dignified manner, as red as a lady of the big family. She was looking at a poem haiku, her slender neck was rosy, and the skin on her face was soft and moist, as if she could pinch out water with a pinch. Following Tangu's gaze, the red ears gradually dyed red, and he looked up at Tangu and said, "What are you looking at?" "Look at the landscape," Tangu said casually. Hong Wenyan was startled, his face turned redder, and angrily smashed the book in his hand. After Tangu flashed past, he smiled and hugged Honglin by the waist. "Hey, what are you doing?" Hong began to panic. "I haven't eaten dinner yet." "It won't matter if you eat less, you come here less." But the food in the kitchen is ultimately not eaten. At noon the next day, the bright sun was thrown into the gap of the curtain. Lying in the room, Yu Rihong woke up holding her head, her expression changed, and she immediately assumed a guard posture. Here it is, the groggy consciousness gradually awoke, as if waking up from a long dream. Shi Rihong looked at this strange room for a moment, and realized that a long time has passed since they encircled Uchiha Tangwu. At present, it seems that they have lost. "Are you captured?" Shi Rihong flashed this thought, and the pain flashed in his eyes suddenly. She gritted her teeth and looked around. It could be described as a mess, and there was also a bad smell in the air that made her look ugly. Fear, sadness, fear, panic, grief, all kinds of emotions flashed in the red eyes. She thought of many things, but finally recovered her calm. Calm eyes, peace of mind. After being captured, female ninjas will suffer more than male ninjas. This is what Yurihong has realized. Chapter 46: Red's life as a captive. 2, 1/4, exhaling deeply, Yu Rihong calmed herself down. She checked her physical condition first, and not surprisingly chakra was sealed. Surprisingly, the body has become much healthier? Illusion? Yu Rihong frowned and found that the position of the seal's pattern was a bit strange, roughly T-shaped, appearing under her lower abdomen. She naturally didn't know that this was Tangu's evil taste, but her intuition made her judge that it was unkind. Then Yu Rihong tried to get up, but just sat up, feeling a wave of weakness and gasping. How did my physical strength become so weak? Yu Rihong condensed her eyebrows, feeling like she was walking like a snake ant. Most of her body was numb and weak, and her stomach was very hungry. It should have been a while since she had eaten. She had to revitalize herself first, and then slowly stood up. Hong opened the curtains carefully and looked sideways. There is a bamboo forest outside, there is no voice, only insects and birds are heard, it seems that it is not in the village. Yu Rihong hesitated, feeling that the other party would not make the mistake of negligence, she must know that she would be sober. Thinking of this, she simply calmed down. Is it going to be afternoon? After confirming that there was no one outside, Yu Rihong opened the curtains and let the golden light spill in. She walked to the floor-to-ceiling mirror in the room, and the red and white scene made her eyes resent, just like this room, a mess. At the same time, the change in body shape also made Yu Rihong feel uneasy and confused. From the perspective of feminine beauty, it looks much better than before, and it's more sexy and more seductive. Che, is that guy a pervert of body modification? Various bad scenes immediately appeared in Yu Rihong's mind, and there was a chill immediately. She simply closed her eyes and didn't want to, and looked for her clothes in the room. But it can't be found. The wardrobe is full of some strangely designed clothes, she would never wear it to death. Advertisement. Yu Rihong's white and slender fingers squeezed into fists, struggling for a while in front of the closet, and a bitter smile appeared on the corners of her mouth. It's already like this, why bother to deceive yourself? She looked at herself in the mirror and laughed at herself. Concentrated, Yu Rihong was not looking at those strange clothes, put on the sheets, tied a knot, and went out. Her eyes were firm and her expression calm, as if no suffering could shake her heart. But the age of lying on the ground is there, but a 20-year-old girl, facing this kind of experience for the first time. No matter how determined his eyes were, it was hard to conceal his sorrow and fear. Tangu had long noticed that Hong was waking up, and he was leaning against Yangtae's railing to blow the air. After opening the second-order genetic lock, the range of 200 meters with him as the center seems to be shrouded in a sonar system. All living, dead, moving, and immovable things are incorporated into Tangu's senses. Moreover, his brain can process all this information without feeling bloated or bored. Wake up, Red Jōnin. Tangu smiled faintly when he heard the movement behind him. The red behind him seemed to hesitate, and said in silence, it seems that there are only you and me here. Combining these words with the scene in the room, it is very easy to attract men's different thoughts. Yes, I spent many wonderful nights with you. But Tangu just smiled when he heard it and responded lightly, not caring about these little tricks. Hearing this, the red face who took the opportunity to walk 5 steps behind Tangu couldn't help but stagnate. Her eyes became hateful, angrily raised the kitchen knife hidden behind her, and pierced Tangu's neck. Tonight, tomorrow night, next night, many nights in the future, it will be every second night, Tangu said, turning around and waving his hand. His right hand grabbed the blade at a speed that Red couldn't understand. Then it seemed to grab and twist effortlessly, and with the sour sound of crunching ears, the blade was held in a ball of scrap iron in his hand. Tangu's palm was not damaged at all, leaving only a shallow mark on his skin. And this mark also disappeared in the breath. The red pupils dilated slightly, and his breathing stopped. Kakashi, are they awake? Advertisement in the smoky office. Third Hokage looked out the window and issued today's 78th inquiry. Not yet, Master Hokage. Anbu replied behind him. This kind of answer is expected, and Sarutobi is used to disappointment these days. But after repeating the answer countless times, this time has a different follow-up. But Hokage-sama, your son is back, Anbu said. It's Sarutobi Asuma-Jōnin. He went to the village in half a minute. Sarutobi Hiruzen stunned, laughed, took off the Hokage hat on his head, and smiled. You're off work, you should go back soon. Yes. Anbu nodded and disappeared. Sarutobi Hiruzen returned home like an ordinary old man, looked at his young grandson Konohamaru, and waited in the dining room. About 10 minutes later, Sarutobi Asuma's figure appeared in front of him. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned at the first sight of his only remaining son. In front of him, he should have been a vigorous young man of 20 years old, but what Sarutobi Hiruzen saw was a 30-year-old man with the vicissitudes of life, his eyes silent, and a miserable expression. Bang! The chopsticks in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand fell to the ground. Father, how is Hong? This is the first word Sarutobi Asuma said when they met. Sarutobi Hiruzen's chopsticks could not be picked up. He looked at his second son for a long time without saying a word. He sighed and said, first go take a bath, meet your elder brother and son, give your mother incense, and then come to the study to find me. Asuma nodded, without saying anything to do it. When he was a little boy, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had arranged his emotions, sat in the study and looked at Asuma in front of him. Even after being cleansed, his complexion looked much older. Father, I understand what you are carrying, Asuma said something unexpected. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his son in surprise, and then heard Asuma continue. Sannin left the village. I betrayed the ninjas, the elders monopolized the Konoha industry, and the Danzo elders oppressed the major ninjas. Father, you are maintaining the position of Hokage by relying on your personal prestige, Asuma said sadly. Usually there is nothing, but when your father makes a major mistake, your prestige can't be maintained. Chapter 47 Red's life as a captive. Final, 2 quarters. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed with relief and asked, "Then why do you think I am still in office?" Involve the elders for 5th Hokage, and at the same time involve the Konoha shinobi clan with the elders. In this process, try to solve the Nine Tails disaster as much as possible, and wait for an outstanding civilian ninja to grow up, Asuma replied. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed, nodded and shook his head. It's almost like this. With that said, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Asuma with relief and expectation, and asked, "Then you come back this time?" For the red. Asuma lowered his head. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression stiffened. On the other side, in the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku walked out of the tea room and rubbed his eyebrows, his eyes flashing tired. To be on the safe side, I went to see Tangu's shadow clone and never touched it. This technique has been maintained for 5 days. Although shadow clone forces itself to sleep most of the time, the accumulated exhaustion and information are still huge. Fugaku took a day to digest. Shisui, are they awake? Fugaku asked the clansman who stayed behind in the tea room. Not yet, but the hospital said it was in good condition, and it is estimated that I will wake up in 2 days. Fugaku nodded and walked a few steps, pausing abruptly. Thinking of Tangu's promise, he turned his head and said to the tribe, "Go and collect the information about Tangu from the tribe, and send a copy to me after sorting it out. Fugaku will take it to see 3rd Hokage. Since the official wanted order was issued, Tangu's curse has been placed on Tangu. The clan is not just as simple as the so-called violent theory. Fugaku's description is still somewhat evasive. Some clansmen who don't know the truth regard Uchiha Tangwu as the voice of the second ancestor. It's not small at all. When Mangekyo turned on Susanoo, it could be said to be at the level of the 5 shadows. Might Guy's 8 inner gates, because of the precedent that Might wears the ninja knife to defeat the 7, can also be counted as the 5 shadows level. Kakashi doesn't have much information, let alone count it. So being able to defeat Susanoo, defeat 2 5 shadow level powerhouses, and manipulate Uchiha Tangwu of 9 tails, wouldn't it be the resurrection of the ancestor of Uchiha? Advertisement in this era of Senju's disappearance, it is time for their Uchiha clan to reach the pinnacle. Fugaku feels a headache for such a voice. Fortunately, the source of the sound, Uchiha Tangwu, who made people afraid, reached a preliminary consensus. Patriarch, there is one more thing to report to you, said the tribe behind Fugaku. What is it? Sarutobi Asuma is back, the village that I entered this afternoon. Fugaku didn't have the slightest fluctuation in his heart regarding this news, but he shook his head with a pity and said, "Well, I see. A guardian ninja who betrayed a ninja, a mere Jōnin. If it weren't for the identity of the son of the 3rd generation, I wouldn't know how many times he died. Compared with Tangu, it doesn't matter at all. Both are like a boulder and a drop of water." The former splashed a pool of water and disturbed the entire pond. The latter blended into the pond silently. Besides, the reason why Asuma came back is because of his childhood sweethearts. Oh, what a pure ninja. Fugaku chuckled in his heart, not knowing whether it was envy or contempt. Hong watched in astonishment as Tangu squeezed the kitchen knife into a ball with his flesh and blood palm, and couldn't help but step back a few steps. There is food in the kitchen. You should go to freshen up and rest before you come here to see me. Tangu smiled at Hong and reminded, "Of course, bedsheets are not clothes after all. Don't waste the kindness I prepared for you." An embarrassed red flashed across the red face, did not speak, turned and left. She knew that her current state was not good, and since Uchiha Tangwu gave her time to recover, she would of course use it. Tangu watched the red step go straight away, his slender and tight legs were steady and strong, without a trace of tenderness. At present, there is no trace of snow. Tangu's eyes flashed. The name of her personality is Shui, and Shiri Shui. This is Tangu's expectation name for her. The setting is Tangu's wife who has been married for more than a year. It's just that Tangu often disappeared during the year, and seemed to be doing some kind of secretive work without revealing his surname. Judging this work is very dangerous based only on spending money lavishly. It's equivalent to using money to buy life. Advertisement. During a work 3 months ago, due to her husband's mistake, Yu Rishui was implicated and hurt her head, as well as lost a lot of past memories. Only occasionally in a daze, or in a dream, did the specious pictures flash through. After all, it takes time for Tangu to set up the character's life, so he can only fill in the background from time to time. Although this is the case, it does not affect the relationship between the two. Shi Rishui thinks so. She even felt hurt once, at least her husband took a long vacation and spent most of the month with her every day. Of course, sometimes the harsh requirements and terrible enthusiasm made Yuriuki a little bit overwhelmed. But I didn't go out to find other women, and I was tired of my wife all day. Doesn't it explain the charm of my wife? Thinking of this, Shi Rishui felt happy in her heart. On the night when the shoulders and feet were put together for the last time, Yuriuki fell into a long sleep. Will not wake up temporarily. The main room's gaze seemed to penetrate the structure of the house, seeing the red suspiciously exploring the structure of the house, and then was blocked by the ceiling circle outside, helplessly returning. My side is also going well. Tanya got inspiration from Hong's body, combined with the ability of the left eye, Mangekyo, Shensong, to develop a powerful illusion. At the same time, over the past 3 years, he carefully concealed the pressure he had accumulated and vented it out with the help of Hong. Tangu's spirit is highly active and relaxed. Finally, on the night of assimilating the chakra seed, he captured the feeling of second-order genetic lock. Successfully achieved independent access to the second-order genetic lock. And today, it has reached a state of free unlocking. ZZ. Although the kitchen knife in his hand was deflated, the edge was still sharp. With the Tangu wind familiar with chakra attached, the sharpness increased exponentially, and he was finally able to cut his skin. Hiss, the process is very sluggish, like cutting through tough cowhide. Tangu used a 7-point effort to make a 10-centimeter cut in his arm. Chapter 48 Healing Jutsu Everlasting, 3/4. The moment the wound was torn open, the blood hadn't leaked out, and the flesh on both sides closed voluntarily as if it had come alive. The broken fibers are spontaneously linked, and the wound is eliminated between breathing. I am afraid that only healing jutsu of medical ninja can achieve this healing speed. But for Tangu, this is just an instinct of the body, a basic healing and regeneration ability. The vigorous vitality and strong physical quality make Tangu's resilience reach a terrifying level. Every skin and every inch of pores on the whole body seems to have an invisible medical ninja maintaining a healing jutsu 24 hours a day. Any injury can be quickly recovered in a few seconds. Ah, Tangu let out a sigh of relief, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Withdraw from the second-order gene lock state, muscle swelling and blood vessel blockage. But these symptoms disappeared quickly, and the body returned to health. Every time you experience the side effects of the second-order gene lock, your physical fitness will rise a little. Now Tangu doesn't know how strong he is. It's just certain that Kage-level, which is top-notch in 5 shadows, is not his opponent. The Oyeki eliminated by Master Bloodline is not good either, and the Dust Escape, who died in the attack, can't hit Tangu at all. With the huge gap between the shot speed and movement speed of the two sides, Oyemu was completely unable to capture Tangu's figure, and he couldn't even react to the reaction. It's just that it's difficult to kill 9 taels. Tangu sighed in his heart, referring to the memory he had seen 5 years ago. He can control 9 taels with Mangekyo, limit 9 taels with ninjutsu, and seal 9 taels with sealing technique. However, in the pure power competition, it is still slightly inferior to Chakra's unlimited 9 taels, and it is unable to achieve a repressive victory. Strength, more is needed. Tangu looked at the blue sky and said in a low voice. More than half an hour later, a familiar footstep sounded from behind. Hong, wearing home clothes and cotton slippers, walked over, pulling her clothes with a slightly uncomfortable expression. It's too personal. Advertisement shivering with red anger, she had measured her size carefully. This guy is an erotic B**************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************̈ expression will be. She knows that this will be her bargaining chip. Obviously he is a defector ninja, but he still has the mood to drink tea leisurely. Han looked at Tangu's tea table and sneered indifferently. I don't even think about it. For the past 10 days, she has been making tea by hand. Sit. Tangu smiled, just pointed to the stool and said, sit down. Hong Wensheng sat down with his back straight, full of fighting aura ready to go, and then unceremoniously picked up the tea in front of him and drank it. Tangu deliberately placed the teapot in the red handy position, doing observations. It didn't disappoint him. Hong didn't even look at the teapot. Shi Rishui's thinking habits and movement instincts did not fall on Shi Rihong. Not bad. Tangu nodded. What's not bad? Read and secretly gritted his teeth, mistakenly thinking that he was evaluating this clothing. It's too homey, like a couple sitting and drinking tea here, instead of betraying and hunting down ninjas. But seeing that Tangu did not follow, it seemed as if she was just calling her out for tea. Hong adjusted her mood and said, the people at the root failed, the people at Anbu failed, the people from the ninja group failed, Kakashi and Guy failed, and the genius ninja Shisui of your clan also failed. Under the heavy pursuit, you are safe and powerful enough to be so powerful. I don't understand why you defected. Obviously, many things in Konoha are at your fingertips. While talking, Hong picked up the side hair tress and pinned it behind her ears. This action has a gentle and elegant temperament, but it seems to be somewhat stiff, not suitable for the 20-year-old female ninja Yurihong. Tangu glanced at Hong with a faint smile, completely disregarding her little movements. Just looking at the slim dress on Hong's body, her exquisite figure is really pleasing to the eye. You. The red face froze for a while, but didn't give up. Before you defected, you behaved very peacefully. We found that you were not even enthusiastic about Uchiha's clan club, as if you had made up your mind to leave Konoha a long time ago. Why, Konoha doesn't have any weight in your heart. The owner of Mangekyo can't be silent, what are you planning? Advertisement, could it be that the release of 9 taels is also related to you? Hongshu babbled. Poor questioning skills and uniform questions made Tangu feel sleepy. Kakashi has asked, Shisui has asked, Anbu has asked, Root has asked, Fugaku has also asked. Tangu doesn't want to answer these questions anymore. If he defected, he defected. The matter has already been done, and no amount of questions can be restored. But Tangu also knew that Konoha had to be nervous. In the past, ninjas who defected had character problems, committed major mistakes and were deported to defect, but Tangu was not. He was not at fault, just as if he was dissatisfied with Konoha's rule, he simply left. This is a bad start. What if any powerful ninja learns Uchiha Tangwu to defect because he is dissatisfied with the rule of the village? Third generation knew what he had done to indulge Danzo. it became clear in his heart that he naturally became nervous, and Danzo was also aware of this problem. Who knows how many ninjas who can stand alone have been dissatisfied over the years? Who knows how many Uchiha's Sharingan has completed the transformation after the Third Ninja War? If the persecution continues in the Jōnin class, the people below will not leave. Anyway, Sannin has been away from the village for many years and has been fine. Such rumors have already spread. The goals you pursue are different. To force each other together is just to look at each other. It's better to go their own way. Tangu was more patient with Shi Rishui's host, Zhe Hong. There is no fundamental conflict between Konoha and I, and even in the longer term, we are still an alliance. Hong listened carefully, although he didn't know what Tangu meant. I only hope to use you to reach the first transaction between me and Konoha, and to maintain a better relationship in the future, Tangu said. The Land of Fire is the place where Sage of Six Paths finally stopped, and it is also the home of Ninzong. Both Indra and Ashura reincarnated in Konoha. It is hard to say that Konoha does not have the attention of Sage of Six Paths. Before the conflict officially broke out, Tangu didn't want to provoke the dispute prematurely. After all, his final enemy in the ninja world is Kage-level or Sage of Six Paths is still uncertain. Chapter 49 Team Kakashi wakes up, 4 quarters, seeking flowers, seeking evaluation votes. Kakashi Jōnin. On the hospital bed, a silver-haired man in a hazy mood heard someone yelling a name endlessly. Countless lights and shadows intertwined before his eyes, as if countless scenes flashed by. For a while, the silver-haired youth realized that this was calling him. His name is Kakashi. With this thought, Kakashi's consciousness gradually became clear, his dark eyes on the right slowly opened, and he looked at the surrounding scenes. Ah, it's Konoha's hospital. Looking at the nurse and the doctor from the Nara clan in front of him, Kakashi grasped the current situation. Don't move. The nurse tried to persuade something, but was stopped by the doctor. Kakashi reached out and touched the eye socket on the right. Not surprisingly, the feedback was empty. Is it taken away? Obito's eyes. The effect of that guy's pupil technique is almost like time regurgitation. The body's injuries have all recovered. No, it can't be regurgitation. The blood remaining in the wound did not go back to the body, but was excreted. Kakashi thought of this, and he couldn't help but recall the last light of the knife he saw before he fell into a coma. That is fast and slow. It was so fast that his consciousness and instincts were unable to react, and his force was so slow that his spirit had reached the ultimate limit, so that it produced a revelation effect before his death. Looking back at this moment, Kakashi still felt dry, and his body stiffened for a while. Kakashi Jōnin, the news of your awakening has been informed to Master Third Generation. Master Third Generation asked if you can report the task immediately? The doctor of the Nara family asked. So anxious? It seems that Uchiha Tangwu's horror level needs another evaluation. Kakashi rubbed his face and said, give me a time to disappear. Okay. The doctor nodded and said, in addition, I will tell you the news of your teammates. Might Guy Jōnin was seriously injured and Uchiha Shisui was seriously injured. The two are still in a coma. Yurihong Jōnin was captured, and the other party left a ransom demand. Captive? Kakashi's eyes suddenly became sharp, and his eyes burned with anger. He didn't dare to think about the encounter of the Shirihong society. Advertisement, it's a pity, that's it. The doctor sighed. 25 days have passed since you were in a coma. We only found Uchiha Tangwu 7 days ago, it was too late. After all, the doctor left the ward with the nurse. Kakashi remained motionless for a long time, then let out a long sigh, suppressing the thoughts in his heart. Wiping his face with the hot towel set aside, Kakashi began to check his physical condition. Well, a long stab wound from his left shoulder to his right abdomen was an injury that almost killed him. The bones, blood vessels, muscles, and fascia were all severed, and the intestines were broken a lot. It's really hard for Konoha's doctor to get him back. Thinking this way, Kakashi began to organize his thoughts. About an hour later, the door of the ward knocked. Kakashi, it's me, can you come in? Third Hokage's voice came. Please come in. The door was opened, and a group of people filed in. Third Hokage, the elders, Jōnin class, Daimyo messenger, and Sarutobi Asuma. Astonishment flashed in Kakashi's eyes, he was relieved immediately. In order not to disturb your recovery, let's go straight to the topic. The spirit of Third Hokage seems to be much older, and the tone lacks the relaxed and powerful feeling of the past. Kakashi guessed, nodded, and began to tell. Everyone's expressions began to change unpredictably. Shadow Clone can distinguish between true and false. Compared with the speed of Fifth Gate, a huge amount of chakra. To insist on the physical fitness of Shuzuo Wu hurt. Preemptive awareness skills for the enemy. Rasengan, an exclusive ninjutsu for 4th generation, and nature transformation that no one can do so far. Susanoo who was defeated in the battle. Mangekyo pupil technique that made Shisui distinguished heavenly gods invalid. Hearing that distinguished heavenly gods failed, most of the people present couldn't help it. They had only guessed that Shisui had not found a chance to use the pupil technique, but they didn't expect the other party to accept it. Advertisement, instant recovery state, injuries, chakra, energy are all restored. What kind of terrifying pupil technique is this? It is equivalent to 1 extra life. Indeed, judging from the results, it's a bit like a backflow of time. Could it be, Izanagi, someone said, turning his attention to Fugaku, the Uchiha patriarch. Fugaku thought for a while and shook his head and said, it's not like it, judging from Kakashi Jōnin's description. Uchiha Tangwu's Mangekyo pupil technique is more likely. Does this mean that this pupil technique Uchiha Tangwu can be used more than once? According to family records, although Mangekyo will be blind, Fugaku said carefully, the prerequisite for blindness is the frequent use of Mangekyo's pupil power. Although Fugaku didn't say it explicitly, the meaning is obvious. Afterwards, fight with Uchiha for Tangwu and be prepared to kill him twice. Useless intelligence. After the patriarch Fugaku finished speaking, he laughed at himself in his mind. Okay, just be quiet. Third Hokage coughed, making Jōnin stop talking, like Kakashi asked. At the last minute, do you know what happened to Uchiha Tangwu and Guy? I don't know. Kakashi shook his head with some doubts. Until now, he still doesn't know how he returned to Konoha alive. Third Hokage noticed Kakashi's expression and nodded. Well, it seems you have a lot of doubts. Then, he informed Kakashi of their current master situation. The radius of a kilometer becomes scorched earth? Kakashi's eyes widened, and his pupils contracted quickly. Furthermore, under Guy's feet, the soil has been more than 20 meters away, and crystals have appeared. Third Hokage added. A drop of cold sweat dripped from Kakashi's forehead. What kind of exaggerated ninjutsu? The people nearby, I'm afraid there are not even scum left. Wait, how did I survive? Master third generation, why am I alive? After hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen pressed the Hokage cap on his head, a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and said the answer that Kakashi found ridiculous. Probably, he has never been serious, he is playing with you. Chapter 50 Clan Monument of the Uchiha Clan, 5 quarters, what? Kakashi thought he had heard it wrong, so he looked at the other people behind third Hokage. But the silent faces chilled his heart. Maybe you don't know, but Guy reported to me that his 8 inner gates has been trained to the 8th gate, and since the 6th gate, he has developed unique tricks. Third Hokage said. There are ninjas who have seen an air light like a white tiger. That is actually the meaning of Agai's 7th gate, Haruto. The power can probably level a small mountain, or even a small lake, fried dry. Kakashi was startled, and laughed self-deprecatingly, is that so? All in all, you should take a good rest and take care of the injury. Third Hokage patted Kakashi's arm lightly, and said, Obito's eyes, we will try to get back as much as possible, don't worry. Kakashi nodded. Third Hokage said nothing, and left with someone. Might Guy woke up in the afternoon and made a supplementary explanation of the scene at the time. The nickname of the blue beast is well known. The Jōnins compared Guy's description with their own speed. After a while, they saw their companions, powerlessness, shaking their heads, and unable to do it. The atmosphere at Konoha's upper floors was as oppressive as suffocation. When leaving the hospital, Third Hokage let Fugaku stay for a while. Fugaku, the information you have compiled is very useful, thank you. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. No, just some trivial effort. Fugaku quickly declined. Danzo, who had been silent at this time, suddenly interrupted, facing Fugaku with a positive attitude rarely. Don't be humble, Fugaku Patriarch, your information makes us believe that Uchiha Tangwu has been disguising since a long time ago, and has a cold and selfish personality, and never does useless things. Danzo paused, glanced at Sarutobi Asuma on the side, and said, it also convinces us of Asuma's guess that the other party can leave the country of fire directly, but never leave, and proposes a ransom, presumably it is sending a signal of a transaction. Either Konoha has what he wants, or he wants to establish a long-term trading relationship with us. Sarutobi Asuma nodded slightly, expressing humility. This made Danzo take a high look, and the arch-enemy Uchiha Tangwu, Hiruzen, had grown somewhat. The next preliminary communication, I will ask the Fugaku chief. Danzo looked at Fugaku and said. Yes, I won't let you down. Fugaku did not decline. No one believed that he had no contact with Uchiha Tangwu. Advertisement. Then, let's say goodbye first. Fugaku nodded and left. The remaining third Hokage and the elders returned to Hokage's office. Hiruzen, the disaster of 9 taels may really be done by Uchiha Tangwu. Danzo said. Third Hokage shook his head, and denied, it's not him. Why? 5 years ago, he followed Fugaku to save the tribe. He watched the uncle who took care of him died and was emotionally broken, exhausted Chakra and his pupils and went into a coma. I think he awakened Mangekyo at that time. Third Hokage shook his head. Said, the follow-up may also be bewitched by the people who manipulated 9 taels at that time. Then Uchiha Fugaku. Danzo didn't give up. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and said, I'm politely speaking, I also watched Fugaku's child grow up. My father also had a good impression of him. He would not deceive me on this matter, and there were many people at the time. Certificate. Danzo said nothing and left. That night, Fugaku's shadow clone was summoned to Tangu through the channel of the ninja cat mother-in-law. Fugaku was first taken to the place where Tangu temporarily settled. It was a house far away from the crowds, surrounded by layers of ceiling circles. Fugaku recognized many of the Uchiha collections he had recently re-engraved for Tangu, and his eyes were a little fluctuating. Is there such a high talent in seal art? Single quote. Fugaku knew that Konoha had overthrown Tangu's past resumes, and based on this hunting operation, he re-established a character template. But at this time, he felt that Konoha might take a lot of time to perfect the template. Come in, Chief Fugaku. Tangu waved from the balcony. Excuse me. The moment Fugaku stepped into the door, his expression was wrong, and there was a sense of embarrassment that he didn't know what to say. I saw the stairwell on the second floor of the house, where the figure of Jōnin, who was red in the evening, was there. Wearing casual home clothes, the skin is radiant and the figure is beautiful. Between the hands and feet, there is a clear mature femininity, and there is a touch of moisturizing style between the eyebrows. Advertisement. Hong also looked at the people with amazement, especially when he heard the greetings of the Fugaku patriarch and Uchiha Tangwu like old friends. His eyes became sharp, and he stared at Uchiha Fugaku. Unexpected to meet in this situation, Yurihong Jōnin. Fugaku coughed dryly, and said, Master Third Generation asked me to confirm your situation. Please bear with me, and I will return to Konoha soon. Knowing that she had misunderstood, Shirihong nodded, her eyes slowing down. But there was an uncontrollable unrest in my heart. Be patient. How can you be patient? You try it. When I think of being alone with Uchiha Tangwu in the afternoon, Hong feels goosebumps all over her body. Excuse me, I don't know what to say. Fugaku ran away quickly. Shirihong remained silent, adjusted her mood and returned to the living room. She knew that the conversation between the two would not be heard by her. You really? Fugaku went up to the second floor, feeling helpless when he saw Tangwu. Take a sip of tea to calm down. Tangwu laughed. Shadow clone Fugaku is also welcome. After taking a big sip, he said, the third generation sent me to get in touch with you and ask what is needed to redeem Jōnin. Of course, you shouldn't have excessive conditions. After all, after the death of senior Shiri Junhong, the value of Shirihong itself is not high. Tangwu squinted and waved his hand, and said, I have a sense of measure. With that, a prepared list was handed over. Fugaku frowned and said, to be honest, Konoha couldn't have promised so much. Leave aside this. Tangwu waved his hand, looked at Fugaku and said, I am more interested in something of our clan. I think you have seen it too, that. Fugaku's eyelids twitched, and he hesitated. Do you want the clan monument? Why, I can't bring the clan monument to you. Chapter 51 Yin Escape Creation 1/4. Seeking flowers, seeking evaluation votes. Don't be so troublesome, just let my shadow clone go back and take a look. Tangwu said. Naturally, Fugaku would not refuse such a simple request, but he knew that what Tangwu cares about is not simple. What's the secret of the clan steel? Fugaku looked at Tangwu suspiciously, and asked, or, how do you know that the clan steel has a secret on it? Tangwu blew the heat in the tea water without speaking. Fugaku sighed, knowing that this is a transaction information that requires a bargaining chip, but he really doesn't have anything that he can handle right now. That's it. For the items on the list, the Fugaku patriarch will help me fight for as much as possible. Tangwu brought tea to the guests. No, please wait a moment. In fact, I still have a question I want to ask tonight. Fugaku said. Please say. Elder Danzo's attitude towards me changed today, and the above is sending a signal of peace. Fugaku recalled with a facial expression, I know Tangwu, you are strong, and your very existence makes Konoha a headache. Many elders sleep at night, day and night. Thinking about your intelligence, trying to figure out your ideas, predicting your personality, almost all the senior leaders are mobilized. This is almost a scene of war times. I can appreciate their feelings when facing you, but. Tangwu, I can't say that feeling. Fugaku looked at Tangwu earnestly and asked for advice. I want to know why third Hokage has to abdicate early because of you. I feel he is right to do so, but I can't express it. Tangwu glanced at the depressed man, nodded, and expressed his opinion. After the two talked for 10 minutes, Fugaku took Tangwu's shadow clone and left. To avoid embarrassment, Fugaku jumped directly from the balcony without going to the main entrance. Red in the living room waited for a long time. When Tangwu came down, he didn't see Fugaku, the head of Uchiha. I heard that your green plum, Asuma, has returned to the village. Tangwu looked at the frowning Red, the other party's sitting posture stretched out and was very feminine, which made him tease with interest. That guy likes you very much, right? In response to Tangwu's red indifferent and disgusting eyes. However, Tangwu didn't care, and simply told Hong what had happened during this period. Including the defeat of Kakashi and the others, the loss of Konoha's pursuit of manpower, and the development of the situation. Fugaku took a breath in the dark room, rubbed his temples, and got up tired. After his shadow clone brought Tangwu's shadow clone to the ninja clan, he first cancelled it and sent the information back. At the same time, the list requested by Tangwu was also put in his hands by summoning a ninja clan. Advertisement. Multiple shadow clone. 8 inner gates formation. Secret technique spiritualization technique. Illusory technique dark action technique. Seal technique 8 sign seal. Seal technique seal of 4 elephants. Seal technique ghoul seal out. Tandem paper bombs technique. Time and space ninjutsu flying thunder god technique. Summoning technique Rashomon. Enchantment. 4 purple flame formation. Enchantment. 4 red yang formation. Orochimaru experimental data full. Wood style experiment data full. Sage mode information full. Tailed beast information all. Fugaku's eyelids twitched. How could Konoha give so many conditions? To put it bluntly, there is a red Jōnin, and counting various added values, Konoha gives enchantment art 4 purple flame array, illusory art darkness technique, multiple shadow clone technique as the limit. This is forcing the will to fire to bow to him. Well, I'm just a bridge in this matter, so I won't get involved in how to deal with it. Fugaku muttered to himself and got up. With a evasive attitude, Tangwu's malice towards Konoha was overflowing. He shook his head, got up and walked to his training ground. Itachi woke up and took a look at him midway, and Fugaku sent him back to sleep forcibly, and asked Makoto to stare at him. Afterwards, Fugaku bit his finger and summoning came out of the ninja clan. Boom, boom. 2 clouds of smoke dispersed in the training ground. After the ninja clan came out, they brought Tangu's shadow clone summoning over, and then saluted Fugaku and disappeared. This is your home, the training ground is quite big. Tangu said casually. It sounds like you haven't been here before. Fugaku twitched at the corner of his mouth. When the identity is different, the mood is naturally different. Advertisement. Fugaku doesn't want to talk nonsense. Tangu's current identity is always rebellious, and private contact is already the limit. If someone finds out that he takes Tangu back to the village in secret, I am afraid that Uchiha will be hostile by the ninjas of all Konoha the next day. Anyway, hurry up and see. Fugaku took Tangu down the underground darkroom, and in the ancient ritual-like community, Tangu saw the mysterious stone steel that appeared occasionally in the original work. Look slowly, I'm leaving first. Fugaku left quickly. Tangu didn't rush to watch, but looked around. This underground space gave him an inexplicable sense of sight, as if he had come to the Torii Gate of the gods in the previous life. Uchiha seems to worship ancestors as beings like gods. And it's a serious kind of worship, not because of power, but because of sacredness or dignity. This made Tangu's early conjectures a little bit. He determined where he needed to get the opportunity to open the 3rd order genetic lock, including the 4th order genetic lock. He had guesses. Dragon vessel. Tangu's eyes flickered, and he shook his head, pressing down his thoughts. There is no one in a million who has opened the 1st order genetic lock, let alone the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th steps that follow. I am afraid that the amount of air luck required is massive. He also needs to accumulate. Tangu suppressed distracting thoughts and began to look at the steel. Looking at it with ordinary eyes, he saw only some ordinary words, recording the admonitions left by unknown ancestors. But when Sharingan opened and revealed the yin change of Uchiha's bloodline, the text on the steel changed in an instant, as if an illusion that was immortal on it was activated, and rows of information text appeared in front of Tangu out of thin air. The descendants of future generations remember that the blood of the Uchiha clan can open a blood inheritance boundary called Sharingan. It looks like scarlet pupils and pitch black guyu. At first it was 1 go jade, then 2 go jade, and finally 3 go jade. With the speed of reading, Tangu gradually improved Sharingan's level. 1 go jade, 2 go jade, 3 go jade. The content that emerges is getting richer and richer. Chapter 52 The Power of All Phenomena, 2 quarters. Seeking flowers, seeking evaluation votes. When emotions fluctuate wildly, Uchiha's blood will release a special kind of chakra in the brain. This special chakra can enhance Sharingan's pupil power. If the pupil power is trained to ultimate, then 3 Tomo Sharingan can perform a special secret technique, Izanagi, in addition to its own abilities, at the cost of permanent loss of light. However, above 3 Tomo Sharingan, there are more powerful eyes. That is, Sharingan named Mangekyo has a terrifying pupil power, and can perform Sharingan's ultimate ninjutsu, Susanoo. When you kill your loved ones, there will be a new light in Sharingan. But the light will gradually dim until it loses its light. Unless you get the pupil power of another person with the same light, you can shine forever. Tangu stayed on this message for a while, feeling abrupt. The tone and tone of the Mangekyo mentioned on the stone tablet are slightly different from the previous ones, as if with malicious intent. In temptation, in bewitching. As Black Zetsu doing tricks here too. Single quote. Or is this the opening condition that the ancestors of Uchiha thought? The example is that the ancestor sage of 6 paths killed his brother. Single quote. Tangu was silent for a moment, and continued to raise Sharingan's level. The 3 Guyu Jade slowly elongated and deformed, and a strong cold aura came out. A pair had never been to Mangekyo to visit this underground space. Stimulated by a stronger and gloomy atmosphere, new content appeared on the clan monument again. Mangekyo, who shines forever, is called Eternal Mangekyo. However, Sharingan, who is only a short-lived light, can still control the 9 big-tailed beasts with its pupil power during its blooming time, and can transfer its pupil power to attach through transcribing seal. Here are some of Mangekyo Sharingan's ways to promote the Eternal Eye and Mangekyo's abilities. Advertisement. Tangu continued to look down. Indra and Ashura are the sons of Sage of 6 Paths. Indra is the eldest son, Ashura is the second son. The secret of Sharingan comes from our true ancestors, whose name is Indra. The ancestor of the Senju clan, whose name is Ashura. If it is an ordinary Mangekyo, the content of the clan steel can only be seen here. But Tangu reached out and touched the stone steel of the clan, and a cold touch came into his hand, and he had an insight into the secret of the stone steel. This is an exquisite creation of yin and yang, a permanent technique of yin and yang. Sharingan's pupil power is the key to awakening the sleeping power in it. When the breath of different pupil powers is emitted, the corresponding part of the yin in the steel will be stimulated and awakened, thus displaying the message left by the operator. This is why Black Zetsu was able to tamper with the above information. It is the spiritual differentiation of Kage-level, and it is essentially a creation of yin, but it is given the change of yang and has pseudo-life. Touching the clan steel, Mangekyo's wheat in Tangu's eyes slowly turned. The pupil power climbed again, as if from ordinary Mangekyo to another level, becoming eternal eyes that shine with light. As Tangu thought, More information was revealed in the clan stele. And the inherited power of the Uchiha clan, and the inherited power of the Senju clan, combine with each other to obtain the power of all phenomena. That is the power of the legendary sage of 6 paths to create the world. Quote. The owner of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, master will open the eyes of the legendary fairy, open black lens bracket Rinnegan close black lens bracket. The power of master 6 paths. The information stops here. Tangu was silent, which meant that his pupil power had not qualitatively changed to the level of Rinnegan. Advertisement. Nevertheless, a lot has been gained. The clan stele is a kind of hideous creation, it is a superficial mistake to simply read with the naked eye. The above information should be experienced with the heart, and the spirit that is closely related to the yin, in order to understand the meaning buried under the text. The essence of the all-encompassing nature refers to the combination of ultimates yin-dun and ultimate yang-dun, resulting in the birth of the master's life and death power. It is not that the superficial Uchiha bloodline is combined with the Senju bloodline. It is not the shortcut of combining Indra chakra and Ashura chakra. This method is essentially no different from regaining the power you once had. Slowly retracting his eyes, Tangu glanced at the underground space for the last time, then turned and left. Use the sound of footsteps to remind Fugaku above that Tangu's shadow clone disbanded on its own within his range of perception. Have they gone? Fugaku came out of the room where the clan gathered and happened to see the dissipated smoke. He was taken aback, shook his head and returned to the room. Looking at the empty meeting room, Fugaku was sitting on the cushion, and his expression was a little frustrated when he thought of the problem of shadow clones' communication with Tangu. Quote. I think Patriarch Fugaku, you have to connect things together. Uchiha Tangwu's defection is not to set a bad precedent, but to question the rationality and correctness of the Hokage system led by the 3rd generation. If he ordered me to hunt me down, then I would naturally retaliate, and they without someone who can handle me, it is impossible for the old man Sarutobi to bring his 2 apprentices out of the village to chase me in person, right? And if you gently persuade and appease me, and you can't firmly eliminate the heinous guy-like rebellion, then you admit that there is indeed a problem with your own rule. This is an attack on the people who have been dissatisfied with the elders and Danzo. Reason. Considering the rule of 5th generation and the real behind the 9 taels disaster, 3rd Hokage can only choose to retire and maintain a respectful attitude towards me. I'm just a stone. It happened to break the last railing, so that the flood that was destined to fall broke out earlier. Fugaku thought of the young man who was sipping his tea and talking lightly, and shook his head. But 3rd generation doesn't judge it that way. Fugaku sighed. He said you were a boulder that plunged into the lake. They were just mud and sand at the bottom of the pool that was disturbed. Chapter 53 That will kill you, Fugaku, 3/4. This also strengthened Fugaku's determination to maintain a relationship with Tangu. Now that the rebellion has been announced, it is impossible for both parties to return to the original relationship. But Konoha didn't want to see a terrifying rebel become an enemy, so it is better to maintain a close relationship. After all, when the 5th generation project came to power, the 2 sides had no real antagonism. The Uchiha clan will become a bridge between the 2 parties. As long as Tangu stays strong, as long as Konoha does not give birth to a second strong man beyond the ordinary 5 shadows. Then, the monsters created by White Fang, Swift Ninjutsu plus Sarutobi, wide range of ninjutsu power, will always be treated with caution by Konoha. After thinking about this, Fugaku settled and went home refreshed. An unexpected person was waiting for him there. Ah. This kid must wait for you to come back, as if he has something to tell you. Makoto said helplessly behind him. What's the matter, Itachi? Fugaku just thought. Itachi saw Fugaku with a dignified atmosphere and a happy smile on his face, and suddenly turned around and left. Boom boom boom. Fugaku listened to the heavy footsteps, touched his chin, and thought of Tangu's intentional or unintentional reminder not long ago. It's better not to let the people of the clan invest in Hokage's first line too early. If they accept the will of fire indoctrination too early, they can't see anything else in their eyes, and they can no longer see the problem from the standpoint of the clan. That will kill you, Fugaku. Oh, I'm back. Tangu, who was chatting with Hong, raised his eyelids and felt the return of Shadow Clone. Well, is it the power of everything? Tangu muttered to himself in a voice that he could hear, and nodded slightly. This is in line with his conjecture. As for what is ultimate developed by Yin Dun and Yang Dun, it is naturally Mangekyo and Sage Body. The former is implied by the I, mind, and refers to the exudation and manifestation of the inner spirit. The latter radiates the vitality of the flesh, looking for the vitality of life. But why hasn't Obito come to him yet? Advertisement. Tangu wanted to see the pair of Rinnegan with his own eyes and feel the product of the peak of Yin and Yang escape. Anyway, it's too late, it's time to rest. Tangu stretched and said. Hong's expression stiffened for a moment, and he hesitated looking at Tangu's figure going upstairs alone. She knows what Uchiha Tangwu means. In the whole building, only one room has a bed to sleep in, which is the room where she woke up at noon today. I was forced to clean up in the afternoon. If Hong doesn't go to the room to sleep, it doesn't matter if he sleeps in the living room, but a lot of information won't be available. This is his weakness, I want to seize it. Single quote. This is his weakness, I want to seize it. Single quote. Hong hinted at herself repeatedly in her heart, not feeling anything wrong at all. She just kept thinking that from afternoon to night, every time Tangwu leaked, News, it was when she took advantage of her, or in the words of Uchiha Tangwu, when she got the benefits. Hong is sure that this guy is playing with her, but when a ninja loses his cautious heart, it is often the time of death. Suspected secret technique for strengthening the body. Binocular vision is clear, Mangekyo's load does not seem to be heavy. Quietly jot down these two messages, the red face stood up blankly, turned off the lights and prepared to go upstairs. When he walked to the door of the room, he was stopped by a wooden frame. There was a note on it, a set of clothes that seemed to be made of lines and rags, and a pair of strange black thin stockings. After you have finished your clothes, come in again. BCH. Single quote. Hong felt her forehead collapsed, and took a few deep breaths quickly before calming down. Then he changed half of his body with a trembling expression, and the effect that caught the eye made the red and blue veins jump, and the anger couldn't stop rising up. This feeling of humiliation is more uncomfortable than killing her. But Hong still pretended to calmly open the door and walked in. She originally thought she could endure calmly, or resolutely refused. But what I never expected was that the body responded first, cheering to welcome the strange and familiar feeling. As if carved into DNA. Advertisement. Rain is not heavy, but Rain Shinobi Village is continuous. Obito glanced at the thick dark clouds in the sky, and silently wrapped his hood tightly. After defeating Sancho Hanzo, Nagato completely integrated the two divisions of the world of the two major ninja villages in the country of Rain, became the real ruler, and deified himself to the villagers in the form of, no more rain on Sundays. It's really rare, Mr. Madara, you come to the country of Rain to find us. A large group of white paper gathered in front of Obito, turning into a blue-haired beauty with a mixture of toughness and weakness. Please come with me, Pen is already waiting for you. Obito glanced at Konan, stepped silently, and walked straight into the room where Heavenly Path Pen existed. Quote. Konan didn't speak, but followed. How's the plan going? Obito asked in a dumb voice. Tiandao Pain shook his head and said, Akatsuki's manpower is still far short, and more rebels are needed to carry out the plan. But speaking of this. Heavenly Dao Pain gave Konan a look, and the other side knowingly took out a pile of information and placed it in front of Shisui. Mr. Madara, there seems to be a good candidate among your descendants. Last time I heard you mentioned, what do you think of this person? Pain asked. Obito doesn't need to look at you to know who it is, Uchiha Tangwu. Recently, whether it is the Underground Intelligence Office or Kurigakure's intelligence station, the entire text is his information. Many people have commented that he has your original shadow on him. Mr. Madara thinks he has your strength. Konan said on the side. Obito chuckled a few times and didn't answer the question head on. He just smiled. Since you want to invite him in, do it. As long as the road ahead doesn't deviate, I have no objection. I'm here today, just to take a look at your situation, Nagato, so be it. Obito let out a hoarse smile, using Mangekyo to transfer himself to the Kamui space. In the room, Konan and Tiandao Pain were silent for a few minutes. He is walking in a hurry, seems to be worried, or is he afraid? In the past, he and that trick recruited the right manpower, but this time they didn't. He mentioned the name Uchiha gave to Tangu very early, and after disappearing for a while and returning, he stopped mentioning it. It seems that the solicitation has failed. Konan and Pain said in tandem, and they looked at each other and both smiled. This guy must be very weak now, or rather, very weak. Chapter 54 Transaction reached 4 quarters. Seeking flowers, seeking evaluation votes. Grumbling. Tangu stood on the balcony, his muscles wriggling like a muscle worm, making a weird sound. Mangekyo Sharingan looked at his right hand, and Tangu, slowly, held his palm. In fact, the speed fell in the eyes of ordinary people, but it was extremely fast. I saw a Uzumaki appearing in his palm, and the surrounding air was pulled into his palm, making a rapid howling sound. The red on the edge of the balcony on the second floor made his eyes staring. Even if I don't know how many times I watch it, I will be shocked by this scene. Agitate the air purely with physical force. Single quote. With Hong's knowledge and insights, it is impossible to explain all this. But that surging power is not fake, but real in Tangu's hands. After a while, Tangu exhaled, and the slightly inflated muscles contracted, like an inflated balloon spit out the air in the body. Hong can only use this metaphor to express her feelings. In the original work, struggle reached the speed of sound at the beginning of the fourth order. Taking this protagonist, who reincarnated positively, I'm afraid the speed of sound is a threshold. Tangu thought to himself, although he can make attacks at the speed of sound, and the slashing after accumulating can faintly break the sound barrier, the movement speed of the body has not reached that level. Soon. Single quote. The blankness in Tangu's eyes receded, and the side effects of the second order gene lock appeared. But now it's just a numb muscle and it's no longer serious. Well, if you come over to make breakfast, maybe I am in a good mood and will answer some of your questions. Tangu lay lazily on the recliner and said to Hong on one side. Yuri Hong frowned, her eyes faintly disgusted. This guy is very knowledgeable, she doesn't want to give a chance. But thinking about the current situation and her goals, Shirai Hong took a deep breath, turned and went downstairs, into the kitchen. Eat you to death. Single quote. Advertisement. The breakfast with extra ingredients was brought up in Shirai Hong's secretly happy mind. Tangwu was very clear about Hong's small movements, and the whole house was in his perception. He prepared all the materials in the kitchen and used them as ordinary peppers to season them. I ate it immediately without caring, and evaluated while eating. It's not even so, and the stuff below doesn't fully blend into the taste of the dishes, it can be smelled. Hong's face turned pale, but he did not retreat. She also knew that Uchiha Tangwu was not an idiot. The obviously abnormal ingredients were placed there, so she definitely didn't worry about her doing it. It's just a test, and there will be no loss. But for your temptation, I am very sad, so. Tangwu wiped his mouth and got up. Hong took a step backwards subconsciously, but was immediately pinched with his chin, and his soft and white face was pinched in a large iron-like hand, unable to advance or retreat. What do you want to do? Red couldn't break Tangwu's palm with his hands, and his tone became flustered. My patience is limited. Playing games has the attitude of playing games. If you don't pay the chips, why do you win the chips in my hand? Tangwu let go of her, patted her smooth red cheek lightly, jokingly. Said. If you want to know more information, you can make good use of what you learned in Konoha and make good use of your own advantages, understand? Snapped. With a cold face, he slapped Tangwu's hand away. But after doing it, I regretted it. The other party was a fierce rebellious forbearance. If he angered him, I didn't know what would happen to him. But Tangwu was not angry, just turned around and picked up a slice of pastry, and threw his hand on the red dress. Red couldn't avoid it, and could only look at the only set of normal kimono, which was stained with the cream of the cake. I don't like this suit. Change to another one. Tangwu interrupted her. Then, no longer paying attention to the changing red look, he left the balcony directly. Absolutely not. Danzo roared angrily, and knocked his cane heavily on the ground. Does he think Konoha really can't solve him? Offer such a condition. Advertisement. There is really no way to solve it. Fugaku glanced at the list that had fallen to the ground, and thoughts flashed through his mind. He conveyed Tangwu's attitude the next morning, and then Elder Danzo became angry. I'm also grateful that the other party doesn't plan to do anything to Konoha. On the other side, Asuma flashed more real thoughts and picked up the list silently. The fourth person in the office, third Hokage, smoked the fifth cluster of tobacco, and said helplessly, Yuhi is so good to sacrifice for Konoha. It is impossible for us to watch his daughter die outside in an indecent way, let alone below. Everyone is watching. I know I must redeem your Rihong Jōnin, but most of the above conditions cannot be agreed. Danzo suppressed his emotions a bit, but her own price. Forget it, let's talk about the other things first. Fugaku, what kind of conditions does Yi's 3 Mangekyo have to return? At this point, Uchiha Tangwu seems to feel that there is no need to talk about it. Fugaku put on a helpless expression. Did he take it away? Is that his thing? Danzo tapped his cane again, looking frustrated. Without Mangekyo, we are equivalent to losing 2 precious high-end combat powers. Third Hokage got a headache because of the quarrel and just wanted to solve it quickly. Fugaku, can you let Uchiha Tangwu release Jōnin first? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. This should be okay. Fugaku glanced at Asuma, who was silent, and said carefully, he doesn't seem to pay much attention to Rihong Jōnin. He also made it clear that we Konoha have to pay. Not only the ransom for your Rihong Jōnin, but also the travel expenses for him to leave the country of fire safely, otherwise. Otherwise, what? Danzo asked coldly. Uchiha Tangwu said, otherwise it might not be safe on this road. Fugaku said, seemingly embarrassed. Boom, boom, boom. Danzo was so angry that the cane in his hand slammed heavily on the ground. As a personal disciple of the second generation, he has the right background, countless records, and has been a master in power for many years. Where has it been threatened like this? Ahem, Chief Fugaku, you should go out first. Third Hokage coughed twice and said to Fugaku. Excuse me. Fugaku's face was solemn, but his heart blossomed with joy. For this old man who has always been hostile to Uchiha, Fugaku has long been displeased. I'm so furious, ha ha ha. Fugaku thought of a certain term in Tangu, and borrowed it very occasionally. Chapter 55 The breath of a mountain like a tail beast 5 quarters. Please ask for flowers, ask for a recommendation ticket. Danzo's persistence prevented it, and the fall still had an effect. The secret technique and spiritualization technique originally left by Sarutobi was removed under Danzo's suggestion. Only left with multiple shadow clone technique, illusory technique, dark line technique, sealing technique, ghoul sealing technique, tandem paper bombs technique, enchantment technique, 4 red yang formation, tail beast information partial. 8 inner gates and flying thunder god are definitely not to be given. Uchiha Tangwu dared to ask, who knows if he really has the talent for cultivation. I really have to learn. Konoha is afraid that there is no hope at all. Even Danzo was unwilling to be a sinner who put Konoha in the shadow of a betrayal. For the time being, let's talk with this thing. Third Hokage said. In front of him was a group of 7 ninjas with refined temperament and firm eyes. Uchiha Fugaku is the team leader, and the members are members of Hyuga Branch House, Aburame Clan, Inoshika Cho 3 ninjas, and Sarutobi Asuma. Don't worry, 3rd generation. Fugaku took the task book. Well, pay attention to safety. On the same day, Uchiha Fugaku took the team and set off, and many people watched silently. As for their departure information, Fugaku informed Tangu through the channel of the ninja clan as early as last night. So Tangu waited more leisurely. While exercising the second-order gene lock, the side effects of the first and second-order gene locks are constantly weakened. At the same time, the right eye Mira also changed into a kind of op-op fruit ability. It is possible to extract part of the object out of thin air, and the edges are directly connected by space without destroying the overall structure. Tangu was more and more pleasantly surprised. I just said that the cause of Mangekyo's blindness is that the body is not supplied. The solution should be to strengthen the body. There is no reason to engage in a crooked way of fusion of pupil power. Ultimate developed by Yin Dun is obviously the second change of Mangekyo Sharingan. What the hell is Eternal Eye? Tangu muttered to himself, and at the same time pointed to the ground. The shadow under his feet suddenly separated from the ground and stood upright. Advertisement. As if he had come alive, he nodded and saluted like Tangu, and then walked outside the door. The footsteps are natural and the speed is brisk. Unfortunately, it is limited by the total amount of shadows, and the more the shadows go, the smaller their stature. Finally, when they step out of the threshold, they are completely out of quantity, and become a wriggling black worm. Bang! The dish in Red's hand came out of the kitchen and fell to the ground, and then she cleaned it up calmly. It's just that the gentle expression on his face is hard to come by, and he can't do it anymore. How do you know the secret technique of the Nara clan? The red face seemed calm, but the stormy waves were already surging in his heart. Ah, it's essentially just the development of chakra, it's not a big deal. Tangu waved his hand indifferently and said. Oh, Hong nodded numbly and was used to shock. These days, she has seen all kinds of secrets used by Tangu. Konoha Ryu sword technique, Moonlight sword technique, White Fang sword technique, Kakashi's Reikiri, 4th Hokage's Rasengan, Abarame's bugs, Pommel's illusion technique, Hyuga's gentle fist, Yamanaka's mind turn. But I didn't expect that the shadow mystery of the Nara clan, which is close to the limit of blood succession, would also be reached by the Tangu master. How did this guy steal it? Red couldn't figure out this question. But the more she thought, the more she got. Hong felt more and more that something was wrong. She cleaned up the vegetable water on the ground, and then threw it away together with the clothes she tore last night. Strange, not quite right. Single quote. When she returned to the living room, she saw Tangu's palm doubled. Expansion jutsu. Red is not surprised anymore. Tangu naturally knows Hong's movements, and even because a large amount of chakra is buried in her soul, some emotions and thoughts can be vaguely sensed. He couldn't help but smile. That's because the effect of the illusion gradually faded. Now that Konoha came to pay the ransom, Tangu naturally had to be convinced, and returned the entire evening red as much as possible. After testing for a while, Tangu stopped this unscientific shadow secret technique, his eyes thoughtful. Actually, shadow secret art is also a performance of Yin Dun development, but it is much slower than Sharingan. Single quote. Advertisement. But anyway, the Nara and Akamiki clan also have the opportunity to master the power of all things, but the road is too narrow. Single quote. Uchiha and Senju inherited the blood of the two sons of Sage of Six Paths. From the very beginning, they opened up the ascending path. They only need to develop and exercise step by step to obtain fairy eyes and sage body. Single quote. Shaking his head, Tangu got up and went to eat in the dining room. Without the link between you and me, the speed of eating is much faster. Then Tangu stretched his waist and walked towards the bathroom where the sound of water was heard. Hong turned his head, panic flashed in his eyes. But in the end, only his face was a little ugly, and no other reaction was made. 3 days later, Tangu finally waited for Fugaku and others, who were on the way day and night. The moment the two sides met each other, Tangu just greeted with a smile, but Fugaku and others' complexions changed slightly. The young figure leaning over from the balcony on the second floor, the terrifying chakra breath on his body is like a huge mountain facing him, huge and heavy. Just being there makes people feel the smallness in their hearts, as if they will be crushed at any time. A group of ninjas trembled with goosebumps, the alarm bell of crisis rang frantically in their hearts, as if a terrible threat was ahead, feeling the pressure of being killed in the next moment. Fugaku, who was at the head, was even more surprised, as if he had picked up a human-shaped tail beast in front of him in a daze. Haven't seen it for a few days, the breath has become so terrible. The strength of this guy has improved again. Asuma is here too. Single quote. At the end of the team, a young man with a haggard and worried expression caught Tangu's attention. The familiar facial features reminded Tangu of his identity instantly. However, Tangu didn't do anything. He didn't deliberately press his aura to force him to bow his head. Or deliberately hand in red and ask for it in front of him. Just glanced briefly, and then ignored it. The above behavior is too low price. With Tangu's current weight, showing off to such an ordinary Jōnin, it only appears stingy. Come in for a cup of hot tea. Tangu greeted, and evacuated all the seals outside the house. Chapter 56 Take what you need, 1/4. Seeking flowers, seeking evaluation votes. Fugaku calmed down, his face returned to normal, and walked in. He has always had high expectations for Tangu, thinking that this 20-year-old ninja is a very powerful person, whether in terms of strength, vision, determination, or other aspects. The copyright of the novel resources belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support the subscription of genuine novels and refuse to piracy. This novel was first published by Dragon Philo Novel Inner Group. More exciting Phyllu novels are in the hands of the owner. Welcome to the group. Others adjusted their minds one after another and followed Fugaku in. The entrance is a spacious hall, well lit, full of the smell of sunlight. But a figure that made their faces embarrassed appeared in the stairwell. Asuma's eyes opened to ultimate in an instant, his eyes were hot, and tears leaked out. Uchiha Jōnin, we are here to pick you up this time. Fugaku said cheeky. Jiraiya did not speak, embracing her arms, and looking back to the second floor, her posture naturally exuded the beauty of a young woman. This posture made Asuma feel pained even more. That's right, the conditions have been negotiated. Tangu walked down the stairs slowly. There was a wave of fluctuations in Yurihong's stiff eyes, and then he nodded and stepped downstairs. The footsteps are so light that they don't look like ninjas, the long skirts on their bodies are elegant and slim, and the slender figure makes the ninjas consciously move their eyes away, not looking. Only Asuma gritted her teeth and her body began to tremble. He watched Jiraiya numbly walked into the kitchen on the first floor, and skillfully took out the teacup and teapot, and made tea for them. Uchiha Tangwu. Single quote. Despite the anger in his heart, Asuma still controlled himself. Reason tells him that it is best to complete the negotiation as soon as possible, and pick up the red back to Konoha. But Asuma didn't notice the redness that was a bit of a tension on his body, and disappointment flashed in his eyes. Please sit down. Tangwu pointed to the seat and asked Konoha Shinobi to sit down and proceed directly to the topic. I don't want to waste any more time. Maybe third generation they would like me to leave the land of fire overnight. Let's just say that, Chief Fugaku. Result. He looked at Fugaku, who was sitting opposite, who was the only Konoha Shinobi who remained calm. Although there is sweat on the forehead. Advertisement. The other team members secretly complained, especially those from the Aburame clan. The insects on their bodies rioted like a life and death crisis. Then Tangu glanced at him, and in an instant, all the insects hibernated like dead. No matter how he called, there was no response. All of them realized that the aura of Uchiha Tangwu outside the door just now was not a deliberate oppression such as dismounting power, but just a natural expression of unconsciousness. Just as people don't deliberately release killing intent to insects, but the human existence itself, when approaching, the breath will scare the insects to rush away. This is not a kind of persecution such as killing intent or aura, but more like a kind of oppression caused by a huge gap in life levels. My bug, facing him is the same as facing the tail beast. Aburame Shino carefully gave his teammate an ugly look. The other teammates were all pale. All the ninjas present here have experienced the disaster of 9 tails 5 years ago. Naturally, I know the meaning of Aburame Shino's eyes and the weight that this meaning represents. Please allow me some time. Fugaku used honorifics for a moment, and his attitude was too solemn. He took out the pen and paper from his pocket, instead of taking out the list that third Hokage gave him before he set off, instead he wrote a new copy. Fugaku, if things change, you can adjust the content depending on the situation. Since third Hokage explained before departure, there is no hesitation at all. At this time, thinking about the regulations originally laid down by the third generation project is simply a fool. Fugaku looked at the other side with a smile but not a smile, as if Tangu, who was fully aware of everything, could not help but wipe the sweat from his head with a wry smile. Swish, Fugaku's pen nib quickly swiped, and a brand new transaction rule was written. It's rude, please forgive me, because of confidentiality, no paper content was left. Fugaku passed the paper over. The teammates next to him had no opinion on Fugaku's approach. Tangu took it to his eyes casually and glanced at the words on it. Multiple shadow clone technique. Secret technique spiritualization technique. Illusory technique dark action technique. Seal technique seal of 4 elephants. Seal technique ghoul seal out. Tandem paper bombs technique. Summoning technique Rashomon. Enchantment technique 4 purple flame array. Advertisement. Orochimaru experimental data partial. Tailed beast information all. Chakra 5 attribute training experience Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tangu smiled, looked at Fugaku, and said, it seems to be at the end, there are more of them. That was an extra gift from third Hokage. It was his apology to you as a doctor of ninjutsu after decades of organizing his experience. When Fugaku said this, he noticed that he was leaning against the kitchen wall and wearing the red in the kimono at home seemed to have a low smile. Although I have doubts, I can't do anything at this time. It's better than boring. Tangu waved his hand and said, in this case, before I leave the country of fire, hand things over to me. Besides, you should be clear about what I mean. Yes, the third generation and Danzo elders will take the blame and resign. Fifth Hokage will come to see you before you leave and bring everything with you. Fugaku said immediately. The teammates cast a surprised look, a little surprised Fugaku simply and directly told Konoha's high-level changes. But thinking of Uchiha Tangwu's accepted reasons for defecting, they all acquiesced. Well, Hong, you can go with them. Tangwu beckoned back. Yurihong left blankly, went up to the second floor, and changed into the easy-to-action ninja costume prepared for her only yesterday. Go well, don't send it. Tangu was still on the balcony on the second floor, leaning over to look at them. A crowd of people drenched in cold sweat, as if being stared at by a tail beast from behind, strong fear came from the depths of their bodies. The Aburame ninja was anxious to get out of his sight immediately. Fugaku wiped off his cold sweat, and quickly returned with the team. Jiraiya was protected by them in the middle. Along the way, Asuma repeatedly tried to talk to Hong, but was ignored by Hong. The other party's eyes lacked the vitality and brightness of the past, and became silent, as if they lost their light. Everyone stopped and went, taking care of Hong's physical strength. Because Fugaku once said that Yurihong Jōnin is restricted in diet and chakra, and his physical strength may be very weak. But they didn't know that Chakra's seal had long been unlocked. In terms of diet, there are also big fish and meat, which is much better than when I was in Konoha. The actual reason is hard to tell. Red Heart is embarrassed, angry, unwilling, resentful, and wronged, all emotions mixed in, so she has to have a rigid face, and her face is expressionless on the road. Chapter 57 Leaving and Giving Words 2/4. Seeking flowers, seeking evaluation votes. Because her pelvis was so numb that she lost consciousness. If you walk for too long, you will feel pain. Everyone stopped along the way, and there was a ninja from the Inuzuka clan standing by on the way behind, asking a giant ninja dog to carry the evening red. But in this way, it's even more difficult for Asuma to talk to Yurihong. Because he was too cautious about his words, he was too concerned about his own attitude and wasted time trying to figure out the mood of the red sunset. Sarutobi Asuma did not speak on the first day. As time goes by, it becomes more difficult to speak. 2 days later, everyone returned to Konoha. Yurihong was rushed to Konoha's ninja hospital for the first time. Before leaving, she glanced at Sarutobi Asuma with a gloomy and cold look. For his hesitation and entanglement, she was not only disappointed, but also disgusted. In contrast, Uchiha Tangwu frequently played her in the palm of his hand, and it emerged unstoppably. Ah, Shiri Hongskin laughing meat exhaled without a smile, sitting in the ward with excellent lighting, his eyes were a little lost. Female doctors and nurses examined her carefully, with a gentle and serious attitude. But none of these can restore Shiri's red and gray mood. When I learned about the so-called deal, and his weight, even if he had the consciousness of sacrifice, he was still disappointed with the will of fire that he had heard about for many years. My father died, the love he had hoped for when he was young was also shattered, and the village of his dreams was also disgusted. Now the only thing that supports her to live is probably only the hatred left. Red thought of this and touched her abdomen. What's the matter, Hong Jōnin? The doctor noticed her movement and asked softly. This month's monthly routine has not come. Hong said lightly. What? The doctor didn't respond for a moment. I may be pregnant, Hong said calmly. Advertisement. With a bang, the alcohol bottle and tweezers in the nurse's hand fell to the ground. Are you sure? The female doctor asked in silence. It's been more than 20 days. I haven't stopped every night, and haven't taken any protective measures. Shirihong calmly looked at her doctor and said lightly. Quote. There were fluctuations in the female doctor's eyes, including surprise, sigh, pity, and pain, and all the familiar emotions of Shirihong. On the other side, it is also in Konoha. In the family land of the Uchiha clan, the Fugaku patriarch is receiving guests in the tea room. He was a young man with a calm temperament, bright eyes, and a gentle smile when he smiled. No one would have imagined that Uchiha Tangwu, who was supposed to slowly move towards the border of the fire country, would actually appear in Uchiha Fugaku's tea room, and the two chatted and tasted tea, just like a pair of close friends. After taking a sip of tea, Tangwu put down the cup and said, I have received the wishes of the Fugaku patriarch, and I will also inform you with some news. Don't dare, it's just a trivial move. Fugaku didn't dare to underestimate the gentle and aristocratic youth in front of him. The other party looked calm in the daylight, his skin was crystal clear and gleaming, his facial features were handsome and heroic, and his every move exuded unspeakable aura, as if in front of him, everything was embarrassing. In a daze, Fugaku always mistakenly thought that the person in front of him was the incarnation of a certain god who descended into the world in ancient books. Immigrate to emigrate, raise energy to move, don't be so surprised. Tangwu glanced at him first, shook his head slightly, and said, Patriarch Fugaku has been in power as he has been in power, and he has a convincing and invisible power. Naturally not as good as you, Mr. Tangwu. Fugaku said, secretly memorizing the phrase, immigrants, immigrate, the more I ponder, the more I feel the beauty of the rhyme, and my heart is greatly shocked, does this person have such a deep cultivation in words? Single quote. The goodwill in my heart is multiplied at the moment. Tangwu smiled and said, you once said that I am very similar to someone. Yes, I also feel cold-kun Orochimaru may be very topical with me, so what I will do after leaving the country of fire, one of them was to find Orochimaru. Chief Fugaku specifically included his research data in the transaction list. He was interested, and he wanted to come to me and there were more things to relieve boredom on the way. Mr. Tangwu likes it, Fugaku said. Then tell me about the information I gave you. Tangwu paused, and suddenly interjected, presumably you also learned from the red mouth that my master has learned many ninja secret arts. Advertisement. Fugaku hesitated, then nodded slowly. Well, this is actually the foundation of my strength. Tangwu said with a smile. A faint sentence struck Fugaku's heart like a thunder. This. He suddenly raised his eyes to look at Tangwu, looking surprised and panicked. Tangwu's sudden rise and indifferent and strange character caused Konoha to overthrow all his past resumes. No one does not study Uchiha Tangwu, and no one is not interested in the power of Uchiha Tangwu master. It's just that they dare not ask Tangwu himself. Is this the message you want to leave me? Fugaku's eyes stiffened, cold sweat oozing from his back. He was more scared than the joy of learning Tangwu's secret. The power of the ninja is the secret in the secret, can this kind of thing be said casually? Fugaku felt like he was in trouble. No, no, this is my good hope for the future with Chief Fugaku. I wish we will never be enemies and give it to you. Tangwu waved his hand and smiled lightly. His noble temperament made his appearance extraordinary. This smile seemed to light up the whole tea room. He said to Fugaku. In fact, it's yin and yang escape. To me, it is equivalent to chakra and sage of 6 paths. It's no secret. Yes, yin and yang escape is the core of my strength. Today, I am here to tell you. Tangwu nodded, calmly hiding his majestic gaze on Fugaku in front of him. The other party slowly buckled his head on the ground, and the pupils of his eyes contracted continuously because of the horror. The information in your words is too much for me to bear. Fugaku sighed with a wry smile. Then hide it in the clan history as a material, and wait for someone who can bear it. Tangwu didn't care. Quote. Then, let me Uchiha Fugaku, try to carry it. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 58 Karma, 3/4. Please ask for flowers, ask for a recommendation ticket. Tangwu laughed, and the empty balance in his mind fluctuated with high frequency. The feeling of lightness appeared on the body, as if the whole person had become a lot lighter. I take the initiative to give up Uchiha's power and mention the secrets of Fugaku Yin-Yang Dun and Sharingan. The more Fugaku has achieved in the future, the more I will return. Single quote. The cause and effect of this body and Uchiha is resolved. Single quote. Tangwu took a sip of tea and thought to himself. I became more curious about my own spiritual light ability. Luck, cause and effect, destiny, aptitude, skill. Whether it is a physical object or a conceptual virtual object, it can interfere. What kind of light is my soul? It seems that time and space and volume are irrelevant. The doubts in Tangwu's mind flashed, and then he looked at Uchiha Fugaku who bowed in front of him, thinking a little bit in his heart. He didn't care about a Uchiha clan. It's just the scale of nothingness, feedback information, so a little will be settled easily. In this half and 90s, the more you pursue long-term and lofty goals, the more you must proceed cautiously. For example, the foundations of high-rise buildings must be hit to the most perfection. Tangwu therefore didn't want to leave a flaw. As for what I want to tell you, it's about your son, Chief Fugaku. Tangwu said. Fugaku was startled when he heard the words, and slowly sat up. Your eldest son Uchiha Itachi has the aptitude to start Mangekyo, and your younger son Uchiha Sasuke is the same, but the aptitudes of the two are slightly different. Different mean? Fugaku asked solemnly. If Uchiha Itachi has the aptitude to awaken Mangekyo Sharingan, then for Uchiha Sasuke, it is awakening. Tangwu briefly described the comparison. Fugaku's eyes moved slightly, thinking. He knows the difference between the two, but why is Sasuke waking up? There should be some secrets in this. Fugaku just wanted to ask a question, but saw Tangwu wave his hand in front of him, put his empty teacup on the table gently, and smiled at him. This is the end of today, looking forward to seeing you in the future. After all, the figure disillusioned and disappeared like water waves, and there was a fleeting sense of beauty. Advertisement. Fugaku froze for a long time, before closing his open mouth for a while, then smiled regretfully. Is this trying to whet my appetite? Fugaku murmured, but remembered the demeanor of the young man at the table just now, that kind of gentle and honorable breath, and Tangwu, who showed a sense of faded beauty even when the shadow clone disappeared. I always feel that I can't get angry at all by being teased so lightly. But I have to say that Fugaku's curiosity was completely stirred. So, is this a genetic defect? I seem to understand the secret of eternal eye. Before Tangu's shadow clone left Konoha, he went to see Yuhishuki's state and ran into Yamato who was transferred to Anbu to perform the task. Although it was only seen from a distance, Tangu's perception ability was able to analyze a lot of information from the individual's breath. It's like a cup of tea. Throw a piece of tea into it, soak it, and dye it a little bit. This is tea. Wash and brew with the best techniques and the best quality water to get a cup of liquid filled with fragrance, which is also tea. But the gap between the two is vastly different. The wood style on Yamato just throws a piece of tea into it, and it will naturally stain the brown color after soaking for a long time. He does not have high-quality water, strong physique, no subtle techniques, yang escape control, and he does not know the skill of making tea, escape fusion. What he can get is just a cup of colored liquid. This kind of inferior liquid that can't even be regarded as tea, and then inherited from the next generation, I am afraid that even the color will be washed away. The situation of Yuri Snow does not suppress the master's character. In the future, whether it is the coexistence of two personalities, or the sharing of memories, or even the problem of personality replacement, it will be a good topic. Tangwu is only playing chess, and he doesn't care if he makes remedial measures. The people of the Yamanaka clan couldn't find more information about Tangwu at all, because the memories of those information were all preserved by Yuryu, lurking in the corners of their brains. Let's look at Shi Raihong's situation later. Tangu's shadow clone shook his head, and after completing the explanation of the body, it was cancelled by itself. He is not worried about the future development of Shi Raihong, whether it is the hint buried in his spirit or the situation in reality. It is impossible for Shi Raihong to get involved with other people. Entering Anbu incognito is currently the last way out. It's a disgusting technique, but it's a pity for her. Advertisement. Stop talking, do you want everyone to know? Ah, that's what I said. She's already very pitiful. Itachi didn't hear the phrase, very poor, at the end. His early wisdom was keenly aware of the strange atmosphere in the hospital, which seemed to be sympathy, pity, and pity. It was about the tragic experience of captured Jōnin Yurihong, whose physiological state was artificially manipulated by someone to satisfy his own enjoyment. Itachi didn't know these secrets, he just knocked on the door of the ward with a heavy heart. "Come in, is it Itachi?" A gentle voice came from the room. Itachi opened the door and went in, and saw a handsome boy with a bandage, smiling. "It's me, Shisui brother." Itachi answered and walked in and closed the door with his backhand. He was 11 years old soon after his birthday, and he became an outstanding member of Anbu. But his father's behavior made him sad, and he felt frustrated by his ideals. The copyright of the novel resources belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support the subscription of genuine novels and refuse to piracy. This novel was first published by Dragon Phylum Novel Inner Group. More exciting Phylum novels are in the hands of the owner. Welcome to the group. Brother Shisui, my father told me that he would transfer me out of Anbu and join the guard. I feel that my father's attitude seems to have changed a lot. Itachi sighed. Shisui was startled when he heard the words, and suddenly reached out and touched the bandage on his eyes, his smile gradually reduced. Brother Shisui. Itachi was a little worried. After Shisui was taken away from Mangekyo, his status instantly changed from being valued by the clan to no one. Itachi was indifferent to heartbreaking when he watched, not to mention the person involved. It's okay. Shisui waved his hand and said, actually, my attitude has also changed. I support this decision made by Chief Fugaku. Why? Itachi looked at him in surprise. Because there is someone, I'll be straightforward, and that person said something to me, I think he was right. Shisui said lightly. Itachi knew who that one was referring to, and hurriedly asked, what did he say? He asked me how to drive Mangekyo. Quote. The owner of Mangekyo actually abandoned the expectations of the family and devoted himself to the oppression of the Uchiha family, paying loyalty and extravagant hopes in exchange for the forgiveness of the enemy. Those who put their hopes on others are undoubtedly cowardly. Shisui spread his hands, but his tone was very relaxed, smiled. I think what he said is right, I am actually a cowardly person. Chapter 59 Deep Parasitic, 4 quarters. It will be available at 7 o'clock tonight, please support. Because of cowardice, so I look gentle. Shisui's self-deprecating laughter shocked Itachi's heart greatly. The person who is seen as a beacon of progress not only fails, but also has doubts about his own path. Itachi, who has been moving towards Shisui like this, feels extremely confused. Tangu wore a newly made kimono and walked down the mountains and forests unhurriedly. It is a linen kimono with mouse-gray pinstripes, which is very suitable for summer. Konoha's eyeliner also followed unhurriedly, carrying a basket of scrolls and objects, sweating profusely under the scorching sun. He was caught by Tangu as a coolie. But correspondingly, Tangu will also point him to some chakra skills. That, Master Tangu, why don't you take a break? The young ninja who was a coolie rubbed his sweat-soaked eyes and pleaded. He wondered why it was early in the morning that Tangu was still fine and dusty, and he didn't even sweat at all. Hiya's breath is like a literati poet, but also like a nobleman, and her temperament is not like ordinary people. Is it possible that there are still arty people in the Uchiha family? The coolie ninja muttered to himself. Tangu opened one eye when he heard the words, looked at the holding bowl with clear water in his hand, and smiled. What you want to get, you must give first, my condition has always been like that, it just depends on your choice. The coolie ninja forgot to hold the bowl, and the clear water on it evaporated by a third. If he stops at this time, then he can only get targeted guidance at the Chūnin level, and if the water holding the bowl evaporates 2/3, then Tangu will point at the insufficiency of the Jōnin level. If all evaporates, then Tangu will give an A-level ninjutsu suitable for that person. Every ninja who comes to guard has only one chance, and what he can get in the end is all up to him. Some beautiful female ninjas can get a second chance at night, but there are still such people temporarily. The coolie ninja gritted his teeth and glanced at the scorching sun in the sky, hoping for a cloudy cloud in the afternoon. He has passed the special Jōnin test, and he can be promoted when he returns. Other ninjas who have been mentored also share their experience. If he points to the knowledge of the Jōnin level, the corresponding Chūnin stage deficiency will also be mentioned by this person. It is equivalent to killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Sorry, please let me continue to follow you. The coolie ninja gritted his teeth. Advertisement. Although his expression was painful and his skin was soaked by his own sweat, he was actually very happy in his heart. In this way, those who don't pay attention to contribution, origin and faction, the Kage-level strongpoint pointed out that how many civilian ninjas will never encounter opportunities in their lifetime. I'm just giving up. Because of this casual behavior, Konoha's ninja has a great affection for Tangu. Obviously it is an enemy who kills his colleagues, but that kind of pure and elegant temperament and easygoing indifferent attitude is really unpleasant. In Dongyian culture, there is always a high tolerance for powerful people. As a result, they uniformly referred to Uchiha Tangwu as that one, and had a vague consensus on the reason for this one to defect. Unspeakable consensus. I heard that Danzo was so angry that he broke his cane on the spot. The root was killed by Tangwu and suffered heavy losses, and he lost his important chess piece Uchiha Shisui, which made the unfavorable fishing vessel worse. In order to pave the way for 5th generation, 3rd Hokage had already attacked him without hesitation. Yamato was transferred to Anbu. Tangu thought about the news from Fugaku, and then refocused his attention on Orochimaru's information. Part of the trading items, after seeing Tangu's actions, third Hokage had to send them in advance to show their sincerity. Has all the research on Orochimaru's wood style been deleted? Single quote. The corners of Tangu's mouth curled up, and he smiled in his heart. This is treating me as Uchiha Madara, and then expecting another wood style successor. Well, the appearance of another ninja god. Will you check and balance me? Single quote. It's interesting and interesting. Single quote. But in the face of power, these little moves are meaningless. Single quote. It's the long-term truth that there is a relationship. If you give less, I will naturally come back from 5th generation. Single quote. Tangu looked at the information without hesitation. The coolie ninja behind him naturally lowered his head, half-eyed, not daring to look. If he dares to watch. Tangu admired him a few times, and maybe took him away from Konoha. Cell activation. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Tangu's eyes. Although Orochimaru was limited by the world and couldn't recognize the true essence like Tangu, but his extraordinary talent led him to the right path. Advertisement. He has thought about and studied the differences in the talents of different ninjas, starting with the fundamental yin and yang escape of the human body. Through the directional cooperation of yin dun and yang dun, it stimulates cell activity, strengthens vitality, and realizes the improvement of Chakra's talent. On the surface it seems to be the effect of yin and yang, but in fact it is the fuzzy knowledge of the body and spirit of the chakra seed, self-relaxation authority, let the chakra seed deep parasitism in the body. There is an advantage to doing so. The hidden information carried by the chakra seed itself will be more likely to be manifested, and the ninja's own life form will be upgraded. For example, Orochimaru's Yaki Orochi body. Correspondingly, there are uncontrollable risks. The ninja cannot control what is manifested, and there is even a high probability that a genetic conflict will occur and the body will collapse and die. Therefore, cell activation is listed as the highest level forbidden technique. The Tangu assimilation method is probably the most suitable method. The information of the chakra seed will be redundantly entered into the gene sequence, and it is not possible to be awakened until Tangu opens the 4th order gene lock. Wait, think about it this way, isn't it tangible but invisible, and there's invisible. Single quote. Tangu suddenly thought of Mangekyo's ultimate pupil technique Susanoo. Mr. Madara, the information on Uchiha Tangwu is not credible. Have you collected any other information? Conan asked. In a room in Rain Shinobi Village, Tiandao Pain and Conan met Obito again. His information, even Konoha and Uchiha don't have as much master, he hides too deeply. Obito replied slowly. Is it the information that must be collected? Tiandao Pain asked. Obito nodded, and Kamui slowly started to involve himself in a different space, and said indifferently, you want to invite him in, Akatsuki, I have no problem, but please note that he has a suppressive tail just like you. Power at the level of a beast. Even approaching my heyday, be careful yourself. Obito gave Pain a deep look and left. In the room, Conan looked at Pain worriedly. If he opposes our plan, then our invitation will instead provoke a terrible enemy for Akatsuki. No, as long as he doesn't agree, then sooner or later it will be our enemy. Tiandao Pain shook his head, he looked farther than Conan. This Madara is very jealous of Uchiha Tangwu, and he is introduced to Shaoli, just to contain Madara. Let me spare some energy to plan. Conan thought for a while, no objection, and asked, then who should be sent to invite him? Of course the member with the strongest life-saving ability went. Pain said lightly. Chapter 60 Cold Kun Orochimaru, First Change. Speaking of the members with the strongest life-saving ability, Conan immediately thought of who it was. Do you want to send the disgusting guy? Quote. Well, I will convene a meeting with members later. Perth nodded. Suddenly a message came from the Ring of Empty. When Orochimaru's shadow clone saw it, he immediately sent a message to the body. Suddenly called, what interesting things do you think happened? The pale golden man with vertical pupils showed an interested smile on his face, while putting his empty ring on his left little finger. When the appointed time is reached, the seal begins. Ninfa slideshow body technique. Chakra carries Orochimaru's thought wave, and uses the black rod fragments in the empty ring to pass it into a closed dark space. Pain, Conan, Ju, Orochimaru, Sasori, Kakuzu, Hidan, Loquat Juzo. 3,308 figures appeared with italicized rings, each standing on a finger of a huge painful humanoid monster. Gush. With a smile on Orochimaru's face, his mute voice looked at the silent one-eyed monster under his feet with a serpentine-like weird and dangerous allure. Every time I see this guy, I feel inexplicable palpitations in my heart. Orochimaru's gaze was skipped from Pen's Rinnegan, and he quickly turned his attention to the ghetto statue at his feet. I really want to cut off a little body tissue and go back to study. Orochimaru squinted his eyes. Recently, his partner died in a mission due to lack of strength, and he found the positioning effect of the shielding air ring on him. It is rare to enter a leisurely research time. There is a single-player mission. Pen's voice is high and indifferent, and he looks at Orochimaru, who is drooping to the side. Orochimaru, you go and invite Renin to join Akatsuki. He will be your future teammate. Orochimaru, who had just made up his mind to watch the whole process, froze for a moment. The guy's name is Uchiha Tangwu. According to the information, he is a ninja with horn and jutsu. You can roughly refer to the combination of White Fang and Konoha third Hokage when he was young. Quote. Each member of Akatsuki has different facial expressions. These betrayers have defected for many years and have their own sources of intelligence. Advertisement. Therefore, apart from such a betrayal, Konoha village has also heard about it. Bounty. 250 million taels. Kakuzu rubbed his fingers. Hey, the snake over there is your junior, ha 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 ha. Hidan looked at Orochimaru with a weird smile. Orochimaru's expression remained unchanged, but he glanced at Hidan with his cold eyes, then laughed in a low voice, and said, since it's the task of the leader, there is no problem. I just finished the task last week. Is my job too heavy? That's because it's more appropriate for you to go. Pain said. Why? He thunders quickly. If there really is a conflict, you are the one who is most likely to survive. Perth said unceremoniously. Such demeaning words immediately caused dissatisfaction among other members. Oops, I was underestimated. I have objections to this. Hidan is immortal. Shut up, you fake immortality, I really don't know why my partner is a silkworm. Quote. B******************* D, dare you to look down on me. Orochimaru ignored the squabbling guys, squinted his eyes and thought. He knew that the people Pain was talking about did not include himself, and perhaps did not include the woman next to him. Nevertheless, this has proved that Uchiha Tangwu has the power to kill most of the rebels present. Super S grade. Orochimaru laughed low, looked at the pair of Rinnegan, and said, no problem, but I need extra pay. Orochimaru, this is your obligation to join the organization. Konan shouted immediately. But Orochimaru didn't even look at her. The so-called angels are nothing more than a little paper-bound special blood, and the blood-continuing ninja who died on his hands doesn't know much. Pain stared at Orochimaru for a while, the opponent's cold golden eyes stared at him without fear, and even a little eager to try. Therefore, I will definitely give you things, and at the same time bring detailed information. Nagato was silent for a while and agreed. I'm fine. Orochimaru chuckled in a low voice. Then, disband. Advertisement. Perth's gaze swept across the faces of the members and said. At the next moment, the link of the slide body technique was disconnected. Orochimaru threw the empty ring to Shadow Clone for the first time, was swallowed by the opponent, and wrapped it with layers of sealing. Then he brought all the equipment and left his laboratory. Interesting, Pen actually bowed his head to me, the word Zibo Tangu seems to be very important to him. Recently, due to experiments, my intelligence has fallen behind a lot, and it is time to activate Konoha's Dark Child. After Orochimaru sent a contact signal, he appeared openly. The peripheral members of Akatsuki's organization passed his position back to the headquarters, and then never set off again. But Orochimaru waited for 2 days, but Konoha's Anko only responded by 1/5. What happened? Orochimaru was hesitant. Then I went to the underground exchange and purchased a sufficiently detailed public information. The above lists some of Konoha's deaths, and the number of people killed in action. Unfortunately, most of the Anzi who could respond died in that hunting mission. Orochimaru's cold eyes shrank slightly, showing a look of jealousy and alertness, and said to himself coldly, I promised too readily, and I should have more rewards. Tangu walked for 15 days, and the coolie ninja behind him changed many faces. But his attitude has never changed. You have a problem with your combat thinking. You are good at long-range ninjutsu attacks. Then, when the 3.0 physical skills are lacking, why don't you train the accuracy and speed of Kuzui throwing? Why not learn some ninjutsu control skills? Your purpose is to make it difficult for the enemy to get close, isn't it? The method of holding the sword is wrong. Too much demanding coherent force between the arm and waist will cause local muscle strain. Change to a different kind of swordsmanship, or dismantle swordsmanship. How to dismantle it? Naturally, it is suitable to use, not suitable to abandon, and then add other suitable moves. This is to create a trick that really suits you. Asterisk. Be thinner, sharper, and compressed continuously. In this process, you can exercise for the rest of your life, pursuing the benefits of ultimate. The nature of the wind attribute is like this. Question mark. Since it is Earth style, don't pursue lethality too much. You have to be clear about the characteristics of escape. Chapter 61 The Legend of the New God is Rising, Second More. That's right, that's it. It gathers and burns. When the high-temperature flame condenses, it will explode naturally, so there is no need to deliberately pursue it. Tangu's explanation is always simple and easy to understand, breaking the truth inside and out. Even the ninja who listened to it had a lot of gains. This also caused Konoha's ninja's feelings for Tangu to become more and more complicated, and his eyes seemed to be looking at the image of a profound and intelligent mentor. In Konoha village, Fugaku was smart enough not to conceal the secret of yin and yang escape. He reported the matter to the senior management so that more people could participate and study Tangu's self-proclaimed secret core. In the end they came to the conclusion that it was exactly what Chakra meant to the legendary sage of 6 paths. Those who can master, naturally master. People who can't be a master can't do much listening. Generations of high IQ talents from the Nara family have never given up on developing their own bloodline boundaries, but they just didn't work. Who doesn't know that the shadow secretary of their family is manifest? But there is only Uchiha Tangwu who can freely escape from master yin and yang and develop all kinds of secret techniques. Deeply parasitic and superimposed on consciousness, will one's own spirit and soul be contaminated? No, it's just for humanity itself. Quote. Human soul 360 plus foreign will. After the successful integration, the definition of human has actually expanded to include the will of the chakra seed. But looking at it this way, I feel that 10 taels are like Zerg, and Orochimaru is a fine unit. Tangu flipped through it every day, constantly making comments on it. He has mastered the ultimate truth, and it can also be said that the master has the truth of chakra. Looking down from top to bottom, all the secrets are unobstructed. Along the way, he walked through many towns. The village chief gave the best house out and cleaned it without smell. Leave. The houses of the rich in the towns were empty, only pretty girls, dressed in provocative clothes, officials went to the buildings, and families, nobles, and officials all moved ahead of time. The ninjas lowered their heads, not daring to cast their gazes. Advertisement. Uchiha Tangwu's terrible reputation, along with the range he walked, intensified, surpassing the rebelliousness of any country and any hidden village. There were frivolous young nobles riding expensive horses, mistakenly thinking that it was a victory of expulsion, and arrogantly broke into Tangwu's way forward. Pouch. Tangu draws his sword. BECF, the blue electric light that has disappeared for 2 months shines under the sky again. A ninja who had been given instructions was sent to persuade. Please stop, he is the second son of the Mikawa family of the country of fire, your excellency causes trouble, and leave the country of fire steadily. Tangu even cut him off, and said relentlessly, the provocator is dead. He just came. The coolie ninja behind him couldn't help but speak. Tangu looked back again, his expression was still calm and gentle, just watching him follow him on the ground. A ninja during the day shook his head regretfully. The princes and nobles all withdrew, and from where did a young man who didn't know the so-called break out? Is the ninja you photographed in front blind? Why do these little tricks of temptation add disgust? Tangu shook his head and asked a ninja behind him to come up to replace the coolie, and said to the others, they died not because of me, but because of your high-level stupidity. Go back and let your boss give me an answer. Quote. The ninja who was seen was pale and wet his clothes with cold sweat. The ninja who succeeded the coolie packs up with a face full of horror. At this point, 10,000 people have evaded on the way forward. Just like a sky's path created out of thin air, weak and stupid people cast awe, fear, worship, and conviction on both sides, from bottom to top, toward the majestic and honest, deep and gentle young man on that path. Even livestock and insects did not dare to stop in front of the man. God tier. The incarnation of Nico. The foolish guy came from a long distance, as if on a pilgrimage, placed on both sides of Tangu's forward road, witnessing the scene of nothing to stop him. They searched through the ancient books like crazy, and announced to the people around them that the gods had come under the light. Close black lens bracket. The most holy existence has come to the world, and the dust cannot pollute half of it, and the enemy falls on his. Open black lens bracket. Stupid people listen to his teachings, but they become rebellious. The mundane thing perceives its dignity, far away from it. The description is vivid, and the scene is truly moving. Advertisement. Anyone who met immediately became a believer. It's just that whenever they want to get closer, they are always affected by the invisible divine power, and unknowingly fall asleep under the tree on the side of the road. This further exaggerates the power of holy. The ninjas were unable to prevent the flow of rumors, because the first group of pilgrims were the authority of the master's ancient whole process and the interpretation of the master's classics among the nobles. At the very least, the ninjas couldn't explain the immaculate posture of walking for many days. The legend of Thor was even perfected at the top of the country of fire and spread from top to bottom. Even later, it became more and more intense, from civilians, ninjas, powerful, businessmen, all learned of the descendant god named Thunder God. And the place where Tangu and Might fought, turned out to be a holy land. Arrogantly returned to the execution grounds of any attempt to provoke the gods. Although the ninjas are not superstitious, they were shocked by the battlefield and dumbfounded at Tangu's record. In the end, Konoha seemed to exile the choice, but in fact it was a helpless compromise. The group of Konoha shinobi who followed are not so much stalking as they are begging. Please leave such a horrible figure out of the land of fire. So, who was the last ninja who made Shinobu compromise and bow his head? The answer is easy. The two teamed up to establish Konoha and put down the troubled people. It turned out that the rebel who was sent off, the second Uchiha Madara's horrible existence, but Konoha did not have the second ninja god to resist. Damn it, no wonder Konoha provided detailed information so easily. Hundreds of ninjas were killed or injured at one time. This is the loss rate of the war era. NS. Quote. Such people can't become Hokage. It seems that the lie of the will of fire finally can't go on and all kinds of rumors are flying in the sky. Third Hokage Sarutobi smokes more than 20 cigarettes a day, and the pressure of the elderly Madara has doubled. Tangu, as always, watched Orochimaru's research ideas while making comments on it, and at the same time feeling the fluctuations in the luck of the balance of nothingness. Thor, the incarnation of Thor, walking in the sun, the god of fire, the god of sunshine, the immortal of Dongshin. If it's in the Western fantasy world, at least it's an ultra-standard legendary rank. Chapter 62 Fifth Hokage, 3/3. If you ignite the divine fire and trigger the corresponding laws, then you can realize the corresponding god position. Tangu smiled drunkenly, turned to look at the pale-faced Konoha shinobi behind his eyes, and said to him, stop it, you should go back. The scorching sun in the sky is extremely tormenting. But the most stressful thing for this coolie ninja is not the high-temperature dehydration, but the atmosphere along the way. Pedestrians on both sides bowed sincerely, with feverish eyes. It seems to be in a hot field, filled with strong emotions. People's spirit seems to be synchronized to a frequency, forming the same voice and the same emotion. Constantly self-cultivation, self-assimilation, self-sublimation. No, this is my task. Konoha Shinobi's lips are white, but his eyes are firm. Tangu glanced at him, his eyes flashed with appreciation, and handed him the bowl in his hand, and said, drink. While speaking, clear water suddenly appeared in the empty holding bowl, condensed out of thin air, and filled the entire holding bowl bit by bit. The Konoha Shinobi swallowed it dry, even after seeing it many times, it was still amazed. Exorcising evil spirits, calming minds, blessing, baptizing, and curing diseases. Tangu displayed all sorts of miraculous methods, not like a ninja at all, but like a compassionate mage who preached for the gods. He occasionally rescues a believer who comes, but more often he is indifferent. However, because of the scarce pity and stingy gift, it stimulated more people to chase it. This is also a change of yin and yang Dao. The Konoha Shinobi took the bowl and asked. He took a sip, feeling no different from ordinary clean water. No, it's just that my water skills are relatively high, Tangu said smally. This scene was recorded by many people and turned into paintings and calligraphy or words. After many generations, it will become a unique myth and legend in a certain area, named God B Body and F letter I. But this Konoha Shinobi was ultimately unable to follow. Advertisement. He was tense by those eyes, and couldn't sleep over and over at night, and died suddenly on the road the next day. Tangu didn't speak, but pointed to another Konoha Shinobi and asked him to come forward and carry his luggage. You are really cruel, Lord Tangu. A middle-aged ninja with a generous face came from the front and said to Tangu, he is obviously a ninja from the same village. Chingmei Zuma, but because of your ruthless miracle, died here. Tangu didn't speak, and when another coolie ninja came forward, he walked straight past the middle-aged ninja. The middle-aged ninja remained motionless. After a few seconds, his head slipped from his neck. The attack of the gods is invisible to mortals. People who have followed for many days and have a certain charisma shouted to the crowd. Tangu cut him backhand, the dazzling electric light smashed his body like a weapon thrown by the gods in the sky. Tangu didn't have any explanation. Behind him, the new coolie ninja said with a bitter face, Master Tangu, the one just now was Jōnin Tanagawa. He was referring to the middle-aged ninja who just came out to talk. These days, the ninjas Konoha followed tried to figure out Tangu's temper, and found that in general, speaking normally, this one will not be angry, but will talk to you patiently. So what? Tangu casually said. Nothing. The new ninja wiped his sweat and suddenly felt anxious. He looked back at the man who fell behind him. Although the body was quickly confined, bloodline was still there. Red and black, stretching for thousands of meters. Tangu has never been angry, but he is always very decisive when he strikes the sword. If you don't agree, you will cut it. Tangu nodded casually, still not stained with any dust on his body, and his white face was handsome and gentle, like a god man. This posture is really brilliant. It makes people feel that it is impossible for a person with such a respect and such a temperament to appear in the world. Konoha has more chips to pay, Tangu said lightly. The ninja behind him said nothing, bowing his head as he could not hear. Advertisement. As the days passed, I finally came to the woods on the border of the land of fire, and beyond it was the sea. For flowers. Tangu routinely pointed out this Konoha Shinobi, and then summoning produced a large ninja cat, which came as luggage. The posture did not seem to be rebellious, but more like a noble priest who was traveling. The sound of footsteps came from the woods, and a man with long white hair, wearing a red coat with a brown lining, stepped on clogs and walked out from behind the tree. That's it. Did you choose 5th Hokage? Tangu smiled and looked at the visitor, spit out his name, Hero Jiraiya. The man stretched out his broad arms, knocked on the forehead protector on his forehead, and said, well, I prefer people to call me Toad Sage Jiraiya. Yes, next time I meet, I will call you that. Tangu nodded casually and said in a relaxed tone. But Jiraiya's face was not so relaxed, but rather ugly, staring at Tangu's handsome face with heavy eyes. You seem to have a lot of questions. Tangu asked. That's right. Jiraiya slowly nodded and said. The kid from the Mikawa family, he is not a ninja, but a nobleman in the country of fire. He is a person of two worlds with our ninja. He is not the heir of the family, and he doesn't understand. The power of the ninja is that someone uses you to kill and achieve a certain purpose on ZZ. Tangu glanced at him strangely, and said in surprise, so what? Jiraiya was silent for a while and said, he is an unrelated person. This is your reply from 5th Hokage on behalf of Konoha. Tangu looked at Jiraiya's eyes more and more puzzled, and asked, is he being used by others? What's my business? I'm just a rebel who is about to leave the country of fire. So many people on the road retreat after knowing the news in advance. Such a person rushed to me, do you think I am stupid or Konoha? The nobles and ninjas of the country of fire are two-world affairs. What is it that I am a betrayal? I have to abide by Konoha's rules if I have betrayed the village. You know that I am not a soft-handed person, and you want to let him over. Isn't it just to deliberately instigate and worsen the relationship between me and the noble class of the country of fire? When Jiraiya heard this, he waved his hand quickly and said, no, it's not like this. Chapter 63 Corrugated Weaving, 1/3. Just as Jiraiya wanted to explain something, Tangu had already interrupted him coldly. Nothing to explain. Damn it. Quote. Either negligence or intentional, no matter what the situation, the ninja on duty in front. But until now, I haven't seen Konoha give a result. If you still say some useless nonsense here, then your 5th Hokage has done it well, Jiraiya. Quote. Jiraiya's heart was cold, cold sweat oozing out. He felt that Tangu's attitude was serious, and his words showed a cold killing intent. If Konoha didn't give a satisfactory answer, the one in front of him didn't mind going on a slaughter. Since you always say that someone borrowed my hand to kill someone, why not take the head of the person behind and send it back? Quote. Konoha, Uchiha thinks I have a good temper, and it doesn't matter if I'm being used. Or would you rather offend me and protect someone in the land of fire who thinks he is playing tricks? Tangu smiled coldly, with awe-inspiring eyes, and said, if this is the case, then your goal has been achieved. Quote. Jiraiya changed his face completely, and cursed a certain elder in the village in his heart. It is not good to send Uchiha Tangwu away safely, so why do you need to do these unnecessary temptations? No, please listen to me. It's not that we don't want to deal with this matter. Seeing that Jiraiya was still talking nonsense, Tangu felt a little impatience in his heart, and the blazing electric light lit up from his hand. If it's the main body, I still have some scruples. The spokesperson of Mount Myoboku doesn't have to kill him because of these trivial things. But it's just shadow clone. Tangu's right hand flickered, Shinobu slowly returned to its sheath, and continued walking forward blankly. The giant ninja cat from summoning did not change his expression, licked the fur of his paw, and walked leisurely behind Tangu. Boom. The Jiraiya in front of him turned into smoke and disappeared. Tangu walked by, waving his arm, and a gust of wind swept across, blowing the smoke away. Sit in that position, you would have to bear more responsibilities and pressure. Advertisement. Jiraiya, my patience is limited. Tangu looked to the other side, and the second Jiraiya appeared. The other party looked solemn, with sweat on his face, and looked at Tangu vigilantly. The sword light was approaching ultimate just now, and his shadow clone died without reacting at all. Tangu looked at him with a sneer and said, regardless of the chess pieces sent to death by the Sanchuan family, the Jōnin named Tanakawa who appeared in the middle, right, has a rooted temperament, why? Danzo hasn't been dismissed yet. Quote. Come out and talk about the ninja from the same village because of me, it's a joke. Is not it? Jiraiya asked rhetorically. Of course not. Tangu glanced at Jiraiya. Let's not talk about how many Konoha ninjas I killed, what is the point of saying those words? I will give back to the ninjas who carry my luggage along the way, never will owe them. Want to gain precious knowledge without paying a price. He wanted to hold on longer, but he failed to hold on and died. That's it. Did I kill him? This is ridiculous, it is obviously a beautiful thing to die on the road of chasing. You didn't stop him, and blame me for not stopping him, Konoha wanted too much, right? Tangu's gaze revealed a cold scrutiny. Jiraiya gaped, unable to speak any excuses. Seeing that he was still hesitating, Tangu shook his head, raising his hand and cutting it down again. Shadow clone is broken. Boom. The wind that appeared out of thin air dissipated the smoke, Tangu's footsteps did not stop, and continued to move forward. Bang bang bang. In the following woods, Jiraiya's shadow clone was broken up by Tangu 3 times in a row. Whenever he appeared, before he entered the field of vision, the electric light from nowhere would smash his shadow clone to pieces. Ho! Jiraiya, who was hiding somewhere, panted, and his breathing became heavy. Uchiha Tangwu didn't give him a chance to speak, and shadow clone was killed instantly. Although it was said that he died without pain, the experience of that kind of death was real, and it put him under great mental pressure. Advertisement. Now the heart is jumping fiercely, as if through a hard battle. Da. Tangwu looked calm, and walked towards the sea outside the woods indifferently. A faint salty smell has appeared in the air, which shows that the border of the country of fire is getting closer and closer. He didn't care about what happened just now. When is the country of tempering? Just go to Konoha and kill a wave of people. Shoo. If there are enough people waiting to die, there will naturally be a large number of people who will come out to find out the roots and deal with the matter. The group of people who are decayed with the will of fire still hold unrealistic illusions. From the moment he defected, the two sides were two fundamentally opposed positions. I can't wait for it, or the idea of being muddy, it's pitifully naive. If I don't have any reaction at all, wouldn't anyone think it can count on me in the future? Now that an agreement is reached, we will do everything from beginning to end. It's not Konoha's problem that something like this happened halfway now, but whose problem could it be? Tangu sneered, shook his head, and divided his attention into parts, and put it on the void scale in his mind. Until now, Tangu still doesn't understand the type of light of his soul. Silent high-frequency fluctuations echo in the emptiness of the balance, constantly colliding and interweaving, giving birth to new ripples, and spreading throughout the entire space, as if in a dimension beyond the reach of humans. 4.6 has staged a magnificent playing. These fluctuations are the voices of the people, the sincere shouts of the believers to Tangu. In the center of the reverberation, countless ripples are like slender lines, entangled with each other, weaving something indescribable. No, it cannot be described by the name, things are things. That is a concept beyond form, a definition, a special expression in a metaphysical perspective full of referential meanings. Tangu feels a powerful force in this expression. His eyes looked deep and bright, as if penetrating the fog on the sea, and he saw a small child in Kurigakure, the country of water. Citrus, Yagura, Chapter 64 Merit, 2/3. After a while, Tangu retracted his gaze and continued to pay attention to the fluctuations in his mind. The vocal fluctuations gradually weakened as he went away, and he couldn't ignore the distance of time and space and chase Tangu intact. They stopped in the land of fire, taking the holy path that Tangu had walked as their source, and conveying their faith to the sky and the earth. This seems to become something like merit. When Tangu sets foot on the land of the fire country, he will be blessed in the dark. The closer you are to the holy path, the more power you can obtain from people's fantasy. It turns out that the castration version of the godhood ritual is the path of the heroic spirits. With the help of grand thoughts, a certain definition of sublimation is solidified in a certain period of time and space, and then you can draw strength from the legend of nothingness, obtain the blessing of the will to present the ball, and realize the perfect state of sublimation. Tangu whirled his chin with his fingers, thinking about it. Although it is an external force, and 14 merits will erode the owner itself from a mysterious dimension, it is also a force that can be borrowed. But it is still immature. Wait until a certain concept is intertwined in the fluctuations, and the expression is fixed. It takes time to settle. Let rumors and rumors merge and assimilate each other, leaving a definition that is most in line with people's fantasy, integrating all thoughts, and engraving into the planetary will of this time. However, my balance can reveal this mysterious information, and it seems that from a personal perspective, it itself is higher than the spiritual position of the heroic spirit. Tangu smiled. When a certain figure appeared in the perception, he drew out the knife again, and the blue electric light flickered. But this time he didn't cut it down, but hovered in the air. ZZ. Advertisement. Jiraiya's pupils contracted afterwards and swallowed his saliva, but he was relieved in his heart. Uchiha Tangwu was able to distinguish the difference between shadow clone and the main body. Even so, he looked at the sharp blade close to his neck and did not dare to move the slightest. It was a slender beam of light emitted from the tip of the Chūnin knife in Tangu's hand, spanning a distance of nearly 100 meters. On the outside of the beam of light, violent electric lights flashed, constantly piercing the air, like a real spear, making Jiraiya look cold all over. I'm afraid Iwaju Toad's stomach will be pierced in an instant. How is this ninjutsu style similar to that of White Fang? The predecessors of White Fang did not reach this level at all. Jiraiya thought in his heart that the strong sense of crisis made his hands chill, and the blood rushed into his feet frantically, instinctively urging him to escape. Interesting, the body came to see me, you are still responsible. Tangu looked at him, retracted the electric light on the shinobi, and returned the shinobi to its sheath. Haha, if you don't come again, you will have to walk out of the border of the country of fire, and there will be no chance of redemption at that time. Jiraiya laughed dryly and said. Tangu just looked at him and didn't speak. Jiraiya-kun didn't have time to wipe it, his expression was grim, and he hurriedly said, in terms of Konoha's previous payment, all the knowledge of seal art, all Orochimaru research data, all tail beast data, and 8 inner gates formation have been added. Can be dispensed with, Tangu commented, said with a smile. This is the limit of my quasi-fifth Hokage. Jiraiya suffers. It's nothing to do with me. If you make a mistake, you will be punished. If you can't pay the ransom, you will give your life. Tangu said indifferently, moreover, I am not incapable of sneaking into Konoha, but at that time I was going to fight again. It is unsightly. If it is not a seal set by archiving data, it is an effect like Hyuga caged bird, any temptation will lead to self-destruction. Those things were already in Tangu's hands. Knowing this, Jiraiya wiped his sweat and said, haha, after all, you are also a ninja with a bottom line, and you are not the same kind of people as those cruel rebels. Quote. Don't blow it up, the conditions are not enough. Tangu said. Then add one more condition. How about we help you stabilize the legend of Thor? Jiraiya paused, then said slowly. Advertisement. Hearing this condition, Tangu lifted his eyelids and drew an arc of interest on his face. This is a bit interesting. Doze off to deliver pillows. Jiraiya paid attention to Tangu's expression and smiled when he saw it. He knew that he was right, and quickly said, although I don't know why you are doing such a thing, the rumors that this kind of thing will fade away and will be used by those who are interested. Quote. If your excellency Tangu doesn't mind, we Konoha will help you manage this rumor, and we will try our best to accomplish what level you want to achieve. Tangu got serious. He doesn't mind the decline and barbaric growth of the rumors, after all, he is not a real hero or legend. The so-called holy way, on the one hand, is a thirst for evolution triggered by the elevation of life level after the second-order genetic lock. On the other hand, it is also its own temperament and appearance, and after the illusion, it satisfies the common people's fantasy of noble existence. He left in 657, and the rumor that he had no reliance on it would inevitably fade away. The so-called use by careerists is actually a normal process of rumors blending into local folklore. But since someone is willing to do it, then Tangu naturally doesn't mind speeding up the process of rumor integration, as a bargaining chip that may be used someday in the future. After pondering a little, Tangu showed a smile on his face and said, yes, then you are optimistic. After that, he turned around, and the giant ninja next to him retreated alertly. Jiraiya didn't know why, but he also stepped away subconsciously. Call. The next moment, the atmosphere suddenly became frantic, and dozens of white air currents screamed and collided in the sky tens of meters high. It was as if a giant suddenly appeared at that location, squeezing in with an extremely tough posture. The surrounding air was instantly squeezed out, like ripples, spreading out layer by layer, setting off a fierce wind with a terrifying aura. Jiraiya's eyes protruded high like a suffocating dead person, staring at the sky above her head, her whole body stiffened with horror and numb limbs. Question mark, question mark. Degree. His throat pulsed, as if he had lost the ability to speak, and he let out an inexplicable low growl. Chapter 65 Reappearance of Zhao Shi 3/3. Finally caught up. Chūnin, all readers support. For the first time, Jiraiya experienced the feeling of being shocked to the point of losing his voice. The frenzied wind blew his hair, and a silver-white giant tens of meters high appeared in the air. The strong chakra and pupil power built his body as clean as white crystal, shining brightly in the sun, transparent and clear. At this moment, Jiraiya throbbed unspeakably. He looked at the huge white glazed crystal giant in front of him. The white air flow wrapped around the pool, escaping like a cloud of smoke. The sunlight refracted in its body, shining with golden light Madara. His scalp was numb, his body was warped, blood was rushing, and suddenly there was a kind of excitement to see the most holy and holy thing in the world, and want to shed tears. Wearing a gray pinstripe kimono, Tangu stretched his finger from his sleeve and tapped it forward. The silver-white bust giant's eyes lit up, and there was a bright light blooming in it, causing the air in front of him to ripple like waves. Jiraiya didn't know how to describe the light, it seemed to surpass the recognition limit of the human eye. No human being can describe the color of light. He couldn't even leave a memory, and he couldn't reproduce that ray of light in his mind. Only leave a deep impression on the memory, incredibly bright. Boom. The overwhelming white light of 003 flooded the entire world, as if a sea of light poured down and soaked people in it. What you hear, see, and touch are endless rays of light. The silver-white bust giant raised his armored arm and made a motion of closing his 5 fingers towards the mountain where Tangu came from. Then Jiraiya plunged into the sea of light, seeing nothing, hearing nothing. My ears seemed to hear a huge sound, which filled both ears with a bang, and I felt vibrations under my feet. But it also seemed to be an illusion. The sound of piercing the clouds and cracking stones appeared in a very far place, and it was not real at all. The clouds in the sky were all shaken away by the terrifying sound, and circles of invisible ripples swept in all directions, uprooting the surrounding trees and grasses and flying out. Trees thousands of meters away were also severely broken. On the surface of the sea several kilometers away, Orochimaru, who was waiting for Uchiha Tangwu's arrival, opened his eyes suddenly, and the same was true for the person beside him, except that the emotion on his face was slightly restrained. By G technique. Orochimaru's pair of vertical pupils stared at the direction of the border of the country of fire, showing an expression of astonishment and disbelief. The fire country is adjacent to the border station. Advertisement. At a certain moment, the staying ninjas raised their heads at the same time and looked in the same direction. At the end of the direction leading to the sea, a pure white light rose from under the hill, blooming like a flower seedling. In just a few seconds, the sky at the stagnant point suddenly became gray. The light of the world seemed to be concentrated under that hill, and even the light of the sun in the sky was taken away. Along with the light came, it was a circle of surging smoke. The mud, sand and stones, mixed with broken trees and flowers, were pushed up the hill by invisible forces, and then rolled down the hillside, rushing towards it. Gudong. Many Konoha's ninjas swallowed silently. That's where Mr. Z Lai is located, right? Someone said tremblingly. No ninja answered. The power of collapsing mountains and destroying forests is simply not achievable by humans, it is almost like reading a picture book of a certain fairy tale. The rushing smoke lags behind, and there is deathly silence in the resident. I don't know how long it took, and the movement gradually subsided. The air was full of burnt smells, the earth was pitch black, sparks flashed occasionally, and black smoke was angry. The scorching air distorted the air, and a large amount of water vapor was evaporated, filling the vacancy in the clouds above the head. Tangu touched the head of the giant ninja cat, yin and yang reshaped its eardrums and gave it vitality, and incidentally strengthened its physical skills. Ninja cat immediately squinted comfortably and rubbed Tangu's hand hull with its head. Would you like to follow me? Tangu asked, a faint shadow of chakra coming out of his fingertips. Ninomao raised his eyes to look at Tangu, meowed, and rubbed his face against Tangu's fingertips. Then its nose sucked lightly, and the faint but extremely high-quality chakra, as if flowing with the breath, was sucked into the nose by the ninja cat. Meow. The giant ninja cat called to Tangu, and a faint light flashed through its eyes. Advertisement. Other than that, nothing seems to have changed. But Tangu touched its head with satisfaction, smiled and said, let's go. Quote. In his perception, the pure shadow that removed the will, as soon as it entered the body of the ninja, it triggered a fierce reaction in its soul. The agitation at the soul level is not obvious at the physical level. There are only threads, which have part of the properties of Tangu Yin Dun chakra, and the special chakra with its own characteristics, secreted from the brain. Meow. Ninoma yelled, turned his head and looked at Jiraiya lying on the ground. He ran over intelligently and found some seal scroll from Jiraiya's pocket. Tangu checked it, and it happened to be what Jiraiya said he wanted to trade. You are very smart. Pass the silk thread chakra in the past to promote the directional change of the ninja's own chakra seed. At this time, Mingwu suddenly flashed in Tangu's heart, and chakra seed might be a changed version of truth-seeking ball. In the records of the major ninja villages, there is a unified understanding. Chakra will dissipate spontaneously and cannot be used by people who do not have chakra. So how did Sage of Six Paths separate chakra back then? We keep going. Tangu tied the scroll to the ninja cat, put his hands in the sleeves of the kimono, and Mu Chen under his feet took a brisk step. Meow. The ninja cat behind him quickly followed, jumping and crawling from time to time, swaying left and right, and ran to the left, and ran to the right. Obviously the same scorched earth scene as everywhere, but it is as novel as the first time I saw this world. Tangu didn't rush, watching it play with a smile on his face. In my mind, the scale of nothingness, the palette swings, Tangu's figure and Jiraiya's figure stand at each end. Behind Jiraiya stood many figures supporting him. They looked hopefully at Jiraiya's back. Chapter 66 Probability of opening the third order, 1/3. Those people have faces that Tangu is familiar with. Beyond these hopeful gazes, behind the layers of figures, standing eyes are either indifferent, or covetous, or complaining, or hostile, or weak. These people represent Wakakoba who disagrees with Jiraiya's voice. It's just being integrated by the system. In front of the well-justified fifth Hokage, no matter what they think in their minds, their own power must be divided into parts to support Jiraiya. This is the righteous status, a humane personality. But when the white light shrouded Jiraiya, the voice of people shouting for Tangu in the void reached a peak. The weight responded from the invisible dimension and landed next to Tangu. Kwang, only. The tray under Tangu's feet began to sink, slowly raising Jiraiya on the other side. The moment the balance was unbalanced, the one being erected became unstable, and the things carried by the pallet tilted and flowed away little by little. The person with other emotions in his eyes fell first, sinking into the void, and his gaze shifted from Jiraiya to Tangu. The only thing left is that the hopeful person still stares hopefully. In reality, Tangu suddenly paused, his eyes staring, and a flush appeared on his face. As if coming from an unknowable dimension, powerful forces poured into the body from top to bottom. Sweat drips like rain, and my heart beats like a drum. The pores of the skin seemed to be all stretched out, spitting out turbid exhaust gas. Tangu felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. This is a more comfortable feeling than when the Uchiha clan was robbed of the luck of the last time. The light aura seemed to be leaking from the heavenly spirit cover. At this moment, the five senses of the flesh and the intuition of the soul faintly resonated, and they mixed into a mysterious world. Unpredictable, mysterious spiritual sense. Spiritual sense obtains information from indescribable angles and levels, and presents it in the scale of nothingness. Almost at the same time, the land of fire was in a different space that resembled a hot and humid woodland. An orange old man sitting on the throne of Susanoo suddenly opened his eyes in rebellious manner. The turbidity in the pale yellow eyes receded, revealing a clear light. What's the matter? Why did the little Jiraiya's breath drop so much? Immortal Dewey-Mao muttered to himself in doubt, isn't it improved a lot before? Advertisement. It sat up, closed its eyes and felt for a moment. When he opened it again, his eyes were surprised and hesitant. The vision of the future has disappeared. It immediately couldn't sit still, sat down from the hall, walked back and forth in the hall, repeatedly using its power. Before, Jiraiya became a fifth Hokage that he is unlikely to take over. He thought it was a normal fluctuation of fate, but it seems that it should not be the case now. Who has affected the future process? The expression in Toad Sage's eyes became deep and solemn. At this time, the guardian from the outside heard the movement coming in and asked, how to go back. Halfway through, the whole Toad was shocked, looking at the sober Toad Sage, unable to speak. Because of aging, I had to take a long period of dormancy to restore my strength. Toad Sage hasn't been sober for a long time. Let alone walking down the ground like this, the state of being awakened in full prosperity. Has something happened, Toad Sage? Shen Zuo asked hurriedly, knowing that if it weren't for urgent matters, Toad Sage wouldn't wake up like this. Yeah, the big Toad Sage groaned for a while. He was obviously old, but his voice was calm and forceful. Shen Zuo, check what has changed in the shinobi world, and what little Jiraiya has done recently. Tell me as soon as possible. Without asking why, Shen Zuo nodded and replied, okay, I'll get in touch now. There is a picture in the balance of nothing. On one side of the tray is Tangu's figure, on the other side is a cloud of messy code information, as if electronic data has been realized in reality. The two trays are not balanced, and the information cloud is heavier, lifting Tangu's figure. The gap between the two sides is probably the gap between the Tangu and Uchiha clan. Tangu felt distressed before it was too late to rejoice that the light of his soul revealed part. Opening the third order gene lock, and calculating with a 50% probability, there is still so much difference. For flowers, if you count it with a 70% chance, wouldn't it be worse? Tangu pinched his eyebrows and relieved the fatigue from the influx of a large amount of information from the scale of nothingness. Advertisement. According to a certain wise man, the probability of 50% is enough to bet, and the probability of 70% is actually 10%. Quote. But I'm so far from 50% of the probability of a gamble, let alone 70%. Sure enough, turning on the gene lock is not that simple. The first order gene lock requires the luck of a supporting role, and there is only a 50% probability. The second order gene lock is not an important role, and it is not lucky at all. The third order gene lock basically only the protagonist has the chance to open it. The fourth order is even more of a world, I am afraid there are only one or two. In the prehistoric world, only the commanders of the major legions are the fourth order genetic lock openers. Don't even think about sanctification. Tangu sighed lightly, and the shinobi next to him walked over and rubbed his foot gently. Why, are you here to comfort me? Tangu saw a smile on his face, stretched out his hand and smoothed his fur, suddenly thought of something. I don't seem to know your name yet. Do you have a name? Quote. Meow. Ninoma nodded and called, hey, let Granny Cat write down your name when you go back, and show it to me when you come next time. Tangu said. Meow meow. It seems to be agreed. Tangu didn't sigh anymore, and murmured softly, isn't the fate of the day human? He, Uchiha Tangwu, has gone through 3 years and unlocked the first order genetic lock. Doesn't he rely on his own hard work and accumulated results? Thinking of this, Tangwu's footsteps became firmer. The mirror in my heart seemed to have been refined again, wiped away the dust accumulated unknowingly, and gave out a clear light. Deep in the heart that bright light shines, is rooted in the soul, endless obsession. Clang, clang. The invisible fluctuations are mixed into the voices of the void, and some weight is gently placed on Tangwu's tray. The balance gap has narrowed again. Chapter 67 Unable to evaluate 2/3. Tangu finally looked back at Jiraiya, who was lying on the ground in a coma, and saw that Konoha's ninja was cautiously rushing over 4 to 5 kilometers away. No longer staying, one finger pointed. The sand under your feet breaks away from the ground, rolling and crawling like a group of mollusks, crawling all the way from the beach into the sea, becoming a slab floating on the water. The length and width are about 3 meters, and the area is about 10 square meters. These means of driving nature and giving spirituality are beyond the scope of ninjutsu. Only if Konoha's second generation, who is known as the god of ninjutsu, comes back to life, can we understand to and discuss with Tangwu. Go up, Tangwu said to Ninoma. Meow. Ninja Cat looked at the stone slab floating on the sea, curiously touched his paw, and then jumped up and lightly stepped on the stone slab. 3, 5, 3, Tangwu also stepped on the stone slab. Then the stone slab moved forward slowly, as if something was dragging underground. There was no sign of sinking at all, and it drifted forward steadily. It's just the interaction between water style and earth style. Seeing Ninomao's curious and suspicious eyes, Tangwu explained. Meow. When you go back, remember to learn to speak human language from Granny Cat, otherwise it will still be troublesome to communicate with you. Quote. Meow meow. Yes, I can understand what you mean through perception, but I still hope you can speak my language. After all, can you say that falling to the ground is still different? Meow. The conversation of one person, one cat is drowned in the faint sea fog. About a few minutes after Tangwu left, several Konoha shinobi teams wearing green vests rushed to the spot where Tangwu awakened Susanoo. In a piece of scorched earth with hot feet, they saw Jiraiya, who was unconscious. The breathing was weak, the ears, nose, eyes, and mouth all shed blood, and the skin exposed outside the clothes burned with air bubbles. Uchiha Tangwu's figure disappeared. Lord Hokage. 5th Hokage. 5th generation item. Quote. Advertisement. These ninjas were sure that the battle was over. After Uchiha Tangwu had left, they couldn't help but rushed over. They carefully checked Jiraiya's injuries and found that they were not serious. It's just that some skin burns and capillaries rupture and hemorrhage. 1. Have you kept your hands again? I don't know who said such a sentence. The others did not answer, but silently carried Jiraiya on their backs and walked away quickly. This silent gesture is in itself an acquiescence. The scorched earth with full of vitality, the high temperature and twisted air, the sky where clouds and fog gather, and the faintly pulsating lightning. This scene almost replicates the location of the last time. It's just that the scope is wider, the power is more terrifying than last time, and there are more terrifying sound waves than last time. Such terrifying power actually exists on an ordinary figure that seems to be the same as them. When I think about it for a moment, I feel terrified. They inspected the dead animals swept by smoke and found that all of them were fragile organs such as eardrums and eye membranes ruptured, their senses were destroyed by loud sounds, and they lost consciousness and were smashed to death by fallen trees. Even the animals on the edge are like this. What kind of terrible attack will Jiraiya in the center suffer? The human body does not need to be much stronger than the beast. NS. To say something wrong, many ninjas have accepted the preparations for the quasi-5th Hokage sacrifice. After all, that one's fierce reputation is so fierce that he must be cut along the way. Many ninjas know it in their hearts. But why does the 5th generation meet that one? To shut up. As soon as the young ninja was about to complain, he was immediately interrupted by his boss. Other older people around also cast warning glances. That's not something that a little Chūnin like you can comment on casually. The boss warned coldly, his eyes showing awe-inspiring sharpness. The subordinate was startled by the sharp eyes, and saw the indifferent eyes of the colleagues around him, and quickly closed his mouth. But obviously, it is impossible to prevent the spread of certain emotions. The entire station was wondering why 5th Hokage would fight that one. Now let alone Konoha, even the bureaucrats of the Fire Country, anyone who wants to know that Uchiha Tangwu's defection is different from other betrayers, and the opponent is more similar to leaving the village with different ideas, just like Sani number 2 from the village. The attitude of the Uchiha clan is the attitude of that one. Advertisement. And the attitude has already been expressed very clearly. Conflict. Their 5th Hokage went there after doing enough homework, and the two parties had no reason to send a message to Konoha in the first place. Chief Fugaku has no expression on his face, and starts to wander as if it doesn't matter to him. After seeing it, 3rd Hokage turned red and white, and angrily threw the information on the table. A white hand took it and looked at it. Nearly 50-year-old Tsunade can't see the old state at all. His skin is as smooth as a girl in her 20s. He only has a pair of eyes that can see a little bleakness of old age. This. Tsunade's eyes sank when he saw it, and he was silent for a long time before handing it to the Jōnin class ninja next to him. The ninjas passed the look, and they were stunned, including Fugaku, who were also speechless for a while. With the scorched earth within a radius of 1,567 meters, everything in the area becomes carbon crumbs. Susanoo attacked the place where it fell and found something like crystals. The white light is dazzling, and when it appears, even the sunlight in the sky becomes dim. The high-temperature water vapor caused a thunderstorm in the area. Tsunade repeated it one by one, tapping his fingers hard on the tabletop, and cracks came out. The last time it collided with Might Guy Jōnin's ninjutsu, the violent aftermath was caused purely by his own ninjutsu. Effect. This area, she looked at the people in room 4.9 of the conference, and glanced sharply. The circle asked, "What did you guys say?" The Jōnin looked down, afraid to meet her. Fugaku, talk about it. Tsunade glanced around and started to roll the call. Fugaku, who closed his eyes and opened his eyes, said with a slight jaw, "I can't do this kind of level. Is it for you to be humble now?" Tsunade broke the tabletop and said angrily. The spattered sawdust even hit the face of Jōnin, who was sitting at the end. "It is precisely because I am far from being able to do that, and I can't even imagine such a terrifying power, so I can't comment on a thing beyond my knowledge," Fugaku said calmly. Tsunade's words were stagnant, and the blue veins on his forehead burst, gritted his teeth and looked at the other ninja. Chapter 68. I'm very old, Tsunade, 3/3. Lu Ju, come on. Tsunade looked at the contemporary patriarch of the Nara clan, Nara Shikahisa. "This is really hard for me, Tsunade-sama." Nara Shikaju smiled wryly, with a casual tone, as if the indifference to third generation's purpose did not exist before. "Don't talk nonsense, just let you talk." Tsunade frowned impatiently. "Okay." Nara Luju sighed and said helplessly, "In every era, there will be geniuses, some are slightly outstanding geniuses, some are outstanding geniuses in all aspects, and some are geniuses who can change an era. Nothing strange. What do you want to say?" Tsunade stared at him. The other ninjas also cast their sights at him, Nara Kagyu. Konoha once appeared a god of ninjas, what's weird about having another ninja of that level? Nara Shikaju spread his hands and said. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been half abdicated, looked up at these people, as if he understood something. Compared with the dignity and depression of the previous days, today's Jōnin 14 class seems extremely relaxed, as if there is no need to worry at all. This indifferent attitude made Tsunade extremely annoyed, and she patted the table hard. Is this the problem now? The whole board broke bang, and the water cups and papers in front of the Jōnin were shaken to the ground. Everyone could only pretend that they couldn't see them, and the things fell to the ground. After all, the identity of the man in front of you is there, and his status, strength, and achievements are far superior to Jōnin, and he is recognized by the name of the country of fire princess. If it weren't for Uchiha, except for that one, 5th Hokage would be Senju Tsunade in front of them almost all the time. In the end, it was decided that Jiraiya would take over the 5th generation project, taking into account that person's mood more. Although the other party might not care about this, Konoha didn't dare to gamble, and didn't want to do anything that might offend that person. Advertisement. Is this what I asked Nara Shikahisa? What are you talking about when your brain gets into the water? My grandfather is Konoha's ninja god, isn't he? He has betrayed the village. He is a fart. Tsunade was so angry that he cursed. But compared to Tsunade's anger, Nara Shikaju appeared calm. Even all Jōnin in this room are calm. That one is not Konoha's enemy. Nara Luju shook her head and said. But he is not Konoha's friend. Even before the Fugaku patriarch led the team to meet with him, he was our Konoha's #1 enemy. Even now, he can easily become our enemy again. Tsunade looked at Naraluji coldly, and asked. By then, who can Konoha can handle him? Do you still expect me to go up there? Why do you have to deal with that one? Naralu asked back in a hurry for a long time. He is our enemy, what nonsense are you talking about? Tsunade looked at Lujo's eyes more and more unkind, and slowly squeezed his fist in his hand. If he didn't wake up, let my fist wake you up. No, I don't think so. Naraluju shook his head, looked calmly at Tsunade's cold-eyed Tsunade, and said faintly. If you say something offensive, if it is really an enemy, I am afraid that it is already the one sitting here in the main seat. Tsunade suppressed his anger a little, stood up straight, looked at him condescendingly, and asked. Do you want to I mean, the one who has this kind of strength, but left without nostalgia, is obviously not interested in Konoha's affairs. Even his family. Naraluju glanced at Uchiha Fugaku and said. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, that one has no interest. He would rather support the Fugaku patriarch than go back to the village and accept a position that is within easy reach. Advertisement. Patriarch Fugaku's eyelids drooped, nodding his head at this time was not in denial, and he felt embarrassed. I had to pretend to be asleep and didn't hear Nara Shikahisa's words. Tsunade's stern expression eased slightly, frowned, and began to think about what Nara Lukisa said. Master Tsunade, there is a well-known truth, people of different positions and different classes always pursue different things. Just like me, when I was a child, what I longed for the most was the appreciation of my father, and in my youth, what I long for is to build merits and be recognized by family members. Finally, what I long for now is to educate the next generation, so that the family can pass on safely. Naralu looked at Tsunade for a long time, and earnestly persuaded. And at the level of the god of ninja, there must be pursuits that belong to his level. Just like Master First Hokage who judges troubled times. That being the case, why should we interfere with that one? The other party did not say what to do with his Konoha. He has already left Konoha. In fact, Konoha can no longer hold him. That one is going to pursue a wider world. Why, we Konoha do you think that one owes us something, and treats him as an enemy like there is a deep hatred? You know that he is a living legendary ninja at the level of the god of ninjas. We ordinary Jōnin, Chūnin, and Genin, do we think too much of him? Quote. Naruto's words 607 were recognized by most of the Jōnin present. Chief Fugaku did not express his position because of caution. But the other Jōnin all showed more or less approving expressions. Tsunade was stunned, and felt that Jōnin in the audience was a bit strange. The god of ninja has what the god of ninja does, and we have what we do. Naruto's voice is calm, powerful and emotional. He sincerely looked at Tsunade and said, why do people on the ground interfere with people in the clouds? The two sides are the existence of two worlds. Luju is right, and I mean the same. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement. Tsunade seemed to be struck by lightning, his eyes widened, and he staggered back a few steps. She glanced back and forth at everyone who was looking forward to her in front of her, these brave achievements. The Jōnins who walked to this position seemed to have lost all their energy, and naturally persuaded her to give up. Especially his teacher, the terrible ninjutsu doctor who was known as Ninjao, who used his own strength to resist the three shadows. Tsunade couldn't believe it even more, staring in surprise at the old man smoking a pipe beside him. Tsunade, I'm very old. Sarutobi Hiruzen met Tsunade's gaze and said lightly. Chapter 69 CWG Book 1/3. I am very old, Sarutobi Hiruzen said lightly. The calm tone and expression seemed to be saying a trivial thing. Tsunade's heart was shocked, as if he was slammed by an invisible hammer, and looked at his teacher with incredibly complicated eyes. Therefore, I no longer have the enthusiasm to fight for, and the same is true for us older generations. Quote. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up slowly, walked towards the door of the conference room, and said softly as he walked, it is up to you Tsunade to decide what to do next. Quote. After speaking, he opened the door and left the meeting room. No one stopped him, and the transition between the old and the new was always the norm. Now that the times have changed, Sarutobi Hiruzen should have left long ago. It is the right choice to raise fourth generation's children with peace of mind. After the Fugaku patriarch mentioned this point intentionally or unintentionally, everyone agreed. Only a few years have passed since the disaster of Nine Taels, and the blessing of golden glitter is still remembered by people. Everyone in Konoha still missed the young man who was as gentle as the sun. The prestige of the Fugaku patriarch has also been improved. Whether it is for show or sincerity, many people look at the Uchiha patriarch with new eyes. But in the face of those compliments, Uchiha Fugaku didn't have the slightest fluctuation in his heart. Instead, he became more and more commendable. Isn't this a matter of course? He looked at the gentle ninjas in the conference room and watched blankly. Even if it was the praise and rumor of his son Itachi, he didn't feel much happy. On the contrary, Tangu's words gave Fugaku a little comfort. It was a time when the two of them were taking a walk in a mountain home to admire the scenery when they got tired of soaking in the bathhouse. He wanted to learn more about the Uchiha Tangwu person, who had nothing to hide at the time. Speaking of it, the violent argument that let the third generation die in the clan really didn't arouse even a little bit of approval in your heart. Quote. Fourth generation is his apprentice and the hero who sacrificed for Konoha. Quote. Advertisement. CWG, Fugaku, I believe that if you take a closer look, you will become like me to the so-called. The will of fire is full of suspicion. Since then, Fugaku has become more restrained. In the eyes of outsiders, it seems to have a calm mind and a degree of demeanor, but it is actually observing the familiar world in the past with a silent attitude, grasping the crack in disguise that Tangu has torn apart. After third generation left the meeting room, Naruto knocked on the table, attracting everyone's attention. Then he looked at Tsunade and repeated, Tsunade-sama, Konoha doesn't need another ninja god to deal with that one. But now that the problem has arisen, it's not that I don't want to be hostile. I covered my forehead with a headache. Then solve the problem. Naruto interrupted. What? You understand what I mean. Naruto calmly said. Tsunade's eyes flickered, and he looked at Jōnin who was sitting on both sides, and he saw faces expressing plain agreement. When she didn't know, these people reached a consensus in private. Asked, are you forcing me to make a decision? Or are you dissatisfied with our return to the village? Tsunade. No, there is no such thing at all. Naruto stood up, showing respect with her jaw head, and said, you are a princess proclaimed by a big name and the granddaughter of Lord First Hokage. There is no doubt about your orthodox status. And Jiraiya-sama's courage and determination to meet that person personally convinced us all, but, just what? Tsunade looked at him faintly. Just based on our intelligence collection, the Fugaku patriarch's consideration, and the conversation and wisdom of Lord Jiraiya, there is absolutely no reason to conflict with that one again. So what went wrong? Naruto also looked at Tsunade faintly, and said calmly, Lord Jiraiya returns to the village, he must be our loyal fifth-generation leader. There is no doubt about this. Just as a subordinate, we can't ignore the factors that hurt the leader and continue. Exist. Do you understand, Lord Tsunade? Quote. Tsunade fell silent, somewhere in the courtyard of a residence in Konoha village. Advertisement. The two men sat opposite each other, the paper sliding door was opened, and the bright afternoon sun stopped on the fake stone. Sitting on the seat was an old man with a single eye. Although his hair was sparse, his spirit was still sharp, like a vicious old wolf, casting cold and cruel eyes. Sitting opposite is a middle-aged man with a fat body. When he squinted, his eyes became a seam. Oh, thanks to the information of Lord Danzo, we got rid of a lot of obtrusive guys. Daming also criticized the old guy because of the inadequate discipline of the Sanchuan family. The middle-aged man laughed and said, paused, and then asked. It's just that my master still has doubts and is worried about whether there will be trouble. What's the trouble? Danzo smiled faintly, and said, you have seen the information. That person doesn't care about these things in his eyes. His indifferent heart will only distinguish what is blocking him and what is irrelevant. That's the best. After all, although this time you can kill two birds with one stone, the risk is not low. The middle-aged man smiled and nodded. There is no such thing as gaining benefits without taking risks. Hey, this time, Lord Danzo, you have gained a lot, right? This question from the middle-aged made Danzo frown angrily. He straightened his expression, showed a serious expression, and reprimanded. You don't want to blame the old man, but for the sake of the name of an Nuo Jiao, let you know the person's temperament as soon as possible, so as to avoid accidents. Ah, yes, it's arrogant. The middle-aged man didn't care, and smiled and said, but my host also said that this time it is all due to Lord Danzo, but if you need it, you can speak. The old man doesn't seem to get anything by borrowing this thing, don't say such things. Danzo took a faint sip of hot tea. The middle-aged man cursed secretly in his heart, and the old guy pretended to look alike. Obviously the power was taken back by the third generation, the roots were shrunk, and even the hands that had not been dealt with all the time were gone. The contact with the nobles was severed, and only then secretly informed. Don't you worry about Uchiha Tangwu taking his place. Such a terrifying ninja, how stingy the name is, Senju Hashirama married 2 generations to show grace and trust. Otherwise, why is Tsunade called Tsunade Heim? Chapter 70 All for Konoha, 2/3. But this guy really didn't give up. The middle-aged man looked at Danzo on the opposite side from the sidelines, feeling quite disdainful in his heart. Those who play tricks in secret will eventually be jealous of those in power. Such people still want to be 5th Hokage. Sannin too returns, how can the consideration of daimyo's choice fall on you as an old fellow? Do you think you are Shino's 3rd generation? But this need not be said, the old man in front of him took the lead and cut off the possibility of the nobles to recruit that one, and the remaining choice was Shimura Danzo. There is still courage and determination. Just keep cooperating with this shadow, after all, it is necessary for Konoha to have an elder on his side. One is intentional, the other is intentional. The two talked very pleasantly, and the atmosphere was extremely harmonious. Comment. The roof was smashed through without warning, and a masked corpse fell. Cough. The middle-aged man's eyes widened with fright, a sip of tea was choked in his throat, and he screamed at Danzo. What's the matter, Danzo? There are still people in your area who dare to attack. Danzo's complexion was overcast, and he didn't say a word, staring coldly at the place where the roof broke above his head. A woman with a graceful figure and long black hair jumped down, and the 863-horse magnetic voice under the mask said to Danzo coldly, following the order of the 3rd generation, the elder Shimura Danzo disbanded the roots within a limited time, and the members merged into Anbu as a new team. When the voice fell, another masked figure appeared from nowhere. Carrying the blood-stained ninja sword, he stormed into the room fiercely. The middle-aged man was already crawling on the ground in fright, ignoring the appearance of fleeing, and then a shinobi that appeared suddenly and gently put it on his neck. It was a tall ninja, without a word. But the attitude is obvious, if you continue to move, you will die. The middle-aged man turned pale and sweated, but he dared not make any more movements. But Elder Danzo sat down and sipped his tea faintly, squinted at the most advanced Anbu woman, and sneered. Oh, it's red. I didn't expect to be the captain in Anbu so soon. I really feel for Gen Hong. Comfortable. According to the 5th Hokage assistant's order, it was not completed within the time limit. It was regarded as rebellious. The black-haired woman did not answer, but just said the announcement coldly. Hee, that's the guard I stayed with. Advertisement. Beta, you are not Hokage and have no escort configuration. Danzo smashed the teacup in his hand to the ground, pointed at Shiraihong, and said in a grimace, Jiraiya is not Hokage yet, let alone a prospective Hokage assistant who wants to arrest me quickly and let Hiruzen come. Quote. This is also the will of Master 3rd generation. The black-haired woman's voice did not fluctuate at all. Ignoring Danzo's reaction after speaking, the ninja behind him immediately stepped forward to stop Danzo with a wave of his slender arm. Do you dare? Danzo's N, his old body exploded with young man's agility. But the next moment, a shinobi sword suddenly pierced out of his back. A figure suddenly appeared behind Danzo. With a snort, the blood dripped. Half rising, Danzo turned his head in disbelief, only to see an Anbu ninja wearing a mask, 3 Tomo Sharingan spinning, holding a ninja that pierced his back in a familiar position. Is it you, Shisui? Danzo looked at him in shock. I avoided your vitals, Lord Danzo. Shisui drew the knife slowly, in a calm tone. Take it away, the dark-haired woman urged. Yes. Shisui nodded slightly without seeing him move, but Danzo's eyes began to lose focus and fell into illusion. The black-haired woman watched Shisui and other deployments lead Danzo away, nodding in her heart. It seems that Uchiha Kageme's eyes, Shisui, have adapted well. Then, she looked at the middle-aged man remaining in the room. The other party was sweating like rain, facing the blade on his neck. Although he was afraid, he still stared at Shiraihong stiffly. I'm from Dr. Kinsey, you ninjas have no right to deal with me. As he said, he was still sternly and leaned against the blade. Puff. But what he didn't expect at all was that the ninja holding a knife wiped his neck. Huh. The middle-aged man covered his bloody neck and looked at the ninja behind him in horror, completely unable to believe that the other party dared to do it. Advertisement. I'm from Daming Yuxia. Dr. Kinsey, you. It has always been. Nobles belong to nobles, and ninjas belong to ninjas. Are these people not afraid of daimyo's blame? But then, the middle-aged man saw a figure he had never expected and walked in from outside the room. It was a woman with a majestic look and a diamond mark on her forehead. Princess Tsunade. The eyes of these damned middle-aged people burst into light, as if a desperate man saw the last straw. Tsunade looked at him faintly, nodded, and said, "These damn ninjas were sent by me." Quote. The pupils of middle-aged people shrink to ultimate. Drive Kinsey, it's natural for the daimyo to deal with it. Do you have any questions? Tsunade said lightly. The middle-aged man's eyes showed despair and fell to the ground with despair. Okay, everything is cleaned up. Tsunade waved his hand and left straight away. After her, someone naturally handled the scene here. Including this luxurious courtyard, all will be sold and confiscated. Danzo is very smart and knows the bottom line of Sarutobi Hiruzen's tolerance for him. Years of friendship have allowed third generation to accept the shortcomings of his passion for power. Abandoned the roots, leaving a few manpower, this is within Sarutobi Hiruzen's permission. But he overestimated himself, and he was too self-righteous to engage in small tricks. In front of Uchiha Tangwu, no friendship is more important than Konoha's safety. Tangwu really didn't care whether it was a moth or an ant in front of him. It was the result of a single cut, but this did not mean that he could bear others throwing bugs in front of him. Jiraiya has written very clearly on the intelligence, and that person is expressing dissatisfaction. The last time and this time happened on the border with no one, but next time, what if that person comes to Konoha? I'm afraid Konoha will become history, right? Satisfied now, Tsunade said to Nara deer waiting outside the courtyard for a long time. Nara hasn't spoken for a long time, but Bowie chapter 71 Pale God 3/3. On the foggy sea, two men sat casually, talking about things. One of the men with an ordinary appearance, but with a temperament far beyond ordinary people, laughed disapprovingly after hearing this. Ha ha ha, Naruto was able to seize the opportunity and guessed my attitude well. Take advantage of this opportunity to complete the purge of the older generation in power, but it also planted hidden dangers. Chief Fugaku nodded in agreement. The subordinates brought their colleagues to force the leader, but there will be no good end in any case. Naruto will be refrigerated for a long time. He is smart and knows that this is one of the few opportunities for Konoha to solve the problem. If you miss this time, you will become a mustard disease. Fugaku nodded, but focused more on the mud slab under the seat. With the help of Jawe's moonlight, his writing wheel eyes turned slightly. If you read it right, this clay slab seems to be alive. When he got this answer, Fugaku was shocked and felt an inexplicable sense of weirdness. Yin and Yang escape. Tangu looked at him lightly. Fate. Quote. Fugaku was stunned for a moment, and then he was overwhelmed. That's how it is, Yang breathes life into the body. Well, let's not talk about this. Tangu waved his hand and asked, if you have any news, let me tell you as soon as possible. I won't contact you for a long time. Fugaku didn't ask why, but immediately explained what happened in Konoha. For example, after Danzo was arrested, an elder used intelligence to question the reliability of the scorched earth on the border, and was directly sprayed back by Tsunade. This is a handwritten book by Jiraiya after waking up. Could 5th Hokage deceive his village? Another example is the village's attitude towards Tangu, personally elevated to the level of the ninja god. The initiator was Nara Shikahisa. The reason was that although 1st Hokage defeated Uchiha Madara, Lord Hashirama was also seriously injured and passed away. There were too many accidents in the battle of the ninja, so since I think that person is the same strong as Uchiha Madara is resurrected. Then admit that the other party is the ninja god of this era. Advertisement. Dry Hand Tsunade was the first to agree. Fugaku also relayed Tsunade's original words. As long as his eyes do not go blind, he will be the god of ninjas. Tangu laughed loudly, but did not say that Mangekyo would not be blind. Fugaku continued to tell, including Yurihong Jōnin suspected of illusion remnants, things that had never happened to His Excellency Uchiha Tangwu in his dream. It was heard that Yurihong Jōnin had a temper in hiding at home for this reason, but the Yamanaka clan members tested it. Did not find out later. In the end, there is nothing left to do. As for Sarutobi Asuma, it stayed in Konoha. This time, thanks to Your Excellency Tangwu, his personality became calmer and he became mature. It is estimated that he will replace Naruto's position as a think tank. Cough. When Fugaku said this, he felt embarrassed and had to cough twice to ease his emotions. One last thing, Master Tangwu. Fugaku took a sip of tea, cleared his throat and said. Facing a god of ninja, Fugaku felt that calling an adult, as a very natural thing, not to mention the calm demeanor of the young man in front of him, just sitting there is a sense of fuchanyake, like a mountain. Towering, as if the deep water is deep. With the aura of a huge scene from his body, the surrounding environment was faintly changed by the influence. What is it? Tangwu raised his eyes to look at him, his eyes were as bright as the moon, bright and bright. Patriarch Fugaku lost consciousness for a moment, and was frightened by this appearance. This has nothing to do with men and women, but a large and magnificent magnificence that transcends the human body. It took Fugaku a long time to come back to his senses, and quickly looked away, and said, Lord Jiraiya once promised you enchanted the name for you. Now there are many Konoha shinobi, based on the achievements you left twice. Name your name. Oh, what is it? Tangu was interested. The Pale God. Fugaku replied. Tangu smiled thoughtfully, and said, it's because of the white light twice, but why should it be described as pale? Quote. Because every time the white light passed, the burnt red and vitality were destroyed. Fugaku glanced at Tangu, and said, they use paleness to imply that your coming will bring death and take away your life. Tangu smiled in surprise, and after thinking about it, he also felt that this title was also good, and it was in line with his Suzuo's color. And lightning is always white, isn't it? This also coincides with the changes in the survivorship, probably because of the influence of air luck. Tangu thought of wandering on the sea these days, nodded, and said, it sounds good, so let's do it. Quote. It sounds much better than the straightforward Thunder God and Lei Yuji God. Advertisement. After deciding on the name, Fugaku informed the contact point of Water Country. It was originally inserted in Danzo's roots, but now the roots are integrated into Anbu, and all the information is assigned to the 5th generation master. Then Fugaku's shadow clone was disbanded. Leaving the bamboo star to accompany Tangu on the mudstone slab, he took a glance to express his courtesy to the Fugaku patriarch. Oh, Jupiter is naturally the name of that giant ninja cat. Somewhat strangely, the character of Jupiter is quiet, which is rare in the Ninoma clan, and he does not have the usual contempt and arrogance of Ninoma, and prefers silence and observation. Looking around on the scorched earth on the border that day, it was rare and lively. However, after the changes caused by Chakra were adapted, Jupiter returned to his usual calmness. You obviously know how to talk, why do you still use cat language? Tangu glanced at Zuxing, and handed it to Chakra. Although the will in Chakra was eliminated, it was always Tangu's spirit. It's like feeding Zucheng and drinking his blood. But this spiritual blood has more occult significance than the physical body, faintly assimilating the breath of the bamboo star, turning it towards Tangu. This kind of transformation does not involve thinking and character, it is more like a feeling of belonging. It will be very troublesome for too many people to know that I can speak human words. Zuxing first sucked Chakra from Tangu's fingertips, and then said. And I prefer to stay quietly beside Master Tangu. Zuxing said. Why? It feels like growing up. That's it, Tangu smiled, retracted his gaze, opened the scroll material he found from Jiraiya, and continued to look at it. Orochimaru's research scroll has been read. What starts now is the information about the tail beast. Chapter 72 Tailed Beast 1/3. In fact, don't you think it's very interesting to see things like Tail Poo? When Tangu watched Hokage in his previous life, he felt that the life of the tail beast set by AB was very magical. Although he himself may not have considered that much, but under the influence of the myths and legends of the reference object, it is very likely that he will subconsciously complement some of the characteristics. For example, the tail beast can be resurrected after death, and its consciousness will not die. Is this an alternative immortality? It feels like being sheltered in this world. There are 9 huge chakra entities with tails, their names are 1 Tail Shuhei, good at sand shinobi, sealing, wind style, magnet style. Natail Matabi, good at fire style, high-speed physique. 3 Tails Jifu, good at water 590 escape, hard shell, suspected master ice escape. 4 Tails Monkey King, good at fire style, earth style, lava style, and weird power. 5 Tails Kokuo, good at water style, fire style, boil style. 6 Tails Seiken, good at strong acid and strong base. 7 Tails Chome, good at poison and illusion, can release scales to stealth and interfere with sight, has the ability to fly, and hates water. Quote. 8 Tails Gyuki, good at light escape, ink seal technique, has the special ability of tail docking to survive, and the tail can be used as a medium for various ninjutsu. 9 Tails Kurama, abilities are unknown. Tail beasts don't like humans and often refuse to communicate. Humans also regard the tail beast as a huge beast, and apart from Jinchuriki, no one else has much interest in communication. Therefore, the understanding of the two parties can only rely on side-by-side observation, and cannot be from the perspective of godlike Tangu's previous life. Nevertheless, the long historical struggle has come down. Some content that was not shown in the Hokage plot was also recorded and displayed in front of Tangu. Those are the performance of the tail beast, the approximate strength evaluation, the selection of the sealing technique, the origin of Jinchuriki, the place of residence, and the process of resurrection. There must be Black Zetsu's hands and feet. Tangu saw the origin of Jinchuriki and said with a faint smile. Advertisement. Sage of Six Paths is the first Jinchuriki in the ninja world, but he himself did not let the concept of Jinchuriki continue to spread. It is the idea of holding the tail beast as a power to protect mankind and separating 10 tails chakra with yin and yang. The use of tail beasts as weapons by humans has actually violated the original intention of Sage of Six Paths. If you look up the history of the early years, you will find that the definition of the tail beast came from God. Described as a violent god, Fugaku copied the history book of Konoha and Fire Country to Tangu. Why do you sit and watch things evolve into the way it is now? Tangu raised his eyes and looked at the sky covered by the fog, and whispered to himself, Isn't Ashura's victory not enough to make you believe that the second son's path is correct? The one who always looked at the shinobi world would rather turn the traces of existence into legends, and restrain his own interference. I don't know what I'm waiting for. Shook his head. Is the big toad sage's prediction so important? Tangu chuckled lightly and shook it. In the distant future, there will be a blue-eyed boy who calls the names of 9 monsters and plays with the tail beasts. This boy will evoke miracles. When Sage of Six Paths was preparing to travel to restore the land destroyed by his own battle, Toad Sage of Toad Maru had a dream and told Sage of Six Paths this prophecy. At first glance, there was nothing, but no one thought that in the long future, Ashura's reincarnation would actually do it. When the language was spoken, Sage of Six Paths had no children yet. But thinking about it, I always feel that there are some problems. Tangu pondered. It seemed that there was an obscure connection. In the original book, Naruto fought with Zebo Madara, and obtained the Yang power of Sage of Six Paths, and opened the Sage of Six Paths mode that touches all things. In this mode, you can use various magical powers such as Six Paths, Yin-Yang escape technique, and the power of the tail beast. You can easily control the chakra of other tail beasts, and you can experience the flow of all life. Communicate with each other under the circumstances and let each other become your own partner. It sounds very powerful at first, but in essence it is just a technique similar to Sage mode and Nine Tails mode but more powerful. Advertisement. However, this technique cannot be learned through practice. It requires a firm belief that can face no matter what kind of suffering it encounters, and the ability to never give up, and it also needs the guidance of reincarnation and destiny in order to accept Sage of Six, the power bestowed by paths. It is not the ninja who has learned the technique, but the ninja who has chosen the technique. In other words, it is destiny who chooses to accept the gift. What kind of existence have you become? Tangu Wangruo recorded the scroll of tailed beast materials, tapping the paper lightly with his fingers. Sage of Six Paths and Brother Kai will die of old age, which in itself is a very strange thing. With Tangu's current level, it is not a problem to live thousands of years. Not to mention Sage of Six Paths with various abilities such as Sage Body, Shanli, Waidao, Net, and various means to continue life. There must be secrets in this. Tangu concluded. This also aroused his curiosity more and more. The awakening light of the mind in the fourth order gene lock is already equivalent to the demigod who ignites the fire, and has the characteristics of immortality. The immortality of the tail beast also has a taste of immortality. In essence, the level of the tail beast should be very high. It is unreasonable to be weak for thousands of years. It is still the bleak situation of human tools. These guys don't grow up at all. Tangu was deeply puzzled. If a pig has lived for thousands of years, I am afraid it will become a god. What's more, Sage of Six Paths, who once stood at the apex of a planet, has no doubts about luck, personality, and power. When thinking about these, Tangu's eyes are dark and deep, like a bottomless cold pool, but not like the indifference and deepness of the past, but with a little bit of aura flashing in the depths, as if the wisdom of the soul shines through. Zhu Cheng on the side was taken aback for a moment, and subconsciously raised his head and looked around. In the night sky with thick sea fog, there is no starlight to see. Why is there a bright spot of light reflected in Lord Tangu's eyes? Suspicion appeared in Zhu Sheng's eyes. He withdrew his gaze, and looked at Tangu again. Chapter 73. I just made it for people outside, 2/3. At this moment Tangu had already recovered, his heart moved slightly, and a faint smile appeared on his face. With this smile, the deep and icy cold air on his body suddenly condensed, and the bloody killing intent that lingered at this moment became clear, revealing a kind of graceful temperament. Zhu Sheng's eyes widened, and the surprised emotion made its mouth open, turning into a dumbfounded look. It's not that it has never seen a similar temperament. The ninja clan has collected portraits of various characters. But this is the first time that Zhu Sheng has seen such an obvious temperament change as Tangu, who has completed the transformation and precipitation in just a few seconds. At this moment, Tangu's dark and faint eyes opened and looked at it. The gaze was gentle and peaceful, looking at it with a smile. Obviously such a gentle gaze made Jupiter feel difficult to breathe, and his head became blank, as if everything about himself had been insight, and all secrets had been seen through. This gaze seemed to have the power to penetrate the soul. With a light sigh, he pulled Zhu Sheng's consciousness back, only then did it find that its 4 claws were wet, and a layer of sweat came out. 14. Why do you sigh? This was Jupiter's first reaction to come back to his senses. Tangu took a look at it, and realized that through the absorption of chakra, the spirit of Zhu Sheng was infected with Tangu's soul. Although this will not have any effect on its appearance, after all, the life mark still belongs to Jupiter himself, but mentally, he will subconsciously move closer to Tangu. I've explored too deeply at this stage, Tangu said, taking another ray of shadow and chakra past. Zhu Sheng sucked his nose, squinted his eyes, and asked, is this bad? Good, but not good. Manpower is exhausted, and some secrets are suitable for exploration in the future stage, and promotion in the breakthrough stage is the primary task. Tangu touched Zhu Sheng's head and said. Jupiter nodded seemingly. Although Jupiter's soul is infested by his breath, his future path will be shackled by him. But in Tangu's view, this is not a bad thing. Power is so precious, and the way to gain power in life is so rare. Without Tangu's chakra, Jupiter is just an ordinary ninja from the ninja family, repeating a similar life every day for decades, and then dying in the sun of the ruins, turning into a pile of corpses. Advertisement. Like many of its ancestors in the past, it died silently. But now Jupiter has the opportunity to break through this destiny. Its life is no longer limited to those decades, but will have a broader future. The level of Granny Cat can be reached, and the level of the immortal in the three holy lands also has opportunities. The level that Jupiter can reach in the future has been raised by Tangu. As for the influence of breath and the obstacle of the road, it is also a test. The sublimation of the individual and the transformation of life have never been a fluke. Tests are everywhere, only in different forms. If Jupiter can break through the shackles, he can naturally surpass the level of the immortals of the three holy lands. Here Tangu was drifting on the sea, and the name of the pale god gradually made waves. The reputation of the god of scorched earth and the god of death gradually spread from the land of fire to the rest of the world. On the contrary, it was the country of fire itself, and the people who looked at it called the extraordinary men who walked by that day under the name of Thunder God. Ninja God. Fourth Hokage picked up the information about Uchiha Tangwu lightning style that the intelligence section had tried so hard to collect. The above description made him hesitate for a long time, and finally let out a sigh of relief. He had met Jiraiya. In the last war, although the opponent did not have his speed, he was able to evade by various means. I really worked hard. I thought that he was more likely to be killed. And over the years, Sannin Jiraiya has practiced all over the world, and his strength is still rising. Such a person's ability to face that pale god has no response. Obviously Uchiha Tangwu's lightning style is really far superior to him. Well, how can I say that Konoha personally admits that White Fang is as terrible as a guy, and there is a voice saying that he is more powerful than White Fang. My father, third generation, didn't want to face White Fang. The risk of dying was too high. Quote. It's nothing better than me. Fourth Hokage murmured, but the loud voice could not be lowered, and the people in the office had already heard clearly. But no one reacted to this. Advertisement. The Cloud Shinobi Village Hokage, which is believed to be made with the secret technique of lightning style, is no better than the ninjas of other villages in lightning style. Fourth generation said that it didn't matter, but in fact, I wanted to find someone to get angry a long time ago. Pale, the god. Third generation Shiying Onoki said the name of Tangu in his mouth, expressionless, and faintly said with disdain. This is the first time I heard that Shinobu named his own name, and I am not ashamed. He waved his hand to let the ninja who reported the information leave, and said, don't worry about him, keep doing things. Yes. The reported ninja stepped back. There was silence in Shiying's office. Onoki's guard, the Heisha who was also his granddaughter walked over from the side, picked up the information that Oyeki casually put aside and looked at it. While watching, he casually said 923, it's amazing, Konoha. The last time he said he had issued a wanted order, it was rumored that he was as terrifying as his ancestor Uchiha Madara, and now he is directly named as a god. Is this attitude really treating a traitor? It's really exaggerated. Heitu muttered to himself, flipping through the information. She didn't talk to anyone, but suddenly her grandfather's reply came in her ear. There is nothing wrong with it. Don't think that Uchiha Madara lost to Senju Hashirama, just feel that there is only Hand Handler Hashirama, the god of ninjas. You must know that Hand Handler Hashirama is also dead. Onoki sat down and said with his eyes closed. Shadow. His short figure was hidden under the back of the chair, and the sunlight behind him came in, pulling out a piece of oblique big wild wood and closing his eyes in the shadow, as if he was submerged in darkness. At this moment, there was an indescribable depression on his face. And heavy. The air seemed to freeze. Heitu's expression went from surprise to surprise. The other chubby guard, Sukato, also put aside his work, frowning and looking over. I just did it for people outside. Don't let those of you who are closest to me be deceived too, Jiahuo. Oyemu slowly opened his eyes, and his anger of hating iron for not making steel made him curse directly. Chapter 74 Meeting at Sea, 3/3. But Grandpa, you are the master who eliminated the dust with Ling Jiayu's bloodline, which is above the limit. The Black Soil was surprised, and didn't understand why Onoki was worried about such an enemy. Dust escaped, but the terrifying ninjutsu that can separate the opponent into an atomic state, it can be called a mortal kill. Idiot. Face. Onoki was furious, took the Tsuchikage hat on the table and smashed it on his granddaughters. Why hit me? You're the one who hit. You idiot, am I good at your grandpa? Oyemu's face flushed with anger. If I'm good, why didn't I kill Sarutobi in World War II and let that guy break the title of shinobi? If I were good, how could Jiraiya force me to give up the attack during the 3 world wars? The old man is really good. He killed Uchiha Madara with my master during the war. UB ******** D granddaughter. Quote. Onoki was so angry that his beard was shaking, and when he said it, he flew up and slapped his granddaughter on the head. That guy doesn't have half the range. Don't talk about him. The physical ninja named Might Guy opens the 7th gate. It is possible to kick your grandfather and me to death. Otherwise, why do you think Konoha has always occupied the forest area with the best resources, relying on First Hokage's face? You can reflect on the old man. Heitu's head was knocked out of nowhere, he couldn't hide, and he didn't dare to fight back. I had to nod my head again and again, and fled out of the office in embarrassment one by one. Only the terracotta was left, and he lowered his head awkwardly, pretending to sort out the documents seriously. Terracotta. Ono Mew, who was flying in the air, lost his anger and turned around and shouted. Kai Tu, a jealous spirit, quickly responded. Yes. Advertisement. Pay close attention to his whereabouts and report it to me as soon as possible. Onoki ordered. His face was serious, and he murmured, with his strength, it is easy to become Hokage, but he left the village and left. Obviously there is something that attracts his attention more than the location of the shadow. Quote. Yes, Master Tsuchikage. Kaitu's face turned straight and nodded. Well, so be it. Onoki waved his hand and motioned Akato to go out. He floated alone in the middle of the office, looking at the portrait of first Tsuchikage on the wall in silence. The younger generations didn't understand his difficulties, and couldn't imagine the influence brought by the oppressive force. It was unstoppable. The more powerful the ninja, the more horrible they are when they pursue what they want, especially the ninja at the level of the god of ninjas. When they unabashedly show their power, the momentum they set off will be full. The world is involved. In the war era, there was a ninja god who wanted peace, so the ninjas ended the war era. The quality of Hashirama is certainly part of the reason. But if you think that you can get peace by asking sincerely, then people who think so are simply stupid. The 9 big-tailed beasts were all captured by the ninja god as a bargaining chip, and the arrival of peace was already inevitable. Damn, how powerful ninjas always appear on Konoha's side. Oyemu was quite annoyed when he thought of his own dust-escape rock shadow that no one could inherit. As a result, our shinobu villages always look at the expressions of Konoha's strong men. The former Senju wanted peace. What does the pale god want now? Kurigakure must have something he wants, only hope that Iwagakure doesn't. The best his wish was achieved in the country of water. Similar voices of cursing, helplessness, unwillingness, worry, etc., came to mind layer upon layer. Played, as if the singing from infinity, the dim and illusory new ripples fill the old, faint ripples in the void scale, making the concept of the intertwined center more complicated and heavy. Coming. Advertisement. Orochimaru, who was sitting in a medium-sized wooden boat, suddenly opened his eyes, and his pale golden eyes looked into the distance. Juwenyan emerged from the wooden planks of the cabin and followed Orochimaru's gaze. I saw thin sea fog drifting across the sea, but with the help of the sun just rising, it was still possible to see a range of hundreds of meters away. Uchiha Tangwu. I watched it for a while, but there was no human figure, and asked Orochimaru. Hehe, your detection ability seems to be out of the sea, so it's not so useful. Orochimaru smiled pointedly. It is indeed the case. He never said salty, as if he didn't care at all. Orochimaru found out the details of this guy a little bit, didn't say anything, just looked at the direction of the sea snake's message. He squinted the vertical pupils in his eyes, his bright eyes hovering on the sea fog hundreds of meters away. About 3 minutes later, a strange feeling suddenly came to his heart, as if the surrounding place suddenly became quiet. But Orochimaru looked under the boat, and the sound of splashes floating in the sea could still be heard. He immediately realized that this kind of silence is not because the sound in the environment has stagnated, but from the spiritual level. It seems that there is a certain mood, a certain idea, which infects this sea, even the wind in the sky. Affected, dormant and become gentle. This discovery immediately caused Orochimaru to squint his eyes. The original thoughts of entertainment were completely forgotten. I definitely felt a certain change, even more surprised than Orochimaru, thinking more. Come back and forth. When Orochimaru said this for the second time, a blurred figure appeared in the sea ahead. The figure's appearance gradually became clear. It was a young man with an ordinary appearance, but with his eyes closed. Under him was a spacious mudboard, floating unsinkable on the sea, and spontaneously leaning toward them. The stone didn't sink into the sea, Ju said with a slight surprise. Orochimaru did not answer, but stared at the young man who was doing straight up above. This young man cared more than the slate below. The word Zibo Tangwu, right. Orochimaru looked like a young man, and made a cold, hoarse voice. The young man didn't seem to be curious about their arrival, there was no surprise on his face. Chapter 75 My sword is fast. When the distance between the two sides was only more than 2 meters, the youth slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, the fog on the sea seemed to light up, and the surrounding environment seemed to undergo some mysterious and unpredictable change. Orochimaru's vertical pupils constricted tightly. He couldn't describe what kind of eyes they were. They were as dark and deep as 2 night skies, and they contained terrifying power and will. The mere gaze cast at random seemed to have substantive power and made his spirit feel heavy oppression, as if his soul was covered with a layer of weight. Illusion. Momentum. How is it possible that the eyes of this family can really do harm to his soul? Orochimaru's heart tightened, realizing that the young man in front of him was a terrible man. After betraying the village, he researched the forbidden technique as he pleased, and obtained the Shinigami mask of the country of the extinct vortex. He has done a lot of research on the human soul. But there is still a lot to be lacked to truly intervene on the soul level. Because that is a completely different field from the present world, a strange new world. But I never imagined that today, I would see a rebellious junior who has already stepped into the soul level and far beyond him. This man had already mastered the corresponding power and leaked from his gaze. His spiritual will must have penetrated into the incomparably deep level of this world 043 realm, maybe it is a good object of discussion. Orochimaru licked his lips, thoughts flickered in his mind. Although the heartbeat is as fast as it is about to jump out of the chest, the whole person's spirit is extremely excited. Tangu also noticed Orochimaru's enthusiastic eyes, without a trace of disgust or boredom on his face, just glanced at them lightly, and smiled. It's Senior Orochimaru, and this one. It doesn't seem to be the yin and yang of human beings. Escape creation. It seems that there is also the wood-style cell breath of first generation. Although it was a questioning speech, the tone was extremely positive. Ju's face stiffened, and with a faint sweep, it felt a horror that all of it had been seen through. Orochimaru heard the words, yin-yang escape creation, and wood-style cells, and immediately turned his gaze. He looked at Ju next to his eyes with disbelief and surprise. The pale golden eyes lit up like gold. Flame. Although he perceives this place which is absolutely different from normal people, the details are not clear. However, Orochimaru only took a peripheral look, and immediately focused on Tangu again. Advertisement. Compared with Ju's secret, the young man who saw through the yin and yang creation and wood-style cells at a glance made him more interested. Really a keen insight. Ju sullenly smiled a few times, and his body sank quickly, blending into the interior of the ship. And all the way down, sinking directly into the sea from the bottom of the ship. Tangu also saw it, and his gaze left Orochimaru and followed Ju sank to the bottom of the sea. He picked up his fingers slightly, considering that the opponent is a creature of the yin and wood-style cell clones, no normal diet is needed, and it will not die if it sinks to the bottom of the sea. A tiny electric light burst out from the fingertips. But after a while, it fell silent again, and for some reason, he refused to leave. You let him go. Orochimaru looked at Tangu and asked. I can't do that kind of yin creation. I don't want to offend his master for the time being. Tangu said lightly, and then returned his gaze to Orochimaru, focusing on his clothes with black background and red clouds. With the same clothing, you seem to belong to a certain organization. Yes, maybe you haven't heard of it, but this is a secret mercenary organization called Akatsuki that has recruited many rebels and carried out large-scale activities during the Ninja War. Orochimaru licked his lips and smiled lowly. This time, I'm here to invite you. Tangu also smiled and said, I don't feel any sincerity. You can refuse, it doesn't matter at all. Orochimaru's pair of vertical walls stared at him, his expression was quite expectant, and he said, Bafji, it's better to say, I personally hope you refuse. It sounds unreliable. Haha, it's not a big deal, it's just that no one can refuse Shao. Quote. Does it mean I will be killed if I don't join? Tangu raised his eyebrows, feeling that I haven't heard anyone speak to him like this for a long time. The copyright of the novel resources belongs to the original author. The text is for personal study and trial reading only. Please delete within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to genuine novels and refuse to piracy. This novel was first published by Dragon. Phyllu Novel Inner Group. More exciting Phyllu novels are in the hands of the owner. Welcome to the group. He didn't know that Orochimaru stayed at sea after seeing the white light on the border that day. The defeat of Jiraiya, the name of the pale god has not yet been introduced to Orochimaru's ears, and the impression of Tangu has been stuck in Konoha's claim that this is a concept of defeating Mangekyo, with the shadow of the ancestor Madara. Advertisement. However, Tangu didn't feel angry, he just sighed slightly, his right hand was already pressed on the sword, and said, well, the ninja must use the ninja way to show his strength, and then he can determine the attitude of speaking. Quote. Orochimaru felt his heartbeat suddenly speed up, and there was no change in the Yu's breath in front of him, and his expression was peaceful, without murder. But the intuition from the soul made Orochimaru feel that a terrible crisis was coming. That's right, Uchiha Tangwu. He laughed, seemingly not worried at all. My sword is fast, be careful. Quote. Tangu also smiled slightly, and immediately drew out the Chūnin knife. Air. When the voice fell, a wind suddenly gushed from Tangu's hand, blowing frantically on the light track between the two. The clanging sound of the friction between the knife and the sheath turned into an electric rainbow lacing, and a bright spark was drawn in the air jumping in the sheath, xenon hydrogen filled with high-temperature smoke. Then, the axis of time seemed to be pulled out of one grid. Ruaokingyan. The knife was still in its sheath at the first glance, and Tangu had lightly put it on his legs in the next. Orochimaru's hair on the loose boat was fluttered by the wind, and his pupils condensed into pinholes at this moment, and then blinked quickly. Based on the residual light and shadow on the retina, I recalled the knife beyond reaction. For a moment he gasped roughly, as if he had just escaped from suffocation, big beads of sweat appeared from his face, and he quickly lowered his head to check himself. However, there was no injury. Orochimaru was startled, and quickly looked down the ship. I saw a blood-red color on the sea. Under Tangu's faint gaze, a corpse of Orochimaru that had been cut off slowly floated up. The charred flesh and intestines were washed out by the blood and mixed into a pool of blood. Only the pale and long face was left, and he raised his eyes to meet Tangu. I said, my sword is very fast. Tangu said to that face with a shake of his long sword. Chapter 76 Fear of Death, Second More. Orochimaru was soaked in the sea water, his hands spread out, his pale face paler than ever. He smiled weakly. The water droplets on his face didn't know if it was sea water or cold sweat. He just looked at Tangu and asked with a trembling voice, how do you know that my body is under the sea? You took advantage of my eyes to leave. Separate shadow clone, thinking I don't know. Tangu asked rhetorically. Makes sense. Orochimaru nodded, his eyes flashed fiercely, and the sea water under him began to stir, as if there was something huge, hidden underneath. Hiss. A sharp tongue burst out of the water, and a big mouth of a blood basin jumped from under the sea, and even the brownish-yellow Madara's corrective body also jumped high in the air. The cold water was taken up, smashed under the wine. Only half of the water surface is exposed, there is a huge snake body 6 or 7 meters long with a thick bucket. Tangu watched the big snake swallow Orochimaru's corpse in one bite, staring at him with cold, bloodthirsty eyes, as if not restricted by the snake's infrared vision. Afterwards, the huge body slammed his head without any scruples. But Tangu's hands were gusty winds again, and the gray airflow spread like flowing clouds, sweeping away the splashing sea water. At the same time, there was a flash of lightning on his body, and the sound of the blue electric current transferred to the ships behind Orochimaru, piercing the air sharply. Boom! Tangu shook his sword, and while shaking the shadow clone smoke, he shook off the blood on the blade. At this time, looking up, above the original mudstone slab, blood lines appeared in the body of the brownish-yellow Madara snake. The smelly blood was ejected from the blood line, and then the whole snake was divided into equal parts along the blood line. The two halves smashed heavily on the mudstone slab. Interesting body replacement technique. Tangu stretched out his left hand, his 5 fingers joined the city. The mudstone slab that was smashed and cracked by the big snake suddenly moved, and every piece of sand and stone had a life, and spontaneously closed. In a pile of red and black blood, an Orochimaru with only the upper body was wrapped. Oh! Vomit! Orochimaru made a vomiting sound, his mouth dislocated and enlarged like a snake, and the lips on both sides seemed to be torn apart. Advertisement. With a squirm in his chest, a new Orochimaru, intact body, came out from his mouth. Yes, this is a special body replacement technique invented by me. Even if the body is damaged, it can be restored to its integrity. Orochimaru squatted halfway on the mudstone-wrapped ball, panting and saying. Your sword is really fast. This guy is useless even Sharingan. Deep fear flashed across the pale golden vertical wall. Orochimaru squinted at Tangu's dark eyes, suppressing the panic in his heart as much as possible, and said casually, it seems that Akatsuki's solicitation is about to appear and failed for the first time. Ha ha, what a pity, the leader of the double round. Laugh. Pill body. The bright light of the knife flashed in a perfect arc in the air, and a shallow red line appeared on the serpent Orochimaru's expression. The pain of the torn flesh came after knowingly, the bright red blood missed from the left shoulder to the right waist. The line gushes out. Cough. Vomit. Fear flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, and his mouth expanded again, spitting out a new self from it. The original, Orochimaru quickly turned gray, losing the color of life. A new Orochimaru stepped on it with trembling feet, swishing down with cold sweat all over, and Chakra's breath weakened to the extreme. He saw the knife, and obviously the young man on the opposite side deliberately slowed down, but he also did not escape. Even the instinct of the body has no time to react. Ho, 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 Orochimaru panted roughly, looking at the youth on the boat, with a coldness in his heart. In those dark eyes, they were calm and indifferent, showing not a human look, but a high look down, like the indifferent look of the gods of the high team in the sky. There is no trace of killing intent or murderous aura, only ethereal and pure. Addicted to. Tangu flicked the blade lightly, shook his head and shook the blade, the cracks that broke apart spread and separated the sharp blade. The blade carried a blue electric light, which fell on Orochimaru like raindrops. Puff puff. There were several sounds of piercing flesh and blood, and the sharp blade penetrated Orochimaru's body, sinking deeply into his flesh and bones. Advertisement. ... For flowers. Some of them separated the main arteries of the neck, and blood rushed out. Vomit. Orochimaru used his body replacement technique for the third time, squeezing it to ultimate with physical strength, and couldn't even stand. This is your limit, Tangu said. There was only a ninja sword with a blade left in the sheath and thrown into the sea at will. It's, ah. Orochimaru looked up at Tangu with difficulty, shaking uncontrollably, without anger or unwillingness on his face, only a strong expression of fear. This is chakra exhaustion, exhaustion of physical strength, and intense despair after his life comes to an end. No one can avoid it. Orochimaru, who pursues immortality, is even more so. Its terrifying power and speed. Just the action of drawing a knife can set off a strong wind. This is even worse than second Hokage, which is known for its speed. Quote. Orochimaru stretched out his tongue and licked the sweat on his face, savoring the intense emotions that had been felt for many years after the 3 world wars. The people of Konoha are still so arrogant. They say you have the shadow of Uchiha Madara, which resembles the thunderous ankle of White Fang. Die. Orochimaru sneered and said, his eyes were already showing death, and he realized that he might really die here today. He was killed 3 times irresistibly, but the young man in front of him just swung his knife lightly. This rebellious man named Uchiha Tangwu was horrible beyond everyone's imagination, and he was only able to resist it by the first generation who was known as the god of ninja. Bar. Your intelligence is behind, Tangwu said. The people outside gave me a name, called Pale God, said with a smile. Pale, does it imply that the scorched land has lost its vitality? That's how it is. Orochimaru thought that if there was a relaxed and pure smile in the frightened eyes and expression, there was a kind of indescribable whine. That's right. Tangu glanced at Orochimaru and spit out the word. Chapter 77 Life is so fragile, we should pursue eternity. Third more. What's good? Combustion. Orochimaru asked. His pale and fearful face, those pale golden eyes like candlelight, he looked at the outstanding young man in front of him, and many things flashed in his mind. You look good now. Tangu also looked at Orochimaru, pointed his finger at him with admiration, smiled, and said loudly, the more you fear death, the more you cherish life. You are such a big snake. You know the preciousness of life better than anyone in Konoha. Tangu said, laughing loudly. Orochimaru looked puzzled, thought about it in his heart, smiled gradually from the corner of his mouth, and asked, "You seem to have no intention of killing me. Why do you want to kill you?" Tangu asked rhetorically. Orochimaru glanced at him on May 20th and wondered why you still don't know. He came up with 3 knives and killed him for 3 lives. If it weren't for the special body replacement technique he developed, the body would be cold. I have already said that ninjas determine each other's attitudes in a ninja way, dare to cross moral taboos, and explore the coldness of life. Forbidden Zone Kun Orochimaru, I want to see your weight. Tangu waved his hand and said. Orochimaru felt that the dying crisis in his soul no longer appeared, and the fear on his face gradually receded. He is naturally afraid of death, otherwise he wouldn't study so many forbidden techniques, but if he really must die, he still hopes to die decently. So he sat down slowly, straightened his hair, and the old and cold and strange aura returned to his face. You seem to think differently from others. Orochimaru asked. I have read your research materials. I have some things similar to your thoughts. Tangu nodded and said, oh, what is it? Life is so fragile, we should pursue eternity. Quote. The scene was silent for a while. Orochimaru stared at Tangu deeply, his expression trembled, and his right hand was placed in front of his eyes and slowly clenched. When the word, pursue eternity, came out of Tangu's mouth, his voice was flat as if he was talking about drinking water and eating, but it fell in Orochimaru's ears, which made him have an urge to choke for a moment. Ha 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 ha. Quote. Orochimaru was silent for a moment, then suddenly raised his head and laughed. The hoarse laughter sounded like a lion majesty roaring presumptuously. Advertisement. Ha 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 ha. He laughed frantically, like playing and mocking, laughed so much that tears came out. Finally he thumped his feet and pointed to Tangu and asked loudly, don't tell me, this is the reason you defected. The path you want to take is different, so naturally you cannot become a partner. The 100 years of life are so short. Love, family, village, war, and peace are like sand blown away by the wind before death. Nothing is left. No matter how much future generations remember, they will only be moved by themselves. Tangu squinted his eyes and said, I don't want to be a marker of ignorance, for people who have nothing to do with me to satisfy themselves with false feelings. I believe you. Orochimaru suddenly stopped laughing and said to Tangu, since I saw you, I felt that you have a special trait that attracted me. Although our ideas are not the same, it is beyond those who have been stuck in life for decades. The guy who doesn't want to open his eyes to the wider world. Quote. Tangu also took out a scroll from the cuff very seriously. It was a big snake cell activation. Research data. In this case, why not exchange ideas? He threw the scroll over. Orochimaru took it casually, and seemed to be in a good mood. The life and death experience just now did not affect the mood of exploration at all, so he opened it eagerly. Huh, my research results 5 years ago, Konoha actually gave you this thing. So, your news is behind, and I have been called a powerful ninja at the level of the god of ninjas, and Konoha's things can be used as much as possible, Tangu said. Yes, Orochimaru didn't know what he thought of, thought flashed in his eyes, and then lowered his head to read the scroll with many annotations added. His expression is cautious, but more often he has a kind of respect for the truth and the idea of comprehension. As he himself said, this is the result of research 5 years ago. The days of defecting are not in vain, and the current progress cannot be summarized by a document 5 years ago. But after only a few seconds, Orochimaru's face changed slightly and his expression became solemn. Look first. Tangu shook his head slightly. Orochimaru had to hold back the throbbing in his heart and keep watching. Advertisement. However, the more I look at it, the more I am shocked. The thoughts surging in his mind and the emotions rushing in his heart rushed out like a volcanic eruption. So that he needs to pause from time to time, close his eyes and stay quiet for a while before continuing to read. The annotation data in just a few thousand words allowed Orochimaru to read it for more than half an hour. Then there was dead silence. On the scroll, Tangu did not comment on his cell activation. Using this technique as a starting point, I explained another thing. The essence of chakra. It mentions a skeptical logic of Tangu himself. Illusion cannot affect creatures without chakra, the rationality of illusion itself. Chakra is an independent set of life system parasitic symbiosis. This logic is not rigorous and has not been verified. If it was someone else, Orochimaru would have sneered, but Tangu would be different. The description of the essence of chakra in the scroll seems to be scattered and unsystematic, but it is detailed. 2.6 gives him a condescending, looking down on the overall situation. Moreover, Tangu used this set of conjectures to analyze his cell activation. It is even more logical that all the changes, even if the research progress of his betrayal of the village over the years, can also be incorporated into the perspective of chakra as a parasite. It's like the worms of the Aburame clan, which can be passed down from generation to generation. Single quote. This metaphor gave Orochimaru a vague concept in his mind, and before he could understand it, there was a creepy feeling in his heart. He didn't know why he was horrified. But this kind of experience was exactly the same when he started conducting human experiments the first time that he had crossed the moral limit. It's like exploring some taboo-like irritation that makes the scalp numb. Chapter 78 talking about the sky and the earth first more. Tangu-kun, what do you want to express? Orochimaru was silent for a long time, and asked. Shadow clone is a group of chakra. Quote. Tangu suddenly talked about another topic, making the Snake King stunned for a moment. Chakra can trust will and thinking, and the chakra of the tail beast has their obvious aura, and can even reversely erode the ninja. Quote. Orochimaru frowned, feeling something vague in his mind gradually becoming clear. At the same time, after Shadow Clone is cancelled, that chakra can be taken back. Orochimaru's eyes moved slightly, and he seemed to realize what the vague thought in his mind was, but it was still a little bit brighter, and it was almost impossible to pierce the last layer of paper. If chakra is a foreign product, and life itself does not have chakra, then who is the chakra in our body to give us? Tangu said these words flatly. Orochimaru heard thunder in his ears, goosebumps all over his body, and a cold breath rushed up his forehead from his tailbone, his scalp numb with fear. For a time, mixed thoughts flashed in Orochimaru's mind. He thought of many related and unrelated things. According to legend, the 14 people of 6 paths created chakra and ninjutsu and taught them to the people at that time. Sage of 6 paths can be said to be the source of ninjas. The legend is not groundless, Orochimaru himself knows it. In the long past, there must be a person who made penultimate contributions to the development of chakra and ninjutsu, which was loaded into the history, but not necessarily the Sage of 6 paths. Created Orochimaru once thought so. But now Tangu's words reminded him of the suspicion that he had suddenly passed away when he was young. Why is there no progress in the research on chakra? Advertisement. Dating back to the beginning of the establishment of Ninja Village, and even the war era and previous history, there has never been the disappearance of secret techniques, but the creation of secret techniques has never been seen. This may not be accurate. It should be that the disappearance of the blood succession boundary family has never been seen, but the birth of a new blood succession boundary family. This is totally unreasonable. Combat has always been the best trial ground. The pursuit of power can be strong for a long time. Why didn't you advance chakra's research? It's like, something like chakra has been limited by some boundaries since his birth. For the definition of chakra, the mixture of physical energy and spiritual energy has been passed down from a long time ago, but the expression does not have the details of modern Shinin village. The root of the power of the ninja is chakra. It seems that there has been no breakthrough in nature. This is certainly a manifestation of lack of potential, but there is more than one possibility of lack of potential. It may be that the chakra system has a low upper limit, or that its potential is limited. From the latter point of view, assuming that chakra is a foreign product, it is not something of life itself, so naturally it cannot be used as easily as one's natural body and tap its potential to ultimate. Orochimaru thought, his expression gradually becoming gloomy. Whether Jōnin can gradually develop additional chakra attributes, intelligent and talented ninjas can develop special secret techniques, or chakra can interfere with time and space, can relieve spirits and souls, and enter the ghostly world of the dead, all implies chakra seems to be an omnipotent thing. However, it is clearly a product of the ninja's spiritual energy mixture, and the ninja itself cannot take it into consideration. Obviously its components have body energy, but the body cannot prevent it from flowing into the sky as if it is locked in nutrition. The sun gradually shines and emits a ray of light, illuminating the sea fog. Orochimaru sits on a floating rock, his head lowered and pale. His face was buried in the shadow, as if clouded over. What do you think, Orochimaru? Tangu asked. Orochimaru didn't speak, but looked down at his hands. The more he thought about it, the more he felt the horror and nausea of being densely implanted with surveillance eyes all over his body. Your point of view has not been verified. However, I told me intuitively that you were right. Orochimaru said in a trembling voice, at least, it is much more reasonable than my own summary, and many problems can be explained. Advertisement. Tangu nodded, put his hands in his sleeves, and said nothing more. Tangu-kun, are you leaving now? Orochimaru looked at him. Your mind is very messy now. When we calm down, we will talk again. I believe Tangu-kun told me this. It must be that I have some value to you. Let me make a return first. Orochimaru, after a pause, in an inexplicable tone, he said word by word. The leader of the Akatsuki organization, Rinnegan, who owns the legendary Sage of 6 Paths. Tangu's complexion remained unchanged, and the corners of his mouth slowly curved. Rinnegan. Yes, I thought Tangu-kun would be surprised. Orochimaru said that my point of view has actually hinted at the possibility of Sage of 6 Paths. Of course, I also have some channels to learn that Sage of 6 Paths is indeed possible. Tangu didn't directly say anything beyond Orochimaru's cognition. In this era of Ninzong's disappearance, only a few people who know the real truth think that Tangu-kun also has many secrets. Orochimaru smiled and asked again. 520 degrees in this case, Tangu-kun is interested in joining Akatsuki. After all, my mission is to attract you to fail if it's a little troublesome. Yes, after all, I am still interested in Rinnegan. Tangu nodded and said, his gaze swept around subconsciously, and his instinct told him that there should be some masked man peeping at him now. But Tangu didn't notice it, so Tangu gave up. What, Tangu-kun? No, it's nothing. Orochimaru didn't ask much, patted his pants and stood up. During the conversation, his chakra and physical strength almost recovered. However, he still swallowed a piece of food pellets, and then said, then, the ship will be handed over to Tangu-kun, and I will come back in about 3 days. Well, I should have landed in the water country at that time. Tangu said. Orochimaru nodded, and said nothing, bit the knot in his fingers, and patted the stone slab under his feet. Summoning technique. Bang, a thick black snake with a bucket of more than 20 meters long was summoned. Goodbye, Tangu-kun. Orochimaru jumped into the black snake's mouth and hid in its belly. Then, the black snake plunged into the sea and disappeared. Chapter 79 Chakra Nature Fusion, Second More. Tangu also let go of his manipulation of the stone slab, let it sink into the sea and then walk into the cabin. With a wave of his arm, the air blows into the wind, the water vapor of the sea is entrapped, and the temperature drops rapidly in the wind. Then, a layer of white crystals began to appear on the wooden walls of the cabin, and gradually thickened and deepened, spreading outward. After about a few seconds, the entire cabin was covered with frosty ice crystals. If you look from the outside of the ship, you will find that the whole ship is covered with a thin layer of ice and the cabin has become cold. But Tangu's skin tightened a bit, and immediately adjusted to it. The more the second-order genetic lock is exercised, the more the potential of the body will be developed. The physical fitness has completely surpassed the ceiling of ordinary humans. The ordinary toxins, injuries, and diseases are not a threat to Tangu, and it is also very strong against the harsh environment. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that the second-order gene lock has been able to partially control the power. On the one hand, it is the assimilation of the flesh seed of chakra. The powerful physique provides abundant nutrition to promote the development of seeds. The second is that the mental will is highly condensed, and the intervention of chakra seed has reached a more refined level. After trying these days, Tangu has been able to integrate the two chakra nature transformations and develop a new escape technique. Ice escape cage. Tangu folded his hands together and patted gently. The sparkling snowflakes floating in the air starting point, under the blowing of the wind, wrapped up the entire wooden boat in a tornado shape, and quickly swept away the temperature of the hull. Now he still needs some gestures to strengthen his psychological cues and make the operation of the technique smoother. The next step is to polish the spirit to be round and transparent, so that the ups and downs of thoughts are taken in the heart. The scale of the void swayed slightly again, the imbalance of the trays on both sides was slightly reduced and new voices continued to be heard from the void, falling around Tangu's figure, as if to shape something for him, continuously increasing the weight on the tray, to reduce the imbalance of the two pallets. 2. A few hundred meters away, Obito, who was entangled by white Zetsu Afe, sank in the sea, and the sea penetrated his figure. Advertisement. The two looked at the ship covered with ice crystals in the distance, and they were speechless for a while. After a long silence, Afe asked, "The breath of the spore has been cut off. Obito, does he know something?" "No, it should be just cautious." The masked man shook his head slowly and then there was another silence. "Now, Obito, is Uchiha Tangwu's mother from the Mizusuki clan?" Alfie asked again. Obito twitched his mouth as he listened and cursed, "Don't be stupid, Alfie, don't say the impossible." "But that is being done. It's not a normal ninjutsu fusion, but a new fitness technique developed by the fusion of nature. It is a fitness technique that can be passed down through blood creation. It is not an exaggeration to call it the development of blood in the boundary." Afe yelled. "Didn't Qian Bao show that pale god is good at lightning style and fire style? It is impossible that he has not only developed a new escape technique that integrates nature." Impressive. Alfie was so surprised that half of his face fell off Obito's face. "Shut up." Obito's eyes twitched and gritted his teeth and said, "One more thing, I will throw you here to feed the fish. But the fish won't eat me." "Shut up." Obito annoyed. "Yes, yes." Feeling Obito angry, Alfie quickly stopped his desire to speak. Obito couldn't help but sigh dully, looking at the ice-bound ship that was going away, his heart was more than surprised, he was already panicked. Although earlier information showed that Tangu had reproduced the secret technique of the Konoha shinobi clan, Obito had guessed it. But after all, yin-yang escape is different from the other 5 nature transformation. The technique of yin-yang escape itself can be called a secret technique. For example, Tsunade-ji also developed the 100 healings mark and Baihao technique back then. So Obito was surprised at the time, but it only deepened his fear, but now it's different. Throughout history, many amazing ninjas have tried to make further progress on the road of nature transformation, but they have never been able to enter, stuck in front of the door of fusion, and have not been able to step into the field of blood inheritance for their entire lives. Advertisement. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, known as Doctor of Ninjutsu, is born with all 5 attributes, but he did not achieve first Hokage Senju Hashirama, the reincarnation of Ashura Chakra. Let alone regain his former power. Both the Tsuchikage's Dust Escape and the 3rd generation Fungying Magnet Style are both accidental fusions based on the accumulation of generations of ninjas. But where is the accumulation of nature transformation in the Uchiha clan? Isn't all the development and use experience of Sharingan recorded in this clan's clan? Obito has been there by himself, I don't know how many times. And Bing Shi is the bloodline of the Kurigakure Mizusuki family, and Konoha cannot have the information to trade to Tangu. The thought in Obito's mind flashed 1,000 times. So this guy has surpassed the accumulation of generations of ninjas with his own power, and completed the blood inheritance boundary of nature transformation in just a few months. No, I'm afraid the time will be shorter. This guy controls the lightning style. It's impossible to abandon the qualities that he is good at and develop unfamiliar ones. This guy, is it possible that the fusion of the 5 properties has been developed? Obito didn't notice that when he was talking to himself, his voice was trembling, and fear was accumulated in his heart, and he trembled. Rinnegan, can you really deal with this guy's tongue? Is it possible that this generation of Indra was reincarnated by him? It's impossible. Black Zetsu and I have confirmed that his Mangekyo is awakened, but he doesn't have that kind of breath. Damn it, how can there be such a terrifying talent in this world? No, that guy must have a secret. Quote. I want to go back to Konoha again. As if finding a psychological stronghold to rely on, Obito's flustered eyes calmed down again. He didn't hesitate, and immediately used the Kamui space to transfer himself back to the land of fire to attach to him. A face sighed in his heart, and he wanted to talk but now Obito was a bit crazy in his eyes. Chapter 80. A little worse than Tangu-kun, third more. Alfie knew that Uchiha Tangwu was pressing Obito into a hurry. Although the Pale God didn't do anything on his own, his direction and possible goals faintly pointed to Obito's arrangement in Kurigakure, which was a more important part of Obito's plan. Not only the tail beast itself, but more importantly, the perfect hypnosis fourth Mizukage, to influence Kurigakure. The best result is in the blood mist. This policy perfectly weakened Kurigakure's strength. It not only disintegrated the important pillar of combat power, ninja swordsman, but also interrupted the training of the new generation of ninjas, paving the way for Akatsuki to collect tail beasts in the future. Even many elite ninjas were forced to defect. The next step, Obito's plan is to force the ninjas to conspire, and then use Mizukage's power to hang them. This will also be the destruction of Konoha's Uchiha, an important experiment. But now there is a major variable, Uchiha Tangwu. No, it's not just variables. Afei was dark in his heart, and thought heavily. This new god of ninja is like a big rock smashed into the small pool of Kurigakure, filling all the space as a pale god, 220 who set foot in the land of water. At that time, Kurigakure's water flow could no longer stir. All the undercurrents must give way to that behemoth. Alfie was worried. He had a foreboding that the situation would collapse, but he couldn't do anything but hoped for the incarnation of Lord Madara's will Black Zetsu. Let the guy consider whether there is a good solution. On the other side, Orochimaru returned to shore from the sea. It took less than half a day to arrive at the research base he built on a small island in the sea. Lord Orochimaru. The garrison salutes with joy. Orochimaru waved his hand casually, glanced around, made sure there was nothing wrong, and entered his research room. He couldn't wait to look through the scrolls, and read Tangu's comments on it. Even the food supplements were replaced with nutrient solution injections. Sure enough, sure enough. That's right, that's how it feels. Quote. Advertisement. Orochimaru murmured as he watched, his eyes gleaming with thinking. He wondered about Tangu's attitude when he wrote these words BECC, and became more aware that chakra is a parasitic. For Tangu-kun, it seemed to be a matter of course or common sense, a kind of instinct. That's why he can make reasonable but incoherent comments on every step of his cell activation. This feeling. He squinted his eyes, studied the secret scrolls for many years, trying to figure out the intention of writing has become an instinct. As if he had seen it before, it seems that Tangu-kun has confirmed the fact that chakra is parasitic, and then in turn borrowed my technique to demonstrate the reasoning process. The intention is also too obvious. Tangu-kun, this is not an explicit suggestion. You still have a lot of secrets, let me exchange things of corresponding value. Hee, it's like fishing. But this fish of mine, I got the bait willingly. Orochimaru smiled low, not in a hurry to sort out his research materials, but looked at the time and closed his eyes to fix his state. Shao is still waiting for him to come back. In the middle, Orochimaru also thinks of getting old for a moment. Tangu originally proposed the topic of shadow clone. I wanted to think about it a bit, but when I thought about it, I felt that Sen was cold and numb, and my heart was too fast. He understands what Tangu means. If chakra is foreign, will this kind of thing be taken back by chakra's source? One, the possible existence of Sage of Six Paths, like Shadow Clone. Of course, this assumption is that Sage of Six Paths is still alive now. Tangu-kun seems to believe this. Orochimaru thought. Suddenly a flash of light flashed and so on. Chakra can entrust the will. The tail beast's chakra is like this, then the will of Sage of Six Paths has been passed down along with chakra. After all, as the source of the creation of chakra, the quality of chakra in Sage of Six Paths itself should not be too low. Rinnegan. Pain. Advertisement. Collect tail beasts. Orochimaru's eyes flashed, and the uncontrollable irritation spread all over the body, as if the whole person was being charged by electric current, and the blood flow rate in the blood vessels more than doubled. Tisk tisk tisk. Ah, it seems to be aware of something terrible. Tangu-kun, it seems I really want to have a good chat with you. Orochimaru tongue licks lips. Laughing, spit out the ring on the stomach, and a call to response came from above. He was about to import chakra into it and display the open black lens bracket slideshow technique close black lens bracket. As soon as the picture in front of him turned, he came to the dim space. This time seeing the weird monster at his feet, Orochimaru thought more about it. Is this guy a pawn left by Sage of Six Paths? How about soliciting Uchiha Tangwu's action? In the most central position of the members, the owner of the lavender pupils cast an indifferent look at Orochimaru. Haha, the new god of ninja, known as the Pale God, did not expect our organization to be capable of accommodating such a terrifying powerhouse. Orochimaru smiled faintly. All the rebels cast an interested look at the leader. Their intelligence revealed that Konoha treated the rebel named Uchiha Tangwu at the level of the ninja god. I don't know if the leader of Akatsuki who tried to recruit the god of ninja, the owner of Rinnegan, has the power to suppress the opponent's leader. Pen was unmoved by Orochimaru's temptation, but said indifferently, that was Konoha's unilateral claim, not deterministic information. You want to know his strength when he joins, just try it out. NS. I will keep you from dying. Pen's eyes fluctuated, and the oppressive eyes swept down on every member. The members withdrew their gazes, as if nothing happened, their expressions were loose or laughing or chatting. Only Orochimaru looked down, but he was thoughtful. This kind of pressure is worse than Tangu-kun. Although it may also be due to the technique, there is really no sense of horror as if Tangu-kun looked at me.